Chapter 1. Eva's POV. Mom said if you tip the canoe, she's giving you up for adoption. Vespera and I turned to look at her younger brother, who stood on the balcony above us. What? She asked. Brenda nodded, confirming she had heard him correctly. Can I have your room if that happens? Sure, she said sarcastically. Vespera turned to me and rolled her eyes before we continued our trek down the hill behind her family's cabin. He wasn't being serious, was he? I asked, narrowly avoiding stepping on a loose rock. Vespera laughed nervously. He wasn't, but my mom might have been. We reached the small dock, which looked out over the half-frozen blue lake. Walking across the old wooden boards took courage. Are you sure we can't just talk in your room? I asked. She shook her head, causing tight black coils of hair to poke out from under her beanie. She readjusted it as she loosened the dock rope from the cleat. Not with those two brats running around. They've gotten on my nerves all day. Hop in, she said, pointing to the canoe. I sighed as I steadied myself and lowered my body into the canoe. She threw the rope to me and got in a little less carefully than I was comfortable with. You're going to tip us over one of these days, I said, firmly grasping the sides. Vespera said nothing as she picked up the oars from under our feet and handed me one. Once we had paddled out a few hundred feet, she seemed satisfied with our distance away from the dock and laid the oar across her lap. I did the same and looked at her expectantly. So? I asked. What did you want to tell me? She chewed on her bottom lip nervously. Well, I said, prompting her along. I'm going to break up with Shane, she said suddenly. I rolled my eyes and huffed. This is what you brought me out here for? You've only been dating for 3 weeks. Why are you breaking up with him already? Vespera shrugged. I don't know. I gave her a knowing look, and she smiled. I know you think it's stupid, she said, laughing as I rolled my eyes, but I still believe there's a chance. Mates don't exist anymore, I said, shaking my head. Mates, a term used to refer to soulmates amongst lycanthropes, existed hundreds of years ago, before interbreeding occurred. Lycans intermixed with humans, and their offspring intermixed with other humans, until the entire population became more human than wolf. The whole bloodline had thinned out so much that it was impossible for a modern-day lycanthrope to have a mate. Don't be such a cynic, Vespera said. I think it could still happen. I heard it happen someplace in California last summer. Between 2 teenagers in the same pack there, I finished for her. I know, you've told me that 1,000 times. Vespera shook her head and leaned back. I'm perfectly happy choosing the person I want to fall in love with, thank you, I said. And how's that coming along there, Eva? She asked. I gave her a hard look, and she smiled before shrugging. Vespera began picking at the wooden oars' dents with her manicured nails. I just think it would make our lives a whole lot easier if we were handed a husband, she said, laughing. I might have actually passed my chemistry class last semester if I wasn't too worried about getting Shane to ask me out. I rolled my eyes. There's more to life than finding a boyfriend, Vespera. Also, I can't think of too many people who did pass chemistry on the first try. Whatever, she said, shrugging. It's cold out here, do you want to head back? I nodded eagerly and grabbed my oar. I'd been shivering since we left the house. Vespera, do vampires still exist? Brenda asked. He was waiting for us in the doorway as we made our way across the patio and back into the house. I don't know. You should ask Mom. Evan, she said, pushing past him and taking off her beanie. Evan? I thought that was Brenda. Vespera and I had been friends since the twins were born, but I still didn't know how she could tell Evan from Brenda. They even dressed alike. Mom, when is Dad going to be home? Vespera called out, removing her jacket and hanging it on the hook beside the door. He just called. The council had an urgent meeting called, so he had to close up the shop early and head into town, Mrs. Chester yelled from the kitchen. We're eating dinner in 5 minutes. Don't go too far. We both took our boots off, and I followed Vespera into the kitchen. Hi, Eva. Are you staying for dinner? We're having chili, Mrs. Chester informed me. Yeah, sure, I said, hugging her. You should text your mom and ask her if she would like to join us as well, since your dad is at the meeting too, Mrs. Chester said, returning the hug. There's no point. You know how she is about being out after dark, I said, nodding towards the setting sun outside the kitchen window. Mrs. Chester just shrugged, something I had noticed her daughter did often as well when she didn't want to argue. What was the meeting for? Vespera asked, getting glasses and bowls out of the cabinet. Yeah, it seems a little weird for them to call a meeting on a Tuesday, I said as I began to fill the glasses with ice. Mrs. Chester just nodded. I know, she said. He didn't offer any information to me when he told me, so I thought it best not to ask. Vespera's father, along with mine and 38 other men from town, was on Southern Utah's Council of Lycanthrope Affairs. The lycanthrope population was very small in Utah, and it was an hour's drive to each of the meetings, so there were never more than 3 or 4 of them a year. An emergency meeting was sure to raise some eyebrows. I don't think it's anything to worry about, Mrs. Chester said when she noticed the 2 of us had gone quiet. She wiped her hands on a towel as she spoke. If there is a problem, it's likely just a political thing. I, on the other hand, wasn't so convinced, and judging by the look on Vespera's face, she wasn't either. 2 hours later, we were all sitting on the couch watching sitcom reruns and talking about the upcoming semester. Are you ready to go back to school? Mrs. Chester asked. I groaned. I can't tell you how many times I've thought about just taking classes online. The smell of that city alone makes me want to vomit. Even just thinking about it makes me sick. But you get used to it after a while, right? Vespera asked. I just cringed. Although lycanthropes are no longer pure-blooded enough for mates, we still inherit traits such as a heightened sense of smell. There were reasons most Lycans chose to live in extremely rural communities, and one of them was the stench of pollution that came with densely populated areas. As a girl who went off to college coming from a rural area, this was a serious shock factor. Eventually, I became accustomed to the smell, but I knew going back after winter break would be a miserable transition. Vespera, on the other hand, took classes online, so she had no clue just how bad it was. Well, I think that. Mrs. Chester's sentence was cut short when Mr. Chester opened the front door. His body was rigid. His presence made us all jump from our seats on the couch. What on earth is the matter? Mrs. Chester asked, rushing over to him. He saw Vespera and me and pointed to us. You too, come with me. He turned his attention to Mrs. Chester. Lock the doors after us. We'll be back. Mrs. Chester grabbed Vespera's arm as we hurried past her and looked at Mr. Chester. You're not taking my baby anywhere unless you tell me what's wrong. He rested his hand on her shoulder. We're going to be okay. Eva's father is waiting in the car. They're safe, okay? He turned to Vespera and me. Come on, girls. Mrs. Chester reluctantly let go of Vespera and watched us out the door. Warren Charles Chester. If anything happens to either one of them, we are getting a divorce. We hurried out to the car, where my father was waiting in the passenger seat, looking as stoic as ever. He was still in his suit, so I knew he had been staying late at the firm when the call came in. Because he and Mr. Chester didn't get along well at all, I knew there was something wrong if the 2 of them had willingly ridden in the same car. What happened? I asked. We'll discuss it in the car, Mr. Chester said, opening the door for Vespera and me to get in. As soon as he got into the driver's seat, the car took off backwards out of the driveway. So, Vespera said. Listen, Mr. Chester said. There are things that go on in packs today that you 2 need to be aware of. You're the next generation of lycanthropes, and that means it is important you know how to handle situations when they arise. You are kind of scaring me, I said, nervously fidgeting with my seatbelt strap. An alpha superior is here tonight. He called a meeting with the council because one of our neighboring packs believes we are housing a defected member of their pack within our territory, my father said, speaking finally. But housing a rogue is illegal, I argued. My dad nodded and caught my eye in the rearview mirror. That's why this is very serious. So where are we going? Vespera asked. To meet him somewhere? Yes, we are meeting the Alpha Superior and the leaders of the other pack in the valley, her father answered. Alpha Superior? I asked, frowning. Why do they even still have those? Alphas haven't been used in pack dynamics in so long. They're our leadership, Mr. Chester said. That entire echelon of lycanthrope still thrives with the alpha-beta pack mentality. It just seems so primitive, I said, crossing my arms. They're just a bunch of old guys who can't let the glory days die. If I hadn't been looking out of my window when I said this, I would have seen Mr. Chester smile at my naivety. I didn't yet know how wrong I was, but I would soon. We pulled into an empty parking lot between the base of the two mountains. "Where is everyone?" Vespera asked. A few moments later, 3 cars pulled into the lot and parked next to ours. 7 men whom I recognized from the town got out of the cars and came over to us. More than one of them eyed Vespera and me suspiciously. "What are they doing here?" the one with cowboy boots asked. "Conflict resolution is an important lesson they need to learn," my father said. I rolled my eyes as soon as I heard his stupid attorney tone. Everyone always believed whatever came out of his mouth when he spoke like that. The rancher didn't look so convinced, however. "I don't think they should be party to this. It ain't appropriate to have ladies present when politics are being handled." "It's a good thing you weren't asked then, isn't it?" my father asked, holding a stare that threatened the rancher to say another word against him. The rancher was obviously still bothered by our presence, but he didn't dare say another word as we began walking from the parking lot and onto a path that led into the surrounding forest. It was freezing cold outside, and Vespera and I barely had time to grab our shoes and jackets before walking out the door, meaning our gloves and hats were left behind. I compensated by pulling my long brown hair out of a ponytail to cover my ears and shoving my cold, pale hands deep into my pockets. Once we had reached a clearing in the trees, we saw a large group of men, very large men, I might add, waiting for us. One of them, however, was turned from us, standing in front of someone. They were speaking in hushed tones that even a lycanthrope's hearing like mine couldn't pick up on. You could very clearly tell who the foreigners were. They were all dressed in dark, regal clothing. The other men, clearly belonging to our neighboring pack, were in blue jeans and fur-lined denim jackets. "This isn't all of them," one of the older men from the neighboring pack yelled angrily. "Our apologies," Mr. Chester said. "Not everyone could meet us here tonight on such short notice." The man who had his back turned to us stopped speaking and turned around to face Mr. Chester and our group. His cropped blonde hair was all I noticed before my father stepped in front of me, blocking my view. Vespera's father did the same to her, causing both of us to exchange questioning looks. "I need not explain how important this accusation brought against you is, so my alpha and I will not excuse the negligent behavior of your pack's counsel in this matter." "It is not appropriate to degrade such an issue," someone said. I detected an accent in his voice, but I couldn't place it. "Degrade?" I mouthed to Vespera, shooting her a questioning look. She just shrugged, still listening. Everything went quiet, deathly quiet. No one was speaking any longer. Silence was all anyone could hear. I looked at Vespera. "This can't be good," she mouthed. I heard a twig break under someone's foot about 2 feet in front of my father. Was there going to be an attack? Are they all going to start fighting? Then I heard his voice, deep and demanding. "Move." Was he speaking to my dad? My question was answered when my dad hesitantly stepped out of my way. The first thing I saw was a very broad and muscular chest trapped beneath a black, long-sleeved shirt. The next thing I noticed was his eyes, electric blue and gorgeous. They seemed to be glowing in the sparse moonlight that filtered in between the trees. It felt like something inside of me had caught fire. "Holy moly," was the last thing I remember hearing Vespera saying before everything went dark. Chapter 2. Would you give her some room? My eyes snapped open at the sound of Vespera's voice. She was standing over me with her hands on my shoulders. I grabbed her arms and stared at her wide-eyed. "What happened?" She rolled her eyes. "You locked your knees, I guess." I thought homeboy over here was going to freak out. I looked over in the direction she nodded and saw the blue-eyed alpha standing beside her, staring at me intently, concern etched on his face. "Oh my God, how long was I out?" I whispered. "There's no need to be dramatic, only a minute or 2, she answered. My gaze returned to Vespera, and I squeezed her arms as I sat up. "Dude, I think he's your mate," she finished. I guessed that with the way he just acted. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," I assured her. She made a face. "You don't look fine." "I am," I assured her as she helped pull me to my feet. Immediately, the alpha offered a strong arm behind my back to steady me on my feet. "Are you all right?" he asked, and a strong English accent complemented his deep voice. I nodded, but kept my eyes on Vespera. I couldn't look at him. She gave me a small smile and slowly peeled my arms away from her. Talk to him, she mouthed. Before I could muster a syllable, I heard my father's voice butt in. What is going on here? Get your hands off my daughter immediately, he demanded. Who do you think you are? I turned to look at him, but the alpha's arm only tightened around me as my father made advances toward us. He's my dad, it's fine. Would you let go of me, please? I asked, tugging at his arm. The alpha hesitated for a moment before loosening his hold on me enough for me to step away from him. Don't touch her again, my dad snapped, yanking me back by my arm. Whoa, Mr. Chester said, waving his hands and stepping between us. Scott, let go of Eva and let's talk this out. My dad glared at Mr. Chester as he referred to him by his first name. The group went silent. We all just stood there, staring at each other. I, in particular, could not stop staring at the alpha. God, he was striking. His dark, thick hair was perfectly messy, and his electric blue eyes felt like they were looking straight through me. He had the most captivating facial features of anyone I had ever met, sharp and intense. He was also older than I was. Nearly 30, I figured. He caught my gaze, and I looked away immediately. My attention refocused on the one standing behind him, the blonde one I had noticed earlier. He was almost as tall as the alpha, and he too carried a vaguely threatening expression. I blinked a few times before throwing my hands up in exasperation. I had no idea what to do. I didn't even believe mates were still a thing, much less know how to react to getting one. But I knew. I knew beyond a shadow of doubt that he was my mate. I just felt it. I couldn't yet determine, however, whether it was a good feeling or a daunting one. What is going on here? Can we please get back to what we were here to discuss? Someone shouted from behind the alpha. He and the blonde one turned around, and we all pointed our attention to the man who had said it. That matter is no longer your concern, the alpha remarked. I'll handle things from here. This meeting is now adjourned. A group of furious shouts and murmurs came from the neighboring pack as this was spoken. However, they immediately went silent as the alpha narrowed his eyes at them. He turned his attention back to us. Follow me, he said to my father and me before walking in between the 11 of us that were standing there. I looked at my dad before beginning to follow the alpha. Mr. Chester and Vespera also followed behind me, and soon my father did as well. I am absolutely stunned, confused, shocked, and scared all at the same time. I can barely keep up with any of this, Vespera whispered as we walked. All I could do was nod in agreement. And to think, she added. You didn't even believe in mates 5 hours ago. She's right, I thought as I looked over at her. There was a flash of concern on her face. Are you okay? I'll let you know, I whispered. I took one look at the man walking in front of us and shook my head. I just don't see how this is going to end well, and that's scaring me. I could tell from her face that Vespera was trying to formulate an encouraging word or two, but she wasn't able to and shrugged. Well, that's comforting, I thought. A few moments later, we came to a halt on the path and the alpha turned to look at us. He shot a hard look at Mr. Chester, who immediately replied with, My wife promises to divorce me if anything happened to her. I looked at Mr. Chester as he said this, and he gave me a wink. This seemed excusable enough to the alpha, who didn't make another reference to their presence. My name is Alpha Superior Devereaux, he said to my father, who only nodded in acknowledgement. He turned to me, and Adam to you, love. Eva, I said, offering my hand. He took my hand and kissed the back of it. I had been going for a handshake there, buddy, but okay, I thought. I wasn't looking at Vespera, but I could see the smile on her face without having to look at her. I knew her too well, and she was probably giddy. I am Vespera Chester, and this is my father, Warren Chester, Vespera said, stepping up and gesturing to herself and her father. I need it in the strictest confidence you can assure me there is no rogue being housed on your land, Adam said, directing his words to my father and Mr. Chester. Mr. Chester nodded eagerly. I am absolutely certain there is no one being held here unlawfully, he said. No one knew anything of it when we spoke to the council. There isn't enough evidence to support their claim, my father said. I rolled my eyes at his judicial language. There are simply no signs of a rogue on this land. Adam didn't look so convinced by this. I apologize for not being able to take your word for it. I will be leaving behind 3 men tomorrow who are going to investigate the claims further. They won't need more than a week. My dad looked irritated by this, but Mr. Chester nodded thoughtfully. I understand, he said. Adam seemed pleased by this and reached out to shake Mr. Chester's hand. I appreciate your cooperation, he said. We will be leaving tomorrow if there are no other setbacks. Now, I would like to speak to Eva, if you could excuse us. As my dad turned to leave, he reached out and pulled me in close by the front of my jacket. Don't bother coming home tonight. I don't want that man stepping foot into my house. Do I make myself clear? He snarled through clenched teeth. Crystal, I nodded, stiff with fear. As I said this, Adam slid his arm protectively between my father and me. Let this be a warning, he said in a low voice. If you ever lay your hands on her again, be prepared to have hands laid on you. My father backed away from the two of us, shooting daggers at both Adam and me as he did. I like this guy, Vespera whispered as she passed me. They had all walked away in a matter of seconds, and I was more than aware I was now completely alone with this man. I swallowed. Thanks for that. Does he treat you that way often? Adam asked, moving in front of me. I didn't answer, not wishing to elaborate further on the topic of my father. You said you're leaving tomorrow? I asked, changing the subject. I saw a shadow of a smile appear on his face. No, I said we were leaving tomorrow. We? Excuse me, I said. But you're not assuming I'll be going with you, are you? Adam's eyes narrowed, causing a lump to form in my throat. You wouldn't want to? He asked. I mean, I have school and stuff. I cringed. School and stuff. That's the best you could come up with? You don't even like school. I see, he said. Wait, what? You do? I asked incredulously. Yes, he said. I am wondering, however, if there is any way I can persuade you otherwise? You see, as much as you are internally trying to deny it, you and I are mates. This means, from my end, that I have a duty to both protect and provide for you. I cannot do that while you are here and I am there. As an alpha, I also have obligations to my people which I cannot abandon by staying here. So, I am asking you to willingly come with me tomorrow when I leave. And if I don't come willingly? I asked slowly. You'll come involuntarily. As in, I'll pick you up and put you on the plane myself, he said. Well, damn. It's your choice, of course, which method you prefer, he added. This is unbelievable, I said, walking away. He began to follow me closely. Is that a yes? I haven't decided, I mumbled. Adam and I returned to our respective groups shortly, and everyone turned to stare at us as I walked over to Vespera. Adam made his way over to the blonde man, who was standing alone and silently watching everyone else. What did he say to you? She asked excitedly. I sighed, kicking the dirt with my boots. He wants me to go home with him tomorrow. She gasped and smiled. Are you going to? I don't really have much of a choice, I groaned. She gasped. He's walking over here. I looked up from the ground to see him walking over to us, and Mr. Chester spoke up. Alpha Superior Devereaux, if you need someplace to stay tonight, you are more than welcome to stay with my family and I. I have somewhere to stay, thank you, though, Adam said. He turned to me. Follow me. He began to walk away, and I ran after him. Wait, I yelled. He stopped and turned to me. I'm not staying with you tonight, I said. Are you forgetting what your father told you? He asked. I took a deep breath. I'm staying with Vespera. Before he could say anything, I continued. I need the time to say goodbye. He thought about it for a moment and nodded. I'll pick you up in the morning. I nodded and turned back to walk away. Eva. I looked back at him. Don't do anything reckless before then, he warned, adding a wink. The ride home was silent. I knew my dad was mad at me, but there was absolutely nothing I could do about it. It wasn't like I could help the fact that I had found a mate in a man who was an alpha superior and basically a king among our people. I tried not to think about that last part too hard. We dropped my dad off at his firm. He said nothing as he slammed the door after he got out. I watched him stomp over to his car angrily as we pulled away. Are you okay back there, Eva? Mr. Chester asked. Yeah, I said softly. I'm fine. I caught his eye in the rearview mirror and caught his sympathetic gaze. Vespera put her hand on my shoulder and smiled. Things are going to be better for you now, she said. I just shook my head. I wasn't so sure about that. When we pulled into the Chandler's driveway, Mrs. Chester came running out in her dressing gown. "You couldn't have at least called?" she asked, her hands on her hips. Mr. Chester smiled. "There isn't much service in the valley, honey. Besides, I think you needed to hear this in person. Why don't we make some tea for Vespera and Eva? They need to warm up." She nodded and took Vespera and me inside with her hands around our shoulders. We had all sat down next to the fireplace with steaming cups of tea before Mrs. Chester began prodding for answers. "Well, what happened?" she asked. Mr. Chester looked at me. "We met some, interesting people tonight. Don't you agree, Eva?" Vespera nudged me and wiggled her eyebrows. I just stared down into my cup of tea. "I'm not getting it, people," Mrs. Chester said. "What happened?" Mr. Chester began to tell her the story. When he got to the part where we met Adam, he stopped and looked at me. "Anne, he's my mate," I sighed. I hated how good it felt to say that. Mrs. Chester gasped, and Mr. Chester hushed her. "You're going to wake up the boys, and it's almost midnight," he said. She put her hand up to silence him, all the while still looking at me. "Darling, that's wonderful," she said, smiling. "Aren't you happy?" It was my turn to shrug. "I guess so." "Liar. He's making me leave with him tomorrow," I said. Her smile fell. "Can't you ask him for more time?" "He has to get back to his pack," I said, shaking my head. "There really isn't a way out of this." I tried telling him I had school, but it didn't really work. "Well, you wanted to take classes online anyway," she reasoned. "Although I don't appreciate how selfish he's being, taking you away from people who love you so suddenly and all." I smiled. At least someone would miss me. As we headed to bed, I opened the door to the guest bedroom, a place I slept frequently. Vespera stopped me from walking in. "Do you want to sleep downstairs in the living room like we used to?" she asked. I smiled. "Sure." We headed downstairs, made our spots on the couches, and lay down, watching the fire die. "I'll miss you," she said, finally. "I'll miss you too. Do you think you'll ever come back?" she asked. I rolled over and stared up at the ceiling. "I certainly hope so. You have to come and visit me, though. Wherever I end up going." "I will," she assured me. "How do you think your mom took the news?" I sighed. "There's no telling." It was quiet for a moment before she spoke again. "I have a feeling that things will be great for you with him." I swallowed hard. "I certainly hope so." Chapter 3. Eva. I sighed and rolled over. "Eva, wake up." "Why?" I whined. "He's here." I turned my head and opened one eye. "What? Who's here?" "Who do you think?" Vespera asked, crossing her arms. Then I remembered. Oh. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes. Throwing the blanket from over my legs, I sat up and swung my legs over the side of the couch. Vespera sat down next to me. "Do you want to run upstairs and hide in my closet? I can tell him you left this morning and went home." I smiled and swung my arm around her shoulder. "Vespera, if I thought that would work, I would be halfway up the staircase right now." She laughed. "Eva, honey, I made breakfast. Adam just pulled into the driveway if you want to go invite him in to eat," Mrs. Chester yelled from the kitchen. The doorbell rang a few moments later, and Vespera got up to go open the door. "You might want to run your fingers through your hair and go pop a breath mint really fast," she advised, laughing. I looked at her wide-eyed. "I don't have on a bra either." I ran past her and up the stairs to her room. I quickly changed back into my sweater and jeans from the day before. I borrowed some deodorant and brushed my teeth quickly. I was walking back down the stairs, running my fingers through my hair, when I heard Adam's voice. "I appreciate that, Mrs. Chester. We are a little short on time this morning, however, so we'll need to be going," he said politely. She had invited him to stay for breakfast. As if he sensed me standing there, Adam turned around and met my gaze. I slowly walked down the stairs, and he greeted me at the bottom. "Good morning," he said softly. "Morning," I said. "We need to go ahead and leave," he said. "I'll be waiting just outside while you say goodbye." I nodded, not meeting his gaze. "It was nice to meet you," Adam said, shaking the hands of both Mr. and Mrs. Chester. He gave me one last look before heading out the front door. They all turned to look at me, and I smiled, trying to hold back tears. "Does your boyfriend play football?" Brenda asked. I laughed at this and shook my head. "I don't know. He should play basketball." Did you see how tall he is? Evan commented. Hush, Mrs. Chester said. You two say goodbye to Eva now. We don't know when we'll see her again. The two of them walked up, their arms wrapping around my waist and their faces pressing into my stomach. Will you be home for our birthday? It's in February, you know, Evan said. I laughed, hugging them back. I'll try to be. They both ran up the stairs behind me, and I looked at Mrs. Chester, who was crying. I couldn't help but cry as I walked over to her and threw my arms around her neck. I'll miss you so much, I whispered. I'll miss you too, honey, she said, pulling away. You tell that man of yours that he has to take good care of you, you hear? I nodded. I will, Mr. Chester walked over and gave me a side hug and a kiss on top of my head. I'll beat him up if he doesn't, he said, laughing. I wiped tears from my cheeks and smiled. I know you will. I looked at Vespera, who was far from smiling. I can't believe you're actually leaving, she said. I don't want you to go. I shook my head. Me neither, I said, going in for a big hug. Vespera hugged me tight, and I hugged her tighter. I felt her sigh as she let go and backed away. You should get going then, she said. I nodded. I'll call as soon as I get wherever it is I'm going, I said. Here, Mrs. Chester said, handing me my coat and scarf as well as a brown paper bag. I packed you two some food for the road. Thank you, I said, taking the bag and hugging her again. I put on my jacket and backed away towards the door, trying not to cry again. I'll see you guys soon. Mrs. Chester nodded and Vespera and Mr. Chester waved. I stepped out the door and felt the icy breeze hit my wet cheeks. I wiped them quickly with my sleeve and wrapped my scarf around my neck. He was standing there with his hands in his pockets as if the cold air didn't bother him. I walked past him and down the sidewalk. A black, all-terrain Jeep was sitting in the driveway that I assumed was his. I walked around the car and put my hand on the handle. Just as I was about to pull the door open, his hand blocked it. I'm sorry, he said. I didn't say anything, didn't even turn around to look at him as his hand wrapped around mine and pulled the door open for me to get inside. The car was warm. He'd left it running with the warm air on full blast. I put my hands in front of the vents as he got into the car and closed the door. While we were pulling away, I wondered how he knew where the Chandlers live. How did you know where to find me? I asked, still not looking at him. Tracking, he answered simply. It didn't fully satisfy my question, but I didn't feel the need to ask it again. So where am I going so that we can get your things? Adam asked. My house is farther up the road that way, I said, pointing in the direction we were heading. A few silent minutes later, we pulled in front of my house. Here, I said. He parked and turned the car off while I got out and headed up the drive. As I was walking up, I pulled my key out of my back pocket. What time is it? I asked Adam, who had caught up with me. He looked at his watch. Just after 8, he replied. They aren't awake yet, I thought. Be quiet, I instructed as I unlocked the front door. Adam didn't say anything, only followed me inside as I opened the door slowly. My dad was passed out on the recliner, a near-empty whiskey bottle tucked underneath his arm. I pretended like Adam couldn't see it, too. As we made our way down the hallway and into my room, I tried to ignore Adam staring at the doorless frame. The door to my bathroom had also been taken off the hinges, something he noticed as well. His jaw clenched as his hand traced the broken hinges. I pretended not to notice him as I looked into my closet, and I stared at all the things I had to pack. I turned around and saw Adam walking around my room, taking in the sight of a place I had never stayed. I knew he could tell I never stayed here either. There was dust on top of the dresser and on the nightstand. The bed hadn't been unmade in months, so there was probably a layer of dust on that too. I'm going to go get boxes. I'll be right back, I whispered. He turned to look at me. Do you need help? Stay in here, I said, shaking my head. As I walked out of my room, I remembered the 2 large plastic containers that Mom stored all her post-surgery clothes in. They're in her closet, I thought. I opened the door to her bedroom slowly. I knew she was in the bed because the blackout curtains were drawn over the windows, making it impossible for any light to shine into the room. I knew where the closet door was, however, and made my way over to it with my hands outstretched to keep me from running into anything. This room smells wretched, I thought as I grabbed the closet door handle. I opened the closet and sank to my knees to hold the containers from under her clothes. I slid them out slowly, opened the lids, and dumped all the clothes out. Add those to the list of things that re-strewn all over the floor, I thought. I didn't have an ounce of remorse for doing it either. I stacked the empty boxes and slid them out of the room, shutting the door behind me. I quickly and quietly made my way back into my room and put the boxes in front of my bed. Adam was sitting in my desk chair. "Do you want me to start pulling stuff out of these drawers and putting them in the boxes?" he asked. "There's nothing in there but a few books," I said, going to my closet. "You can put them in here." I threw him a duffel bag as he began to empty the drawers. I began to haul everything from off the racks into the boxes, not even bothering to fold them or take them off the hangers. Once I was done with that, I packed my underwear into a bag and put them in with all of my clothes. One box down, one more to go. I looked over to Adam and saw him flipping through the pages of a notebook. "What is that?" I asked. Before he could answer, I heard heavy footfalls coming down the hallway. The last thing I saw was my father before Adam was standing in front of me, followed by the sound of shattering glass. It took me a moment to process what had happened, but when I saw the grimace on his face as he looked down at me and the whiskey dripping down the side of his face, I gasped. Adam turned around to face my father, and I saw the shards of glass sticking out of his jacket. The shattered remains of the whiskey bottle were lying on the floor. "He threw that at you. I told you not to bring this man into my house. Do you not listen to a word I say?" my father bellowed. Adam took a significant step forward. "Clearly, it runs in the family," he said with a clenched jaw and closed fists. "Wait," I yelled, jumping in between the two of them. I looked at my dad. "I just need an hour," I bargained. "1 hour and I'll be gone and I won't come back." "Okay." I swallowed as he glared down at me. "You have 30 minutes, he growled. My dad turned to walk down the hallway, and I put my hand on Adam's chest to stop him from following him. "Stop," I said, pushing against him. "Do you not know what he just did?" he asked incredulously. This was the first time I saw him on the verge of losing his cool. "I did, trust me. I know all too well. But we need to focus on what we're doing here and just hurry up and finish so we can leave. Are you okay?" I asked. Adam took a deep breath and nodded. "I'm fine, but if he tries something like that one more time, I'm not letting him get away with it," he warned. I swallowed and nodded. "Deal." His jaw clenched before he walked back into the room, kicking the broken bottle under the bed. "What do you have left to do?" "Just finish packing this box and we'll be good to go," I said. Adam sighed before putting the bag of books inside the box. I threw on my shoes. I packed my laptop into my backpack and put that in the box as well. "I don't think we'll be able to fit anything else," he said. "Well, I suppose that's as good as it will get then," I said while putting the lid on top. I looked around the room. It was mostly packed up. I had everything that I needed. I did wonder, however, what they would do with everything else when I was gone. "You'll need an overnight bag," Adam said. I walked back inside the closet and pulled out the last bag I had. It was a reusable grocery bag, but it had to be effective. I packed it quickly. "Eva." I jumped when I heard my father's voice boom across the house. Our 30 minutes were up. I saw Adam's jaw clench as he glared down the hallway. "Hey," I said, waving at him. "Let's just get everything and go." He looked at me, and I could tell there was definitely an internal debate going on inside of him. "Let's go," I repeated. I leaned down to pick up the stacked containers, and Adam picked them both up and turned to walk down the hallway. "Well, damn." He made it look easy. I grabbed my overnight bag, my jacket, and my scarf before following him. He put the boxes in the car and came back inside as I stood in the foyer, awkwardly standing next to my father, whom I was convinced was still half drunk. "You're leaving now?" he asked. I nodded, turning to him. I expected a goodbye or something, but he simply turned and walked away. Adam clearly saw the disappointment on my face. He walked up to me. "Go get the car started. I'll be out in a second." "Adam," I started. "I'm not asking you," he said, his jaw clenching. I decided it was best not to argue with him on this, and I slowly walked toward the front door. Adam stood still, watching me. I stopped when I reached the door. "Go," he said, before I could say a word. I opened the door before I could think twice about it, and I walked quickly out to the car. I started it up and waited for Adam to come back out. The air vents had just started blowing warm air when I saw him walk out the front door. "What did you say?" I asked him as he got in. "I didn't say anything," he said as he started to back the car out of the driveway. "Buckle up." I swallowed as I pulled the strap across my chest. "That was a bit uncalled for," I muttered. Adam hit the brakes and turned to look at me. "You don't deserve to be treated like that. No one who claims to love you should ever speak to you or act towards you like he did. One day I'll make you see that." I looked away, and he continued to back out of the driveway. I stared back at the house that I had lived in my entire life, and I honestly didn't care if I ever saw it again. So I said, "Where are we going?" "To get on a plane," Adam said shortly. "Where's the plane taking us?" I asked. "Home." I rolled my eyes. "Where's that?" Adam just smiled. "I hope you didn't think it was too cold here." Chapter 4. Canada. I sat in the car seat with my jaw gaping open. "I didn't pack warm enough for this," I groaned. "I won't let you freeze," Adam said plainly. I shook my head. "I thought we would be going somewhere like London," I said. "London?" He asked incredulously. "Why on earth would you have thought London?" I just looked at him. "I was raised by English parents. However, I have only been to London 3 times in my entire life," he said. "The smell of that place would put anyone out for hours, Eva." "You don't have to call me Eva," I said. "I prefer Eva or Eve." Adam nodded. "Well, Eva or Eve, we have another few hours in this vehicle if you feel like sharing anything else I might need to know." I shrugged. "What do you want to know?" "Well," he said, thinking. "What do I need to know?" "My birthday is February 22nd, and my middle name is Michelle," I answered. "You?" "My birthday is May 6th, and my favorite color is black," he answered. "Black?" "It goes with everything," he explained defensively. I shook my head. "What is your favorite movie?" "I don't watch any," he said. "Weird," I commented. "Favorite book, then?" "The Art of War by Sun Tzu," he said. I just stared at him. "What?" he asked. "I liked you better before I knew all this about you," I said. "Well then," he said. "Please enlighten me. What is your favorite film and book?" "Favorite film is Gone with the Wind. Favorite book is Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy." He grimaced. "I half expected the gushy romance part, but not the lack of happy endings," Adam said. "Lack of happy endings?" I asked. "Says the man whose favorite book is The Art of War." "I see your point." I leaned forward and pulled out the bag of breakfast that Mrs. Chester had sent us. "Hungry?" I asked. "Starving," he replied. I opened the bag, pulled out a few pieces of bacon, and handed them to Adam. "So," I said, eating my own bacon, "why don't you watch movies?" "There are much more important things to do when you lead a pack of nearly 20,000, he said. "But don't you have leaders and councils who deal with your pack for you?" I asked. "I have advisors and a cabinet who help me, but no, I do most of it myself." "So it's like a dictatorship?" I asked. Adam looked at me. "Is that what you think of alphas as? Dictators?" I shrugged. "I think the whole alpha-beta thing is a bit far-fetched. I mean, I thought Lycans got past that primitive mindset ages ago." I saw his jaw tense. "It's the most effective means of pack safety and harmony ever used. The rules I enforce and lifestyle I promote are for the good of the pack. I don't see how that is primitive." "That sounds like something a dictator would say," I said. I could have sworn he rolled his eyes. "What about you then?" he asked. "I suppose you probably think that just letting everyone do as they please and roam about as they would is the best thing for a pack?" I nodded. "That's a very modern approach, and I promise you, as someone who travels and sees the effects of a mindset like that, it's rudely ineffective," Adam argued. "It's worked just fine for me," I said. Adam simply replied, "Then you're in for a rude awakening." Is he serious? "So let me get this straight," I said. "You're going to drag me away from my family and friends because I'm your mate, which you seem to believe gives you some kind of ownership rights over me, and criticize me for believing in a system of order that has kept me alive my whole life. After which you plan on taking me to an unfamiliar place where I have to completely readjust, you being the only person I know. All that being said, I would dare say I've been rudely awakened already." "Eva," Adam said slowly, "out of respect for my title, I suggest you watch the words that come out of your mouth when they are directed at me. Stop. The car came to a screeching halt in the middle of the empty highway. I could feel the rage seeping off of him, but I kept my eyes forward on the road. These pleasantries you've grown accustomed to in me are not, by any means, my nature. The last time those words were spoken towards me, the wolf's head ended up 15 feet from his hide. I kept my head straight, eyes focused forward. "Look at me," Adam said. My jaw clenched, but I didn't look at him. I felt his hand gently grab my jaw, his fingers turning me to face him. I glared at him hard as his blue eyes studied mine. Adam dropped his hand and put his eyes back on the road. The car started moving again, Adam not saying another word. We didn't speak again for several more hours until the car pulled off the deserted road onto a path towards a small runway. A steel bunker sat hidden in the trees. A small aircraft was parked outside it on an outstretched runway. As we pulled into the lot, I noticed a few other cars were parked there. Adam said nothing as he parked the car and got out. "Do I just sit here?" I watched as Adam walked over to the other vehicles, all of them black Jeeps like his. The blonde man got out of the driver's side of the Jeep and walked over to Adam. After a short conversation, Adam turned and started to walk back to me. I turned my head and pretended not to have been watching. My door opened and Adam reached over and unbuckled my seatbelt. "Get out, we're leaving." I stared at him. "I can unbuckle myself, thank you." I got out of the car and stomped around to the back of the Jeep to retrieve my things. "I don't appreciate the attitude," Adam said, following me. "Say it again." "Maybe that will stop me from giving it to you," I muttered as I opened the trunk and began to pull out my things. "Stop." He grabbed the boxes from me and began to carry them towards the small airport. I closed the trunk and grabbed my jacket and scarf from the front seat. Putting them on, I followed him. At this point, passengers had begun to unload from the other Jeeps, and bags were being thrown around like sacks of flour as the trunks were being unloaded. I was a few feet behind Adam when the blonde man approached me from one of the Jeeps. "I am Beta Superior Eaton, but you can call me Jason," he said. "Noted," I replied, passing him. I got a few feet away before I stopped and took a deep breath. I turned around and walked back to him. "That was rude, I'm sorry, I apologized." "I'm Eva Schaefer, but you can call me Eva." Jason smiled and offered his hand for me to shake. "Nice to meet you." "You're not British," I said, detecting a different accent. "Aussie," he said, smiling. "I was assigned to the big guy over there 2 years ago." "Assigned?" I asked. "Eva." I turned around to see Adam standing almost 30 feet away on the pavement. He had handed my things off to someone else and was motioning for me to follow him. I turned to look at Jason, who was still smiling. "Nice to meet you." "You as well," was all he said as I walked away. I walked over to Adam. "What?" "Get on the plane, we're about to leave," he said. He turned to walk away, but I stood still. When he turned around and saw me, he walked over, stopping just in front of me. "I wasn't lying when I said that I would lift you over my shoulders and put you on this plane myself if I had to," he said. I rolled my eyes. "I don't want to go to Canada. And I didn't want to come to America to deal with your pack, but look where it's gotten me," he said. "Now if you don't walk your ass over and onto that plane, I'll do it for you." Adam turned to walk away. "He's not lying," Jason said, walking around me from behind. "I know," I muttered, reluctantly following him. I followed Jason as he walked over the plane and up the steps into it. Inside, it looked like something I would have expected a private jet to look like. It was nice, but smaller than a commercial airplane. I took a seat in a chair by one of the windows in the back. It was a single chair next to the aisle, so there was no way Adam could sit next to me. I didn't know how long this trip would be, but I didn't want to deal with him for even a minute longer. Propping my elbow on the windowsill, I leaned my head on my hand and closed my eyes. I want to go back to Vespera's house. I wish I had never stayed for supper last night with the Chandlers and that I had never gone with Mr. Chester to the valley. I opened my eyes when something fell at my feet. I looked down to see my overnight bag lying at my feet and Adam standing over it. I refused to make eye contact with him as I pulled the bag from the floor and sat it in my lap. Adam sat in the chair in front of me, and I glared at the back of his head until I heard the plane engine start. Everyone else loaded on quickly. There were probably 20 of us on the plane, which felt a little crowded. Jason sat in the front near the door and began to write something down on a notepad he took out of his backpack. My nosy side wanted to see what it was he was writing, but no matter how hard I strained my eyes, I couldn't tell. I leaned back in my seat as the door closed. The plane began to move shortly thereafter. I huffed and shook my head as we gained speed down the runway, eventually leaving the ground. No one was speaking. It was complete silence in the cabin. This made it difficult to cover up the sniffles that came from me as I tried not to cry. "Suck it up, girlfriend," I told myself. There was nothing I could do about it, therefore, there was no reason to be crying over it. I don't remember how long the plane ride was. I eventually fell asleep against the window. When I woke up, it was dark out and the lights in the cabin had been dimmed. Adam was awake and out of his seat. He and Jason stood in the front of the plane, discussing something. I looked around at the other men who were on board as well. Some were asleep, some had headphones on, and others sat talking in the dimly lit cabin. Adam must have seen me looking around because he ended his conversation with Jason and walked over to me. "The plane will be landing shortly. Make sure you have all of your things," he said, his voice just above a whisper. As he walked away, I turned and looked out the window. I could see some lights off in the distance. The airport, I guessed, but there were none around us besides those. How deep into Canada did we go? A few minutes later, my guess was confirmed when the plane began to descend towards the brightly lit runway. Once the plane had landed, the lights in the cabin turned on, and everyone stood up and prepared to leave the aircraft. Adam stayed close by as we all exited onto the tarmac. The wind was whipping around me violently, almost knocking me over. It didn't seem to bother anyone else, but I couldn't help but wonder how the plane hadn't been blown out of the sky. The runway had been cleared, but at the edge of the pavement, I could see a thick blanket of snow covering the ground. I couldn't see anything beyond that, just the inky blackness of the night. I followed the group with Adam by my side to the large SUVs that sat near the terminal, where our luggage was being loaded by the airport attendants. There were plows on the front with blinding light bars over the windshield. As we got closer, I also noted the chains wrapped around the tires that would help us keep traction on the icy roads. Great. How much longer is this going to take? I asked Jason, who happened to be walking in front of me. All I heard was the grown-up equivalent to, "Are we there yet?" he said, opening up the car door for me. I groaned and slid into the warm car. It was significantly colder here than in Utah, which is another reason I wish I could have stayed. Jason hopped into the passenger seat and Adam into the driver's seat. Everyone else piled into the other 3 identical SUVs. "So?" I asked. "How long?" "Only about an hour. Then we're home," Adam said, pulling off the tarmac and onto a dirt road that had been cleared of snow. "Then you're home," I muttered, looking out the window. There was nothing to see, just the night sky, which was littered with stars I never could see at home. I soon became bored with that, though. "Can someone turn on the radio?" I asked. "There's no radio signal out here," Jason said with a chuckle. I groaned. After enduring another hour or so of the boring ride, I began to notice the lights in front of us. A village, maybe? I thought. It was about damn time I saw some form of civilization. As we got closer, I began to feel some gratification as I realized it was, in fact, a village. However, once we were there, I realized it wasn't what I expected. "Where are we?" I asked incredulously. Neither one of them answered. All I could do was stare out the window at the village we were now driving through. There were shops and cafes as well as apartments and bookstores. It all looked like something from a movie. It was beautiful. We kept driving, much to my dismay, until we were almost out of the city altogether. I kept trying to get a good look at where we were heading, but with all the twists and turns on the tiny, cobblestone streets, I was beginning to feel nauseous. I leaned back and closed my eyes, counting to 50 and back down again to prevent a tragic death by boredom. The car slowed and then stopped, and my eyes opened. "We're home," Jason said, a mischievous smile on his face. My eyebrows furrowed until I stepped out of the car. I could have screamed, but with a name like Alpha Superior Adam Devereaux, I should have guessed it. He lives in a damn castle. Chapter 5. Would you quit staring at it like a blithering idiot and just walk inside already? It's freezing out here. I shot Jason a glare. We walked under the open gate and into a hallway where a man in a tux was waiting for us. He was a lanky man, tall and thin. Old enough to be my grandfather as well. "May I take your coat, madam?" he asked, approaching me. I looked at Adam, who stood next to me, as I took off my coat and scarf and handed them to the old man. "Thank you," he said, taking them. Jason handed him his coat as well and left us, walking down the hallway towards two huge oak doors. As he opened one of them, I could see an illuminated stone courtyard on the other side. "Come with me," Adam said to me as the old man took his coat. I followed him down the dimly lit hallway. 3 small chandeliers hung over our heads and reflected light off the marble flooring beneath them. The walls were a glossy stained wood, each side decorated with wide, elaborate tapestries. I followed Adam towards the oak doors, but he took a turn at the end of the hallway down a set of stairs that I hadn't noticed before. "Where are we going?" I asked. "It's almost 2 in the morning, are you not tired?" he asked. As soon as he said the word, I felt it hit me like a ton of bricks. I was tired. In fact, I was exhausted. He didn't say anything as we came to the bottom of the staircase and to a threshold for a very large corridor. The ceilings must have been 100 feet high. They were painted too, but I couldn't tell what of because of the lack of light coming from the 3 unbelievably large chandeliers that trailed along the ceiling towards the other end of the room. A few dozen windows lined the walls on each side, all of them stretched from the hardwood floor almost to the ceiling. There were large paintings in between the windows. Their depictions were unclear as well. The corridor, painted a soft blue, seemed to stretch on for days before we finally reached the dark doors on the other side. Wordlessly, Adam opened one of the doors and held it for me as I passed through. We entered into a circular foyer that had a large staircase climbing up one wall and multiple doorways into other rooms attached to it. "Are you coming?" I looked over to see Adam already on the staircase, waiting for me to follow him. I placed my hand on the wide, marble railing as we ascended the stairs, and I wondered where on earth he got the kind of money needed to live in a place like this. The molding on the walls was lined in gold, for God's sake. By the time we had reached the top of the staircase, I was trying not to seem as out of breath as I really was. Adam led me through another set of double doors and down several more hallways. "I'll never remember my way around this place," I said as we turned another corner. Adam spoke as he continued walking. "If you place your hand on the left side of the hallway and follow it, you'll reach a staircase that will lead you out of this floor." "Exactly how many floors are there?" I asked. "It depends on where you are in the castle, but here, in the main section where we stand, there are 6. This place is huge." He turned down yet another hall, except this one was a dead end. A set of oak doors at the very end were the only things in this hallway. I could hear our footsteps echoing back at us as we walked up to the doors. Adam turned both handles and pushed both doors open, letting me in first. I had to make an effort not to gasp. "Is this your room?" I asked. I thought I saw Adam smile briefly before he nodded. "It is." The room was one very large circle. The walls were painted a deep, crimson red with a dark trim trailing along the bottom of each wall. The ceiling, which was about 50 feet high, was built like a dome with a monstrous chandelier hanging from it. The contrast of the white crystals against a dark ceiling made it one of the centerpieces of the room. A large, circular rug almost completely covered the hardwood flooring. There was a set of windows against one wall, accompanied by French doors that no doubt led out to a balcony. Furniture was scattered around the room methodically. There was a chest of drawers, a wardrobe, shelves lined with books, and the bed. The bed was the most significant piece in the room. The 4-poster bed sat against the far wall. A flowing burgundy canopy hung from the ceiling, falling towards each corner of the bed and skimming the carpet. A sheer black curtain hid the mattress from the rest of the room. It was a gorgeous room. A suite made for royalty, no doubt. Somehow, it fit Adam perfectly. It was dark and regal, but private and secluded from the rest of the castle. Adam crossed the room casually, as I'm sure the splendor of the room had escaped him a long time ago. "The bath is in here," he said, opening a door I hadn't noticed. "You're free to wash up before you go to sleep, if you'd like." I looked down and noticed the overnight bag in my hands. I had forgotten I was even still carrying it. I crossed the vast bedroom and went inside the bathroom, closing the door behind me. It was far more than just a bath, as Adam had referred to it. The circular bath, resembling a hot tub, was set in marble in the middle of the room. A large double shower was in one corner, with only glass to shield it from the rest of the room. 2 vanities sat on opposite sides of the room, each adorned by a large mirror, sink, and one of them with a desk and chair. A stack of towels sat on a stool next to the double shower entrance, and I walked over to it. I stared at the glass surrounding it warily. If he comes in here, there's nothing here to shield my body, I thought. I felt disgusting, though. I was dirty and I knew I had to take a shower. I turned on the hot water and placed 2 of the towels over the top of the glass, hoping those would at least make it difficult to see me if Adam happened to stroll in. Just make this quick, I reminded myself as I undressed. I stepped under the hot water and instantly felt my body relax. I stood there for a few moments before reaching for the bottle of soap that was perched on a shelf inside the shower. I quickly washed myself with a washcloth and rinsed my hair under the water, running my fingers through it to try and untangle it as best I could. Once the shower was off, I dried myself with a towel and put on my pajamas that I packed, a t-shirt that belonged to my dad while he was in law school, and shorts. I towel-dried my hair and hung both towels up to dry on a hook. Grabbing my bag, I stuffed my dirty clothes in it as I walked across the bathroom and opened the door. Adam was sitting on the couch, waiting for me. "I'm going to shower too," he said. "I smell wretched." As he passed me going into the bathroom, I caught the strong smell of whiskey that still coated him. I felt guilty for a few seconds, and that was soon replaced by embarrassment. Why did he have to see my dad like that? I'm the only one who is supposed to know he does those things. I wished I had made Adam stay in the car while I packed my room. I wondered briefly if it had hurt when the bottle hit him. It should have hit me. I shook the thought away and put my bag down. That's when it occurred to me, am I sleeping in here with him? I couldn't tell for sure, so I sat down on the couch where Adam had been sitting and waited for him to get out of the shower. One thing I was certain of, however, was that he was either shameless or completely comfortable with his body because the bathroom door stayed open the entire time he showered. I, however, was sitting at an angle in the room that prevented me from getting a glimpse of any skin. I was picking at the seam on my shirt when the shower turned off. "I thought you were tired?" I looked up to see Adam standing in the doorway of the bathroom. He was wearing nothing but a towel around his waist, his left hand holding it together. In all the beauty of his naked chest, I completely forgot to respond and just stared at him. I had never seen a man whose body looked like his without Photoshop or plastic surgery. "Merry Christmas" to me, I thought as I took in the sight of his protruding muscles. There wasn't an inch of him that didn't look like it had been bought by hours in a gym. I wasn't a huge fan of chest hair either, but he made it look pretty damn sexy. It became clearer the longer I sat there gawking that he was waiting for an answer to a question I'd already forgotten. This man's body is going to make this smart girl stupid. I forgot what I was going to say, I admitted. "I asked you if you were tired." "Yes, I am," I said, rubbing my eyes. I definitely didn't do this to tattoo the image of him in nothing, but a towel to the back of my eyelids so I could stare at it as I slept. "Well, you're more than welcome to go ahead and get in the bed." "Oh, am I sleeping in here?" I asked, just to make sure. "Yes. Are you sleeping in here?" Adam gave me a look that told me he thought that was a stupid question. "Of course." I stood there awkwardly. "Do you not want me to?" he asked, crossing his arms. "Sweet baby Jesus, don't let that towel fall," I prayed. "I mean, we've known each other just over 24 hours, I said, fiddling with the hem of my shirt. "Anne." I closed my eyes and shook my head. "Of course." "I forgot that we're mates," I said. It came out more distastefully than I meant it to, however, and Adam noticed it. "I think that bed is big enough for the both of us, don't you?" he asked, striding towards me. I had to look up at the ceiling to avoid staring a hole through his abs. His hand gently grabbed my face so that we were looking directly at each other. "Do you not wish to sleep in my bed, Eva?" Adam asked in a deep voice that highlighted his accent. "Well, when you put it like that." I couldn't do anything but stare at him for a few moments before eye contact began to make me feel flustered. "Fine, fine. It's fine." I said, backing away from him and giving up on my stance that we sleep separately. I could have sworn I saw a mischievous smirk cross his face before his features turned serious. "What does that smell?" Adam asked. He stepped forward and began to sniff my hair. "I thought after you showered it would be gone," he said with a scowl. "Excuse me? What are you talking about?" I asked. I very suddenly became self-conscious about how I smelled. He tugged the hem of my shirt up to his nose to smell it. The cold draft of air that hit my skin reminded me very quickly that I didn't have on a bra. I grabbed his hand and pushed it away. "It's not you," he said. "It's the shirt. Take it off." "Excuse me," I repeated. "I don't have anything to change into. All my luggage is somewhere else." Adam quickly walked over to his chest of drawers and pulled out a gray t-shirt. "Here," he said, crossing the room and handing the t-shirt to me. "I'll trade you. Now change." I took the shirt from him and stood there staring at him. He just stared back. "Can you turn around?" I asked, annoyed. He rolled his eyes before turning around slowly. I kept my eyes glued to him as I pulled my shirt from over my head and slid his on. "What's the big deal with the shirt anyways?" "I did laundry last week," I stated. "It's not dirty." "No, that's not it," he said. "It smells like your father." "Well, I did live with him my entire life," I said sarcastically. "Why does it matter if it smells like him?" "Because he reeks of alcohol, sweat, and a total lack of masculinity," he stated. "Excuse you," I said. "He might be an asshole, but he's still my dad. Can I have the shirt back?" "No," Adam replied. "I don't want to smell another man on you, especially while you sleep in my bed." I rolled my eyes. "That's a bit dramatic." Adam's face remained completely serious as he took the shirt and walked back over to his chest of drawers. I slowly made my way over to his bed as I watched him pull out a pair of black boxer briefs. However, I wasn't bold enough to keep looking as he dropped the towel and changed into them. I pulled back the sheer curtain that concealed his bed to see a large bed made up with a few decorative pillows. I guess that Adam probably had a maid or housekeeper because he didn't peg me as the type of guy to deal with decorative pillows every morning when he made his bed. I pulled the pillows off the bed and stacked them on the ground in front of the nightstand. Once I pulled away the duvet and coverlet and saw the black satin sheets, I decided that I was going to sleep very comfortably that night, whether Adam was beside me or not. I'd always wanted to sleep on satin sheets instead of my cheap linen ones at home. I pulled back the top sheet and slid into the bed, pulling the duvet up to my chin. As soon as I'd done so, the lights in the room were turned off. I heard Adam pull back the curtain, and I regretted my inability to see in the dark. I felt it as he climbed up on the bed and got under the covers himself. Once his bare arm had touched mine, I knew he had only changed into the boxer briefs. We both took a deep breath, and I rolled over to face away from him. Hearing Adam do the same was the last thing I remembered before falling asleep. I slept right through the night and on into the late morning. I knew this because when I woke up, I saw that the curtains had been drawn over the windows. However, the clock on the nightstand said it was well past breakfast. I sat up as I heard the door at the other end of the room open and close. I couldn't see much through the curtain, so I pulled it back to reveal Adam walking across the room. He was dressed in gym clothes with a towel and a water bottle in one hand. This led me to assume he'd been somewhere this morning working out. Not a word was spoken between us as we looked at each other. Adam walked over to his nightstand and pulled out a wallet. Removing a black card from it, he handed it to me. "This is yours," he said, putting the wallet back into the drawer as I took the card from him. "Is it a debit card?" He nodded. "Go into town today and buy yourself anything you think you'll need here. Make sure to get some new clothes as well. You didn't pack much to wear in those boxes. How much is on here?" I asked, referring to the card. "However much you'll need," he said, walking over to the wardrobe. "This is going to be fun." Chapter 6. Unknown POV. "So he's found her?" The subordinate nodded slowly. "Well," he said, smiling, "I shall have to send the happy couple my congratulations." Eva's POV. A knock sounded against the door as I pulled my sweater over my head. Fixing my hair, I ran over to the door and opened it. Because I was expecting Adam, I was surprised to see a girl my age standing there. "Hi," I said awkwardly. Can I help you? Her gaze wouldn't meet mine, but I heard her speak with a strong voice. My name is Leuna. I am going to be with you today as you go down to the village, she said. I couldn't tell if she was happy about this or not. Leuna refused to look at me. It's nice to meet you, Leuna. I'm Eva, I said, stretching my hand out to shake hers. Leuna didn't shake my hand, but simply bowed her head curtly. Rude. When you're ready, you can follow me and I'll lead you to the car, she said. I turned to look at my boxes of clothes from home that Adam had brought up that morning. There were a few things strewn, but I would clean them up later. I'm ready now, I said, stepping out of the room and closing the door behind me. Leuna turned and began to walk away, and I followed her. She was a few inches taller than I was, a few pounds lighter as well. She had long, jet black hair that she wore straight and parted in the middle. Leuna had strong, broad shoulders that made her soft pink blouse fit awkwardly, but I assumed she was built like that because of long hours in the gym. So, I said, trying to break the uncomfortable silence. You're in Adam's pack then? Yes, she stated simply. Do you live in the palace? I asked. No, I only work here with my father. Her curt answers were neither satisfactory nor conducive to a conversation. I quit trying to make her talk as she led me back the way that Adam had brought me last night. As soon as we made it to the front gate, I noticed the older gentleman was waiting there again. Once he saw us, he turned and pulled my jacket and scarf from the closet behind him. Here you are, he said, handing them to me. Thank you. I'm Eva, by the way. What's your name? I asked. Bartleby Smith, he replied with a warm, wrinkled smile. I smiled back at him as Leuna led the way out of the huge wooden doors and to an awaiting car. The wind whipped around us sharply. The cold air felt like needles against my skin. I got into the car as quickly as possible, Leuna getting in behind me. As soon as I buckled, I reached into my back pocket and pulled out Adam's card. I turned it over in my hands. It didn't look like a regular credit card. There was no magnetic strip. It was just a small black card with an indistinguishably small emblem inscribed in gold on the left corner. I felt Leuna staring at me, so I quickly shoved the card into my jacket pocket. So, where to first? I asked. Leuna took a deep breath as the car started moving. Wherever you would like, she said. I looked at the driver, with whom I briefly made eye contact in the rearview mirror before he too refused to look at me. He was a large man in a black suit, not at all typical of a chauffeur. He looked more like the Secret Service. I sat back in the seat as I looked out of the window. I'm not familiar with anything here, I reminded her. Why don't you pick? Leuna seemed uncomfortable with the idea. On second thought, I said quickly, I'd like to stop somewhere for breakfast first. I'm starving. She nodded thoughtfully. How do you feel about waffles? Sounds great. The sun was barely shining that morning as we traveled down from the side of the mountain where the castle sat. The castle was even bigger on the outside. The curvy ride on the tiny road down the mountain almost made me lose my appetite. I tried to focus on the large trees that lined the side of the road outside my window. The car slowed when it reached the edge of the village, moving forward into a parking lot beside a small house. As soon as the car parked, I hopped out of it and eagerly took a few deep breaths of the freezing cold air. Are you okay? I heard Leuna ask. I nodded. Just not a fan of curvy roads. Leuna motioned for me to follow her as she began walking towards the road. Cars aren't allowed on the town roads on Saturdays because of the heavy crowds, she explained. I saw what she meant when we rounded a corner. There were hundreds of people walking in every direction. Women carry children and baskets of groceries. Men cart around bundles of wood and grain, some even carrying them on their shoulders. So this is a popular time to shop, huh? I asked rhetorically. Leuna nodded. Are you still hungry? My stomach squeezed at the smell of fresh bread that floated through the market square, but I still felt queasy from the drive. I can wait. I turned to see our driver following us, face stoic and eyes hidden behind dark glasses. Is Schwarzenegger coming too? I asked. Leuna didn't need to turn around to know who I was referring to. She just nodded. Protection purposes, she explained. Protection? I asked. It wasn't my call, she defended. It was the Alpha Superiors. We walked down the road, weaving in and around people. Finally, Leuna stopped in front of a large storefront. They should have some nice things here, she said, walking inside. For a store that had nice things, it was indeed empty. We were the only ones inside, except for a few people behind the counter. No one shops for clothes these days? I asked. Leuna didn't answer. I walked over to a rack of shirts and started to poke through when I noticed Leuna standing awkwardly. I figured now was as good a time as any to ask a few questions, seeing as though my Hercules of a babysitter had stayed outside. Leuna, I said, getting her attention. What do you think of Adam? She seemed confused by the question and was hesitant to answer. Honestly, I prodded. I've already told him to stop it after knowing him for less than 2 days, so whatever you tell me will stay between us, I promise. Leuna still seemed reluctant to answer, but I stood there expectantly. He's a good leader, she said finally. I cocked an eyebrow. You don't sound so convinced, I remarked. No, he is, she said earnestly. It's just. She trailed off. Yes, I asked. Leuna sighed. He's not as caring as people expect him to be. The way she said it made me think she'd wanted to say it for a long time. What do you mean? I asked, still looking through clothes. She shrugged. I don't know. I shouldn't have spoken out of place like that. Forget I said anything. I didn't push any further. What did she mean by saying Adam wasn't as caring as people expected? I thought back to when we met. He seemed pretty caring then. Of course, I was his mate. But this was his pack. Why would he not care for his pack? I picked out a few shirts, dresses, and a couple of pairs of pants. I took them to the register, and the girl there ran everything up without a word. She refused to even look up at me. I turned to look at Leuna, and she turned her head away. Why won't anyone look at me? The girl gave me my total, and I pulled the card from my pocket and handed it to her. She took one look at it and handed it back to me. Thank you, was all I heard before she gave me the bag of clothes. I took the bag and stared at her awkwardly. Was she not going to swipe it? Are you ready to go to the next shop? Leuna asked. I looked at her, baffled. She didn't ring me up, I said. She didn't need to, you have that, Leuna said, pointing at the card. I was still slightly confused when we walked out of the shop. I can take that, my babysitter in black said, following us. He motioned to my shopping bag. No, it's okay. I've got it, I reassured him. The rest of the day went on just as awkwardly. No one would look at me. Each cashier took one look at the card and handed me my purchases without batting an eye. Leuna and I stopped for coffee and a bagel on the way back to the car, so I didn't starve to death. We sat inside the warm cafe, drinking our drinks. She drank hers slowly. I had forced her to let me buy her a drink since she had been forced to follow me around all day. You said your father works at the palace? I asked, trying for the umpteenth time to start a conversation. Yes. My father is an advisor to the Alpha Superior, she said. What kind of advice does he give? I asked, leaning in. Leuna squirmed in her seat. War and battle strategy. My eyebrows furrowed. Is your pack at war? I asked. To my relief, she shook her head. No, but preparations are always made in case deals go sour and whatnot. Oh, I sighed. What do you normally do at the castle? Leuna took a sip of her coffee. I'm a lady in waiting for the Countess. Countess? I questioned. Lady Violetta, she said. I shrugged. I'm afraid I don't know who that is. She's the great aunt of the Alpha Superior, Leuna clarified. She lives in the palace. I thought for a moment before taking a sip of my drink. He hasn't mentioned her. Nothing else was said as we finished up at the cafe and headed back to the palace. Once inside, Leuna helped me take my bags up to Adam's room. Thank you, I said, sitting them down. She nodded before turning to leave. Leuna, I said. She turned to look at me. I've enjoyed talking to you today, I said earnestly. Are you here every day? She smiled and nodded. Okay, I said, smiling back. She left me in the room, and I stared around at everything I had bought. Excellent, I thought. Now I have too many clothes and nowhere to put them. I folded everything up and stuffed it inside my plastic containers before sliding them to the side of the room. I would have to get Adam to clear out some space for me in his wardrobe. The thought made my heart skip a beat, but I tried to ignore it. I was looking around the room in boredom when I spotted it. A telephone. It was old, but appeared to be in working order. I walked over to the desk it sat on before picking up the phone itself. I put it to my ear and began typing in a number. Do you have a number you wish to be connected to? I heard a sharp, high-pitched voice on the phone. I thought for a moment before giving her a number. The phone rang a few times before I heard her voice. Hello, Vespera. It's me, it's Eva. I shouted. I heard her gasp. Where are you? How are things? She asked quickly. I'm not sure where I am, I laughed. Somewhere in Canada. So you aren't too far then? Vespera asked excitedly. No, I said. Hopefully I'll be able to come home often. I can't wait, she said, but you never answered my question. How are things? I took a deep breath. That bad, huh? She asked. It could be worse, I said. Things are so different here. The way they run things and how they live seems so primitive compared to home. What about the guy? What was his name? Adam, she asked. Oh, that's going okay, I guess, I shrugged. Have you kissed him yet? I gasped. Vespera. I heard her laughing. What? I'm just asking, have you? Oh my God, I said, putting my head in my hands. No, we haven't done anything like that, I reassured her. Come on, sister, she said. I would have climbed that like a tree by now. I laughed and shook my head. We slept in the same bed last night, I said. He lives in a castle. A castle? She asked. What is he? Some kind of king. They certainly treat him like one, I said, rolling my eyes. So you really haven't even kissed him yet? Vespera asked. No, it's weird, Vespera. It's like, I don't know how to explain it. Having a mate isn't anything like I thought it would be, I said, sighing. What do you mean? Well, for starters, there isn't any kind of sparks or weird connection. It's just like he's some guy that I would be totally okay with making out with for the rest of my life, I laughed. So, what you're saying is, there's definitely an attraction? She asked. I guess you could say that, I said. But how would you know that you could spend the rest of your life making out with him if you haven't even kissed him yet? Vespera asked. I don't know, I said, thinking about it. I mean, I've barely known him for 2 days. Maybe the connection gets stronger the more you're around each other. Maybe, she said. I can't wait to find my mate. I just know there will be sparks when I do. I sighed. I hope there are. I looked up to see Adam standing in the doorway, watching me. Can I call you later? I asked Vespera, not breaking eye contact with him. Yeah, sure. Okay, bye, I said, hanging up the phone. He came inside the room and slowly shut the door behind him. Crossing his arms, Adam leaned against the wall. No sparks, huh? His threatening tone of voice didn't sound all that friendly. I swallowed hard. That's not what I said, Dash. That's exactly what you said. I didn't answer him. A few silent moments passed before Adam rushed across the room in a blur that made my head spin. What the hell, Dash? You don't feel it? He said, putting his hands on both sides of my face. It would have been slightly romantic had Adam not had a dark expression etched on his face. What was he so angry about? I'm not exactly sure why you can't feel it, and I'm not exactly sure what to do to make you feel it. He trailed off and his eyes darted to my neck. Before I could say a word, his face dipped towards my neck, teeth bared. I felt his teeth sink deep into the tender skin, and I screamed. Chapter 7. What the hell? I shoved and pushed at Adam's chest, and he finally stepped back. Seeing the blood that was coating his mouth and dripping down his jaw and neck, I raised a trembling hand to my own neck. Warm, sticky blood coated my fingers, and I pulled my hand away in disgust to see that the blood had drenched my clothes. Oh my God, I screamed. I rushed towards the bathroom, pushed open the door, and ran to the sink. Why doesn't this hurt? I ignored that thought as it crept into my mind. Why the hell did you do that? I screamed. Adam didn't answer, just calmly strolled into the bathroom behind me. I took a towel from the shelf and ran it under cold water. I gently put the towel around my neck, expecting there to be some kind of sting. When there was none, I began to wipe away the blood that had stopped flowing. What the hell? I mumbled. I looked in the mirror to see a smirk on Adam's face as he stood behind me. Are you happy with yourself? Look what you've done, I screeched, shoving the bloody towel in his face. He began to clean my blood off his face with his own towel and calmly threw it aside. It needed to be done sooner than later, he said evenly. What needed to be done? What are you, half vampire? I yelled, still wiping away the blood from my neck. As soon as I cleaned the skin, I saw that the wound had closed up already. What on earth? Why is it already healed? I've never healed that quick, I mumbled, thinking aloud. Behind me, Adam was unbuttoning his bloodied shirt. I turned to look at him. Why did you do that? I asked again. It's a mark, he said, as if that explained it. Yeah, you're right. It probably will leave a mark, you idiot. That was assault. I screeched, throwing a bar of soap at his head. Adam sidestepped it before it had even left my hand, leaving the soap to skid across the bathroom floor to the other side of the room. That's a bit of an overreaction, he commented, throwing his bloody shirt into a nearby clothes hamper. Overreaction. I seethed. You just bit me. It's a claim, he said, crossing his arms over his bare chest. Every female mate has one, and you have mine now. Your claim? I asked incredulously, still eyeing the closed-up wound. What makes you think you have the right to place a claim on me, or that I would even want it? I'm not your property. He rolled his eyes. You're my mate. That mark will ward off any mateless male wolves looking for a wife. It tells them that you are already mated, Adam explained. Most men can do the same thing with diamond rings. I yelled, pulling off my own shirt. And that does not excuse the fact that you just took a chunk out of my neck with your teeth and put some claim on me. I threw my shirt into the hamper as well and made my way back over to the mirror to inspect the bite further. Oh my God, I groaned. The bruising around the area was severe. Although the bleeding had stopped, a large, circular scar was prominent. There was no hiding this with makeup. It looked like I had been bitten. I groaned and put my head in my hands. Why would you do that? I asked for the 1,000th time. I looked at him in the mirror. Is it permanent? To my horror, he nodded. I turned the sink faucet on, letting the water pour into my hands, and then rinsed my face and neck, trying to cool down. I'm going to kill you, I threatened, giving him a hard glare in the mirror. He cocked an eyebrow. That's so. I nodded. Adam stood behind me, too close for my liking. Leave. Leave right now, I demanded. This is my room, he said, arms still crossed. Get out. I screamed. Adam walked up behind me, his hips pinning mine to the counter. Why should I? He whispered in my ear, his hot breath fanning my neck. Because I told you to, I said through gritted teeth. Adam moved his hands to skim across my bare stomach, his arms encasing my body. The skin-to-skin contact made my whole body erupt in a tingle of hot sparks. Sparks. What did you do? I asked breathlessly. Fix the problem, Adam said, backing away. It took me a moment after he left to catch my breath and cool down. I stared at myself in the mirror, blushing and flustered. He just bit my neck and it didn't hurt? Why didn't it hurt? And why are there sparks now? I groaned and threw the stained towels into the hamper. I walked back into the bedroom in time to see Adam putting on a fresh shirt and walking out the door. Excuse me, I yelled. He turned to look at me. Yes. Are you not even going to apologize? I asked. I mean, you basically just marked me without my permission. Now there's absolutely no chance of me ever finding a husband with this ugly wolf mark on my neck. Adam stepped back into the room, slamming the door behind him. You're looking at your husband, he said sharply. Claiming someone is a very sacred practice amongst me and my pack, so I would be very careful how you go about referring to it from now on. I swallowed hard. He is not my husband. And, he added, I think it's rather ironic that you demand to be respected when you yourself refuse to respect me as well. With that, he turned and walked out of the room. I stood in my place, taking a few deep breaths. Finally, once I decided I was calm enough, I went over to pick out new clothes since my pants were also drenched in blood. After changing, I was unsure of what to do next. I decided to go for a little walk. After leaving the bedroom, I followed Adam's suggestion, placing my hand on the left side of the wall. A few minutes of winding down more hallways and around countless corners, I finally reached the staircase. I began to climb up to the next floor. At the top of the stairs were 2 double doors painted black. They seemed interesting enough, and I walked through them. I wasn't surprised to see yet another hallway. This one, however, was practically empty. There were no vases of flowers or sculptures adorning the corners, no paintings hung on the walls. I walked through the nearest door I came across, praying it wasn't someone's bedroom I was strolling into. I was pleased to see the walls covered with shelves that were filled with books. It was a library. Wow, I whispered, taking in the thousands of books that lay before me. There was an archway that led into several more rooms filled with books as well. The room was seemingly empty, but as soon as my hand touched the spine of a book that sat on a nearby desk, I heard someone clear their throat. I froze and looked up to see an older man standing underneath an archway. "Can I help you?" he asked politely. I'm just looking around," I said nervously. "Is it okay that I'm in here?" He nodded. "Yes, although you're the first visitor I've had in years. Now the only people who come through those doors are those who remind me to keep this place dusted." I smiled. "I love books," I stated. "I'll probably be a regular here from now on." The idea seemed to please him. "I'm assuming you're our Luna, Eva," he said, walking into the room. I nodded. "I guess that's me. What's your name?" "Xander West," he said, smiling. "I must admit, our Alpha Superior is a handful. I'm sure you'll never be bored with him as a mate." "It's good to hear someone speak of him so lightly," I said, sighing. "Everyone I've talked to seems to think of him as a god." Xander laughed at his. "Well, I remember when he was running around in diapers, so it's hard for me to imagine him as a god," he laughed. Xander must have seen the confused look on my face, because he continued talking. "I'm his great-uncle. His grandfather was my brother," he explained. "Oh." I turned my attention from the book to Xander. "What happened to his parents?" I asked. "I heard that there was a countess staying in the palace, but nothing about his mother and father." He said, laughing. "My sister is the countess. I'm sure she would love to hear you referred to her by her title. Hardly anyone does these days. His father moved back to Brighton, where the family is from. Adam's mother, I regret to say, passed away a very long time ago." My heart sank hearing this. "He doesn't have any siblings?" I asked. Xander shook his head. "I'm afraid not." "How long ago did his mother pass away?" Xander had to think about this. "Let's see. I was in New York when it happened, so I'll say around 1820 or 1830, he said. My jaw dropped. 1820? I asked. "Yes," he said, laughing. "Adam didn't tell you? He's nearly 200 years old. He was only a boy when she died." I just stood there in shock. "You don't know much about our kind, do you?" Xander asked. "No," I admitted. "I guess not. Where are you from?" he asked. I told him. He said thoughtfully. "How old are you?" "Early 20s. 20, I said. "A lot younger than Adam," he noted. I nodded. "By a long shot." "Well," he said, walking over to a bookcase. "I can imagine that in this day and age, you're not too familiar with our customs and traditions. Probably not even with mates, am I correct?" I nodded. "Here are some books I think you could benefit from," Xander said, pulling 3 from the shelf. "If you have any questions, let me know. I'll go get you some tea while you read." I thanked him as he handed the stack of books to me. I found a sofa in the next room over and began to look through the several hundred-page books I'd been given. One was entirely dedicated to mates. I opened that one first. 3 cups of tea and countless pages of parchment later, my head was swimming with information. It had been hours. I'd watched the sun start to set in the window across from where I sat. "How are we doing?" Xander asked, walking into the room. "Good, I think," I said, peeling my eyes from the pages of the book. "I'm still on the same book I started with, though." He smiled. "Don't be disappointed. You're more than welcome to take the books to read on your own time." "Thank you," I said. I only planned on reading a page or 2 more before I came across a very interesting subject. "What is heat?" I asked Xander. "Heat?" he asked. I nodded. "Well, I don't know the exact science behind it," he said. "But I believe it has something to do with the pheromones put out by your wolf on certain nights when the moon is full. There's a science behind it, I'm sure. I just never bothered to learn it." "What does it do?" I asked. "Well, the way I understand it, heat is your wolf's way of basically making you consummate your relationship with your mate," he said. "If you know what I mean. Your wolf makes you have sex with your mate?" I asked. This didn't sound good. Yeah, but it only happens once you've been marked. That's supposed to be the first step, and then heat is what comes up behind it and kind of drives it home, Xander explained. He saw my eyes widen. Wait, you haven't been marked yet, have you? He asked. I nodded. Adam didn't tell you about this? Xander asked. I shook my head. I think I need to go talk to him, I said, standing up. Xander nodded. I think you do too. He grabbed me by my shoulders and made me look at him. Because tonight's a full moon. Chapter 8. Xander led me down the hallway. For an old man, he moved quickly. He moved with certainty too. I could imagine that Xander probably knew every hallway and staircase by heart. Where do you think he is? I asked. I'm not sure, Xander said. I think he might be in his study. He has a lot of his meetings there. We were practically running down the steps to the second floor. Through the window, I could see the sun setting behind the mountains off in the distance. We've got to hurry. Once we reached the main entrance to the second floor, I could quickly tell there was a much heavier flow of traffic through that part of the castle than there was in the living quarters. Men and women were walking everywhere. Xander and I passed an office room where I saw people sitting at desks and staring at computer screens, some of them engaged in heated telephone conversations. Who are those people? I asked. That's the communication department, Xander explained. Most of the people in that room can speak languages you and I have never even heard of. It's how we keep in touch with others of our kind around the world. It's also how we stay informed of other affairs. I raised an eyebrow at this, but continued to follow him down the bustling hallway. We came to one more hallway that everyone was walking right past, and Xander stopped. He gave a groan of frustration and threw his hands in the air. What is it? I asked. They're not going to let us in, he said. He's probably in a meeting. I looked to where he gestured and saw two tall men guarding the only door in the hallway. They have to let us in, I said, walking over to them. The two men stepped in front of me before I could reach the door. I need to go in, I explained. It's urgent. I'm sorry, ma'am. We can't let you in unless you have the proper documentation to access the Alpha Superior's chambers during delegation processes. What? I asked incredulously. I'm his mate. Is that not good enough? They didn't answer me. Eva, they can't let you in, Xander said, pulling me back. No one is allowed into the Alpha's chambers unless called upon to do so. Men who go in there otherwise have ended up dead. I yanked my arm out of his grasp. It's a good thing I'm not a man, then I said. I ran towards the guards and, ducking under their arms, was able to slide in between them on the floor. I pushed the door open quickly and ran inside. Eva, Xander shouted. The guards quickly stopped him from running in behind me. I came face to face with a wall. To my left and right were both passages leading into different rooms. But which one is he in? I heard the guards coming after me, so I ran to my left. This room looked like a library. A large desk sat in the middle of the room, but there was no one occupying it. He's not here. I groaned loudly. Eva? I whipped around to see Adam standing in the entrance of a passageway I hadn't seen when I came in. I sighed in relief. Before I could say anything, he stopped me. Are you here to finish me off, darling? He asked. I must say, if you are here to kill me, I hope you brought more than a bar of soap with you this time, he said. I rolled my eyes. I'm still pissed about that, and I'm not forgiving you anytime soon, but we've got a bigger problem now, I said. His eyebrows furrowed. Before I could explain further, the two guards came bounding out of the passage I'd run through. They came to a halt when they saw Adam. Immediately, they kneeled. Your Highness, we tried to stop her but dash. Before the guard could finish, Adam interrupted him. She's fine. Leave, he said, waving his hand dismissively. By the look on their faces, this clearly disturbed them, but they stood up and began to walk away. I need to talk to you, I said. I gathered, Adam said sarcastically, walking over to his desk. I'm going to go into heat, I said. His head shot up, and he looked at me with such intensity one thought I would melt. What? He asked, walking over to me. Heat, I repeated. I'm going to go into heat tonight because you claimed me, without my permission, I might add, and I need to figure out how I can stop it. Shit, he muttered. What? I asked. Is that a shit I forgot that would happen, or a shit I didn't think she'd find out? I didn't realize tonight was a full moon, he said, pinching the bridge of his nose. So you didn't know this would happen? Who told you this? He asked, ignoring me. Your great Uncle Xander, I answered. Unbelievable. So he's finally climbed out of his hole. Adam asked rhetorically. What else has he told you? That you're 200 years old. I exclaimed. But we'll discuss that later. Right now we need to figure out what we're going to do about this full moon, because I am not doing anything with you. Adam gave me a fierce glare. What? You're saving yourself for someone special. He asked sarcastically. Maybe I am, I retorted. And how would you know I'm saving myself? I might not be a virgin for all you know. He raised an eyebrow. Is that so? I let out an aggravated groan. We need to fix this. I said. I'm not going into heat. Keep telling yourself that, he said, turning and walking back to his desk. But it's going to happen whether we want it to or not. There's nothing we can do. Adam strolled over to his desk casually and sat down. I want to pound my fist against your head, I said with a clenched jaw. And I want to pound you against that wall, he said, looking up from an open file and pointing at the wall behind me with his pen. My jaw dropped. All I could do was stare at him, speechless, and pray my face wasn't as flustered as I was. He did not just say that. Adam gave me a smile. You might want to run a cold bath. The sun should be setting at any time now, he said. I'll sleep somewhere else tonight, so you can have the room to yourself. Not that you'll be sleeping, but it would be best if I wasn't there. So you're going to completely abandon ship? I asked incredulously. You caused this. Adam laid the file down on his desk and folded his hands. If it makes you feel any better, he said, I'll be going into heat as well for the first night. After that, well, then you're really on your own. How many times does it happen? I asked, eyes wide. Almost every full moon until you decide you're ready to settle down, he said, standing up and walking around to lean against the front of his desk. And you only have to suffer through it once? I asked in disbelief. He laughed. Once is all it takes for a male. We're not the stubborn ones. Most females don't last long, though. It's supposed to be more uncomfortable the longer you resist. You're just saying that, I said, crossing my arms. He scoffed. You'll find out sooner or later. Until then, you might want to leave. Me and you against this desk is starting to sound like more and more of a good time. I rolled my eyes and stormed off. And Eva. I turned to look at him. Keep the bedroom door locked tonight, he warned. I paced back and forth on the carpet, nervously watching the clock beside the bed. It had only been 30 minutes. It had been 30 minutes since the sun had completely gone down. I didn't know what it was when I felt it the first time. I thought I was just hot. But as I changed into shorts and a t-shirt and found no relief, I realized what was happening. My entire body felt like it was trapped in a fire pit. This bedroom quickly began to feel like a kiln. I went to the French doors and opened them up to reveal a balcony. The layer of snow on the balcony was almost up to my knees, but it felt amazing. I threw myself on the ground and began to do snow angels. This was only momentary relief. I felt as if my skin was melting the snow. I stood up, my shirt and shorts soaked to the skin, and began to peel off the layers of clothing. I never thought I would find myself completely dressed in only snow, but there I was. I ran back inside, leaving the doors open to let in the fresh, cool air. I went into the bathroom and quickly turned on the bath. I made sure the water was as cold as it could get, and I filled the tub full of it. This offered a fleeting solace from the discomfort. As the night progressed, I tried to come up with more clever things to do that would keep me cold, but my body only grew hotter with every effort. I was miserable. A few times, I thought about going to find Adam and get it over with, simply so I wouldn't have to ever go through it again. These were short-lived moments. Each time the thought would cross my mind, I would just splash the thought away with cold water or a snowball to the face. Just when I thought I couldn't bear it any longer, I saw the sun start to rise over the mountains on the horizon. I found myself lying on Adam's bed, covered by nothing but a sheet, watching the sunrise like it was the first time I'd ever seen it. I was certainly more excited to see the sun that morning than I had ever been. It was like Christmas morning. I don't remember falling asleep, but I remember being woken up by the sound of Adam's voice. Eva. I opened my eyes to see him staring down at me. I was lying on the bed in the wrong direction, my head at the opposite end, and my body completely tangled up in the sheets. Adam stood over me at the foot of the bed. "How are you feeling?" he asked. I rolled over. "Like shit thanks to you," I croaked. My throat was drier than the Sahara Desert. I looked up at him once more and noticed the way his black hair was tousled roughly and dark circles were prominent under his blue eyes. "Rough night?" I asked sarcastically. "Don't pity me," Adam said. I shook my head. "Don't worry, I don't." Upon second glance, I noticed he was also shirtless. Damn, he is attractive as hell. I shook the thought from my mind. He's also selfish, I reminded myself. I sat up and stretched my arms out over my head. The sheet slipped slightly, but I pulled it back up to cover myself. "I'm starving," I mumbled, hearing my stomach rumble. "Do we have any breakfast?" I looked at Adam for an answer, but instead caught him staring at me. "Avert your eyes, pervert," I said, snapping my fingers in his face. He blinked and looked up at me. "Breakfast?" I asked again. "Sure," he said, taking a deep breath. "What do you want?" "Literally anything," I replied. I would eat radishes or raw zucchini right now if I had to. Adam didn't find the comment funny, as I had intended. He walked over to the phone and requested breakfast be sent up to the room. "You have room service in your house?" I asked in disbelief. Adam didn't answer. Instead, he walked around the bed and began pulling out clothes for him to change into. He was only in his boxer briefs. It was a view I had imagined seeing in daylight. Adam turned to say something to me, but stopped short when he noticed the open French doors on the other end of the room for the first time. "Why are the doors open?" he asked angrily. "Because it was hot in here," I said in a tone that suggested I was being obvious. "Don't open these doors again," he said, walking over to close them. He closed one, but stopped himself from closing the other when he saw something. My clothes were still on the balcony. I put my hand over my mouth as my face turned beet red. Adam reached down and picked up my clothes with his finger. He turned to look at me, still holding them up. "Are you naked?" he asked in a quiet voice. I couldn't find anything to say, but he continued to stare at me, waiting for an answer. I was hot," I said defensively. I swore his eyes grew a few shades darker. Slowly, he turned around and picked up the rest of my clothes from the balcony, including my bra, and dumped them on the floor inside the room. Wordlessly, Adam closed the door and walked back over to his wardrobe. He grabbed the clothes he'd pulled out and walked into the bathroom, closing the door behind him. Exhausted, I lay my head back down on the mattress and dozed off into a light slumber. My eyes shot open when I heard a knock on the door. I sat up and listened to see if I could hear the shower running, but I couldn't. Maybe Adam left? Slowly, I got out of bed, carefully keeping my body wrapped up, and walked over to the door. Before I could open it, Adam's hand was blocking me from pulling open the door. "Do I really have to remind you that you shouldn't open the door when you're wrapped in a sheet?" he asked, his warm breath fanning the back of my neck. I turned to look at him. "No, you don't." I pulled open the door swiftly and came face to face with an older woman holding a tray of fruit, toast, and glasses of water. "Good morning," I said with a smile. "I can take that from you." She was obviously flustered seeing me in nothing but a sheet, but she turned white when she saw Adam standing behind me holding the door open. I can't imagine what she thought had been going on behind that door. "Thank you," I said. "Yes, thank you," Adam repeated, closing the door. She didn't say a word. I walked back into the room, holding the tray of food. "That wasn't funny," I heard Adam say. "It wasn't supposed to be," I retorted. I placed the tray down on the bed and then hopped back onto it myself. "Strawberry?" I asked Adam, eating one myself. "No thanks," he quipped. I ate almost half the plate of fruit and more than 2 pieces of toast before I was satisfied. All the while, Adam walked around the room, picking up and re-straightening things. "You're kind of a neat freak," I said, eating a slice of pineapple. I had been watching him clean. More specifically, watching his movements when he bent over to pick something up. "Are you checking me out?" he asked, staring at me. Shamelessly, I replied. He rolled his eyes. "What are your plans today?" Adam asked. "Assuming you even get out of the bed and do something, that is." I scoffed. You're not my favorite person in the world right now, so I don't think my plans for the day should concern you. Adam smiled. Who is your favorite person in the world right now? He asked. Me, I said. This food is amazing. I'm about to go take a nice, hot bubble bath in a huge bathtub that happens to be sitting in the middle of a palace. And, not to mention, I've only just found out that my mate is practically a god among men and could potentially give me anything that I want in this world, so I'm feeling pretty good. I took another bite of the pineapple slice. Of course, I added, he is kind of a jerk, but he's a good-looking jerk. So I'm hoping he has a change of heart in the nearby future, so I won't feel so guilty about wanting to kiss him. All this provided that I can actually forgive him for marking me without my consent and dooming me to long nights of discomfort. The look on his face made me laugh. Like I said, I'm going to take a bath. Don't wait around for me, though. I don't really want to see your face for the rest of the day, I said, getting off the bed. I grabbed a glass of water and walked into the bathroom, still holding the sheet around me with one hand. Oh, and by the way, I said, stopping myself. This mate thing you're trying to force on me is going to be a partnership, not an ownership. Until you've accepted that, you won't get anything from me. With that, I closed the bathroom door and dropped the sheet. Chapter 9. Unknown POV. This is the time. The fire in the hearth cracked and popped, offering the only source of light in the room. The two individuals sat next to each other, both of them gazing into the flames. I agree, she's here and he is distracted. It's what we've been waiting for, he smiled. So why haven't you done anything yet? She asked. Our window of opportunity will close soon. Don't worry. I've already made my move. Soon, they both thought. Soon, this will all be over. Eva's POV. A soft sigh escaped my lips. His mouth moved down the curve of my spine, hot breath fanning against my skin. Chilled bumps erupted across my entire body. Adam's hands moved down my arms and interlocked with mine. I felt his body climb over mine as he gently moved my hands over my head and pinned them to the mattress. The fact that his body was so closely pressed against mine made my stomach flutter. He flipped me over to face him, making sure my arms stayed pinned above me. His lips brushed against my neck softly, teasing me. My top and bra had disappeared into the tangle of the sheets and duvet, along with his pants and shirt. His hands left mine and began to trail down my body with a rough grip. Adam kissed my neck, slowly at first, but then more urgently. I could feel his teeth brush against the mark on my neck. My fingers ran through his hair as my heart raced faster. Adam bit gently at the skin. I let out another breathy sigh and grabbed a fistful of his dark curls, earning a low groan from him. The vibrations of his moan echoed from his mouth onto my skin. As his kisses trailed lower from my neck to my chest, my hands left his hair and trailed down his bare back. Eva. I awoke with a start. My head was still spinning from the dream when I looked around to see who had said my name. Adam stood at the foot of the bed, the sheer curtain pulled back as he buttoned his shirt. What do you want? I groaned, throwing the sheet over my face. You just slept for 11 straight hours. You should not be grouchy, he said dryly. I pulled back the sheet and glanced over at the clock, seeing it was indeed the next morning. After an otherwise unproductive day yesterday, I went to bed early. I never heard Adam come in last night, because I said, lying back down, "You woke me up from a good dream." I could tell. A smirk lined his lips. I sat back up quickly. Wait, how? Adam said nothing as he let the curtain fall back into place and walked away from the bed. How? I asked again, pulling myself out of bed and following him into the bathroom. I want to have lunch with you today, he said, pulling out his toothbrush. You're changing the subject, I said pointedly, crossing my arms. I'm trying to ask you a serious question. And I'm trying to subtly avoid answering it, he said, his mouth full of toothpaste. I rolled my eyes. I don't want to have lunch with you, I said after a minute of silence. I honestly couldn't believe I was still standing there. Even though dreaming about him was nice, real Adam was not nice. I don't care if you don't want to have lunch with me, Adam said, rinsing his mouth and drying it with a towel. You're going to. Is that so? I asked. You don't remember me telling you yesterday that I'm not doing the ownership thing with you? I knew he had to remember it. We hadn't spoken since then. Here's the thing about partnership, he said, looking at me in the mirror, resting his hands on the countertop. It requires mutual effort. You're not giving any effort, so I have to overcompensate for what effort you're not giving me. Therefore, it becomes an ownership. Start giving me more effort, and I'll give you less. I rolled my eyes. That's some logic you're working with there, I said sarcastically. Besides, you and I both have better things to do than to get lunch together. I shouldn't have to remind you that you're basically running a small country. Nevertheless, I would like to get into the habit of making time for you in my day, he said, turning to face me. I appreciate the attention, I said, sarcasm dripping from my words. With that being said, I left the bathroom. I walked over to my side of the bed and bent down to pick up my pants and put them on under my t-shirt. As I was changing, Adam came out of the bathroom. I'll send someone for you when it's time for lunch. I stopped what I was doing and looked at him. I hope you realize that I'm not going to stay in this room for the rest of my life like some princess locked away in a tower. And don't plan on me thinking of you as my knight in shining armor either, because right now you are the dragon. Adam smiled at this. You're more than welcome to leave your tower, Your Highness. I rolled my eyes. I will go back home, I threatened. Adam smirked as he turned to leave the room. I'd love to see you try. After Adam left, I traveled up to visit Xander in his library. When I walked in, he was standing over several open books that lay out before him on the table. Upon seeing me enter the room, he looked up and smiled brightly. Eva, how are you today? He asked. I smiled. I'm fine. How are you? Just splendid. Xander left his spot behind the table and walked across the room to meet me there. He placed his hands on my shoulders and looked into my eyes deeply. How are you feeling? I was taken aback by the forwardness of the question, but I knew what he was referring to. It was miserable, I confessed. My shoulders slumped as I made this remark, but I felt relieved to be able to talk about it. I never want to go into heat again, I sighed. Xander gave me a grim smile. I do not wish to make you feel forced into an uncomfortable situation, but I would like to stress the importance of making sure you are aware of what you have to do to prevent another cycle of heat, he warned. I nodded. I know. He said nothing further, only acknowledging my words with a nod. Well, Xander said, I have found a few more books for you to read that I believe have the potential to contain some rather fascinating information. He walked over to the table and gathered a few books in his arms. Come in here and sit, he instructed, leading me into the sitting room. I followed him and sat down on the couch as he placed the books on the table. I'll go make you some tea, he said, leaving me alone in the room. I leaned forward and picked up one of the books. It had an olive-colored leather cover with gold stitching on the spine. I opened the book and began to read. With time, it became apparent that the book was written for the sole purpose of informing its reader of the lifestyle, behavior, and purpose of the mate. The male mate is complex. Some characteristics follow the behavior set forth by the male lycanthrope in a mated pair that are common only in the male. It is believed that mated males have a prescribed set of traits that they exhibit in a relationship with their female mate that are not found in any other relationship dynamic. An example of this is possessiveness. This trait is identifiable by common behaviors that can be linked to jealousy when his mate is around other males, a desire to control the atmosphere in which his mate finds herself, and, most obviously of all, the claim. As I read, Xander returned with my cup of tea. He placed it down on the table with a smile and left the room. I continued to read. A male's mate in a room accompanied by several other males is a shared place to find a jealous mate. While the reality of a female finding another male outside of her mate attractive is very unlikely, the threat of other males is imminent to her mate. In situations like these, an unquestionable physical proximity between the pair, usually initiated by the male, is to be expected. Because these situations are undesirable for the male, he usually takes to exhibiting the second trait of possessiveness, which is affectionately referred to as cave control. This title describes the atmospheric dominance a male typically portrays in any environment his mate finds herself in. This is done to ensure the comfort and safety of his mate, but he can put on a display of seriously territorial behavior. Finally, the claim, which female wolves are given by their mate, is perhaps the most primitive of these actions. The claim is provided by the male wolf's bite against the female wolf's neck, marking the skin with a permanent scar. Depending on the ranking of the male wolf, alpha, beta, etc., the bite will vary in size and depth, as higher-ranking wolves are notorious for longer canines and a wider imprint. The bite will show other males not only the ranking of the female wolf's mate, but also that she is indeed mated. The claim also stakes an emotional and mental mark on the female wolf. Endorphins specific to female wolves are released upon her mate's teeth breaking the skin that will, from that moment forward, be released as a systemic response to her mate's physical proximity to her. This cannot be reversed. This is also known as the causation for heat to occur in the female wolf upon the appropriate lunar position. My head was spinning as I leaned forward and took a sip of the cooling tea. As soon as I regathered my thoughts, I found my place in the book and continued to read. The male wolf, once introduced to his mate, will exhibit these traits unconditionally. A mated male, while depending on his rank, will not be swayed by any attempt to separate himself from his mate, as lycanthropes are mated for life. As for alphas, who have been known for their overly extended lifespans, their mates, once claimed, will possess an identical lifespan. I froze reading this. What does that mean? I'm immortal? I continued to read, looking for an explanation, but the book switched subjects. Exasperated by this information, I shut the book and sat back in my seat. I needed to talk to Adam. Xander made no notice of me as I got out of my seat and rushed from the room. It took me a few minutes to find the right path, but I eventually found the correct route down to his office. The same two guards were standing in front of his door, and I mentally prepared myself to put up another fight. However, as I approached them, they moved out of the way and opened the doors for me. That was easy. I gave them each a curt nod and walked inside, letting them shut the doors behind me. Walking down the same passageway I had 2 days earlier, I again found myself in Adam's study. As before, he was nowhere to be seen. I walked around the room slowly, taking in the sight of it. The entire wall behind his desk was glass, giving an incredible view of the snow-covered mountains and forests surrounding the castle. The two walls perpendicular to the large window were lined with floor-to-ceiling bookcases that were filled with all kinds of books. Eva. I spun around on my heel. Adam was standing a few feet away in the doorway. I wasn't fond of being snuck up on, which seemed to be a hobby of his. I need to talk to you, I said. Adam wordlessly made his way over to me slowly. I began to get flustered as he got closer. Soon, I was backed against the side of his desk, Adam placing both of his hands beside my hips. This is really important, I said, pushing him away gently. Have a seat, Adam instructed, backing away and taking a seat in one of the chairs in front of his desk. We sat in silence for a moment or two while I tried my hardest to figure out what I needed to explain and why. Adam waited patiently for me to speak, though he watched me intently. I can't do this, I whispered finally. I couldn't tear my gaze from his face as tears welled up in my eyes. Adam's face didn't change as he looked back at me, not breaking eye contact. I couldn't register an ounce of emotion on his face, nor was I able to figure out what he was thinking. Please say something, I pleaded. I began to pick at my fingernails nervously. I refuse to acknowledge your desire for this relationship to end in order to help preserve what dignity this relationship has left. Instead, I'll offer you a bit of information I received this morning. Your friend's father has been missing for 2 days, Adam stated firmly. The shock of the information and the change of subject took a moment to register. Wait, what? I asked. My voice cracked as I sat frozen in place. Your friend, Vespera, her father was reported missing by her mother yesterday. He's been gone for 2 days. My men delivered the report to me this morning. I thought you should know. I took a shaky breath. Can I see the report? What do they think happened? I've already given the report up for documentation, so I no longer have it with me. I'll have a copy made for you, but I suggest you call your friend, Adam said, standing. Wait, are you not going to help find him? I asked, standing as well. Adam put his hands in his pockets. There's nothing I can do. Yes, there is. I insisted. You could call your men, the ones who are still there investigating the rogue case, and have them look into it. I don't think so, Adam said. I took a step towards him, placing my hands on his arms. Please, you have to do something. His jaw clenched. I'll do anything you want, I said desperately. Adam's eyebrow cocked as he heard this. I'll see what I can do. Chapter 10. I could do nothing but sit and listen to her sobs through the phone. Tears had welled up in my own eyes listening to Vespera's pitiful cries. Adam's working on seeing what he can do, I said hopefully. I heard her stop and sniffle. If he had done his job in the first place, this wouldn't have happened. The council thinks it was a rogue attack, probably the same one your boyfriend neglected to find, she spat bitterly. I felt my jaw clench. He left men there to investigate. If anyone is to be blamed, it's them, and Adam will deal with that. He's looking into it, so don't make any rash conclusions before you have actual facts, Vespera. That's extremely unfair. Are you actually defending him? She asked incredulously. I took a deep breath. Yes. I heard Vespera let out a breathy laugh. Well, that didn't take long. What? I asked. You getting used to the high and mighty life. God, I knew this would happen to you. You used to be so strong-willed and stubborn, and now that you're mated to an alpha, you think you can just forget about things that happen here because it doesn't affect you. I was speechless at her outburst. The line was silent for a few moments before Vespera sighed. Whatever, I don't expect you to understand. I know you hate your dad, but mine actually loved me, so I want him back. I hung up the phone. Too far, Vespera. I knew she was hurt, but that stung. I sat down on the bed thinking about everything she said. I've barely been here a few days, and I can't have already changed. Maybe she's just jealous that I've got a mate, and she doesn't. I let out a snicker. She can have mine if she wants him. The smile on my face fell as her comment about my dad began to play over and over again in my mind. I know you hate your dad, but mine actually loved me. The bedroom door opened, and Adam walked in slowly. How is she? He asked, closing the door behind him. I just nodded. What's the matter? He asked as he made his way over to where I sat. Nothing, I said shortly. His hand reached out to touch my face, and his thumb wiped a tear from my cheek. Although the gesture was affectionate, I looked up to meet his gaze, and his face was expressionless. I couldn't tell what Adam was thinking. Don't lie to me, he said, his voice low. His cerulean blue eyes were like a truth serum. As soon as I looked at him, I couldn't hold it in. She said something really rude about my dad, I sighed, looking away. Adam's hand fell from my face, and he sat down next to me on the bed, his weight on the mattress causing me to lean into him. She probably wasn't wrong, he said flatly. But hurt people, so don't let it get to you. Was that supposed to help? Is that why you're so angry all the time? I asked. As soon as the words came out of my mouth, I regretted them. Adam didn't say anything, just looked around the room uninterested. The silence grew almost unbearable until he finally spoke. Speaking of your dad, he said, looking at me. My men went to question him this morning and he wasn't home. They tried him at the firm, but he wasn't there either. They couldn't pick up a trail anywhere in town. Do you know where he might have gone? My eyes widened at the information. Was the house empty? I asked quickly. Adam shook his head. They didn't say. Find out, I said. He and Mr. Chester didn't get along. Again, Adam's face was unreadable. Do you think your father had something to do with his disappearance? I shrugged. I don't know that. All I know is that my father wouldn't have left my mom. I know that for certain. If he left town, she would be with him. Adam nodded thoughtfully. I'll have them check. I let out a sigh and turned to Adam, who was watching me intently. Groaning, I lay back on the bed. What? He asked. I closed my eyes after letting out a deep breath. This wouldn't have happened if it weren't for me. What do you mean? Adam asked. If I hadn't gone to the meeting, this wouldn't have happened. If I had just not been there, you would have done your job and caught the rogue, and this wouldn't be happening. All would be well. If you had not met me, Adam finished. Hearing him say it sounded wrong, but I couldn't correct it because it was the truth. I felt his weight lift off the bed and opened my eyes to see him leaving the room. Wait, Adam. The door slammed behind him, shaking a tapestry off the wall and folding to the ground. I hastily got off the bed and sprinted across the room. Opening the door, I ran out into the hallway, looking for him. I barely caught sight of his navy sweater turning a corner down the hallway, and I began to chase him. Adam. I called out again, running after him. I rounded the corner and came to the grand staircase, where he was descending quickly into the lower levels of the castle. I was out of breath by the time I caught up with him, jumping the bottom 3 steps of each flight. "Wait, stop," I said, wheezing. Adam stopped at the bottom of the stairwell, his back still facing me. "That's not what I meant," I started. "I'll keep you updated on the search for Warren Chester. We'll check your family's home tonight, and if your parents are not there, I'll put out an alert. But for now, don't bother yourself with it," he said flatly. His deep, accented voice bounced off the marble walls and echoed both in the stairwell and in my head. "Adam," I began again. "I don't want to talk about it," he said, his voice deepening. "I just wanted to apologize," I whispered. He said nothing, but in the gleaming gold handrail I saw the reflection of a man whose face was distorted with anger and eyes dark with rage. That was when it hit me. This was not just a king. This was not just the most powerful lycanthrope I would probably ever meet. This was not just my mate. This was a wolf who had put on the guise of a sheep. This was a man who did not want his mate to be scared of him. This was a beautiful face hiding a terrifying beast. And I had just all but rejected him. I watched the muscles in his back flex as he took a deep breath, and I gulped. Turning away, I proceeded back up the stairs with haste. I looked back over the handrail as soon as I reached the top floor to see Adam gone from where I had left him. Returning to the room, I closed the door quietly and crossed the room to the balcony doors. I lay my head against the icy window to see almost 2 feet of snow coating the ground. I turned to the bed and opening the sheer curtains lay across it, placing my head on the pillow. The last thought I remember having was not about my dad, not about Vespera or her father, but about Adam. The ringing of the phone startled me out of slumber. I got out of bed in a hurry and answered the phone. "Hello. Alpha Superior Devereaux wishes for you to join him in his study at the top of the hour," a high shrill voice said. I looked over to the clock. That was in 6 minutes. She hung up, and so did I. Why on earth did they get someone with such an annoying tone of voice to be a telephone operator? I didn't have a clue. I changed out of my t-shirt and jeans into a dress. I walked into the bathroom and tried to comb my hair. I stared at myself in the mirror. Well, this is as good as it is going to get. I was trying to look as nice as possible. I thought maybe Adam would have an easier time forgiving me if I did. As I left the room, a voice in the back of my head scoffed. Why on earth would you think this will impress him? Since when do you need his affirmation? And why on earth are you searching for forgiveness from someone who has done worse things to you and never apologized for it? I tried to ignore that voice. I knew I was not going home anytime soon, and I didn't want to sleep in the same bed as a man who was double my size and angry with me. I needed to be the bigger person. How on earth do you expect to fall in love with a man whom you are afraid of? I tried to silence that voice, but it made a good point. I shook my head as I descended the stairs. I don't expect to fall in love with him. I made my way down the hall and into his office. The guards weren't there today. In fact, no one was in the office at all. Come to think of it, I didn't pass one person on my way to his office. Where is everyone? The silence was nerve-wracking, but I pushed open the doors and turned left to head into his office. He sat at his desk, eyes peering at a sheet of paper in his hands. His hair was tousled, and his sweater was gone to reveal a white undershirt, which stretched across his protruding chest muscles and toned arms. Everything okay? I asked warily. Sit, he said, putting the piece of paper down. I crossed the room, avoiding meeting his gaze, and sat down in the chair across from his desk. Your mother was still at home today when they went back to check, he said, leaning forward. Are you sure your father wouldn't have left her? I nodded, still looking at the floor. Certain. Why? He asked. Why what? Why do you know your father wouldn't leave your mother? I sighed. He's a little codependent when it comes to her. Adam didn't say anything, and I looked up to see him staring at me intently, obviously waiting for more details I wasn't going to give. Remember this morning when you said you would do anything I wanted if I extended my help to the search for Vespera's father? He asked slowly. I gulped. I wanted so desperately to look down at my feet the way I always did when I was nervous, but I couldn't look away. His eyes held me captive. Instead, I found myself nodding. I've decided on what I wanted, he said, standing. What's that? I asked. God, what is it? Adam walked around the desk to stand in front of me, arms crossed against his chest. A chance, he said, his eyes narrowing on me. Well, that wasn't what I thought he would say. What? I asked. What do you mean you want a chance? A fair chance at making you want to be with me, he said. I think this was doomed from the very beginning. Neither of us had a choice, making both of us miserable. If you give me a fair chance, I will make you want to stay here, and you will willingly give me the time of day instead of being summoned to my office for a conversation. My head was spinning. How do you plan on doing that? I asked. Practically, we're looking at 100 days. I get 100 days to woo you, seduce you, and convince you to spend the rest of your life here with me. After that, if you're still unhappy, you can go home. However, this only comes if you give me a fair chance to prove myself worthy of your love. I sat in silence for a few moments. 100 days is a long time, I thought. However, if I don't agree, I could be here for longer than that. Maybe he deserves a chance. I have been hard on him, because he kidnapped me and bit into my neck. I sighed, conflicted. Well, Adam asked. Then a small voice reminded me of one thing. What do I have to go home to? Vespera is mad at me, and my father is missing. You get 100 days, starting tomorrow, I said. I'll try to be fair, but you cannot keep treating me like I'm some toy. I want to be involved here, help you run things, help find my best friend's father. I'm not just going to sit around for those 100 days. Deal? Adam nodded. Fine. We were both silent for a few minutes, letting the feeling sink in. Part of me was terrified. This man was manipulative. He got what he wanted. How was I to be sure he would hold up his end of the deal? The other part of me was excited. What would experiencing Adam attempt to woo me include? What did seducing me mean? This was going to be a chance for me to finally take the reins and call the shots, and I couldn't wait. Why do you say your father is codependent? Adam asked. I shrugged. Then I remembered our deal. Be open and give him a chance. He needs to know. My mom always worshipped the ground he walked on. She affirmed him. But a few years ago she got sick, I explained. She lost a lot of weight and isn't able to do much anything anymore. She's addicted to all kinds of painkillers and my dad gives them to her. I have no clue where he gets them from, but he needs to keep her alive and happy. She's still his sense of affirmation, and he needs her approval to survive. Adam sighed. It's hard to believe a man like that has a soft spot, he said. They're mates, I said. Rare, he commented. That hasn't happened between anyone but purebloods for a very long time. I nodded. I know that now. I looked up at him and found myself scorching under his intense stare. Will your mother be okay while he's missing? He asked. I nodded. She's just as codependent on him. She won't leave that house without him for the world. I'm sorry, Adam said. It was the first time I saw genuine emotion flash through his eyes. I don't know what you're sorry for, I whispered. It's not your fault I grew up without them. I'm sorry that that's how you see men and relationships, he said. Being mates doesn't have to mean codependency. I tore my eyes away from him and stood up. I don't need to be fixed. I also don't want you to feel like it's your responsibility to make me happy. It is my responsibility, he said, taking my chin between his thumb and index finger and lifting my face to look at him. And I will fix this. I fought back hot tears. Don't get attached. This is a 100-day thing. What about you? I asked. Don't you need fixing? This smirk he gave me was almost frightening. Darling, I'm beyond repair. Chapter 11. What have I done? I sat in a hot bath with the bathroom lights dimmed, but I couldn't relax. Every muscle in my body was tense. I lay my head back against the tub and stared at the bubbles floating across the steaming surface of the water. I wanted to go home. I was worried about Vespera. I had no clue where her father was or where my own father was. I had a headache from turning each problem over and over again in my mind, and I still couldn't comprehend it. My heart ached at the thought of my mom by herself. She was so fragile and dependent on my dad. I don't think she had gone a day without him up until that point. As much as I hated him, she needed him. That was the sole reason I actually cared to wonder where he was. Then there was Adam. God, what a man. I had never met anyone like him. Adam was a living oxymoron. He could be so sweet and gentle one moment, but so bitter and demanding the next. I fought my conscience over whether to give him a chance to prove himself a worthy, loving mate or to run as far as I could, determined not to be burned by the fire he seemed to carry inside of him. When I thought of the word mate, all I could see was my parents. I didn't want that for myself, and I was scared that would be what I got. However, I wasn't just fighting my consciousness, I was fighting myself. I didn't know how much longer I could tell myself I didn't want him before I became delusional. There was absolutely no denying that I found him attractive, extremely attractive. His tall, muscular frame was everything and more I ever wanted in a man. The way his arms flexed when he moved them even slightly and the way his back tightened when he walked did not escape me, no matter how much I tried to ignore it. That jet black, wavy hair was so perfectly messy, and his sharp, carnal features formed a face I could stare at for the rest of my life. And those eyes. I could stare into their blue depths endlessly. That was what scared me. It wasn't him. It was who he was. But how do I change that? Can I change that? Part of me was interested to see the change he made in himself, if there was even going to be one over those next 100 days. As my mind wandered on about Adam, the bathroom door opened. I immediately sank down into the water, peering over the bubbles to see who had intruded into my deep thoughts. Speak of the devil. Are you in here? He asked. I hummed in response. Why in the bloody hell are the lights off? They're not all the way off, I countered. I can't see you, he said. That's the point. He found the light switch on the wall and turned the lights back on. I squinted at the light. Better, he said, walking into the bathroom. I quickly sat up and pulled my knees to my chest. Adam chuckled at this. I know what a naked woman looks like. My eyebrows furrowed. That's so. Adam walked over to the vanity and pulled his white t-shirt over his head. I'm nearly 200 years old, Eva. Would you not be concerned if I didn't? I shrugged. It made sense, but there was a pit that formed in my stomach when I heard him say it. I tried to ignore the feeling. Can you give me a towel? I asked. Adam reached into the cabinet, and I stared at his exposed back when he did so. Those muscles. He handed me the towel, and I took it from him, avoiding eye contact. I cautiously began to dry my hair with the towel, making sure I was covered by strategically floating bubbles. Adam stood watching me with his back against the vanity and arms crossed. Can I help you? I asked, sighing. You're bashful, he observed. And? Up until this point I assumed I was at the bottom of a list of men who had seen you, but now I'm not so sure. His bluntness shocked me. Excuse me? I asked. He just smiled and shrugged. Am I the only one who has ever seen you like this? You haven't seen me like this, I said pointedly. Not yet. I huffed and stood up from the tub, the towel covering my body. Fine, I've never been in a relationship. Is that what you wanted to hear? I huffed. I swore he was trying to suppress a smile. It is. Why do you care? I asked, stepping out of the tub and draining the water. I'm not sure. I wish I could give you the same satisfaction of knowing I was inexperienced, but I'm not. I gathered that, I quipped. I looked up at him to see him smirking. What? I asked. I was starting to get an attitude. Nothing, he said, pushing himself away from the vanity and in my direction. I look forward to the day you decide to trust me. I held up a finger in his face. That day is not today. Part of me wishes it were. I walked away, feeling my face blush at the thought. I opened the bathroom door and went out into the bedroom to change. I heard the shower turn on and I sighed. He will be the death of me or my trust, whichever comes first. I changed into my pajamas. Every night, I still went to bed in the same t-shirt he gave me to sleep in the very first night. The masculine smell of cedar would stuck to everything he owned, and I couldn't complain, especially when smelling it on his shirt seemed to lull me to sleep at night. Just as I pulled on a pair of underwear, he stepped out of the bathroom in a towel. Have you seen my pajama shorts? I asked him to look through my allotted drawers in his wardrobe for them. I could have sworn I had put them back in there when I took them off that morning. Adam shook his head and reached over me to grab a pair of boxer briefs. The proximity of our bodies made me freeze. I could feel the heat from his hot shower radiating off his skin as his arm passed over my shoulder and his chest pressed to my back. Immediately, I got out of the closed space and backed away. Never mind, I don't need them anyways, I stuttered out. Adam didn't say anything as he dropped the towel and pulled his boxer briefs on. I didn't see anything, but my face was 1,000 shades of red as I turned away. He has no shame. I walked over to the bed and began to take the pillows off and pull back the sheets. Adam re-entered the bathroom, and I sighed, getting under the satin sheets. I heard Adam walk out of the bathroom and closed my eyes, preparing for the lights to go out, but they never did. Suddenly, the sheer curtain on my side of the bed was pulled back, and Adam ripped the covers off me. "Can I help you?" I asked, sitting up. He grabbed me by the hips and placed me on my knees on the edge of the mattress in front of him. "What are you doing?" I asked as I pressed my hands against his bare chest, attempting to push myself away. "Why are you scared of me?" he asked, grabbing my wrists gently. Sparks flew up my arms. "I'm not," I said. I was beginning to get lightheaded from the feeling of his skin under my hands. Adam's eyes narrowed. "You're scared of intimacy," he said. I stammered. "He has me there." "What happened?" Adam asked. "What do you mean? Has someone touched you?" he asked, getting angry. "No," I said quickly. "It's nothing like that, I stopped myself." "What then?" he asked. "I've never done this," I whispered, "and you're being really forward. It's just a weird change of pace, I guess." I knew I was blushing. I was so embarrassed. Why couldn't I be more experienced? I've never even been kissed. I looked down at my fingers, which were still pressed against his chest. Adam sighed in relief. "I'm sorry. You just kept flinching every time I would get near you, and I thought something had happened." I bit the inside of my cheek. His voice lowered. "Look at me." I lifted my eyes, and his hand went underneath my chin. "I'm sorry," he repeated. I felt my breath hitch in the back of my throat as his face inched towards mine. I glanced at his lips before my eyes fluttered shut. I could almost feel the brush of his lips against mine before the door swung open and slammed against the wall, startling me. I flew backwards on the bed and looked over to see Jason standing at the door. "You need to see this," he said quickly, his comment directed towards Adam. "Someone important better have died, or this castle better be on fire," Adam muttered angrily. Well, the castle wasn't on fire, but my house was. I stood in a conference room in Adam's sweatshirt and a pair of his sweatpants, which were both notably too large for me, as Jason showed him pictures that had been taken that day of my house as it burned to the ground. "Oh my God," I whispered, grabbing one of the photos to take a closer look. "Was there anyone in the house?" Jason shook his head. "No, one of our men ran in and couldn't find anyone. The fire department confirmed there was no one inside." I felt a rush of relief. "How did it happen?" Adam asked, passing me another picture as he finished looking at it. "They're doing an arson investigation, but the results could take up to a week to come back," Jason said. We all stood there in deep thought. "Did someone see anyone trying to flee the scene?" Adam asked. Jason shook his head. "No, our men saw the smoke from a few miles away, and they were the first on the scene. No one came out of the house after they got there, and no one in the fire department saw anyone leave either." "No one's placed an insurance notice on the house yet?" asked Adam. "Not that we know of," Jason said. "Keep an eye on that and let me know if anything changes. They may be trying to collect the insurance claim and leave. In the meantime, keep me updated on everything. I want that arson investigation to be expedited, and I want to find out if the neighbors saw anything." "Find her mom as well," Adam said, handing the photos to me. "Do you see anything unusual?" Adam asked me. I shook my head as I flipped through the photos. I didn't see anything out of place. I looked at the last one and stopped. "Wait," I said, pointing at the picture. "This isn't right." I pointed to a bushel of red tulips that was planted in the mulch beside the front door. No one in my family planted flowers. These had to have been put there. Plus, it's not even the right season for them, so it had to have been recent, I said. Adam took the photo, and he and Jason observed it. "You're right," he said. "Have someone figure out how long they had been there. That's something to pay attention to." Jason nodded as he took the photos and circled the tulips with a marker. "I'll find out." Let me know as soon as you hear anything new, Adam said. He took my hand and pulled me out of the room. I followed him blindly, trying not to trip over the sweats, which were too long. I was still in shock. Who would set my house on fire? I whispered, thinking out loud. My parents haven't done anything to anyone, and they have nowhere else to go. We'll find out soon enough, he said, his thumb beginning to trace circles on the back of my hand. We arrived back at the room, and I immediately collapsed onto the bed. Adam helped pull the sweatshirt over my head, and I lay down, pulling the sheets up. He turned the lights off before climbing into bed beside me. We'll find out who did it, he assured me. I sighed in response, rolling over. I wasn't sure I wanted to know. Chapter 12. You can leave. Adam didn't need to tell Violetta twice. She gave me one last, hard look before walking around us and out of the dining room. I'm sorry, Adam apologized. I thought you said she wanted to have breakfast with us? I asked him. Xander spoke up. That would be my fault. I orchestrated breakfast. I assumed she would have wanted to meet you. Adam pulled out a chair for me to sit in. Don't let her ruin your appetite, he said. Well, it's too late for that. I sat down, as did Adam and Xander. Our meal was brought up by servants, all dressed in black. They removed Violetta's placemat and silverware and filled our plates with food. Looking at the food, I felt my hunger dissipate. I didn't want it anymore. I couldn't get Violetta's words out of my head. Why does she not like me? Xander and Adam sat there awkwardly, eating, as I watched them stare at my food. I finally picked up my fork and ate a strawberry. Eventually, all the food was gone from my plate, and Adam and Xander had finished as well. Still hungry? Adam asked. I shook my head. Well, I've got some things I need to take care of this morning, Adam said. Do you want to meet me for lunch later? I nodded. Sure. He got up from the table and gave me a wink as he walked away. How are things with him? Xander asked. They're good. The look on his face didn't show me that he was entirely convinced. It's a full moon tonight, he said warily. Immediately, my shoulders slumped. Again? I asked with exasperation. It's a blue moon, Xander explained. There hasn't been one in almost 2 years. Of course it would happen again during the month I meet Adam, I huffed, propping my elbows on the tabletop and placing my head in my hands. This is not what I need right now. My heart was beating out of my chest at the thought of going through heat again. Adam's warning from a few days prior began to swirl in my mind. It's supposed to be more painful the longer you resist. What do I do? I asked. Xander almost answered, but the servants returned and began to take away the dishes. We waited in silence for the last of them to leave the room. He leaned in and lowered his voice. The way I see it, you have 2 options. First, you can consummate your relationship and not have to worry about it again. He observed the look on my face as he said this and continued. Or, you can leave the castle for the night to get away and have some privacy. It gets much worse each time, so this one will not be just a heat stroke, it will be painful. I swallowed the knot in my throat. Maybe I should talk to Adam and see what he thinks. Wise, Xander said, giving me a grim smile. I made my way to Adam's study, nervously trying to figure out what I was supposed to say to him. I twirled a piece of my hair between my index finger and thumb as I thought. As soon as I reached the corridor and saw the 2 armed guards standing by the door, I sighed and walked down the hallway towards them. They didn't look at me as they wordlessly opened the doors for me to walk through. I took a deep breath and took a left down the hallway to his office. I walked in and he was nowhere to be seen. I was standing there, wondering whether to stay and wait or come back later, when I heard his voice. It was a faint echo coming from the other side of the hallway. I began to stroll, trying to listen to what he was saying. Adam had an angry tone of voice, almost shouting. His voice was muffled, though, and I had a hard time hearing exactly what he was saying. I walked a little further to see a door nearly closed, with light streaming into the hallway from inside the room. I walked up and peeked inside, trying to see who he was talking to. Immediately, I recognized her voice. She's not of pure blood, you idiot, Violetta sneered. Watch your tone, woman. Don't forget who you're speaking to, Adam snarled back. I had never seen him this angry before, not even when my dad was around. Do you want this empire to go to ruin? She asked. She's not right for you, and you know it. Don't pretend like you know what's best for me, he said through gritted teeth. You're a king for Christ's sake, she snapped. She's the daughter of a drunk and knows nothing about being a Luna. Ouch! Adam's eyes went dark. You forget your place. You are not a dignitary, nor do you have any say in this matter. You are ornamental, nothing more. I can make you disappear and cut you off from this family just like that, he said, snapping his fingers. Oh, go ahead, she scoffed. I did not watch your mother and father build this pack up from the ground for you to destroy it over some girl. She is your Luna superior, he said, his jaw clenching. You will refer to her with honor and respect, and if I hear word of one more syllable you speak of her out of place, you will be banished from this palace permanently. Go to hell, she spat. And take the girl with you. Adam's body began to shake with rage. You best be glad you're a woman, he said. Otherwise I would stop you where you stand. Violetta scoffed. You're a weak man. It wouldn't have mattered to your father whether I was a woman or not. Maybe you won't stop me because you know I'm right. Adam clenched his fists by his side. Get out, he growled. She raised her hand to slap him, but he caught her wrist with impressive speed before she could touch him. It was too late, though. I had already gasped. Both of their faces turned to look at the door, and I turned and ran down the hallway. Tears of rage and frustration threatened to spill out of my eyes at any moment. I ran up the stairs, taking 2 at a time. My ears were ringing and my body was shaking. It took me a few moments to realize I was crying. Why am I crying? I ran inside his bedroom, slammed the door behind me, and rushed to the wardrobe, yanking open the doors. I began to fill my bag with clothes. I'm leaving this place. I felt his arms wrap around me, trying to get me to stop. I began to push at him, trying to get him away from me. I elbowed him in the ribs as I felt him hold me tighter. There was no use. I felt my knees buckle under, and all I could do was let him hold me while I cried. One arm wrapped around me tightly while his other hand was brushing back my hair. His lips lingered on my temple as he tried his best to soothe me. I cried for everything. I cried for my poor mother, my smoldering house, and Vespera's missing father. I even cried for myself. I cried because my parents had ruined relationships for me. I cried because I was unable to picture myself with someone since all I associated intimacy with was pain. I cried because Violetta was right. I was unfit to be Luna. I was the daughter of a drunk, not a queen. I cried for Adam. I cried because I had destroyed his expectations for a mate. He held me for several more minutes, until my sobs turned into hiccups. He held me so tight I began to think he was scared of what would happen when he let me go. Don't listen to her, he said, finally. She's right, I whispered. He shook his head. She couldn't be more wrong. I let out a long sigh and wiped my cheeks. I'm leaving, I said. It hasn't been 100 days yet, he reminded me. No, I'm leaving for the night, I explained. It's a full moon. I don't want you to, he said firmly. You'll be much safer here. I swallowed the knot that was in my throat. Fine. We sat there silently for a few more minutes before he kissed my head one more time. Take the rest of the day to relax. You need to sleep. I'll have something brought up for lunch later, he said, letting go of me. I nodded, not wanting to argue with him. Okay. I could tell he didn't want to leave me. He watched me the entire time he backed away towards the door. I'll be back later to check up on you, okay? He asked. Don't worry about it, I said. I'm fine. I knew he wasn't convinced of this, but he left the room anyway. I tried not to feel lonely after he did. He had a pack to run, after all. I lay down on the bed and sighed. Pull yourself together, I thought. I hadn't cried that hard in so long. I was used to being tough and resilient. But after the week I had, I figured crying might have been the best thing for me. I vowed then and there that the next 100 days would not just be about letting Adam prove himself. They were going to be me proving to myself I could be a strong leader. A Luna. I never heard Adam come back into the room, nor did I hear lunch being brought in. I slept right through it all. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a nearly dark room. As I got out of bed, I saw the sun setting behind the mountains in the far distance. It didn't take long for me to remember I was about to enter heat again. My throat was dry and scratchy, and I was achy all over. I walked over to the untouched tray of food that had been brought in while I slept. The soup was long cold, but I downed the glass of water in 2 gulps. I changed out of my dress into Adam's t-shirt and washed off what was left of my makeup. The cold water felt refreshing on my skin. Sweat had already begun to accumulate on my forehead, and the sun hadn't even set yet. I turned on a few lamps and ran a bath full of cold water. I stuck my feet in it for a while until it became unsatisfactory. I felt like my insides were on fire. It was like I was trapped in a locked car on a midsummer afternoon. I began to pace around the room until I heard the door open and turned to see Adam walk in. "How are you feeling?" he asked, unbuttoning his shirt. "I want you to hit me," I said. His eyebrows furrowed. "What?" "Hit me," I repeated. "Knock me out so I don't have to be awake for this." "Are you bloody delusional?" he asked incredulously. I nodded. "It's a possibility. I'm really hot right now." Adam walked up to me and put a hand on my cheek. "You're burning up," he commented. "I just said that, Sherlock," I said, swatting away his hand. "I'm not laying a hand on you," he said, walking towards the bathroom. I froze. "That's it," I exclaimed. "We can have a solution." He stopped dead in his tracks and turned to look at me. "You are being unreasonable." I groaned. "No, seriously. If we come up with a plan, we can fix this, right?" "I'm not doing that with you," he stated plainly. "Why?" I asked. He looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "Because this isn't you talking, love. It's the heat talking, and I'd rather you decide on your own devices," he said. "You've got to be kidding me. You just said yesterday you wanted to talk." I exclaimed. "Not like this, I don't," he said, walking into the bathroom. I chased him into the bathroom and closed the door behind me. He was taking off his shirt when I jumped up on the counter in front of him. "Please?" I asked. "No." I reached out and grabbed his face, pulling him in to kiss me. The second his lips touched mine, I felt sparks erupt across my body. He relaxed into the kiss and placed his hands on my hips, pulling me closer to his body. I wrapped my legs around his waist as he began to kiss me back. Why on earth has it taken me so long to kiss him? His lips were soft, and they molded into mine perfectly. "You're making it very hard to say no," he said, pulling away from me. "That's the point," I said, leaning in to kiss him again. Adam pulled my legs from around his waist and backed away from the counter. "It doesn't change my answer," he said, catching his breath. I could tell how much it pained him to say it. "Fine," I whispered, still breathless from the kiss. "You'll thank me in the morning," he assured me. He was right. I didn't want to rush into things like that, especially when I knew I was not prepared for it. I wasn't ready to take that step yet. "I think it's best if I weren't here," he said after a few moments of silence. "I'll be down the hall if you need me." I nodded. "Okay." He gave me a longing look before turning and leaving the bathroom. I heard the bedroom door shut, and I collapsed from the counter onto the floor because of the pain. I took off my shirt and crawled over to the bath where the cold water was still running. It didn't help, but I couldn't muster the strength to get out of the tub for over an hour. Somehow, I ended up on the bed in nothing but my underwear, where I passed out until sunrise. I woke up the next morning, achy from where my muscles had been cramping all night. My entire body was sore. I got out of bed and took a hot shower. Gradually, I felt myself relax, and I washed my hair and body. I brushed my teeth and combed my hair, all the while staring at the dark circles under my eyes caused by my sleep deprivation. When I left the bathroom, Adam was standing over by the balcony doors. He turned around as soon as he heard the door open. "How are you feeling?" he asked. I just nodded. I couldn't look at him. I was so embarrassed. I couldn't believe I had kissed him like that last night. I walked over to the wardrobe and he met me there. "What's wrong?" he asked. I shrugged, pulling my hair over one shoulder. "Nothing, I'm fine," I said nervously. I finally got the courage to look up at his face. Once those blue eyes met mine, I sighed. I'm sorry for kissing you last night." He gave me a confused look. "What?" "I shouldn't have kissed you like that," I said, "and I'm sorry." Adam smiled and bit his lip. "I actually thought it was kind of sweet the way you took the initiative like that," he said, leaning in to whisper in my ear. My face turned bright pink. "But," he paused, "I think it's my turn, love." He put one hand on the side of my face and the other wrapped around my waist as he leaned in. His thumb dragged slowly across my bottom lip, and he stared deep into my eyes. After what seemed like forever, his nose brushed against mine, and my eyes fluttered shut as he kissed me. This wasn't a kiss like the night before, which was needy and rushed. This was patient and gentle, like he could stay right there and kiss me for the rest of the morning. I felt my body melt against his as he pulled me in tighter, and his hand tangled itself in my hair. Adam pulled away slowly, like he was savoring the taste of my lips against his. I put my hand against his bare chest. "You're a much better kisser than I am," I whispered. He let out an airy laugh. "Darling, you can kiss me anytime." Chapter 13. Unknown POV. His patent leather shoes stomped through the snow, his breath freezing in the air as he exhaled. He pulled the doors open wide. Immediately, his eyes found her. Her aging face, neck, and hands were coated in blood, and her hair was stained with it. Bodies littered the dirty floor around her. "You've been busy," he said, the decaying, coppery smell filling his nostrils. Her eyes narrowed as she stood up. "And you're late." Eva's POV. I hung out with Leona that morning after Adam showered and left for a meeting. She had come up to the room, asking if I wanted breakfast delivered to me. Instead, I suggested that she show me around. I had only been through a quarter of the castle at that point. She showed me the kitchens, which there were 3 of, and informed me that they cooked over 300 meals a day for the staff that worked in the castle. Nearly 50 people lived there, but over 200 made the commute from the village each day to work in the castle. "Does your father live here?" I asked her. She shook her head. "We commute every day. I'm just a lady-in-waiting for the Countess. He's an advisor to the Alpha Superior, and he leads the Defense Council, so sometimes he stays the night. He stays in the barracks when he does, though." "There are barracks here?" I asked. She nodded. "Of course. There's a full-time security detail on staff. That's where they stay." Next, we went into the grand ballroom, which was the very first room I went into the night I arrived. I had only seen it in the dead of night, but it was much prettier during the day when the sunlight was streaming in and bouncing off the crystals on the chandeliers. "Is this room ever used?" I asked. Leona nodded. "Mostly just during the centennials, when they're hosted here." "The what?" I asked. "Centennials," she repeated. "There's one coming up in a few weeks. They happen twice a year, once in the summer and once in the winter." "What are they for?" I asked. Leona shrugged. "Meetings mostly. The Alpha Superiors gather together for a week where they have day-long meetings, and then there are galas, balls, and shows at night." "How many Alpha Superiors are there?" 4, she answered. "There is one from Africa, based in Nigeria, another from Europe, based in Germany, and one from Asia, based in China." "What about the other 4 continents?" "Well, they kind of split Antarctica between them because there isn't any pack presence there. But the other 3 belong to our Alpha Superior, your mate. So he's over North and South America as well as Australia?" I asked. "That's a lot of people." She nodded. "It used to be that Australia was its own republic as well, but they were invaded almost 100 years ago and were brought under the Devereux dynasty." "Adam's dad invaded Australia?" She shook her head. "No, that was Adam." I stopped walking and looked at her. "Why on earth did he invade the country?" Leona laughed. "To gain more territory. From the stories I've heard, he was quite the conqueror up until a few years ago. A lot of people suspect he's going to try and take over Europe next. That's why the Winter Centennial is being held here this year." "I don't understand why Adam wouldn't let Europeans rule over Europe," I commented. Leona shrugged. "More territory is more power. His dad was the one who established this pack here in Canada, and as it grew, it became the Central North American stronghold. Before he gave up his title and returned to Brighton, he took over South America. After that, Adam did the rest." "Why did he give up his title?" I asked. "Well, that's just the polite way of putting it," Leona laughed. "Rumor has it, his rule was overthrown by Adam, and after Adam's mother died, his father just couldn't fight him anymore, so he gave him the title. And I thought I had family problems." Leona continued. "I think we'll get Europe, though. The Alpha Superior always gets what he wants, according to my dad." I shook my head. I just don't see Adam being the ruthless, overthrowing type. He's not as nice to the rest of the world as he is to you, Luna said, lowering her voice. My dad said in the old country they called him the equivalent of fire because of the way he was taking over the world. But after he took over Australia, they stopped. Why? Because water will douse a flame, but even the ocean between the countries couldn't stop him from burning that entire continent with his fire. Well, that's a bit freaky. How does he manage running a pack all the way across the world? I asked. Beta Superior Eaton does most of it, she said. His father was the ruler over Australia, and Alpha Superior Devereaux used the Beta to help overthrow his own father with promise of a title. Damn, these are some ruthless people. Oh well, she said. They're probably going to start decorating this room next week for the Gala of Arrival, which is the eve of the centennial. It will look really pretty once they've put all the flowers out. With that comment, she led me out of the ballroom, my mind still stuck on the newly exposed ruthlessness of my mate. Next we have what I like to call the West Wing, she said. We walked through a set of doors guarded by two burly men and into an office space. I recognized it instantly. Why do you call it the West Wing? I asked. You know how the President of the United States office is in the West Wing of the White House? Well, this is where our Alpha Superior study is. We've got the communications department, she said, waving at a few people at desks in a room on one side of the hallway. They cover all kinds of communications between republics. They're probably extremely busy with the centennial coming up. We walked further down the hallway, and she showed me more rooms filled with more people from more departments. This is ridiculous, I said, my head swarming with all the new information. She laughed. You'll memorize it soon enough. We walked a little further down a hallway I knew immediately. And this is the office of the Alpha Superior. I smiled. I know. Want to stop in and say hello? She asked. I nodded and began to lead her down the hallway. The guards eyed Luna warily, but opened the doors for us, nonetheless. We walked down the left side of the hallway into Adam's office, where I saw Adam standing at his desk, alongside a man dressed in a commanding general's attire. In front of them stood Jason and a boy about my age. They all turned to look at Luna and me. Sorry, I apologized. Am I interrupting? We can come back later. The boy's eyes got wide when he saw me, and he dropped to one knee, bowing his head. Your Majesty, it's great to meet you. It's nice to meet you too, I said awkwardly. Jason pulled him up by his arm. Get up. Okay. You're a very scary man, the boy muttered. What's your name? I asked. I'm Tristan. It's nice to meet you, he said, smiling. You said that already, Luna said, rolling her eyes. Tristan, here, has been sent by the European Committee of Lycanthropes to assist us in preparing for the centennial. Isn't that nice? Adam asked, faking sincerity. Tristan gave me an awkward, tight-lipped smile as Adam said this. What do you do? I asked. I just help set up decorations and stuff, he stuttered, laughing nervously. He won't be staying, Adam said firmly. Tristan's eyes went wide. No, really. I can help blow up balloons. I've got very good lung capacity. I can even make balloon animals, he said confidently. Have you ever been to a centennial gala? Jason asked. There are no balloons. Tristan gulped hard as Jason was talking to him. You're very tall, he muttered. You'll leave in the morning, Adam said firmly. For now, Ms. Warren will accompany you to the barracks where you'll stay the night. Luna walked around me and motioned for Tristan to follow her. His shoulders slumped, and he dragged his feet across the floor as he followed her out of the room. Put a shadow on him, Adam said to Jason. Make sure he doesn't try to send out any kind of communication tonight. Jason nodded and left the room. General Warren, can your Luna and I have the room, please? Adam asked. So that's Luna's dad. He gathered a few papers off the desk and nodded at me in acknowledgement as he walked around me to leave. Adam's arms uncrossed as I began to walk over to him. What was that all about? I asked. Adam approached me, taking my hands in his. Nothing for you to worry about, love. I don't like to mix politics and pleasure. My eyebrow cocked. Is that what I am to you? Pleasure. Adam cleared his throat and laughed nervously. That's not what I meant. Then tell me what you meant, I said, pulling my hands out of his grasp. Adam sighed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I crossed my arms and waited expectantly. Tristan is here, not to help blow up balloons, but to spy on us, Adam explained. You're changing the subject, I pointed out. No, I'm answering your first question, he said. Why would he be here to spy on us? I asked. Adam took a deep breath. Well, we're not really allies with the European Republic. They have suspicions that we're going to try to negotiate a merging agreement between our packs at the Centennial, and they sent Tristan to figure that out. He weighs like 100 pounds soaking wet. I don't know why you see him as a threat, I laughed. Adam smiled at this. I think if you send him back, it will reflect bad faith on your part, and all their suspicions will be affirmed, I continued. If you're going to take Europe, you might as well let him stay and just don't give him any information. That way, when they get here, they'll be none the wiser, and you can do like a surprise attack. Surprise attack? Really? That's the best you could come up with. Adam hummed. Smart plan. I shrugged. I'm the beauty and the brains. He laughed. Indeed you are. Why didn't you tell me about the Centennial earlier? I asked. Leona just told me about it a few minutes ago. Adam sighed. I'd forgotten about it honestly with everything that's been going on this week. Plus, I've been too busy talking to you to tell you much of anything. I felt my cheeks blush. Right. Speaking of, Adam said, beginning to walk towards me. No way, you have work to be doing, I said, backing away. Adam smiled, biting his lip. I'm serious. I laughed. I felt myself run into his desk, and with nowhere else to go, Adam bent down and lifted me by the back of my thighs onto the desk. Someone is going to walk in here, I said as his hands slid up my thighs. I don't care, he whispered. As his lips met mine, I wrapped my arms around his shoulders, tangling my hands in his hair. His hands slid under my shirt, and I gasped at the cold touch. With a gasp, his tongue slipped past my parted lips, and the taste of his mouth invaded mine. I sighed, feeling the explosion of senses. My fingers gripped his hair as I pulled him in closer. His hands pressed against my stomach, pushing my back down onto the desk. My heart started to race as the kiss deepened. You should be working. I broke the kiss and sat up immediately, hearing her voice. Violetta stood in the doorway, looking less than amused. What are you doing in here? Adam asked angrily. I grabbed his wrists and pulled his hands out from under my shirt. Adjusting the hem of my shirt, I was trying my hardest not to look as flustered as I was. Just making sure you're doing your job, she said, eyeing me. I licked my lips and ran a hand through my hair. Get out, Adam growled. I put a hand on his chest and hopped down from the desk. No, I'll go. I'll let you get back to your work, I said. I walked away, feeling Violetta's glare on my back the entire way towards the door. I took a deep breath as I exited the office and began to walk back to the room. Eva. I turned to see Violetta walking behind me. What? I asked, shoving my clenched fists into my pockets. Her eyes narrowed. You won't be here for very much longer, so don't get comfortable. I smiled. Funny. I could say the same to you. With that, I turned and walked away. My blood was boiling. I wanted to give that woman a piece of my mind and my fist. Who was she to judge? One thing was for certain. I didn't plan on going anywhere anytime soon. Chapter 14. You did what? I sat awkwardly in the desk chair, watching Adam yell at Violetta with a very confused-looking Devereaux Sr. looking on. You have been very distracted lately, she said coolly. So, I took it upon myself to inform your father and bring him here to help keep you focused. Does anyone want tea? His father asked. Very focused indeed. You took it upon yourself? Adam asked. No one asked you to do that. If anything, he will be a distraction. A distraction? Adam's father asked. I'm not a distraction. Now, your pretty lady over there is a distraction, which we have promptly been ignoring. Hello, darling. My name is Melvin Devereaux. I'm Adam's father. It is a pleasure to meet you. He reached out and shook my hand. This was the second time that morning he had introduced himself to me. You are a very stunning woman, he exclaimed brightly. Barely a woman, Violetta muttered. If looks could kill, Adam's glare would have done the job. Don't listen to her, Melvin said to me. She never had a mate, which I think it's because she's a bit of a hard one. I tried not to laugh as Violetta rolled her eyes. You know, he continued, I think I was about your age when I married Adam's mother. She's 20, Violetta said. Oh, good heavens, Melvin exclaimed. You are just a child. Oh well, you've got a long life ahead of you, live it well. Violetta closed her eyes in frustration, and Adam sighed heavily. Does anyone want tea? Melvin asked for the second time. I'm fine, thank you, I said politely. I'll take some, Adam said. No cream, bit of sugar though. Nonsense, Malcolm exclaimed. You will drink it black. It will put hair on your chest, boy. Take Violetta with you when you go, Adam said as his father turned to leave. Would you like to come too, darling? Melvin asked me. She's going to stay here with me, Adam said. Oh, I see, Melvin said, giving me a playful wink as Adam ushered them out the door. Melvin, this is not what we discussed over the phone, Violetta said firmly as they left the room. Adam turned around and sighed loudly. He's a character, I said, laughing. He's lost his mind, Adam said, taking a seat beside me. That's why I sent him away. You sent him to Brighton? I asked. Yes, well, after my mother died, he had a mental breakdown and started to go crazy. Xander took over unofficially until I was old enough. No one knew, though. Leona told me you overthrew him? I said. Adam laughed at this. That's what we tell people to preserve his honor. He wouldn't be so much of a legend if people knew he sang Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star before a meal instead of a prayer. And whatever you do, Adam continued, don't talk about airplanes in front of him. He will talk your ear off for hours about airplanes and U-boats. I nodded. Duly noted. We were silent for a few moments before I spoke up again. Have you heard any news about Mr. Chester? I asked. Adam shook his head. No, I haven't. Has anyone found my mom? I asked hopefully. I'm sorry, no, he said. I sighed heavily and lay my head back against the chair. We'll find them, Adam assured me. I hope so, I sighed. Have you started planning the centennial yet? He asked me. I shook my head. I have no clue what I'm doing. Maybe you should get someone else to do it. Adam smiled. I think you're going to do great. Go find that pipsqueak Tristan. He'll help you. It might help you get your mind off things. I thought you said Tristan wasn't staying? I asked. I took your advice, he said. He can stay as long as he doesn't find out our plans for Europe. I smiled. It was a good plan, wasn't it? Adam nodded, leaning forward to kiss me. Now, go, he said. I've got things to do, and Violetta, as much as I hate to say it, was right about you being a distraction. Oh, I said. A good distraction, he assured me. But me trying to picture you without your clothes doesn't exactly motivate me to write treaties and budget plans. I laughed. I'll go. I found Tristan lying on a bunk, humming along to Stay In Alive by the Bee Gees and twiddling his thumbs. He saw me and immediately got up and bowed. Your Majesty. You don't have to do that, I said, trying not to laugh. Oh, he said awkwardly, standing up. Is there something I can help you with? You said you were here to help plan a party? I asked. Yeah, he said, a smile growing on his face. I'm supposed to be planning this thing, but I have no clue what I'm doing, I admitted. I need a bit of help. I'd love to, he exclaimed. Does this mean I'm staying? I nodded. As long as you're useful. Oh, I will be, he assured me. I was thinking we could do like a fiesta theme. It's not that kind of party, I interrupted. His shoulders slumped. Are there at least going to be balloons? I shook my head. Probably not. Tristan let out an exasperated sigh. Fine. What are you guys talking about? Jason asked, walking around the corner. Clearly, he had just finished showering. He was drying his hair with a towel, and another towel was wrapped around his waist. Scary man, Tristan whispered. We're trying to get a few ideas for the centennial, I explained, trying not to stare at his washboard abs. Why is he still here? I thought he was leaving this morning, he asked, gesturing to Tristan, who was nearly hiding behind me at that point. I shrugged. Adam changed his mind? Jason narrowed his eyes at Tristan as he heard this. I would talk to Leona Warren, he suggested. She's helped before. Jason turned to leave, and Tristan sighed. He scares me. Clearly, I noted. Let's go find Leona. Along the way, we managed to pick up Melvin, Adam's father. It was the least concerning that he had been wandering around alone. "Well, what are you doing in this part of the castle?" he asked me as we walked through the hallway. "I could ask you the same thing," I laughed. "Well, I was looking for the toilet, but it seems as though they've remodeled since I've last been here," he explained. "Mate, it's right there," Tristan said, pointing to the door, which had a restroom plaque nailed to it. "Oh," Melvin said, observing it. "Jolly good." He entered the bathroom, so I decided to wait and keep an eye on him. When he came out, he smiled seeing me. "Well, fancy seeing you. What are you doing in this part of the castle?" I smiled. "Looking for you. Do you want to come with us?" I asked. "We're planning the centennial." "Oh, a party," he said, his eyes lighting up. "I do love a good party. Tell me, will there be balloons?" I shook my head, much to his dismay. "No balloons," he exclaimed. "That's what I said." Tristan said, throwing his hands up. "Focus," I said. "We need to find Leuna." "Right," Tristan said. "Are you looking for me?" I turned around to see Leuna standing behind me. "I was just looking for you. Beta Superior Eaton said you needed help with planning the centennial," she said. "I'm desperate," I said. "I have no clue what I'm doing." She smiled at this. "Come with me. You can pick out a menu for a rival gala. After that, I'll help you decide on flower arrangements." "Bless you," I said, laughing. I didn't know where to begin. Tristan and Melvin both followed Leuna and me as we made our way to the kitchen. Tristan, unfortunately, made the mistake of mentioning how terrible his plane ride over was. Melvin proceeded to explain to us how he used to fly aeroplanes during the First World War. It took me about an hour to finalize the menu for the first gala of the Centennial Week, but much longer to decide on flowers. That night, I sat on the couch, freshly showered, looking through catalogs of flowers and trying to figure out color schemes. There was also an issue of one of the Alpha Superiors being allergic to nearly every plant that I had to take into consideration. Adam came through the bedroom looking exhausted. "What's wrong?" I asked him. "Dad went missing for a few hours today," he said. "He's in the guest room down the hall for now, but I posted guards outside his door to make sure he doesn't go anywhere." I laughed. "He's been my entertainment today." Adam smiled, hearing this. "What's that?" he asked, eyeing the catalog in my hands. "Plants," I said. "For the centennial?" he asked. I nodded and explained to him my dilemmas with the flower-picking situation. "Follow me in here," he said as he walked into the bathroom. I was still holding the catalog, telling him all my ideas as I followed him into the bathroom. "And I like the blue peonies the best because they match the ceiling, but they're out of season," I complained. I heard the water turn on and looked up to see Adam walking into the shower. "I'm still listening," he said, noticing I had stopped talking. "And, well, I think the yellow roses would also be pretty, but I'm not sure about those yet," I stuttered, feeling my cheeks heat up. "Why not do both?" he asked. I hopped up on the counter as I continued to talk. "Because they don't match." "So?" he asked. "Don't take this the wrong way," I said, but that's such a guy thing to say. I heard Adam laugh as the shower turned off. "That's why I put you in charge of this. You have a much better eye for detail," he explained. I closed the catalog as he exited the shower in a towel. Drying his hair with another towel, he made his way over to the sink, where I sat on the countertop. "Any news on my mom or Mr. Chester?" I asked. Adam shook his head. "I told you that I would let you know as soon as I did." I sighed, leaning back on the mirror. "I was just hoping maybe you forgot to tell me." "I won't forget to tell you, I promise," he said, beginning to brush his teeth. Where on earth could they be? My mind was racing at 100 miles per hour, trying to figure it out. I couldn't believe that my father, mother, and my best friend's father had just all disappeared so suddenly. It all seemed strange and connected somehow, but I couldn't put the pieces together. "Don't worry about it," Adam said, rinsing his mouth with water. "We're looking for them." "I know, but it's hard when it's your mom." "Just relax," he said, standing in front of me. "You're stressed and you need to let loose a little." I laughed. "I'm assuming you have an idea of how to do that." "I can think of a few ways," he said, with a playful smile. I laughed as he leaned in and kissed me. We both stood there, shaken up by the moment. I need to change, he said. I'll wait, I said softly. Chapter 15. Hearing the door close, my eyes opened. It was still nighttime, and moonlight flooded the room through the windows. I sat up to find Adam missing from his spot beside me. Where could he be? The bathroom light was off, and he wasn't in the room. I lay back down, telling myself he probably got up to check on his dad. I sighed heavily, now wide awake. My mind immediately kicked into high gear, thinking of all the things that could be wrong. It's probably nothing, I told myself. I tried to go back to sleep, but nearly an hour passed and Adam still had not returned. I sat up and looked at the clock. Where could he be at 2 a.m.? I got out of bed and peeked my head outside the bedroom door. The hallway was empty, except for 2 men standing guard at Melvin's door. I closed the door and thought, what if something is wrong? I knew I would never go back to sleep if I continued to worry about it. I put on a pair of Adam's sweatpants and one of his sweatshirts. He won't mind, I thought as I slid them on. I left the bedroom, nodding to the guards as I passed them. Neither of them acknowledged me. The castle was frightfully dark and quiet at night. Where moonlight found its way in through windows, it cast odd shadows against the walls. I descended the stairs slowly. Once I made my way down the main hallway, I turned down another. As I rounded the corner, I ran into a hard chest and screamed. A hand clamped down over my mouth. What is your issue? It was Jason. He took his hand away, and I sighed in relief. You scared me. Clearly. What are you doing up? Midnight snack. It sounded like more of a question, but it was all I could think of in the moment. The look on Jason's face was unreadable. Kitchen is that way. He pointed behind me, and I laughed nervously. Right. I'll help you get there, he said, putting his hand on my shoulder and guiding me in that direction. Wouldn't want you getting lost in this place. It would take us days to find you. I sighed and allowed him to guide me back to the kitchen. He turned on the dim lights as we arrived in the very large room. I awkwardly walked over to the pantry and, overwhelmed by all the choices, pulled out a pack of crackers. Why don't you just tell him you wanted to find Adam? I looked over to see Jason staring at me, arms crossed, as he leaned against the marble countertop. I decided not to tell him. He would think I was being nosy. You're being nosy, I reminded myself. I stood there awkwardly, nibbling on the cracker. So, what are you doing up? I asked him. Work, he answered shortly. You don't sleep. I asked him. Sometimes, he said, fighting a yawn. We don't all get to take tower naps during the day. He added a wink, and I laughed, blushing. It was a little boring here before I started planning the centennial. You're welcome for that, he said. That was your idea? He nodded. Adam's got a lot on his plate, and you didn't have enough. Thanks, I said, hopping up on the countertop, eating another cracker. What do you think so far? He asked me. Of the centennial? Adam. I nodded, pulling another cracker from the wrapping. He's a good guy. Jason's eyebrow cocked. Good guy. I shrugged. I don't really know him all that well. Jason uncrossed his arms and walked over to stand next to me, leaning against the counter. He's a hard man to read and a little rough around the edges, but I think you'll get along well. He stared at the cabinets on the other side of the room as he spoke. Do you have a mate? I asked him. He shook his head and turned to look at me. No. I tried to reassure him. You'll find her. His jaw clenched and he nodded. Here's hoping. His blue eyes filled with an emotion I couldn't decipher. Was it sadness? Hope? Anger? Jealousy? I put my hand on his shoulder and rubbed it reassuringly. Enjoying ourselves? Adam's voice was much louder than the near whispers Jason and I had been speaking in. It scared me, causing me to drop the crackers in my hand. They fell to the floor and crumbled. What is with you people and scaring the life out of me? I asked, jumping down from the counter to clean up the mess. She wanted to take a detour on her way to find you, Jason explained. I felt my cheeks heat up. He knew what I was doing, of course he knew. I swept the crumbs into my palm and dumped them into the garbage. I looked up to see the 2 men staring at each other, Adam's glare a little harsher. Well, Adam said. She's found me. I'm sure you've got things to be doing. Jason nodded and left the kitchen. When Adam turned to look at me, I looked down at the floor and continued to sweep up the crumbs. Why are you awake? I shrugged as I stood up. You weren't in the bed. I just wanted to make sure everything was okay. I dumped the remaining crumbs into the trash can and wiped my hands off. Is everything okay? Adam lifted the crystal glass in his hand and took a long drink of the amber-colored liquid. Dandy. I swallowed hard, eyeing the liquor. I didn't know you drank. I can't get drunk, he said, smiling miserably. But I can try. He took another long gulp, finishing the drink. I grimaced. The stench brought back terrible memories. Images of my dad running towards me, shoving me to the ground, flashed in my mind. I could taste the blood in my mouth from his punches. I could feel the headaches I woke up with on the mornings after he would go on his drunken rampage. I raised a hand to rub away the ghost pain that came over the shoulder he knocked out of the socket. I gulped as my throat constricted, remembering the time I told Vespera the bruises on my neck were hickeys, not fingerprints. I hated scotch, and vodka, and tequila, and whiskey. What's wrong? I shook myself out of the trance and glanced at a concerned-looking Adam through misty eyes. He put the glass on the counter. Eva. Adam began to walk towards me. Don't. I backed away. I'm sorry, he said softly. I didn't think about it. I swallowed the knot that formed in my throat and left the kitchen quickly. He's not your dad, I tried to remind myself. I walked for a few minutes until I was certain Adam wasn't following me. I slid down the wall to sit on the ground in a dark and deserted hallway. I put my shaking hands to my mouth, trying to muffle the echoing sounds my sobs made. My shoulders shook violently as I tried to cry quietly. I pitted myself. One whiff of the smell. One glance at the glass. One memory. That was all it took for the world I had built to come crumbling down. The demon of drunkenness found me in the middle of a frozen nowhere. There was no escaping it. I tried to think clearly, to tell myself Adam was not my father. He said it himself, he couldn't get drunk. But that didn't matter. All it would take was a few years before it all started. The passive-aggressive remarks I would begin to receive about my body and intellect would turn into verbal abuse. The verbal abuse would turn into strong grips on my arms and wrists, which would turn into a hand around my neck. That would turn into a slap across the face and a punch in the gut. All of this would be pushed along by a deep descent into hatred and alcoholism. The drinks would become more common than just midnight trips to the wet bar. I knew how it worked, and I couldn't do it again. I saw his shadow down the hall, and I wiped my eyes quickly with the sleeves of his sweatshirt. I sniffed as he sat down against the wall next to me. He had showered and changed clothes. The smell of minty toothpaste replaced the stench of alcohol. I'm sorry. I didn't say anything. He reached an arm around me, and I flinched, causing him to draw his arm back. I didn't know how to break the news to you, he said. I looked at him. What? He took a deep breath. We found Warren Chester. I felt the tears return to my eyes. Is he dead? My voice broke. Adam shook his head. No. I sighed in relief, the burden lifting off my chest. Adam looked at me, eyes full of sadness. What is it then? I asked him. He doesn't remember. He doesn't remember what? Who took him? I asked. Anything. I stared at him. Anything? Adam shook his head. He didn't recognize Vespera. I gulped. How long have you known? Since last night. I looked at him to see his face full of guilt. I didn't know how to tell you. I couldn't sleep, that's why I was awake. It was silent for a few minutes as I let the news register. Promise me you won't drink again, I pleaded silently, my voice breaking. Adam reached out and grabbed my hand, despite my sharp intake of breath at the contact. I swear. Trust him. I sighed and gripped his hand tighter. I looked down at his fingers entangling mine. His hand was so much bigger than my own, nearly swallowing it in his grip. Back to bed? He asked. I shook my head. There's no way I'll be able to sleep now. When will Vespera get here? They're on their way. I let go of his hand and stood up. I need to get things ready for them. Adam stood up. I can have someone do that for you. No, I can do it, I insisted. I walked around him, but he grabbed me by the arm and pulled me back in. One arm wrapped tightly around my waist as the other gently tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. I stared at him wide-eyed as his nose touched mine. I'm not your father, he said firmly. I will never touch you in any way that is not for your pleasure or protection. My cheeks burned a bright red at his words. I don't know what that man did to you, he said. But when I find him, and I will find him, he will regret the day he decided you were worth less than all the love in this world. I closed my eyes, speechless, as he leaned in and kissed the tears on my cheeks. When his lips finally met mine, I melted into the kiss and clung to him as if he were oxygen and I had been holding my breath. He pulled away and grasped my chin gently. I promise you. I spent the morning preparing the Chandler's rooms. They were going to stay a floor below Adam's bedroom. The hospital ward was on that floor. I figured Mrs. Chester would want to be as close to Mr. Chester as she could. Vespera would have a room to herself, as would her mother. Evan and Brenda would share a room. I put clean towels in their bathrooms and fresh sheets on their beds. I made sure there was soap in the showers and the drawers were cleared out for their clothes. When I finished, I went back up to Adam's room to change into clean clothes. I took a shower and made the bed. After I finished putting the pillows on the bed, I lay down for a moment. I couldn't imagine what was going to happen when the Chandlers arrived. Is Vespera still mad at me? Will her mom be mad at me? How long will they be here? Will Adam be able to help Mr. Chester? I was almost asleep when I heard a knock on the door. I got out of bed and opened the door. Leona stood in front of me. I heard what happened. I'm so sorry. I smiled grimly. It'll be okay. If you need anything, let me know. I can take over planning while you're occupied if you need me to. I swallowed hard. I forgot about the centennial. You don't mind? She shook her head. Absolutely not. I opened the door and allowed her to come inside the room. I walked over to the couch and grabbed the flower catalog. I want to do a collection of yellow roses and baby's breath in the ballroom on the night of the arrival gala. I also want blue hydrangeas in the table vases. Do you think you could order the flowers for me? She nodded, taking the catalog from me. I'll run everything by you, she promised. I'll try to put together a menu for the rest of the centennial after I order the flowers. Just make sure you take a look at it by the end of the week. I hugged her. Thank you. She stiffly returned the hug. No problem. This will keep me from having to serve tea to the Countess all week. I laughed. I don't envy that job. Adam cleared his throat from the doorway. Leona bowed her head and left the room. They're here, he said once she had left. I took a deep breath. Adam reached out and stroked my cheek with his thumb. I swallowed hard and closed my eyes. He'll be okay, Adam assured me. I opened my eyes. I hope so. We left the room, and I followed Adam downstairs and through the ballroom. We walked out into the foyer, where Bartons stood taking their jackets. I stopped walking and took a deep breath. Vespera saw me and stared at Adam and me, expressionless. Mrs. Chester saw me and gasped. Running up to me, she hugged me tight. Evan and Brenda did the same. We missed you, honey, she said, crying. I missed you too. She let go of me and bowed her head to Adam. Thank you for opening your home to us and letting us stay here. I can't thank you enough. Adam smiled politely. It's my pleasure. I looked over to see a man in scrubs pushing Mr. Chester in a wheelchair. Mr. Chester looked far away. His eyes were glazed over. I walked over to him, and the nurse bowed his head at me. Mr. Chester? I said, touching his hand gently. He's in a vegetative state, Your Highness, the nurse informed me. He's unresponsive for now. I swallowed hard as Adam came up behind me and put his hand against the small of my back. Please take Mr. Chester to the hospital ward, Adam instructed the nurse. Mr. Smith will show you the way. Barton smiled warmly and began to lead him down the foyer. I stared at Mr. Chester as he was wheeled away and then turned to Adam, who was gazing at me sympathetically. He'll be all right, he assured me. I took a deep breath. I hope so. Chapter 16. Unknown POV. Do you realize what you've done? She sighed, unamused at his outburst. Relax. I've wiped his mind. His face was red with rage. And if he wakes up and remembers? What will you do then? It will destroy all her trust. She scoffed. Her idiot father destroyed her ability to trust. We just have to work before she can find out what we're up to. He was trying not to strangle her. Do you know how far I've traveled? How long I've waited? If you've messed this up, you will pay for it. She gulped at the threat. We'll make our move during the centennial. Can you manage not to mess anything up until then? He asked. She nodded, and he sighed. 1 more week. Then, the throne will be ours. Eva's POV. This is where you'll be staying. I opened the bedroom door for Mrs. Chester and showed her the room. Vespera and the boys' rooms are just across the hall there, I said, pointing that way. She gave me a tight-lipped smile and hugged me. Thank you for everything. My heart broke watching her move about with such frailty. She was a strong and bold woman. I had never seen her act so quietly. I couldn't imagine the toll this had to be taking. You're only a 5-minute walk from your husband's room, Mrs. Chester. He'll have around-the-clock care provided by my staff, and you're welcome to visit whenever and however long you'd like, Adam added. Thank you, she said. Her bags were brought in by a couple of men who had followed us from the foyer, and she stared at them with heavy eyelids. I'm sure you're tired from the flight, so we'll let you get some rest. There's a guard down the hall. Let him know when you're hungry or if you need anything, and he will make sure you're taken care of, I said softly. Make yourself at home, Adam said, giving her a warm smile. I nodded in agreement. It was hard leaving her room. I wanted to stay and hug her and tell her everything was going to be all right. I wanted to comfort her. I wanted to fix Mr. Chester and restore his mind. But I couldn't. Adam ushered me out and closed the door behind us. I could hear the boys shouting in amazement in their room. They were thrilled to be in a new place and couldn't contain their excitement, not at all worried about their father. I envied their naivety and optimism. I crossed the hall to see Vespera watching the men bring her bags in. Do you like the room? I asked her. She looked around the room and nodded slowly. It's nice. I stepped through the doorway into the room as Adam excused himself and left. Does he follow you everywhere? Vespera asked. If I'm not following him, I joked. She stared at me straight-faced. So it wasn't that funny. I'm sorry. For what? Vespera asked. For your father. For not being there for you, I said. She shrugged her shoulders. You're here now, aren't you? You don't seem happy to be here, I noticed. Vespera scoffed. Would you be? I suppose not, I said, shaking my head. I stood there awkwardly, sensing her moodiness. Well, there's a guard down the hall who is there if you need anything. Adam and I are getting dinner at 6, if you'd like to join us. I'll definitely check in on you. Don't bother, she interrupted. Don't act like you want me here or that you care. If you cared, you would have come to us. But you didn't. You stayed here in your castle and summoned us to you. Thanks for the invite, but I'll have my dinner in here. I took a deep breath. Hurt people, I thought, reminding myself of Adam's words. Make yourself at home, I said, leaving the room. I shut the door behind me and walked down the hallway. Leuna met me as soon as I reached the end of it. I'm sorry for bothering you, she said. I shook my head. You're no bother. I welcome any distraction at this point. She sighed in relief. It's just, there's a few ideas I have for the centennial. Let's hear them, I said. Well, I was thinking we could do the arrival gala in the ballroom instead of the courtyard. It's freezing outside and it would be easier to just have it indoors. I nodded. Smart. The weather didn't even occur to me. Okay, she said, marking something on her list. Second, I wanted to know where you planned on housing the other Alpha Superiors. I thought, let's put them on the 4th floor in the empty suites there. Leuna nodded and wrote something down. That's all I've got for now, she said. Thank you, I said, for helping me. She smiled. Anytime. I think right now you need to rest, though. You look exhausted. I sighed. It was a long night. Not the good kind, I'm assuming? She laughed. I smiled and shook my head. No. Get some rest. Leuna left me standing there, and I yawned. A nap sounds great right now. I slowly made my way back up to Adam's room. Once there, I changed back into his sweats and curled up on the bed. I need an hour, then I'll check on Vespera and Mrs. Chester. My eyes closed without any protest. I stood in front of my burning house. I couldn't move, only watch as the flames climbed higher into the night sky. The red tulips planted next to the front door seemed to glow like the flames that broke through the windows. The smoke was suffocating and my eyes burned from the heat. Eva! My mother's screams echoed in my ears. I tried to yell, to tell her I was there. My voice wasn't working. Eva, help me. Her screams got louder and more frantic. I started to panic. I couldn't move. I couldn't yell. I could only stand there, watching the house burn down in flames and listening to my mother's screams. Eva. Her voice got louder, closer. Eva. I shot up from the bed to see Adam standing next to the bed, his hand on my shoulder. Are you okay? I was hyperventilating. My mom, I whispered, shaking my head. He sat down on the edge of the bed and wrapped his arms around me. We'll find her. I sighed and leaned my head against his solid chest. And you're sure she wasn't in the fire? I held my breath as I waited for his answer. She wasn't, he assured me. They never found any remains. I sighed. And the arson report? I asked. Came back positive. I shook my head as I sat up straight and pulled away from Adam. I don't know who would want to set our house on fire. We didn't associate with anyone other than the Chandlers. He laid his hand over mine. There isn't anything good you can do worrying about it. We'll find her and the answers will come out eventually. I gave him a grim smile. For now, he continued, I had dinner brought up for us. I figured we could use a night in. I looked over to the cart of steaming food and my stomach growled. I need to shower first, I said. I was sweaty and stiff from the nightmare. I took a quick shower, washing my hair and letting the hot water relax my stiff body. I changed into my pajamas and exited the bathroom to see Adam getting out plates. Feel better? I nodded, sitting down next to him on the couch. He handed me a bowl of steaming soup and a drink. So, he said, what can I do to get your mind off of things? I shook my head. I can't think of much. That's your problem, love, he said pointedly. You're thinking about it. Try thinking about something else. Tell me, where is your favorite place you've ever traveled? I thought about it for a minute. I'd never gone anywhere outside of the United States before I met you. I'd never even flown in an airplane, actually. I think the farthest I had ever been was to Texas. You don't enjoy traveling? He asked. No, I do. Vespera and I had planned on going to Hawaii after we graduated from college. Were you looking forward to it? I nodded. It was the only thing keeping me in school. But I guess now I have a reason not to be in school anymore. Adam laughed. If school is that important to you, I can see what I can do about getting you enrolled online. I stopped him. No, I don't think so. I won't miss it that much. He laughed. We ate in silence for the next few minutes. Once I finished my soup, I set the empty bowl on the cart and went to sit on the bed. I stared at him as he placed his bowl and cup on the cart. I'm going to shower, he informed me. I lay my head down on the pillow as he walked into the bathroom. It's the end of the 5th day, I reminded myself. If I were honest with myself, I knew in that moment that it wouldn't take the entire 100 days to fall for Adam with the pace we were on. But it scared me. Why was I falling so fast? Was it just because we were mates, or was there a genuine attraction between us? As thoughts and feelings flooded my mind, Adam exited the bathroom in a towel and walked over to his wardrobe. No, there's definitely an attraction, I thought as I stared at his broad, muscular back. He put on boxer briefs and sweatpants. Fortunately for me and my eyes, his chest stayed bare. Adam went back into the bathroom with his towel in hand and came back without it. He came back out and lay on the bed next to me. What are you thinking about? He asked me. Be honest. He turned his head to look at me, and I was immediately sucked into the stormy blue ocean that was trapped in his eyes. I sighed. I don't know you. Adam smiled. Of course you do. Only what you want me to, I said as I shook my head. Tell me what you want to know, he said, rolling over to face me. I thought about it for a minute. Were you disappointed? His eyebrows knit together. About what? Me, I said. That I was your mate. He stared at me for a few moments. Are you disappointed? No, I said softly. But I wasn't the one who expected a mate. He smiled, hearing this. After 200 years, I wasn't expecting anything. But to answer your question, no, I wasn't disappointed. Is this because of Violetta? I shrugged. I see why she would want you to marry someone who is pure-blooded. I think that's what you deserve. He sat up. First, I've gotten much more than I deserve with you. Second, there are not many of my kind left, and I've met every pure-blooded woman on this earth. None of them were my mate, so I have no interest in any of them. Don't let Violetta fool you into thinking that I'm settling with you. Okay, I sighed, even though I wasn't completely convinced. What do you want to know about me? Adam thought for a moment. How old were you when you shifted the first time? I looked at him like he had grown 3 heads. I've never shifted. What? Adam said incredulously. Are you serious? I laughed. I'm dead serious. Why on earth have you never shifted? Because it hurts, I said, like it was apparent. Adam rolled his eyes. I can't believe this. I laughed. You're joking, right? When did you shift for the first time? I was 7, he said. That's a little young, don't you think? I'm an alpha. We're supposed to learn to shift early. I shrugged. Well, I'm not an alpha. I've never had a reason to shift. Adam was clearly very distraught. What if something happened? You would have no way to defend yourself. You need to learn how to shift and strengthen your wolf. We're doing that first thing tomorrow. I don't know how. I protested. I'll show you, don't worry. But it hurts. So would any first experience, but that wasn't stopping you from trying a few nights ago. I blushed and he laughed. Changing the subject, I said awkwardly. Why were you mad at Jason last night? Adam went straight-faced and his jaw clenched. Did something happen? I asked him. He was just too close for comfort, Adam said. What do you mean? To you, Jason was too close to you, he explained. Oh, there's no need to be jealous, I assured him. I'm not jealous, he said, smirking. Jealous is when you want something someone else has. Then what are you? I asked. Possessive, he answered. I want what's already mine. My mouth went dry hearing this. I finally found my voice. I'm not a possession, I said shakily. He smiled. Not yet. You'll come to be mine the same way I am already yours. You plan on doing that in 100 days? Darling, I'm banking on it taking less than that. Chapter 17. It's cold outside. You're in Canada during the dead of winter. Of course it's cold outside. I huffed and planted my feet firmly into the snow, causing Adam to sigh. You have to learn to shift. It's a necessity for you at this point, he said firmly, folding his arms across his chest. I don't want to. It hurts, and I have nothing to change into afterwards. Adam held up the long, black dressing robe in his hands. That's why I have this. I shook my head. I can't believe this. I should have just lied to him when he asked me about shifting. We stood in the tree line on the edge of the forest that was a few 100 feet away from the castle. We were well hidden by the bushy evergreens from anyone who might have been looking on, but that didn't stop me from being mortified. Shifting for the very first time was a personal experience, and I wasn't so sure I wanted to share it with Adam. I don't want to take my clothes off in front of him. I don't want him to see me in pain. Adam stood there, his patience running thin. Listen, I canceled all my morning meetings to come out here with you. Can you please just shift? He asked. I didn't ask you to cancel meetings. I'm not even the one who wanted to be out here. I'm not shifting, I said stubbornly. Would it help if I do it first? He offered. I was curious about what his wolf looked like, but I wouldn't let my curiosity get the best of me. No. Adam growled silently, clearly getting very frustrated with me. When he threw the robe over a branch and began to remove his clothes, I panicked. What are you doing? He unbuckled his belt and undid the zipper on his pants before pulling them down. Someone is going to see you. I warned. So? He asked, taking his shirt off. So? I repeated incredulously. You're stripping in 2 feet of snow in front of a castle full of people and that's all you've got to say? He smirked. You're the only person I care about seeing me. Oh my God, I mumbled. He pulled down his boxer briefs and I grimaced, looking up at the treetops. I knew once I saw him completely, I wouldn't be able to unsee it. Look at me, he said. I shook my head and he laughed. You suffer from serious secondhand embarrassment, he noted. It's not secondhand embarrassment if you're not embarrassed, I countered. Look at me, he repeated. When I didn't move, he made his way over to me and gently grabbed my chin, forcing me to meet his gaze. You need to see it. My eyes got wide. Need to see what? Adam laughed. Me as I shift. My cheeks were burning. I tried to shove him away, but he caught my wrists and pushed me against the tree behind me. My breath hitched in my throat. "I'm not watching you," I whispered. He smirked, his face close to mine. "I'm not shy. Clearly." He leaned in to kiss me. "Adam, is that you?" I gasped and threw my hand over my mouth, hearing Adam's father. Adam rolled his eyes and quickly grabbed his boxer briefs from the ground and put them on. "What do you want, Dad?" Melvin walked into the forest where we were. "Oh, it is you. Am I interrupting something?" he asked, eyeing Adam and me. "Actually." "No, you're not," I interrupted. "Actually," Adam reiterated, shooting me a glare. I was just trying to convince Eva to shift for the first time. Adam's father scowled at this. "And I suppose you thought standing stark naked in front of her would help her to concentrate? Put some clothes on, boy." I tried not to laugh as Adam glared at him and began to put on his shirt. "Follow me, dear," Melvin instructed me, pulling the robe down from the tree branch. He took me by the hand and led me deeper into the forest. Adam followed behind us as he finished putting on his pants and shoes. "She doesn't need you to touch her for her to follow you," Adam said, pulling Melvin's hand away from mine. "You need to be quiet if you're coming along," Melvin warned him. However, he respected Adam's wishes and placed his hands at his side as we walked deeper into the forest. We walked in silence for a few minutes. "Where is he taking me?" We came to a small clearing where a shallow pond was frozen over. "Here is good," Melvin decided. "What are we doing?" I asked him. "We are doing nothing," he said, pointing to himself and Adam. "You, my dear, are going to go out and sit on the ice." "You're joking." He shook his head. "Go on. Why can't I just sit here?" I asked him. "The ice will cause you to think about your movements and to become more aware of yourself. Now go." I looked at Adam for help, but he just winked at me. "So, doing your crazy father's bidding is punishment for not shifting?" I huffed and cautiously put my foot on the ice. It seemed sturdy, but I still felt uneasy. I turned around and Melvin put his hands up to stop me from saying anything else. Sighing, I put my feet on the ice, careful not to make any sudden movements. "I'm going to bust my ass out here." I slowly shuffled my feet to the center of the pond. "Is here all right?" I asked. "Perfect," Melvin said. "Now sit." I rolled my eyes. He really is insane. I sat down slowly, putting my feet out in front of me. "Now what?" "Breathe deeply," he said. I scoffed. "This is not Kung Fu Panda, and I am not the Dragon Warrior," I reminded him. By the confused look on his face, I gathered he didn't get the reference. "Go on," he prodded me. "Close your eyes, breathe deeply." I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. "This is ridiculous." Again, Malcolm instructed. I took another deep breath. "Do you feel it?" he asked. "The only thing I feel is the ice melting through my pants." I heard Adam chuckle, and Melvin gave a disgruntled sigh. "You're supposed to feel her," he said. "Feel your inner wolf." "Her?" I shook my head. "I'm not feeling anyone." "It's because you're not taking this seriously," Melvin said pointedly. I opened my eyes. "The only thing I can focus on right now is the fact that I can't feel my nose or my fingers." He shook his head. "We'll try again tomorrow." I sighed and stood up, carefully making my way back over to them. When I was a few feet away from solid ground, my left foot slipped and I fell back against the ice. "Ouch!" "You all right, love?" Adam asked, striding out towards me. "Don't touch me," I said as he reached out to pick me up. "I can get up myself." I went to stand up, and my right leg slid out from under me, causing me to fall back to the ground. At that point, my pride hurt more than I did. But when I heard the ice crack, I panicked. "Adam." I had barely screamed before the ice gave way, and the bottom half of my body went under the freezing water. Quickly, Adam grabbed my arms and lifted me out. My bottom half was soaked to the skin, and I was freezing. "Cover her." Melvin handed Adam the robe. Adam wrapped it around my legs as my teeth chattered. He lifted me into his arms and carried me back through the forest, Melvin hot on our trail. We reached the castle, and Adam carried me swiftly up the several flights of stairs to his bedroom. I can't carry myself up these stairs, and he's not even breaking a sweat. "Hope you feel better, darling. Don't catch a sniffle if you can help it," Melvin yelled as Adam shut the door. I was shaking as he carried me into the bathroom and sat me on the ledge of the tub. Adam took off my jacket and began to unbutton my pants. "I can do it myself," I said shakily, pushing him away. He watched as my shaking hands struggled to get a grip on the button before he pushed them away and unbuttoned them himself. I began to protest, and he silenced me. "I'll leave your underwear on, relax." I gulped as he pulled my pants off and began to run water. Adam sat me down in the tub and began to pour water on my legs. I winced. "That water is cold. Hot water will sting. Give yourself time to adjust," he explained. I sighed. "Why did you let him do that?" He smiled. It was humorous until the last 15 seconds. I splashed him gently, earning a wink. Eventually, he put the stopper in the drain and began to fill the tub with hot water. I had goosebumps coating my body, but I wasn't sure if it was because I was cold or because Adam had begun to massage my feet and calves. Good thing I shaved yesterday, I thought. "Is the water too warm?" he asked me. I shook my head. "It feels nice." "Yeah," he agreed. "Don't take my word for it, though. Get in and see for yourself." Did that just come out of my mouth? Did I really just say that? Tempting, Adam said. "Please say no. That wasn't supposed to come out of my mouth." I stared in horror and admiration as he lifted his shirt over his head and began to undress. "What have you done?" I scooted backwards in the spacious tub to give him room to get in. The water sloshed gently as he stepped into the tub and sat down. I pulled my knees up to my chest, but Adam reached out and grabbed my ankles, pulling my feet out to rest in his lap. He began to massage them gently. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Nothing," I said, my eyes wandering around the room, unable to meet his. "You're trembling." "I am not." Adam smiled. "Do I still make you nervous?" I swallowed hard, and he took my hesitation to answer as a silent yes. "You want to know something?" he asked me. "Sure. I've imagined myself in this bath with you so many times. Although, I think it's important to mention there weren't clothes involved in my version." "You're not helping with my trembling, dude. Want to know something else?" he asked me. I looked at him, and his eyes shone with a mischievous playfulness I hadn't seen before. "I think you're scared of letting me see you." I rolled my eyes. "I'm not." He smiled. "You are." "I've known you for 2 weeks," I reminded him. "I've had boyfriends much longer than that who never." "I'm not your boyfriend, though. I'm the man you'll spend the rest of your life with. The man whose mark you carry, whose children you'll have. The man who you'll sleep next to for the next 100 years. He has a point. "So what?" I asked. "I'm supposed to just automatically be comfortable around you? You still have nearly 90 days left." "Forget the 90 days, he said, grabbing my leg and pulling me towards him. "You wouldn't leave me right now if you had the choice. You don't know that." "I do, though. You couldn't even let me leave my own bedroom and walk around my own castle without following me. You wouldn't travel thousands of miles away and stay there." My breath hitched in my throat as he pulled me closer, my hand on his chest and nose brushing against his. God, he's right. My hand went to the back of his neck, and I pulled him into a kiss. Immediately, my lips parted, and the taste of his mouth collided with mine. His hands reached around me and pulled my shirt over my head. The kiss was broken momentarily as he pulled the shirt off and threw it on the floor. Adam groaned into the kiss as my fingers entangled themselves in his dark curls. Not breaking the kiss, he stood up and lifted me out of the bathtub, his arms going around my waist and my legs around his torso. Exiting the bathroom, he pulled away from the kiss and lay me down on the bed, not caring that it became wet. Adam crawled over top of me and kissed me again. I felt his hands go under my back, lifting me slightly as he unclasped my bra. He threw it on the ground and kissed me deeper. I was very aware, however, that his wandering hands were sliding down my waist. I nearly gasped when a knock at the door shattered the intimate moment. "Ignore it," he said, mumbling against my lips. Another knock. "Eva? It's Vespera. I wanted to apologize. Can I come in?" Adam growled slightly when I pressed my hands against his chest and pushed him away. "Sorry," I whispered. I got up and quickly covered myself with a t-shirt of his from the wardrobe. I went to the door as Adam went into the bathroom, frustrated by the interruption. I opened the bedroom door slightly to see Vespera standing there. She gave me an anxious smile. "Can I come in?" she asked. Now isn't a good time. Can I talk to you later?" I asked her. "Oh," she said, defeated. "Well, I thought you should know that my dad started talking again this morning. He was asking for you." "Oh, give me just a second to change," I said. I closed the door. Picking my bra off the ground, I took off the t-shirt and clasped it back on. I changed quickly into my clothes. I felt bad for leaving Adam, but he could wait. Mr. Chester could not. I met Vespera back out in the hallway, where she was waiting for me. She led me down to the hospital ward where the air smelled of sanitizer. "Here we are," she said, leading me into a room. Her father sat awake in a hospital bed, Mrs. Chester by his side. "How are you?" I asked him, smiling. He nodded and returned the smile. "Remembering anything?" I asked. His smile faded. "Blood. That's all I remember." Chapter 18. Aren't you hungry? Xander sat across the dinner table from Vespera and me, watching her stare at her food. "It's delicious," she said, pushing a pea across the plate with her fork. "I just don't have an appetite." I, on the other hand, was starving. I had finished the honey-glazed roasted chicken in no time, but was still working on the peas and the corn. "Do you want this?" Vespera asked, handing me her bread roll. I nodded and took it out of her hands. "Does Adam not feed you?" Xander asked in amusement. "I didn't eat breakfast," I explained, eating a spoonful of peas. Vespera laughed. "I've never seen you devour peas like that." I said nothing as I tore off a piece of bread from the roll. Vespera was trying to get on my good side, despite having neglected to apologize. It frustrated me that I could empathize with her, however. I understood the stress she was probably under after her father was kidnapped, and I could see where that would cause her to potentially lash out. Despite this, her irrational words against my relationship with my father and my relationship with Adam still cut deep. I could understand that she was hurting, but she didn't have to take it out on me. It wasn't my fault, no matter what she believed. "A lady would never stuff her face," Violetta said, taking a small bite of her chicken. "Who invited you to lunch?" Vespera asked her. Vespera's attitude wouldn't earn her many fans in this castle. Violetta looked aghast to be spoken to like that. "I almost asked you the same thing," Violetta sneered. Vespera rolled her eyes. "Catfight," Tristan whispered under his breath. He sat in the chair next to me, which was the only reason Vespera didn't try to strangle him. "Who is that?" she asked me. "His name is Tristan. He's here to help us plan the centennial, even though he hasn't been much help," I explained. "I'm sitting right here," he reminded me. "What is a centennial?" Vespera asked. "It's a party without balloons," Tristan mumbled. I shot him a glare. "It's a week-long event where all the Alpha superiors gather together for meetings and galas," I explained. "When is it?" she asked. "Next week." I sighed, thinking of all the planning I still had to do. I still had to approve the menus for the week, go over living arrangements, pick out a song list for the galas, and so much more. "I need to find Leuna," I said, thinking out loud. "Can I help?" Vespera asked. "I've got nothing else to do." I nodded, finishing the food on my plate. I looked up and caught Xander's eye. "Can I speak to you for a moment?" he asked me, standing from his seat. I nodded and stood up, following him to the corner of the dining room. "What's wrong?" "I saw Adam in the hall earlier," he said. He looked angry, but he wouldn't tell me what about. "Is something going on?" I shook my head. "I'm not sure what he's angry about. I can ask him." He sighed in relief. "I would appreciate that." I found Leuna and sent Vespera and Tristan off with her to help with the planning. After that, I walked to Adam's office to see why Xander had thought he was angry. The guards let me pass through his office doors, and I walked down the hallway to where he was at his desk. "Hi." Adam looked up and saw me standing there before looking back down at the papers in his hands. "Hello. What are you doing?" I asked him, walking over to his desk. "Looking over some points from my defense council meeting." "Sounds boring." "Sounds interesting." "Is something wrong?" he asked, looking up from the paper. I shook my head and he sighed. "Eva, I'm very busy. If nothing's the matter, I'd like to get back to work." "Touchy. Is everything okay?" He didn't say anything, just looked back down at the paper in his hands. I stood there, waiting for an answer. Adam huffed. Everything is fine. How is Vespera? Oh, is that what's wrong? I asked. You're mad at me for not ignoring her earlier? I'm not mad at you, he said, still not looking up. But you're mad, nonetheless. He put the paper down on his desk and stood up. Every time I get close to you, you hop at the first opportunity to get away. You couldn't get off the bed quick enough when you heard her knocking. I laughed nervously. What? He asked me. I sighed and sat down in the chair in front of his desk. When I was 14, Mrs. Chester made Vespera, and I promised that we wouldn't get involved with anyone until we were married. Adam cringed. That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard. I shrugged. You can think that, but it's the reason I was a virgin when I met you. He came around his desk and leaned back against the front of it. Why on earth would she ask that of you? Things are different here than they are back home, I explained. Here, everyone has a mate. At home, you're picking guys and just hoping they're the right one. I think Mrs. Chester just wanted to make sure Vespera and I were with the right person for the right reasons. She had no way of knowing I would have a mate. Adam sighed. Is there any way you could convince her to let you out of it? I scowled. Maybe, but are we not going to get married? Adam shrugged. I mean, I guess we could. Do you want to? I nodded. I've had my wedding dress picked out since I was 16. Adam laughed and shook his head. Fine. My eyes lit up. Really? I can't believe I'm agreeing to this. I jumped out of the chair and hugged him. Do we still have to wait? He asked me. We've waited this long. How hard can it be to wait a little longer? Really hard. It was like my mind knew I had decided to keep my promise to Mrs. Chester and wait. As soon as I opened the door to the bedroom that night after helping Leona put the final touches on the centennial, I saw Adam walk out of the bathroom in a towel. Sweet mother of Moses, those abs. I got flustered quickly as he noticed me staring and winked. How is the planning coming along? He asked me as I shut the bedroom door. I just nodded, my voice caught in my throat. Everything all right, love? I am fine, I assured him. I walked past him quickly and into the bathroom, closing the door. God, it would be so much easier if he weren't so handsome. I undressed and got into the shower. I washed my hair quickly and took some time just to stand under the hot water. Maybe it wouldn't be wrong if I didn't wait, I thought. It isn't like Adam's not the right guy. He's my mate for crying out loud. But what if the 100 days don't work out? What if something happens? I would still be breaking a promise. I sighed, turned off the water, and grabbed my towel. Drying off, I walked out into the bedroom to grab my pajamas. I wrapped the towel around myself and opened the wardrobe, all the while trying to ignore Adam sitting on the couch reading a book in his boxer briefs. As I grabbed a t-shirt and opened my underwear drawer, I felt his presence behind me. These are nice, he said, pulling a pair of pink lace panties out and holding them up with the crook of his index finger. I blushed and yanked them from his hand, closing the drawer. Do I get to see them on you? He asked with a smirk. Unless you have X-ray vision and can see through the t-shirt, I said, holding it up as I made my way back into the bathroom. I changed and hung the towel to dry before walking back out. Adam was seemingly waiting for me, leaning against the bedpost and watching me as I exited the bathroom. Can I help you? I could think of a few ways you could. I rolled my eyes. You have a very dirty mind. Sure I do, and right now you're running through it. Naked. His eyes drifted up and down my body as he bit his bottom lip. You're not making this any easier on yourself, I reminded him, walking around the bed. Adam groaned and threw his head back. Remind me again why I agreed to this? Because I made a promise. He shook his head, following me around the bed. He picked me up and sat me on the mattress. Give me 10 minutes, he pleaded. You don't have to do a thing, just let me touch you. I put my hands on his chest. As much as I want to say yes. He groaned. That sounds like a husband privilege, I finished. Adam was clearly angry as he backed away. I need to go for a run. It's freezing and dark outside. I've got fur, mother. Wait, fur? You're shifting. I asked him. He nodded, walking around the bed. Can I come? Adam stopped. That's probably not the best idea. My eyebrows furrowed. Why? I'm not completely trusting of my self-control when I shift. He smiled, menace dancing in his eyes. My breath hitched in my throat. Besides, he continued, you've never shifted yourself. You wouldn't be able to keep up. He grabbed a pair of sweatpants and his pillows. I thought you were going for a run? I am, he assured me. I'm just not coming back for a while. I'll sleep in one of the guest rooms down the hall tonight, so I don't wake you. My eyebrows furrowed as he left the room. I tossed and turned that night. I couldn't fall asleep if it had saved my life. If only Adam were here. I shook my head and turned over. You don't need him to fall asleep, silly girl. You did it just fine without him for the past 20 years. I sighed. I knew he was mad at me for waiting until that day to bring up my promise to Mrs. Chester. I should never have let things get as far as they did. It would have been better if I had just mentioned it to him from the beginning. Nonetheless, I had lain awake and seriously considered what would happen if I forgot about the promise like I almost had the day before. I knew, at the end of the day, it didn't matter. I had met the man I was going to be with for the rest of my life. There were no questions about that. I didn't have to worry about him hurting me or leaving me. But there was a knot in my throat at the thought of breaking a promise. You were 14, you didn't know what you were doing when you made that promise. But it was still a promise, one that I had kept for 6 years. I shook the thought from my head and rolled over, facing an empty left side of the bed. I groaned and got out of bed. I walked out of the bedroom to see the guards still standing by Melvin's door. Immediately, I felt my cheeks heat up, remembering I was in a t-shirt and not much else. I hurried down the hall and tried to pick between the 2 doors, which I thought Adam would be sleeping behind. It's one of these. They're the only other guest bedrooms on this hall, except for Melvin's. I picked one and opened the door slowly. I sighed in relief when I saw him. His shoulders rose and fell as he breathed heavily, and the prominent muscles in his back weren't covered by the sheets. I stepped into the room slowly, but froze seeing the sheets next to him move. My heart sank as I watched her roll over and cuddle up next to him. Moonlight that poured into the room through the window illuminated her black, curly hair. Vespera? Chapter 19. I gasped. The sound woke Vespera, and she sat up and stared at me in horror. Eva, it's not what it looks like. This can't be happening, was all I could whisper. My chest suddenly felt constricted, and I couldn't breathe properly. Tears filled my eyes, and I swallowed the knot in my throat. I saw the sheets move as Vespera touched him on the arm. I hit the light switch, illuminating the room with bright light, which caused Vespera to squint. What is going on? I turned to see Adam standing in the doorway. Wait, what? My head began to spin as I turned back around to see the man in the bed sit up. Jason? I gasped and threw my hand over my mouth. The temperature in the room dropped a few degrees as everyone was now fully awake and aware of what was happening. Jason's eyes widened at the sight of Adam. Vespera's cheeks were red with embarrassment. Adam and I were both just confused. Why are you in here? He asked them. He turned to me. Why are you in here? I could only stutter as I turned back and forth between Adam, Jason, and Vespera. Vespera was near tears. Eva, I promise I was going to tell you eventually. Tell me what? I saw the way Jason looked at her and came to a sudden realization. Are you mates? Vespera's eyes widened, and she shook her head. No. We're just together. My jaw dropped. Since when? Before she could answer, Adam took me by the arm and pulled me out of the room. We'll talk about this in the morning, he growled, speaking to Jason. I saw a momentary flash of fear in Jason's eyes before Adam closed the door. Why are you in there? Why are you even awake? I jumped up into his arms and hugged him tight. What's the matter? He asked, arms wrapping around me tightly. I didn't know where you were. I walked in and I thought it was you, and then I saw Vespera and Dash. You assumed the worst, he finished. He sighed and held me tighter. I wrapped my legs around his torso and clung to him like I was afraid he would leave again. My heart was still beating out of my chest. Can you come back to your own room? I whispered. You mean to our room? He asked, chuckling. Yes, of course. He kissed me on the cheek and carried me down the hall back into his bedroom. I blushed seeing the guards watching us. I'm sure that was a sight to see. Adam growled slightly, glaring at them as well. Immediately, they averted their gaze. He opened the bedroom door and closed it as we passed through it. From now on, if you leave the room, make sure you have clothes on. I think you look great in my t-shirt, but so do they, Adam said gruffly. I nuzzled my head into the crook of his neck. I don't care what they think. His chest vibrated as he laughed. That's why I have to. He lay me down gently on the bed and crawled over me. My legs were still wrapped around his waist as he propped himself up with his elbows. Did you really think I would have been the one in the bed with her? He asked me earnestly. I sighed, running my hands through his dark curls. I didn't know what to think, I said honestly. It all happened so fast, and I knew you were mad at me because of the promise. Adam stopped me. I'm not mad at you, he said earnestly. Annoyed? Maybe, but not mad. If you want to wait until our wedding night, it's something I will respect. Adam rolled off of me and lay next to me, pulling me in close. Well, the promise certainly didn't hold Vespera back, I huffed. Literally. I laughed. We were quiet for a few minutes, my eyes closing slowly. Eva? Yes. Adam paused. Vespera doesn't need to be with Jason, he said finally. Why not? I can't tell you much, but I will tell you that I don't trust him, Adam said. He uses people to get what he wants, and if you care about Vespera, you won't want her to be one of those people. My eyebrows furrowed. What do you mean? If you don't trust him, why is he your beta? I made a few stupid promises a few years ago too, he said. One of them was to Jason, offering him the beta position in exchange for his help in gaining territory over Australia. I sighed. I'll talk to her tomorrow. Adam was silent for a few moments. If she needs some convincing, you can tell her he has a mate, he said. He does? Who? He told me he hadn't found his mate yet. Leona Warren. I gasped. What? They're not together anymore. He rejected her, he explained. What? Why? Adam shrugged. She wasn't what he was looking for, I guess. He and her father never got along well anyways, so I guess he thought it wasn't a good decision. I let the information sit for a minute. That sounds like such a dumb reason to reject someone. I agree, he said. But there's nothing anyone can do now, and don't tell Vespera unless she doesn't listen the first time. I don't think either Jason or Leona would appreciate anyone else knowing about it. I sighed. Do you think they still love each other? I asked him. I'm not sure. They weren't together for very long, so I doubt it. I shook my head. I don't understand how someone could do that to their mate. I did for a while, Adam said honestly. But that changed after I met you. I was thankful Adam couldn't see me blush. I thought about rejecting you after you marked me without warning, I said honestly. Adam growled and his arm wrapped around me tighter. I'm sorry about that. I sighed. It's whatever, I guess. It's already happened and over with. It was silent for a few moments before Adam spoke again. How can I make it up to you? My heart started beating faster as I thought of all the things he could do. Adam laughed and placed his hand on my chest over my racing heart. Does the thought excite you? He asked, his hot breath fanning against my ear. I want a diamond. What? A diamond engagement ring, I clarified. Wow, he said. That's really not where I imagined that going. I laughed. I'm serious. He held me tighter and kissed my neck. If that's what you want, that's what you'll get. But if you can think of anything else, let me know. I knew he was smirking. I will, don't worry. Adam and I slept in the next morning, which I didn't think he could do, seeing as he was leading the werewolf population of 3 continents. When I woke up, my back was pressed against his chest, legs tangled with his. His arm was still around my waist, the other stretched out under my pillow. I yawned and sighed contentedly, having slept better that night than all the other nights I had been there. I sat up slightly, and my eye caught a glimpse of the time from the clock next to the bed. Alarmed at the time, I shook Adam slightly. What? He mumbled. His voice was husky and deep. His eyes remained closed as he pulled me back down to lie next to him. No, you need to get up. I whispered frantically. It's late. Don't you have to work? Adam sighed as he peeked when I opened. It's Saturday, love, he said. You take the weekends off? He smiled at this. I'm not a machine. I mean, I know, but... Sure, Adam said, closing his eyes and pulling me close to him. I sighed and lay down beside him. I felt so stupid as I remembered what I had walked in on last night. Vespera and Jason? I wouldn't have put that pair together in a million years. It also bothered me that she had lost her virginity and didn't bother telling her best friend. I wondered briefly if Mrs. Chester knew Vespera had broken her promise. Then there was Jason. Jason and Leuna? That was an even odder pairing than he and Vespera. I couldn't believe he had rejected her. There were so many lycanthropes out there without a mate that wanted one dearly, and as it turns out, the lycanthropes that actually have mates are rejecting them. It seemed selfish to me. Was that why Adam didn't trust him? Because he was selfish? Because he rejected his mate? I desperately wanted to know the whole story. What are you thinking about? Adam asked me. Jason, I answered. Adam's body tensed for a moment. That isn't really what I wanted to hear, seeing as we're laying in bed together, half naked. I laughed. Well, you asked. I traced his bicep with my index finger, slowly trailing up and down his arm. I can't believe you thought it was me in that bed last night, he said. I'm trying not to be offended. I shrugged. I didn't know any better until the lights were on and I saw you behind me. Also, his back muscles look an awful lot like yours in the dark. Now I am offended, Adam said. My back is much fitter than his. I smiled at this. Also, he said, lowering his voice. You would have known if I had been having anything with anyone in the room next door. I'm not as quiet as they were. I gasped and slapped his arm away. Pervert. Prude, he laughed. I rolled my eyes and sat up. I'm hungry. It was Adam's turn to roll his eyes. You're always hungry. No, I'm seriously hungry this time. He sighed, sitting up as well. That's what you said the last time. I went to get out of bed, but he grabbed my arm and pulled me back down onto the mattress. No, he said. Stay here, I'll have something brought up. He called for breakfast to be sent up. A few minutes later, a woman arrived at the door with a cart of food. She blushed furiously and left as quickly as she could when she saw Adam without a shirt. He handed me the tray of food, and I placed it on the bed. He climbed on the bed next to me and we ate. I had oatmeal and he ate a bacon and cheese omelet. I don't want to stay in this room, I groaned, finishing my food. This castle is huge and I feel like I'm always just in this one place. You don't want to stay in here? With me? He asked, looking hurt. I can keep my shirt off and maybe you could take yours off. I laughed and got off the bed. No, get up. We're leaving this room and exploring a bit. Exploring? He asked, cocking his eyebrow. I nodded. Well, Dora, call me Diego. Where are we going? I laughed. I thought you said you didn't watch TV? His cheeks were tinted pink as he laughed. I haven't been living under a rock. I changed into clothes, and Adam tried his very best to convince me to change my mind. Come on, it will be fun, I assured him. Adam pulled a shirt over his head and followed me out the bedroom door, where Vespera was sitting against the wall, waiting. Oh, was all Adam said when he saw her. She stood up quickly, avoiding Adam's gaze. I'm sorry, she said to me, for not telling you about Jason, for all the mean things I said about your dad. It was all wrong of me, and I'm very sorry. I gulped. It's fine, I grumbled. It's not, actually, Adam said. He looked at Vespera. I hope you've learned that your actions and your words have an effect on more than just yourself. When you're reckless, you hurt other people. I've opened my home and offered my help to you and your family, and you've repaid me by hurting her, the one person I care about. Vespera bit the inside of her cheek. She's very forgiving, he said, gesturing towards me. But if this happens again, I won't be. Well, that was intense. I was certainly at a loss for words in that moment, but Vespera nodded understandingly. I'm so sorry, she said again, looking at me. I sighed and opened my arms, embracing her in a hug. Vespera hugged me tightly and pulled away. I've got to get going, she said. Dad's getting blood transfusions done today, and Mom wants me there. Blood transfusions? Why? I asked her. She shrugged. I don't know. They hadn't even found a proper donor yesterday, so I don't know if they'll even go through with it. What blood type are they looking for? I asked. She shrugged. You could come along and ask? I nodded. Is that okay? I asked Adam. I didn't want to cancel plans with him, but I wanted to help Mr. Chester too. I'll come, Adam said, nodding. We followed Vespera down the hallway and walked a few floors down until we were in the hospital ward. The smell of disinfectant was prominent, and it made my eyes burn. She opened the door to her father's room, and I saw Mrs. Chester passed out in the chair next to his bed. "Mom," Vespera said, waking her up. "Eva wants to know if she could donate some blood for Dad." "What type are you, dear?" Mrs. Chester asked, sitting up straight and rubbing her eyes. "Oh, negative," I responded. She gasped, suddenly very awake. "That will work." She was up and out of her seat to fetch the doctor, who came in a few minutes later after she returned. He was an older man, late 60s, I guessed. But if he was pure-blooded, he was a lot older than that. "Your Highness, I understand you're interested in donating?" he asked me. I nodded, trying not to cringe. I still couldn't get over being called Your Highness. "I'm not a Disney princess, people. Are you okay with that?" he asked Adam. My eyebrows furrowed. "It's my blood," I reminded him. The doctor laughed. "I'm aware, Your Highness. But I just wanted to make sure I wasn't going to get my arm ripped off for sticking you with a large needle." "Adam wouldn't rip your arm off," I said, laughing. The look on each of their faces, however, made me think I could have been wrong. "He wouldn't do that, would he?" Adam nodded. "It's fine with me." The doctor, satisfied with each of our consents, walked over to the cabinets and pulled out a phlebotomy kit. "Have you eaten this morning?" he asked me, putting on latex gloves. I nodded. The doctor walked over and instructed me to sit down in a chair. As I did so, he placed my arm on a table to elevate it and pulled out an alcohol wipe. I sucked in a sharp breath at the cold feeling against my skin. "What exactly is he getting blood transfusions for?" I asked. "His red blood cell count is low, and we think that the anemia it's causing is keeping him from a healthy recovery." "Will it help his memory?" I asked. "It'll bring down some of his neuroinflammation, for sure. We'll have to wait and see what it does for his memory, though," he said, smiling. He pulled out a rubber tourniquet from his kit and tied it around my upper arm. "That feel tight enough?" he asked. I nodded, watching as he pulled out a blood bag and rubber tubing, attaching the two together. I swallowed hard when he pulled out the butterfly needle. He must have seen my eyes widen because he chuckled. "It will only pinch for a second. Do you want to hold the rubber ball?" I nodded and smiled as he handed me the small red ball. He attached the needle to the tub and took my arm in his hand. I closed my eyes tight as he put the needle to my skin. I winced as I felt the sting. "Pain is all gone," he said, taping the tube on my arm. I sat there for a few minutes as Mrs. Chester and I talked for a while about our lives since I had left home. Obviously, I left a few things out for her sake. The doctor came back into the room after a while and removed the needle from my arm once the bag was full. He put a bandage around it. "Get this guy to kiss it," he said as he gestured to Adam, "and it'll be all better in no time." He gave me a playful wink, and I smiled as he left the room. Adam sat down next to me and rubbed my arm. "Feel okay?" he asked. I nodded. He looked down at the bandage, and I laughed. "Don't even think about kissing it." Mrs. Chester laughed before looking over to a sleeping Mr. Chester. "How's he doing?" Adam asked. "Okay, I think," she said, sighing. "He's barely awake." "He needs his sleep, Mama," Vespera said. Mrs. Chester nodded. "I suppose." The doctor came back into the room, a grim expression plastered on his face. "Is everything all right?" I asked him, suddenly worried. "Unfortunately, no," he said. "We're not going to be able to transfuse your blood." "Why? Is something wrong with it?" He shook his head. "Quite the opposite, really. It's much too potent for Mr. Chester." "Too potent?" Vespera asked. "What does that mean?" "You come from a very strong lineage of lycanthropes, Your Highness," he said to me. "You have strong, healthy blood, but it's too strong to be used as a donor for someone like Mr. Chester. I'm not sure how his body would react to being treated with such potency." "You're mistaken," I said. "My parents are barely lycanthropes. I'm almost entirely human." He shrugged. "I'm sorry, Your Highness." I slumped down into my seat and looked warily at Mr. Chester. "What now?" Chapter 20. Ouch! I pulled my finger from underneath the flower backdrop and looked at the puncture the rose's thorn had left. "Be careful," Leona said, tucking a yellow rose into a thick bushel of baby's breath. I looked at the blood drawing on the skin. Too late. I got down from the ladder and looked at the elaborate arch of flowers over the large doorway. I'm glad you talked me into adding in the genesta and the chinamun, I commented, seeing how all the flowers blended nicely together. The yellow roses were a good call too, she said, getting down from the step stool. You sound like a bunch of 70-year-old women, Tristan said. I looked over to see him staring at us. You're supposed to be dusting. He narrowed his eyes at me and began to sweep the feather duster over the gold candelabra that sat on the mantel, all the while not breaking eye contact. Don't you have maids for this? He asked me. You haven't helped do anything else, I said. You're earning your room and board by cleaning. He rolled his eyes. I looked around the ballroom to see the various maids and workers scattered about the room, each of them with the sole mission of getting ready for the centennial. I knew downstairs that a handful of chefs had arrived to start meal planning and gathering ingredients for the gala of arrival banquet. I was also aware of an entire floor that was being cleared out for the guests to live in for the week and the large conference room that was being set up to accommodate the alpha superiors and their betas during their week-long meetings. Do you think we're ready? Leuna asked me. I sighed. I certainly hope so. Your Highness. I turned to see 3 women approaching Leuna and me, each of them with a set of chinaware in their hands. We're finalizing the dinnerware for the week, one of them explained. Which would you like to use for the banquet? I looked at all the options. I like the French Rococo set, I decided. The woman nodded, and they turned and walked back across the room. This is so stressful, I said, massaging my temples. It will all be over once everyone starts arriving tomorrow night, Leuna said. Am I invited? Vespera asked, standing up from where she sat on the step stool and walking over to Leuna and me. I nodded. Of course. I don't have anything to wear though, she said. I gasped. Oh no. What's wrong? Leuna asked me. I don't have anything to wear either. Her eyes widened. You need a dress. I groaned and threw my hands up in exasperation. Could this get any more stressful? Tristan knocked over a crystal vase from the mantel, and it fell to the floor and shattered, despite his fumbled attempts to catch it. Oops, he mumbled, giving me a nervous smile. I sighed. I'll just forget you asked, Vespera said to me, walking over to help him clean it up. You need to go talk to Adam about a dress, Leuna said. I nodded. I know. I'll let Jason know you're coming, she said as she walked away. My heart sank when she mentioned Jason. Poor girl. I walked over to Tristan and Vespera, who were now surrounded by maids who tried to help them clean up the shattered crystal. I'm sorry, he said. I'm a klutz. It's okay, it was an accident. I bent down and helped pick up the shards of crystal. Eva. I stood up and looked over to see who was calling my name. What now? Melvin was standing at the other end of the room, waving at me like he hadn't just seen me the day before. I inwardly groaned as he started to make his way over to where I stood. Hello, dear, he said, walking up and giving me a big bear hug. How have you been? Shifted yet? He asked. I shook my head, much to his dismay. Why not? Is Adam still taking his shirt off and distracting you? I blushed. No, that's not really the reason why. Oh, well, we shall have to work on that. He exclaimed. What about tomorrow? The centennial starts tomorrow, I said. So I'll probably be too busy. He snapped his fingers in disappointment. Well, I should figure the next day will be just as good. I was about to remind him that the centennial was a week-long event when Leuna walked over to Melvin and me. She bowed her head in Melvin's direction before turning to me. Jason said Adam isn't busy, so you can go see him in his office now, if you'd like, she said. I wanted desperately to ask her if it was still awkward to talk to Jason after he had rejected her. I knew it must have been, but I didn't know how she would react to me bringing it up. Off to see Adam? Melvin asked. I nodded as I turned to walk away. Tell that son of mine that he needs to keep his clothes on so you can stay focused. You're too busy to be distracted, Melvin shouted at me from across the room. I blushed furiously as I looked around the ballroom at all the maids and workers who were trying to act like they didn't hear what Melvin had said. Even Vespera's eyes widened slightly, and she was normally not one to suffer from secondhand embarrassment. Did she hear me? Melvin asked Leuna. Oh, I think she heard you. I left the ballroom as quickly as I could to avoid any more embarrassing comments. Making my way down to Adam's office, I noticed all the people who had come in to work on a Saturday and were working hard at the last minute to set everything up. The guards were not at their posts as I made my way into his office. Adam was looking for a book on his bookshelf when I walked in. "Jason said you needed to talk to me. Is everything okay?" he asked, seeing me walk in. "Not really." He turned and gave me his full attention. "What's wrong?" "I don't have a dress for the centennial," I explained. "Oh, I've already ordered you a few," he said nonchalantly. "Wait, what?" He nodded. "They should be in sometime this evening." "How did you know my size?" I asked. "It took some investigating," he said, winking. "You went through my drawers, didn't you?" "Well, technically, they're my drawers seeing as though they're in my wardrobe." I rolled my eyes. "What about shoes?" I asked. "Relax," he said. "It's already been taken care of." I shook my head in disbelief. "Thank you," I said earnestly. He smiled. "I'm just taking care of my woman." "Your woman?" I asked, cocking an eyebrow. Adam nodded. "My woman," he repeated. I laughed. "I don't belong to you." "Of course you do," he said, walking over to me. "You belong to me in the same way that I belong to you in every way." "You've still got quite a few days left to earn the right to say that," I reminded him. "Are we really still doing that?" he asked. I feel like I already know what the answer's going to be. Adam began to walk closer to me. "You never know. I'm full of surprises," I teased. "Besides, I like you spoiling me the way you have been." He took my chin in his hand. "Darling, I plan on spoiling you for the rest of your life," he said, smirking. He leaned in to kiss me, but his office door opened before his lips could touch mine. We turned our heads to see Violetta walk into the room with a scowl on her face. "Have you two nothing better to do?" she asked. "Get out," Adam said. I wondered how he could keep his cool around that woman. I had only known her for a few weeks, and I already wanted to punch her in the face. I couldn't imagine having to put up with her for hundreds of years as he had. She huffed, turned around, and left. He looked at me. "You wouldn't think people would have such nerve to barge in on me in my office or bedroom, seeing as I'm an alpha superior, but it doesn't seem to have stopped anyone as of late." I laughed. "I'm going to get you a do not disturb sign for your door." "I'd appreciate that," he said, still shaking his head in frustration. Now, where were we? My dresses arrived later that night, not long after Luna and I had finished putting the finishing touches on everything for the gala of arrival. After Adam and I had returned from dinner, I saw them hanging up in dust bags on a clothes rack that had been pushed into his bedroom. "They're here," I said excitedly, walking over to them. I opened the dust cover on the first dress and gasped. It was a mauve-colored silk gown that had a crystal-beaded bodice and cinched waist. It was paired with a matching sheer duster that had long bell sleeves and was beaded with crystals along the bottom. "Do you like it?" he asked. "Like it?" "I love it." Adam laughed. "I'm glad." I opened the rest of the dresses, each one breathtakingly stunning. "I'm actually really excited for this week now," I said, putting them back on the rack. "Were you not before?" he asked me as he unbuttoned his shirt. "I was just stressed out about it," I said. "Well, don't be," he said, taking off his shirt. "You've done a great job, much better than I would have." I smiled. "Thank you." "Now," he said, "what do you say you give me a sneak peek of how you look in those dresses?" I shook my head. "You can see me in them when everyone else does," I said. Adam rolled his eyes. "Yeah, but I feel like I should get an exclusive look," he said. "Nope. You went through my drawers, so you've already gotten an exclusive look at things. I came across a few things in there I'd like to see you in as well," he said, smirking. "Oh, this should be fun." "Like what?" I asked. "Allow me," he said, walking over to the wardrobe. I sat down on the corner of the couch and watched as he pulled out my black bra that had transparent lace cups and sheer side panels. He reached into the drawer again and pulled out the matching panties. How on earth did he find those? I had hidden my lingerie under the rest of my underwear when I first moved into the castle, hoping he would never see it, especially the red set. He reached into the drawer and, to my horror, pulled out the red, strappy silk cutout bra and the thong that went with it. "Mind explaining why I didn't know about your secret stash of lingerie?" he asked. Clearly, the look of mortification on my face was amusing to him. I laughed nervously and stood up, trying to snatch them out of his hands. "That's none of your business," I stuttered, my face redder than my ridiculous bra. "I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm just glad I know what I'm working with now," he said. I reached out to try to take them, but he held them up high over my head. "You're being ridiculous," I said, jumping to try and grab them. I grabbed his arm, but he was much stronger than I anticipated, and I ended up just hanging from his bicep, wildly trying to reclaim my underwear. I hate being short. I wrapped my legs around his torso and reached, pushing myself up on his shoulders. I shouted in triumph as I grabbed the underwear and yanked them away from his grip. "You might have your underwear, but I have you," he pointed out. "So who's the real winner here?" I bit my lip, realizing that I was, indeed, in his arms. "I'll put you down on one condition." "Which is?" "You take 5 minutes to go into that bathroom, change into that bra and those panties, and put on some lipstick to match." I was trying desperately not to blush. "You're hilarious." "No, I'm serious. I'm pretty sure this counts as sexual harassment." He smiled. "Maybe in some cases, but I'm not entirely convinced it's not unwelcomed." I gave him an unamused look. "Fine," I said. "Forget the lipstick, but you have to sleep in it." "I don't sleep in a bra," I informed him. "Even better." An idea hit me. "Fine," I muttered. Adam, looking very pleased with himself, set me down on my feet. Keeping the red panties in my hand, I put the black lingerie and the red bra back into the drawer and grabbed one of his t-shirts. Adam grabbed the t-shirt and started to protest. I stopped him. "You didn't say I couldn't wear anything over it," I smirked. He looked like he could have punched a hole through a wall, causing me to laugh. "Next time I'll know better," he growled. I laughed and went into the bathroom to shower and change. After doing so and brushing my teeth, I came back out, and Adam went into the bathroom to shower as well. I sat down and brushed through my damp hair. This would be the perfect opportunity to put that bra on and surprise him when he comes out, a part of me thought. I shook the thought away immediately, my insecurities creeping up. I wouldn't look as appealing as he thinks I would. It's better off just left for the imagination. I had turned down the bed and gotten underneath the covers when he came out of the bathroom. After turning off the lights, Adam joined me in bed. He rolled over on his side and wrapped his arm around my waist, pulling my body against his. "Good night, love," he whispered. "Good night, Adam." A few minutes went by, and my eyes began to get heavy from drowsiness. They had finally closed, and I was almost asleep when I heard it. "I love you." Chapter 21. "It begins today," he said. "The centennial which marks the end of an era." She smiled. "Have you reached out to your contacts yet? Will they be able to get us in?" He nodded. "All we have to do now is wait." Eva's POV. "If you do this, you will not get my help." "I don't need your help, I just need you to trust me." Adam was not happy with his father. That morning, someone brought up the plans Adam had for Europe to his father, and it was clear that Melvin did not approve. "They are our biggest ally. What will you do if a war comes and you no longer have them on your side?" Violetta asked. "You could lose everything." I rolled my eyes. "No one invited you." In fact, she had invited herself into the office, yet again, to hear the argument that would ensue. "I'm not asking for permission," Adam said to her. I could tell he was angry. Both because his father had strolled into his office, unannounced and without warning, and because Melvin was trying to argue with him. "Son, do you realize what this is going to do to you? You cannot rule from this place when they are an ocean away. It is impossible." "I've done it with Australia for more than 100 years, Adam pointed out. "That was for the betterment of the entire lycanthrope population. You knew Eden was corrupt and you took action." Jason, who was sitting next to me on the couch, watching, tensed at the mention of his father. "This is different, though," Melvin finished. "You are doing this only for the power, and I cannot object more strongly." Adam shook his head. "My mind is made up." Melvin's shoulders slumped in defeat, and Violetta scoffed. "Something you would like to add?" Adam asked her, glaring. She looked away. "I don't want you to make the same mistakes I did," Melvin said. "I conquered South America out of a thirst for power, and it cost me your mother." Melvin glanced at me and then back at Adam. "Don't make the same mistake, my son." Adam's jaw clenched. I am nothing like you. This has been planned for years. I have strategized and planned this entire thing down to the hour. I am in control. Melvin's eyes were filled with rage as he glanced at Jason and me. Do you both actually support this asinine idea? Jason and I both nodded. Melvin growled and turned, storming out of the room with Violetta hot on his heels. I want a shadow on them both, Adam said to Jason. I don't want any communication leaving this castle for the next 24 hours. When the guests arrive, make sure neither my father, Violetta, or any of her ladies-in-waiting attempt to make contact with someone on the European side. What do you want me to do about Tristan? Jason asked. What does he know? Jason shook his head. Nothing. He's still oblivious. Make sure he stays that way. Jason stood up and left the room. Adam sighed and slumped down onto the couch beside me. Are you sure this is a good idea? I asked him. Please don't make me argue with you two. I'm not asking you to reconsider. I'm asking if you're sure, I said. He nodded. I'm sure. I'll trust your judgment, I sighed. Adam took my hand in his. Thank you. My mind immediately flashed back to the night before. He said he loved me. Obviously, I had pretended I was asleep after I heard him say it. But in reality, I didn't fall asleep for the next hour after that because my mind was racing. Do I love him? I barely know him. We've only known each other for a few weeks. This is moving way too fast. Darling. I immediately snapped out of it. What? Adam's eyes studied me. I asked what you were so lost in thought about. I panicked. Oh, just going over a few last-minute centennial things in my head, sorry. He didn't look entirely convinced, but changed topics anyway. Have you heard any news about Warren Chester? I shook my head. I think he's digressing, I said honestly. From what? Sanity. Vespera told me he asked Mrs. Chester when his parents were coming back into town. And? Adam asked. What's wrong with that? He's an orphan. He grew up in an orphanage. He never had any parents, not even foster parents. Adam rubbed his hand across his jaw as he took the information in. I do wonder what happened to make him go mad. I shrugged. Who knows what happened to him? The only thing he remembers is blood, lots of it. Adam's eyes narrowed as he thought. Where was he found anyways? I asked. Why had I not asked that earlier? In the forest, about 2 miles away from his house. I thought about this for a moment. I think I'll order a toxicology screen to be run on him. It's been a few days, but maybe it'll come up with something, Adam said. Toxicology screen? You think he's been doing drugs? I asked. Adam laughed and shook his head. No, I just want to see if there's anything unusual in his system. Maybe someone drugged him up a little too much, and he's suffering amnesia because of it. We were silent for a few minutes as we both thought the situation over. After a while, my mind began to wander to my father. Has anyone found any trace of my dad? I asked. Adam shook his head wearily. I sighed. I had known the answer to my question before I had even asked it. Where could he be? Where is my mother? Adam placed his hand on my thigh. We'll find them, he assured me. You keep saying that, I huffed. We've gotten nowhere. My men are very vigilant. We found Warren Chester, didn't we? We will find your father and your mother. I swallowed back tears, and Adam rubbed my leg reassuringly. Don't let it worry you. I'll take care of it, I promise. I'm in control here. I was unconvinced of this, but I lay my head on his shoulder. People will be here in less than 3 hours. Go make sure everything is the way you want it and start getting ready. I'll be back in the room to get you at 7. I stood up and Adam did as well. As I turned to leave, he placed his hands on my arms to stop me. Don't worry, he repeated, moving his hands up to my jaw. His thumbs brushed my cheeks and he smiled. It's going to be fine. He leaned in to kiss me and I closed my eyes, melting into his touch. I certainly hope so. After being assured by Leona that the planning was finished and there was nothing left to do but wait until people began to arrive, I went upstairs to get ready. I took a long shower. After that, I did my makeup and curled my hair. Once I was satisfied with how I looked, I walked out into the bedroom in a towel to find a dress to wear. I walked over to the clothes rack full of hanging dresses and browsed through them. I got to the pink dress and stopped. I like that one the best. I screamed and turned around to see Adam standing directly behind me laughing. "You scared me, you jerk." I swatted at him, and he caught my wrist. "You're cute." I rolled my eyes. "I didn't even hear you come in." "I'm very stealthy," he said, winking. "You look beautiful, by the way." He lifted my hand up to his mouth and kissed the inside of my palm. "Thanks," I said, pulling my hand away. I turned back to look at the dresses and was considering the pink one when his arms slid around my waist. "I can help you change if you like." I laughed. "You're funny." "I'm being serious." "That's what's so funny." "Come on," he prodded. "I'll close my eyes and I won't peek." "Yes, you will," I exclaimed. "That's the whole point of helping me change." "I won't," he insisted. "You have my word." I rolled my eyes. MHM. I grabbed the dress off the rack and carried it over to the wardrobe, where I gathered a strapless bra and panties. "Good choice," he said, referring to the rose-colored thong I had grabbed. I tried not to blush as I went into the bathroom. I put on the bra and panties before I pulled out the thin-strapped silk gown and stared in horror at the row of buttons that cascaded down the back of the dress, almost to the butt. I slowly began to unbutton the dress and was soon able to slide into it. The silk fabric felt like air against my skin. It was so soft, and the beaded bodice glistened in the light. The only problem was, I couldn't button it. The tiny buttons had been a pain to undo when I was standing in front of them, but trying to do them backwards presented an entirely new set of problems. I attempted to rebutton them, but was only able to get one clasped successfully. I groaned. "What's wrong?" Adam asked through the door. "Does it not fit?" "It fits fine," I grumbled. "What's the problem then?" I sighed and face-palmed. I can't believe I'm about to say this. I can't get it buttoned. Sounds like you're in a compromising situation. I rolled my eyes as I made my way over to the door and opened it. Adam was leaning against the door frame with his arms folded across his chest and a devilish gleam in his eyes. "Would you like some help?" he offered, lifting an eyebrow. I said nothing as I turned around slowly and pulled my hair over my shoulder. I could feel my pulse racing as he began to hook the buttons at my lower back. "Are my hands cold?" he asked. "A little." Liar. The reason for the goosebumps across my back was not because his hands were cold. It was because he was continually touching my bare back with his fingers as he worked on the buttons. "I hope your eyes are closed," I joked awkwardly. "I've seen your breasts before," he said dryly, "and you're worried about me seeing your bare back, which I have also seen before?" "Don't remind me," I said. "Also, I was joking." He hummed in response. Adam finished the buttons and slid his hands across my shoulders and down my arms. Finished. I took a deep breath and pulled away from him, walking into the bathroom, grabbing the matching sheer duster from the bag and putting it on. "Gorgeous," he commented. I couldn't help but blush. "Thank you." He walked past me into the bathroom and turned on the shower. I walked over to his bed and sat down. My mind was racing with all the thoughts of Mr. Chester, my father and mother, Vespera and Jason, Melvin, and Adam's plans for Europe. Will this headache ever go away? I thought to myself, massaging my temples. I heard the shower turn off, and soon Adam came out of the bathroom in a towel. "Could you hand me that?" he asked, pointing to the dust cover beside me. I grabbed it by the hanger and handed it to him. "What is it?" I asked. "I got a dress as well." The unamused look on my face made him laugh at his own joke. "It's a tuxedo, love." He went over to the wardrobe and grabbed a pair of boxer briefs. "Do you have a hairdryer?" he asked me, attempting to towel dry his hair. My eyebrows furrowed. "Yeah, it's in here." I got off the bed and walked into the bathroom. I pulled my hairdryer from the drawer, and Adam walked into the bathroom in his boxer briefs, hanging the tux on the towel hook. I handed it to him, and he looked at it, unsure of what to do. "What's wrong?" I asked him. "I've never used a hairdryer before," he admitted. "But I can't put my suit on while my hair is wet. Would you like me to help you?" He nodded, and I put the plug into the outlet and turned it on. I reached up to try to begin to dry his hair, but he was so tall that I couldn't reach properly. Adam smiled at my struggle and picked me up and lifted me onto the countertop. Now, I was nearly eye level with his mouth, and it was easier. I ran my fingers through his hair as I dried it, trying to keep myself distracted from his intense staring and naked chest. I finished and turned the dryer off. "Thank you," he said. I hopped down as Adam combed his fingers through his hair, trying to control the natural wave his hair had. I left the bathroom and put on my heels, Adam emerging a few minutes later as he tied the bow tie around his neck. I knew I was probably drooling with the way I stared at him. That man was made to wear a tuxedo. "One more thing before we go," he said, walking over to me as he reached his hand into his pocket. He pulled out a little black box and opened it to reveal teardrop diamond earrings. "I know it's not the diamond you wanted, but I figured these would hold you over until you get the ring." My eyes widened. "I got these for you when I ordered the dresses, but they just came in this morning," he explained, pulling one out to show me. My jaw had dropped to the floor as I watched it sparkle in the setting sunlight that streamed through the window. "It's too much," I whispered. "Nonsense," Adam said. He pulled them both out of the velvet box and handed them to me. "Be quick about putting them in," he said. "We're already a few minutes late." Once I was over the initial shock, I reached up and put the diamonds in my ears. With those earrings, the dress, and the shoes, I was certain the worth of everything I was wearing would have bought a nice house. How did I go from a drunkard's daughter who couldn't afford my own groceries to this? "You look stunning," he said, kissing me on the forehead. "Now, let's not keep anyone waiting any longer. Shall we?" he asked, opening the bedroom door for me to walk through. We walked downstairs, and I could hear the chatter of the hundreds of people who were in the ballroom as we approached it. Adam grabbed my hand and pulled it up to rest on his arm. I held on for dear life as the doors were opened for us. I took one look at the hundreds of people and gulped. So it begins. Chapter 22. I felt like I was going to pass out. As soon as Adam and I entered the room, everyone's heads turned. Adam didn't seem to notice, and he walked right in and began to greet people. I stood close by him, my hand still resting in the crook of his arm. He walked over to a man who was wearing a black and gold dashiki with matching pants. The man smiled as he saw Adam approaching him. "Duo," he greeted. "Hello, Nolan," Adam said, shaking his hand. "It has been too long," Nolan said. "Indeed. This is my mate, Eva," Adam said, introducing me. "It's a pleasure to meet you," I said, holding out my hand. He took my hand and kissed the back of it. "The pleasure is mine, Eva." "Where is your father?" Adam asked. "I have no doubt he is wandering around somewhere," Nolan said, laughing. Adam laughed. "I think I'll go find him. Enjoy yourself tonight." I smiled at Nolan as Adam and I walked away. "Who is that?" I asked. "Nolan Agajifer," Adam replied. "He's the beta superior over the African packs, based in Nigeria. His father, Orabues, is the alpha." I nodded. "He seemed nice." "He is," Adam said, waving at someone. "He and his father are very close allies of ours." "I thought Europe was your closest ally?" I asked, lowering my voice. "Not anymore." Alpha Devereaux, a man said, walking over to us. He was dressed in a sharp all-black suit, and I couldn't help but notice the black, satin slippers on his feet. "Ni hao, Alpha Chin," Adam said. They shook hands. "This is Eva," he said, introducing me. He bowed his head curtly in my direction. "Have you seen my son?" he asked Adam. Adam shook his head. "I've only just gotten here. But, you know, Zhao, he's probably talking strategy with someone in the hallway." The man smiled at this. I caught a glimpse of Jason standing to my left, subtly trying to get Adam's attention. "Enjoy yourself tonight," Adam said, patting him on the shoulder. We walked away from Alpha Chin towards Jason. "They're here," was all he muttered, and Adam turned to see a group of 4 men walk in. They were all tall and regally dressed. Pale skin, light hair, piercing blue eyes, and a sharp jaw were common features to 3 of them. The 4th was shorter, rounder, and older-looking with dark brown eyes. "Who are they?" I asked. "That is the Alpha and Beta of the European packs, along with the Alpha's sons, Diedrich and Barrett," Adam informed me. "They're German, right?" I asked. Jason nodded. Their presence commanded the room and sucked all the air out of it. They watched the crowd with narrowed eyes and clenched jaws. "Do you think they know?" I asked Adam. "Let's hope not," he said. "This will be very awkward if they do," Jason commented. Their eyes continued to analyze the crowds until one of them caught my eye. He smiled slightly before beginning to make his way over to where we stood. Alpha Devereaux, he greeted in a thick German accent, his eyes still locked on me. Diedrich, Adam said. How are you? Fine, he answered shortly, finally looking up at Adam. Could I speak with you for a moment? The two men locked eyes in a short stare-off. Diedrich was as tall as Adam was, although he wasn't nearly as burly. But if there was anything I had learned in that castle, it was that looks could be deceiving. Right this way, Adam replied. I pulled my hand from Adam's arm as he and Diedrich left Jason and me and disappeared into the crowds. They definitely know, I remarked. Have a little faith in your mate, would you? Jason said. He's a level-headed man. He'll figure it out. I took a deep breath in response. Eva. I looked over to see Vespera and Luna walking over, to which Jason cleared his throat awkwardly and left. You guys look great, I said to them. Vespera had on killer makeup with her hair half up and was wearing a white lace, halter-neck dress that fell to the floor. Luna, who wore red lipstick and had pulled her hair in a sleek ponytail, was in a crimson red, form-fitting dress that had sheer sleeves and a long slit up her right leg. Your dress looks fantastic, Luna commented. Yeah, you look great, Vespera agreed. Did you happen to get a look at that fine piece of chocolate cake in the traditional garb? I laughed. His name is Nolan Agajifer, I informed her. I'd change my last name for him, she said, sipping from the gold-rimmed crystal champagne flute in her hand. I looked up and saw Nolan walking around alone. You should go talk to him, I said. He's walking by himself. No way, Vespera said. He's a beta superior, why wouldn't you want that? Luna asked incredulously. My mind immediately went to Jason, and my heart hurt for her. That means he's a pureblood, Vespera said. He probably has a mate. He doesn't, Luna said. Have you looked him in the eyes yet? I asked Vespera. You have to make eye contact with someone to initiate the mating bond. Vespera gave me an unamused look. You actually think he could be my mate? She asked. You never know, I said. You have to at least give it a try, Luna prompted. Vespera groaned and downed the rest of the champagne. Okay, here goes nothing. She turned to leave, but immediately turned back around. Ugh, I can't do it, she squealed. Go, Luna and I said simultaneously. Fine, gosh, she said. She turned around and walked away, but before we could watch her introduce herself, a loud shattering sound was heard. Luna and I looked to see what the noise was and saw Tristan, whose face was as red as a tomato, quickly try to pick up the food from the ground and the shattered glass that had once been his plate. Violetta, who was sitting at a table talking to a few other women her age, rolled her eyes at this. God, one day I am going to punch that woman. Those plates were 300 pounds apiece, Luna mumbled. My eyes widened. That's over $460, I gasped. Why on earth did Adam pay so much for plates? She shrugged. One day that klutz will break something and Jason will break him. I swallowed a knot in my throat as she mentioned Jason. I wanted so badly to ask her about him, but I didn't know how. Screw it, I thought. We're friends. I can ask questions like that, right? Luna, is it true that? Eva. I turned to see Adam standing a few feet away, pointing at his watch. It's getting late, he said. Are you ready to leave? I looked at Luna and smiled. I'll see you tomorrow. She smiled and waved as she turned to leave. Adam took my hand and placed it in the crook of his arm once again as he led me out of the ballroom. Enjoy yourself tonight? He asked. I nodded. Dinner was great, dessert was great, and so was the company, I said, leaning my head against his shoulder as we walked. I am great company, aren't I? He joked. I was referring to the African prince, Nolan, I said. He rolled his eyes, and I laughed. We made our way up the stairs to his room and down the hallway when I noticed the 6 guards lining his corridor. Why are they here? I asked him as he opened his bedroom door. I work with these people, he said, referring to the other alpha superiors. But I sure as hell don't trust them. The thought made my stomach drop as I followed him into the bedroom, and he shut the door behind him. As I began to change, I removed my shoes and took the duster off and hung it up on the rack. Would you mind helping me with the buttons again? I asked, turning my back to him. He gently gathered my hair and brushed it over my shoulder. I had goosebumps as he unclasped each button, and I felt the cool air against my exposed back. We were both quiet as he undid the last few buttons. I could feel my heart beating against my chest as he pulled the straps down from my shoulders, and the dress slipped down my body and hit the floor. I sucked in a quick breath as I felt his hands trace along my back, around my waist, and press against my stomach. "You looked beautiful tonight," he said, his warm breath hitting my ear as he embraced me gently. "You didn't look so bad yourself," I said breathlessly. "I wasn't the one getting all the stares," he said. I detected a hint of jealousy in his tone. "Yours is the only one I care about," I whispered, running my hand down his arm affirmingly. "Well, you've had it all night." Adam bent down and gingerly kissed the spot where my neck met my shoulder, inches away from where his claim was marked. His lips moved further up my neck, and I found my eyes fluttering closed. As his hands slid further down my stomach, I began to panic. He stopped me. "I'll stop," he said, backing away. "But I want you to know that I'm not happy about it." I turned around to face him and saw the look of frustration on his face. "Adam, You don't have to explain yourself," he said, interrupting me. "I understand you've got a promise to keep." He began to undo his bow tie as he turned and walked into the bathroom, leaving me to stand there nearly naked and extremely irritated. Why did I make that stupid promise? Chapter 23. Adam was gone the next morning when I woke up. I rolled over and put my hand on his empty pillow, sighing. I knew I needed to talk to Mrs. Chester to convince her to let me out of the promise. Adam was short with me the night before when he came out of the bathroom and got into bed. I knew he was frustrated, probably not as much as I was, but still, frustrated nonetheless. I was torn between feeling guilty for making the promise and feeling guilty for wanting to break it. I got out of bed, noticing by the clock that it was still in the early morning. After showering, I changed into warm clothes and left the bedroom to find Mrs. Chester. I tried to ignore the stares I received from the guards that were still lining Adam's hallway as I made my way to the stairs. The castle was quieter than I had ever heard it, despite over 100 guests roaming around. Luna had told me that the meetings started early in the morning, then they took a break for lunch and resumed again until evening. She also told me that all the maids, servants, and other workers were strictly forbidden to venture anywhere near the offices during the meeting times. She said the offices had been closed for the week to ensure no one would be anywhere near the alpha superiors, their betas, and the other advisors and council that would be attending the meetings as well. I could only hope that some of the tensions would die down and the ball that night wouldn't be as awkward as the gala had been the night before. Mrs. Chester wasn't in her room when I went looking for her there. The twins were still asleep, as was Vespera. However, I only assumed that Vespera was because her door was closed. I ventured a little farther and went to the hospital ward where I found Mrs. Chester sitting next to Mr. Chester, who was sleeping as she read a book. I knocked on the door gently, and she looked up from the pages to see me standing there. She smiled warmly, but she looked tired. "Have you eaten breakfast yet?" I asked her as I walked into the room. She shook her head. "No, but I'm fine." "You need to eat," I said, holding my hand out for her to take. Mrs. Chester hesitated, looking between Mr. Chester and my outstretched hand. "There's coffee upstairs." She smiled and stood up, placing her book down on the chair. "Coffee sounds great right about now." I smiled as I hooked my arm with hers and led her out of the room. I passed a nurse in the hallway and informed her that Mrs. Chester and I would be getting breakfast if she needed anything. "It's about time she left that room and took care of herself," the nurse joked. I smiled, and Mrs. Chester and I left the ward and walked to the dining room. As we sat down, a woman came out and asked us what we wanted to eat, then disappeared into the kitchen after we had our answers. "So, how are you?" she asked me. "I should be asking you," I laughed. "How's Mr. Chester?" She smiled, but it appeared as if she was trying not to burst into tears. "He's doing okay." I knew she was lying, but I couldn't stand to see that woman cry, so I didn't push it any further. "Are the boys enjoying themselves?" I asked her, changing subjects. Mrs. Chester laughed at this. "Yes, they think this is the best place in the world to be. Evan has asked me several times if we could throw their birthday party here. Apparently, there's a basketball court downstairs. I had forgotten their birthday was in the upcoming week. My eyes widened as I realized my birthday was the week after that. They could totally have their party here, I said, trying not to think about my birthday. I could have a cake made and we could celebrate. That's very sweet of you, Eva. But you and Adam have done enough for us already. I can't ask you to do this. I reached across the table and put my hand over hers. I want to do this, I said sincerely. Adam and I are not keeping score here. How many times did you make me a cake on my birthday? This is the very least I can do. She smiled and nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. Thank you, Eva. I'm very grateful. Please don't cry, I said, getting out of my seat and wrapping my arms around her. I'm not, she said, wiping tears from her eyes. I laughed at this, despite knowing she was only crying because of the weight that was on her shoulders. I couldn't imagine how stressed she was or how worried. It's going to be okay, I whispered. She sniffled. I know, sweetheart. I know. I sat back down in my chair, trying not to cry, as two women came out with our food. My mouth watered when my eyes caught a glimpse of the steaming cups of coffee they brought in as well. We began to eat, and Mrs. Chester raved about how delicious the food was. I agreed with her, but I couldn't eat much because my stomach had tied itself in knots. What's wrong, Eva? She asked me. There was no hiding anything from this woman. I took a deep breath and placed my fork down on my plate. Do you remember the promise I made when I was 14? I asked her. She smiled. I do. Well, the conditions of the promise have kind of changed, I said. How do you mean? She asked me. I have a mate, I explained. Shouldn't he count as a husband? Mrs. Chester nodded thoughtfully. Do you love him? She asked me. I swallowed hard. What? Do you love him? She repeated. I couldn't answer her. Do I? I mean, he's my mate, I said finally. Mrs. Chester smiled faintly, hearing me say this. Finding your mate and falling in love with him are two very different points in time, she said. She noticed the confused look on my face and continued. You were given a mate by fate, she said. But fate cannot make you love him. Only you can. Loving that man is a choice. It doesn't happen when the moon goes through its phases. It happens because you choose to love him. It's a choice you'll have to make every day for the rest of your life. She reached across the table and took my hand in hers. That is why I asked you to wait for marriage. Because marriage is a vow to love and cherish forever. Tell me, do you love Adam even when he becomes jealous? Do you love him when he is angry? How about if you were hurt? Would you love him even if you were not an alpha? I didn't answer her. That is marriage. That man downstairs lying in that hospital bed is my husband. I choose to love that man. I made vows to love him even when he is sick. That is love, darling. She reached up and touched my cheek. You are a grown woman. You've made better choices than my Vespera has, even though you've slept beside that man every night for weeks now. You're smart, but you're not ready. Your body might be, but you are not. Once you truly love that man, you will be. How do you know when you love someone? I asked her. She smiled, no doubt thinking of Mr. Chester. You don't at first. But one day you'll tell someone you love him by accident. Or you'll think it to yourself when he says something funny. Then it will hit you like a ton of bricks. You'll know it when it happens. I groaned. It's so hard to wait. She smiled at this and took a sip of her coffee. I promise it will be worth it. After my chat with Mrs. Chester, I wasn't so convinced that the promise was a bad thing. I was, however, stuck with one lingering thought. Do I love Adam? I didn't have an answer, which solidified Mrs. Chester's point further. I made my way to find Leona after I walked Mrs. Chester back to the hospital ward. I saw her pouring Violetta's tea in one of the many sitting rooms. Can I talk to you? I asked her. Her eyes lit up when she saw me, while Violetta just glared. She set the teapot down and rushed out of the room to meet me in the hallway. I'm so glad you're here, she said excitedly. My brain has been frying itself pouring her tea all day. I kind of wish we could come up with some more planning to do, just so I wouldn't have to. I laughed. It was a shame that someone like Leona wasted away her days pouring tea. I need your help tomorrow, I said. Anything. I need to put together a birthday party for the Chester twins, I explained. I was wondering if you'd like to help. She nodded. I'd love to. Thank you, I smiled. Ms. Warren, Violetta called to her. She rolled her eyes. I'll see you later. She turned and went back into the sitting room, and I left, making my way upstairs. I had nothing to do, so I thought I would visit Xander. I found him in a library, his nose buried in a book. Don't mind me, I said as I walked into the sitting room where he was. I'm just going to find a book. He nodded and smiled. Help yourself to any which one you like. I found a Jane Austen book hidden amongst the countless spines of history and nonfiction literature that Xander had on the bottom shelves. Sitting down on the couch across from him, I opened the book and began to read. A few hours went by, and I felt myself start to doze off, despite the countless cups of tea that Xander had brought me. I finally put the book down and stood up, stretching my stiff joints. Would you mind if I took this to finish later? I asked him. Xander had resumed his reading position in the high-back chair in front of me. He looked up at me, smiled warmly, and nodded. Thanks, I promise I'll bring it back. He winked. I know where to find you if you don't. I laughed as I left the room and then left the library, walking downstairs to Adam's room. Once there, I picked out my dress for the night and lay down on the bed. With nothing else to do, I felt myself getting sleepier and soon dozed off. I awoke a short time later to the sound of a slamming door. I sat up quickly in bed and saw Adam walking in. He cursed under his breath when he saw me. Sorry, I didn't realize you were sleeping. It's fine, I said, rubbing my eyes. How did your meetings go? Unproductive, he answered shortly, taking off his tie and walking into the bathroom. I sighed. Is he still in a bad mood? My question was answered as each of us got ready for the ball, neither of us speaking. He only spoke when he told me I looked nice in my dress as we walked out the door to leave. It was a fitted, halter-neck mermaid gown with an open back and intricate silver beading all over. I had pulled my hair up and put on the diamond earrings Adam had given me the night before. He, however, seemed much more concerned with the time than with my appearance. Adam ushered me out of the room quickly, and we made our way downstairs to the ballroom, where people were already dancing. I expected him to ask me to dance, but he excused himself to go talk to Alpha Chin and left me standing there alone. I stood there awkwardly for a few moments, annoyed with Adam for leaving me, before Diedrich, the European Alpha son, walked up. I swallowed a knot in my throat as he approached me. Good evening, he greeted. I nodded. Good evening. His piercing blue eyes studied me. You look fantastic. Thank you, I stuttered out anxiously. Adam, why are you not here right now? Would you like to dance? I felt my face growing red. I can't dance, I said, laughing nervously. I'll teach you. He held out his hand, and I felt myself get more and more flustered with each second passing. No, really it's fine, I said, trying to brush him off. He smiled, took my hand, and pulled me out to where people were dancing. I didn't really want to dance with him, but I wasn't about to dig my heels into the wood flooring and cause a scene. He lifted my left hand up to rest just below his bicep and held my right hand in his, before slipping his other hand to rest on my back, just beneath my shoulder blade. If it weren't for my heels, I wouldn't have been able to dance with him properly because of how tall he was. He lowered his hand down to my waist to accommodate the height difference as well. As we began to waltz, somehow my feet fell into a rhythm that mirrored his, despite my clumsy nature. I thought you'd never danced before, he commented. I haven't, I said, blushing. I noticed that everyone was moving in a counterclockwise circle as they danced. Because of the constant turning, I wasn't able to see Adam anywhere. Looking for someone? He asked. My mate. I make you uncomfortable? Do you not like the way I dance? You're a fantastic dancer, I said, ignoring the first question. He hummed in response, not taking his eyes off of mine. Soon, the awkwardness began to wear off. I started actually to enjoy dancing, despite my partner. I heard someone clear their throat, and I looked over to see Jason standing next to us. My turn, he said, smiling at me. Diedrich stopped dancing, handed my hand to Jason, and then winked at me before walking away. Jason took my hand and began to dance with me. He wasn't nearly as great a dancer as Diedrich was, which slightly frustrated me. Tell me why Adam sent me over to stop him instead of coming over himself? Jason asked suddenly. My eyes widened. He did. Jason nodded. Why? I sighed. I'm not sure I can tell you. Is he upset with you? He asked. I nodded slightly. Why? He asked me. I can't tell you that. It was his turn to sigh. Why was Adam being so distant? Why couldn't he just understand that I had a promise to keep instead of just pouting about it? I pulled away from Jason as I felt tears welling up in my eyes. I'll be right back, I said, walking away from him. I made my way through the crowds and into the hallway. I was looking for the bathroom when I saw them. Tristan was standing in the hallway talking to the German Alpha Superior. My eyes widened. I could only imagine what they were talking about. How much did Tristan know? Had he been faking his obliviousness this whole time? Did he know about Europe? Tristan stopped talking when he saw me, and guilt flashed over his face. Oh no. Chapter 24. I was shocked. I knew what Tristan had been sent by the Europeans to do. I just never thought he would actually do it. Jason had followed me out of the ballroom, I assumed, because he felt guilty about prying into Adam and my relationship, and he growled when he laid eyes on Tristan and the Alpha Superior. Immediately, I saw Tristan's face turn pale at the sight of Jason. The German Alpha Superior looked over to Jason and me. Is there a problem? He asked. You tell me, Jason said. No. No problem here. Beta Superior Eaton, Tristan stuttered out. Damn, he really was scared of Jason. I couldn't read the Alpha Superior's face. Did he know? Did he not know? Tristan, could you leave us for a moment? I asked. Tristan swallowed hard and walked the long way around Jason to go back into the ballroom. You as well, Jason. His eyes narrowed at me as I said this. Throwing a suspicious glance at both myself and the German Alpha, he turned around slowly and left us standing in the hallway. My heart was beating 1,000 miles a minute as I approached the Alpha Superior with my hand outstretched. I haven't had the chance to introduce myself, I said. My name is Eva Schaefer. He took my hand in his and kissed the top of it. A German name, he commented. My name is Alpha Superior Ludwig Schneider. It is a pleasure to meet you. Although he was sweet-talking me, his eyes were showing a man who was entirely too bored with this conversation. The pleasure is all mine, I said, faking sincerity. I'd like to apologize for Tristan. He's known for being a bit long-winded at times. He smiled politely. It's quite all right, Fräulein, he said. We'd only been speaking for a moment. I hummed in response. Well, I'm sure you'd like to get back to the ball, I stated, smiling. Allow me to walk with you. This man cannot be wandering the halls unaccompanied. I don't trust him. He nodded and offered his arm. Sliding my hand to rest on the inside of his arm, I began to walk with him back down the hallway and into the ballroom. Tell me, I said. I've met Diedrich, but I'm afraid I don't know your youngest son's name. I was lying, obviously. However, the awkward tension was too great to be walking in silence. That would be Barrett, he answered. I can introduce you if you'd like. I faked a smile. That would be lovely. Upon entering the ballroom, Alpha Schneider and I were met by Adam and Jason. Darling, Adam said. I was just looking for you. Oh, I said. I've just introduced myself to Alpha Superior Schneider. Jason raised an eyebrow at this. I see that, Adam said. I could tell he was putting on a show. His voice was now more professional and polished than usual. Your mate is lovely, Alpha Schneider said. I saw disgust flash across Adam's face. Indeed, Adam said. He turned his attention to me. Darling, I've yet to get my waltz this evening. Oh, I said, narrowing my eyes at him. I suppose I've been too busy dancing with Diedrich and Jason. I thought I saw Alpha Superior Schneider smile out of the corner of my eye. My turn, Adam said, holding out his hand. I could tell his patience was running thin. He was over the act. It was lovely to meet you, I said, smiling at Alpha Schneider. You as well, Fräulein, he said, kissing my hand. I took Adam's outstretched hand, and he led me away, towards the dance floor. What the hell were you thinking? He growled under his breath. I saved your ass, I growled. You're lucky I got to him before Tristan had the chance to say anything else. Jason would have intervened if you had not, he said, faking a smile at someone as we passed them. Jason was too busy dancing with me because you weren't man enough to do it yourself, I quipped. I am not a man, Adam growled, pulling me into his chest as we began to dance. His eyes were angry as I looked up at him. I am something so much more that you do not want to play games with, he continued. My jaw tightened as I looked away. I'm merely playing the game you started, I snapped. Eva, don't, I said, turning to look at him again. His jaw clenched. We danced for a few more agonizing minutes before the music stalled, signaling it was time to eat. Everyone stopped dancing and applauded for the orchestra before making their way from the ballroom into the grand lobby, where the tables were set up for dinner. Once everyone was seated, dinner was served. Across from Adam and me sat the Germans. Alpha Superior Schneider sat beside an older man who was stout and had balding brown hair. I assumed he was the Beta Superior. Directly in front of me sat Diedrich, whose eyes never left me during the time we were seated at the table. I would look up at him periodically, and his eyes would meet mine, causing me to look away. The candles we ate under cast shadows across his face, making him look enchantingly lethal. I was drawn to that man, and I felt incredibly guilty for it, seeing as I was sitting right beside my mate. Adam didn't speak to me throughout the rest of the evening. We retired to his room earlier than we had the night before. Without a word, I stepped out of my dress, undoing my own buttons that time, and went into the bathroom to shower. Stepping under the hot stream of water was the most refreshing feeling I'd had in a long time. I slowly began to feel my muscles relax and my headache disappear. I'm not sure how long I stood in the shower, but it felt like hours. I washed my hair and scrubbed my skin with soap until it was smoother than it had been in a while. I didn't want to leave the bathroom and walk out into a bedroom where the silent treatment would meet me. I finally turned the shower off, put my hair in a towel, and wrapped another towel around my torso. I walked out of the bathroom to see Adam already in bed. Admittedly, out of pettiness, I put on the black underwear I knew he liked and one of his t-shirts. After drying my hair and brushing it out, I turned out the lights and got into the bed beside him. A few minutes went by, and I sighed, trying to fall asleep. I'm sorry. His voice, cutting through the silence, caught me off guard. What? I'm sorry, he repeated. For what? I asked. For sending Jason to you instead of going myself. I wasn't sure if I went that I would be able to control myself, and I knew snapping that German's neck wouldn't do much for diplomacy's sake. Is that all you're sorry for? I asked bitterly. Does he not realize how he acted before that? I thought. I'm also sorry for not respecting your decision to wait until our wedding night, Adam added. Patience isn't one of my strong suits, and I can't help but feeling rejected by the decision, so I suppose that's why I got angry. I rolled over to face him. The moonlight streaming in from the window hit his face and made his blue eyes look like they were glowing. I don't want you to feel rejected. He didn't say anything. I'm not rejecting you, I repeated. I want you as much as you want me. But I have to honor my word. Don't say that, he said. My eyebrows furrowed. Don't say what? That you want me as much as I want you. But it's true, I stated. He shook his head. It's not. If you knew how much I wanted you, you wouldn't want to sleep next to me. I gulped, and Adam turned over to face away from me. I was quiet for a few moments, unsure of what else to say. Then don't say anything. I grabbed his bicep and rolled him back over on his back. I knew I surprised him when I lifted my leg over his waist to straddle him. But I didn't care. I leaned down and kissed his lips as hard as I could. Adam wasted no time in kissing me back, and soon I found myself flipped over on my back with Adam hovering above me. My hands tugged at the hair at the nape of his neck as the kiss deepened. Any thought of Diedrich had disappeared shortly thereafter, along with my shirt. As his lips left mine and trailed down my stomach, I regretted even letting that German boy get close to me. I awoke the next morning to an empty bed. It was late. I did not doubt that Adam had left hours earlier for his first meetings of the day. I rolled over and the sheet slipped off my bare shoulders. I shivered at the cold breeze. I sat up, holding the covers to my chest, and looked at the clock. A note sat there, leaning against it. I reached out from the sheer curtain and grabbed it. Meet me for lunch. I read the clock and my eyes widened. I only had 10 minutes to get ready. I shot out of the bed, tripping over the tangled sheets. I went into the bathroom and began to brush my teeth. I gasped in horror, seeing the love bites all over my stomach. I quickly checked my neck and side, thankful Adam hadn't left any noticeable marks. My mind immediately flashed back to the night before. My promise was still intact, but it came close to breaking that night. After a few minutes of heated kisses and wandering hands, we both decided to stop. It wasn't an easy decision for either of us. However, I was content now knowing that Adam was sure I wasn't rejecting him by deciding to keep my promise to Mrs. Chester. I changed after brushing my hair and teeth and was out the bedroom door in no time. I made my way down the stairs and to Adam's office. There were guards everywhere, but no one tried to stop me as I ventured into his office. I ran into Diedrich, who was leaving the office as I entered. I coughed awkwardly, excused myself, and made my way swiftly into the room where Adam sat behind his desk. "Hey." He looked up at me and smiled, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Good morning, sunshine. Ready for lunch?" I rolled my eyes. He could tell I had only just woken up. "Yes," I answered, causing him to laugh. He stood up out of his chair and came around his desk when I noticed something odd. "Why are you wearing a tie?" Adam typically wore his dress shirts with the first button undone and his sleeves rolled up. That day, however, he had a tie on and his sleeves were cuffed at his wrists. He wordlessly made his way over to where I stood and began to loosen his tie. He undid the first button and pulled his collar to the side. I gasped once I saw the hickey that was just above his collarbone. "I felt like a teenager trying to hide it this morning," he said. I laughed, feeling my cheeks heat up. I lifted my shirt and showed him my torso, which was littered with love bites. He laughed. "I guess I got a little carried away." "A little?" I asked, taking note of the number of them. "I wish I could say I was sorry," he said. I laughed and shook my head, pulling my shirt back down. "I've only got a few minutes for lunch," Adam said. "Would you like to go ahead and eat?" I nodded as he took my hand and led me out of the office. We walked over to the dining room and talked as we ate lunch. From what I gathered from his very vague descriptions of the meetings, things were not going well between him and the German Alpha. Adam also told me that Jason had questioned Tristan and assured him Tristan hadn't told Alpha Superior Schneider anything. We ate quickly, as Adam's next meeting started soon after that. He assured me he would see me before walking back to his office that night. On my way back to Adam's room, I saw Vespera and her mom in the hallway talking. It looked to be a deep conversation, so I didn't interrupt them. I kept walking before running into Luna, literally, as I rounded a corner. "Sorry," she said, laughing. "I was just looking for you, actually." "What's up?" I asked her. "I wanted to know when you wanted to start getting things ready for the birthday party you mentioned." "Oh, right. Come with me and we can go ahead and get started." I led her back to Adam's room to retrieve the list of potential party themes and supplies I had prepared the day before. "I was thinking we could do something down in the basketball court," I said, opening the bedroom door. "The boys love basketball." I stopped as I laid eyes on the bouquet of flowers that sat in a vase on the table beside the couch. "Are those from Adam?" Leona asked, noticing what I was looking at. I shook my head as my stomach dropped. Adam knew my favorite flowers were blue peonies. These were red tulips. Chapter 25. Who sent the flowers? Adam was furious, Jason was annoyed, and I was scared out of my mind. Leona sat beside me at the conference table, and Jason stood on the other side of the room as Adam paced around it. The guards said they didn't see anyone enter the room. "Whoever did it came in through the balcony doors," Jason said. "Sorry about your house," Leona whispered to me. She pushed the pictures of my old home in flames towards the center of the table. "It's okay," I assured her. "I upgraded anyways." "Maybe it's just a coincidence," Jason said to Adam. Adam stopped pacing and glared at him. "You think it's a coincidence?" he asked incredulously. "These flowers are not in season, so someone had to put a lot of effort into getting them here. They're the exact same color as the ones in the photo, and there's 7 of them just like in the photo." "It's too much to be a coincidence," Leona said, agreeing with Adam. She didn't seem to notice the glare that Jason shot her, but I did. "Can we please focus?" I asked, narrowing my eyes at him. "If it isn't a coincidence, that means we have a lot of theorizing to do." Adam placed his hands firmly on the top of the seat across from me. I agree. We all thought about this for a few moments before Lyuna spoke up. Do tulips have any significance in your family? She asked. I shook my head. My mom's favorites are sunflowers. My dad, on the other hand, well, I don't think he cares for anything living, so I wouldn't say he has a favorite kind of flower. What about the color red? Jason asked. I shook my head and Adam sighed heavily. We'll keep thinking on it. For now, I want everyone to be cautious of anyone acting suspicious. It would have to have been someone outside of the meetings, I said. How do you mean? You were in a meeting with all of these people when I went back to the room. The person who put them there must have gone during that time, when no one would have been walking the halls. Lyuna shook her head. No, because they were on a lunch break. However, if it was one of the alphas or betas, I doubt any of them would have had the guts to do it themselves. Even if we catch the person who put them there, we might not find out who wanted them there. Adam nodded in agreement. Let's call it a night, but keep thinking on this. Let me know if you two come up with something or if you find anything new. It was late. We had all met right after dinner that night because it was the first time Adam or Jason would have been able to meet due to the meetings they'd been in all day. Lyuna and I had managed to keep the flowers under wraps throughout the day, only telling Jason and Adam that evening. Dinner was awkward. I avoided Diedrich like a disease, and I was wary of everyone. I knew the possibility was great that I was standing in close quarters with the person who had put the tulips in Adam's room. I also knew it was a possibility that I was sleeping under the same roof as the person who likely had my house set on fire and who knew where my parents were. It was weird to think that the two instances could be connected. It was even more horrifying, however, that the thing connecting the two instances was me and 7 red tulips. I didn't know of anyone in that castle who cared so little for me to go through the trouble of setting my house on fire, planting 7 tulips in the mulch, and then putting tulips in Adam's room to scare me. It was seemingly pointless, but it sent chills down my spine nonetheless. Adam and I left Lyuna and Jason in the conference room and went back up to his bedroom. Once there, I watched him as he took the vase of tulips, opened the balcony doors, and threw them off the side of the ledge. I was halfway thankful for this act of recklessness, because it meant I didn't have to look at them any longer. Walking into the bathroom, I shut the door behind me inside. I walked over to the bathtub and turned on the hot water. Stripping out of my dress, I sat down in the bath and sighed. As the tub was filling up, I poured in the bubble bath and lay back to relax. I could feel my body slowly beginning to settle down, but my head was still spinning and turning over the situation. I was so overwhelmed that when I started to cry, I wasn't in the least bit surprised by the tears. I just held my hand over my mouth, trying to be quiet. The last thing I wanted was for Adam to hear me and try to come in. I didn't want to be comforted or to be told everything was going to be fine. I wasn't an idiot. I knew everything wasn't fine. I wanted to find my family and to be left alone by whoever was trying to mess with me. I wanted to fall in love with Adam like a normal person and not have to worry about the drama that surrounded me. I sat in the bath until the water turned cold and my tears had dried up. It wouldn't have surprised me to walk out of the bathroom and see Adam in the bed already asleep. It was past midnight and we were both mentally drained. However, when I came out of the bathroom, Adam was sitting on the couch, staring off into space. When he heard me, he looked over and gave me a tired smile. Feeling better? He asked me. I nodded and walked over to the wardrobe to get something to sleep in. I changed and put the towel back into the bathroom as Adam walked in behind me and started the shower. Undoing the bed, I slid underneath the covers and closed my eyes. A few minutes later, Adam came out of the bathroom. Let's switch sides, he suggested, walking to my side of the bed. Why? Because, he said, I want to be near the balcony doors. I groaned, having already gotten the sheets warm on my side. Adam laughed at this and put his arms under me and lifted me up to set me on his side of the bed. After he had done so, he climbed into the bed and pulled the covers over both of us. Adam found my hand underneath the sheets and entangled his fingers with mine. He wrapped his arms around me and pulled my body against his chest. Get some sleep, he said. I can't. Despite how tired I was, my mind was still reeling. I'll find whoever did this, he promised me. Go to sleep. After a few minutes had passed, I felt my mind slowly start to ease and, in the comfort of his arms, I finally fell asleep. Adam was still in bed with me when I woke up the next morning. I could hear his heavy breathing as I pulled his arms from around my waist. This was easier said than done. The man had a grip that would rival a toddler on their father's leg. I looked at the clock and noticed it was still early in the morning. Adam's meetings wouldn't begin for a few more hours. Looking at him, I could tell he had gotten little sleep last night. He had dark circles around his eyes. In fact, he was in such an exhaustive state of sleep that he was nearly snoring. I felt a pang of guilt in my chest. I couldn't imagine the stress this probably put him under. He had so much to deal with already, with the Centennial and Europe on the line. The added stress of the Tulip's arrival was just the cherry on top. I got out of bed quietly and changed into comfortable clothes before brushing my teeth. After doing so, I called and asked for breakfast to be sent up to the room. I had no sooner pulled the cart of food into the room when Adam sat up in the bed, quickly hearing the door shut. He looked around before relaxing when he saw me pouring milk into my cereal. "Why are you awake this early?" he asked. His voice was deep and husky from sleep. I couldn't sleep. "Want breakfast?" He got out of bed. "I'm going to shower first." Adam went into the bathroom and showered. He changed into slacks and a button-down and put on a tie to cover the now purple bruise on his neck. I had finished my cereal by the time he sat down and poured cereal into his own bowl. "I don't want you to stay in here by yourself today," Adam said. My eyebrows furrowed. "Why?" "It's not you that I don't trust," Adam said assuringly. "It's everyone else in this bloody castle that I worry about. One other thing," he added. "Don't talk to Jason about anything else." "Why?" "I'd trust Diedrich Schneider with my life quicker than I would Jason, and I think Jason knows that. He was all too quick to try and put the blame on the Germans last night." "And you don't think it was them?" I asked. Adam shook his head. "Why?" He smiled. "I can't tell you just yet, but you'll know soon enough." "Weird. Why won't he tell me?" "So why do you think Jason has something to do with it?" He shook his head. "I'm not sure he does, but don't you think it's weird that we were the only 3 people who knew about those tulips and now they've shown up here, in this castle, thousands of miles away from your house?" I nodded. "I see your point." He put his hand on my thigh. "I don't mean to worry you, Eva. Just be careful. You're smart, so I know you will be." He finished eating and left for his meetings. As I watched him walk out the bedroom door, I couldn't help but worry. If an alpha can't trust his beta, who can he trust? Later that day, I ran into Leona, who told me Jason had expedited the search for my dad. "And my mom?" I asked her. She faltered. "Well, Jason seems to think that your dad might have something to do with the tulips." "I'm sure we'll find your mom if she's with your dad," Leona said. I sighed. "She's the one I want to find," I wanted to say. "I don't give a rat's ass about my dad." "How are you doing?" Leona asked me. "Are you still shaken up from yesterday?" I shook my head. "I'm more exhausted and ready for this all to end." We continued to walk down the hallway into an empty sitting room. "Can I ask you a favor?" I asked her. She nodded. "Anything." "Have you ever shifted?" Leona nodded slowly. "Of course." I took a deep breath. "Do you think you could show me how?" "You've never shifted?" She asked me incredulously. I shook my head, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Yeah, of course I can show you," she said. "I just can't believe you've never shifted." I shrugged. "I mean, my parents didn't care enough to show me how to," I said. "Vespera told me it hurt like hell, which is another reason I've never shifted, I guess." "It does hurt the first time," she said honestly. "But after you get used to it, it's just like popping knuckles." I cringed, and she laughed. "We can go down to the gym tomorrow sometime, and I'll show you," she said. "Of course, there's a gym in this castle. Why wouldn't there be?" "Was this what you were going to ask me about at the arrival gala the other night?" she asked. I was hoping she had forgotten about that, I thought as I shook my head. "What were you going to ask me then?" I sighed. "I was going to ask you about Jason," I said honestly. I saw her gulp, and her whole demeanor changed. "I'm sorry," I apologized. "I knew that was going to cross a line." "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to." Leona took a deep breath. "No, it's fine. I don't talk about it a lot," she said. "What do you want to know?" Why did he reject you? I asked. I mean, you're smart and you're gorgeous. I don't understand why. She shrugged, looking down at her hands. My parents seem to think I've dishonored my family, especially my dad. That's why I have a job here at the palace. My dad seems to think I'll win him back someday. I have to wear makeup to work and I have to talk to him. Isn't it painful though? I asked her. To have to see him every day? Liuna took a deep breath. I've gotten used to it. It's been almost 2 years now. But some days are harder than others. Sometimes he'll ask me how I'm doing or he'll come over to my house for dinner. It delights my parents, but it's hard when he leaves and doesn't speak to me for a few days after. My eyebrows furrowed. Do you think he's just scared of the commitment? Maybe. I know he's had girlfriends, but they never last long at all. In a twisted way, it makes me happy, she said, smiling. I laughed at this. I hope you work things out, I said, taking her hand in mine. She smiled at the thought. He has a lot of growing up to do, but maybe one day. I looked up at the clock. Adam would be out of his meeting in a few minutes. I think I'm going to go and start getting ready for dinner tonight, I said. I'll see you tonight, Liuna. She smiled at me as I left the room and began to walk back up to Adam's bedroom. Jason is such an ass. Why would he reject that poor girl and then lead her on like that? She clearly still loved him. I saw the way she looked at him and the look on her face when I told her that I hoped it worked out. I had lied when I said that, though. He didn't deserve her. The problem was that she would never realize it. I had just made it back to Adam's room and had begun to look through dresses when he came into the room. You're not going tonight, he said firmly. His attitude caught me off guard. Why is that? I asked, not amused. He said nothing, only pointed out the window at the sunset. At first, I couldn't tell why the sunset was significant, but then I saw the full moon. Shit. Chapter 26. Adam's POV. I could hardly keep my eyes open the next morning. Staying in the guest bedroom while the love of my life was suffering from the pain of heat in the next room over had a way of keeping the thought of sleep distant. Her insistence on waiting until we were married irritated me beyond belief, but I wasn't going to change her mind. I'd already tried, and my efforts proved unsuccessful. However, that didn't stop the thought of strangling the Chester woman for making her take that vow from becoming a regularly occurring thought in my mind. At times throughout the night, I felt the pull of my wolf. It wasn't concerned about the respect that Eva deserved in her decision. All it knew was that she was in pain, and I was perfectly capable of stopping it. These low points in the night were the hardest. I didn't like fighting myself. I had given in to the pull of my wolf one too many times in my life, and I was paying for not disciplining myself enough. I needed Eva, but I also needed to get a grip on myself. I had never been so close to losing myself as I had been the previous night. When she grabbed my arm and kissed my lips, I could physically feel my resolve leaving my body. I was proud of the mark she had left on my neck, however embarrassed she might have been by it. It meant she wanted me too, and that was satisfying enough for now. Covering the mark was a pain, though. I felt as though I was being strangled by the tie around my neck. Jason noticed how much I had tugged and pulled at the tie. I only hoped no one else in the conference room did. I sat at the head of the table. Jason sat to my right, and General Warren to my left. Alpha Superior Agajifer was speaking, and had been for the past few minutes, about the problems his pack was having with rogues. The only problem I could see was how long-winded he was. If you placed a sanction against housing rogues on your land, you wouldn't have this problem, I said, interrupting him. His son, Nolan, nodded in agreement. We believe that everyone should have shelter, Alpha Agajifer protested. I cannot force my people to turn others away. I shrugged indifferently. I knew Europe and Asia wouldn't stand for the reckless abandonment of rogues that Africa did. Then your problem of rogues will remain an issue until it becomes their problem as well, I said, pointing between Alpha Chin and Alpha Schneider. Get your problem under control, Alpha Chin said, narrowing his eyes at Alpha Agajifer. Or we will control it for you, Alpha Schneider finished. Alpha Agajifer leaned back in his chair, finally at a loss for words. I saw Jason look down at his phone that sat in the palm of his hand, and I took a deep breath before kicking him under the table. He knew they weren't allowed in the room. He said nothing as he handed the phone to me under the table, and I looked at the screen. I couldn't help but growl at the message displayed on the screen. The disrespect of these people baffled me. I stood up in my chair, interrupting Alpha Schneider's statement. "Which one of you sent the letter?" Everyone went silent. Feeling my patience grow thin, I growled and repeated myself. "Who sent the letter?" "I'm afraid I don't know what you are referring to," Alpha Chen said. I leaned forward and placed my hands on the table, looking them all in the eye. Someone forged a letter with my signature on it, stating that a last-minute invitation to the gala tonight was to be extended to an individual who was unnamed in the letter. It was placed by a maid, who works on the Alpha Superior's chamber floors that you're all staying in, into the outgoing mailbox this morning. I tried to register the reaction on each of their faces, but they were smart enough to remain stoic. "Now," I said, prompting the conversation along. "I can ask the maid whose room the letter came from, and she will tell me. But I'd like to extend the opportunity for whomever had the letter sent to confess now, before I find out for myself." The room was in dead silence, and it stayed that way for a few minutes. I, however, wasn't one to succumb to awkward silence. I would wait as long as I needed for an answer. It was me, Barrett Schneider spoke. Of all the people in the room, it was not the quiet, timid, and submissive son of Alpha Schneider that I expected to speak. "Would you mind explaining why?" I asked him. His father glared at him, and the boy gulped. "I met a girl when we pulled into the village square on our way in on Sunday," he said. "I wanted to invite her to the gala. The invitation was unnamed," I said. "I don't know her name, sir. But somehow you believed that sending a letter out unaddressed, it would, by some amount of sorcery, find its way to her?" I asked. Barrett remained silent. "Well, his father asked him. She works in the postal office, sir. I knew she would receive the letter." My eyes narrowed at him. "I would like to ask that we adjourn for lunch," Alpha Schneider requested. "Fine," I said, not taking my eyes off the Schneider boy, who was now staring at the tabletop in shame. Everyone began to clear the room, and I stopped Jason from walking out and following them. Once everyone had left, I turned to him. "Find out who the intended recipient of that letter really was," I stated firmly. Jason nodded. I knew the German boy had lied. The only post office in town was run by a widower and his 3 sons. There were no women working in that office. But now I knew who had intended to send that letter. Barrett's pathetic excuse was one that was made up on the spot to cover the tracks of the one who had really sent it, his father. I couldn't help my smile as Jason left the room. Europe would be mine by the end of the week. I was sure of this. Schneider had screwed up, and I planned on taking full advantage of it. It was just a matter of time before I was given the go-ahead, and Schneider wouldn't know what hit him. I left the conference room and walked to my office. I would have much rather eaten lunch with my Eva, but I had more planning to do, so I couldn't wait. A few minutes went by before I heard Jason's footfalls in the hallway. I looked up to see him enter the office. "You found out who the letter was going to be sent to," I guessed. He shook his head, and I narrowed my eyes at him. "Why are you here then?" "Leona's been trying to get in touch with me," he said. "She found Eva passed out in your room this morning." I felt the air leave my lungs. "Is she all right?" I asked, standing up quickly. Jason nodded. "They think so. They've been trying to run tests all morning, but she's not cooperating." "They tried to run tests without my consent?" I asked, blood boiling. "You restricted all access to the offices," he reminded me. "No one could get in touch with you." I felt my jaw clench as I walked around Jason and began to hurry towards the hospital ward. I could hear him walking behind me, but I paid him no mind. Once in the ward, I looked at the nurse who was walking through the hallway. She immediately bowed at the sight of me. "Where is she?" I asked. My tone was firm, and this clearly intimidated her. She gulped and pointed to the last room on the right at the end of the hallway. As I approached, I could hear Eva's voice. "Stop. Don't touch me." I entered the room and everyone froze, except for Eva, who ripped her arm from the grasp of Dr. Zusak. "What is going on?" I asked. My eyes narrowed in on Dr. Zusak, who began to explain. "She had a heat stroke, Your Highness. She's extremely dehydrated and we need to cool her nervous system." "I don't want a needle in my arm," Eva protested, standing up from the bed. "I'm fine." "Sit down," I commanded her. Her eyes widened at my tone, and she sat back down on the bed reluctantly. Now, I said, you're going to sit there and let Dr. Zusak do exactly what he needs to do to help you get better, and you can start by giving him your arm. Damn, I heard Vespera whisper under her breath. Mrs. Chester, who sat next to her, elbowed her in the ribs. I saw Eva's jaw clench as she looked at me defiantly. Please don't argue with me. I sighed in relief as she held out her arm. My fist clenched as I saw her flinch at the pain caused by the needle breaking through the skin. This is for her well-being, I reminded myself. This will help with the dehydration, Dr. Zusak assured her. Keep drinking the ice water and put this thermometer in your mouth. Your temperature needs to come down, so keep the cold compresses under your arms and on your neck. He went over to the cabinet and pulled out a hospital gown. When I leave, strip completely and put this on. It will help you cool down quicker, he instructed. She cringed as she took the gown from him. Dr. Zusak turned to me. Can I speak with you outside for a moment? He asked me. I nodded and followed him out into the hallway. She cannot go through heat again, he warned me. I raised an eyebrow at the boldness with which he spoke. Her nervous system overheated to the point her body's cooling mechanisms couldn't bring the temperature down. If Ms. Warren had not found her when she did, there's a good chance she could have had seizures or even slipped into a coma. I ran my hand across my jaw in frustration. Mrs. Chester explained your unique situation to me, he continued. I realize that is a private matter between the two of you, but as your residential physician, I am strongly advising you to not allow her to slip into heat again. Her body will not be able to handle it, and there's no telling what could happen if she does. I nodded slowly. I'll come back to check on her in a while, but I'll be down the hall with Mr. Chester if you need anything, he informed me. Thank you. He nodded and turned to walk down the hallway. I groaned in frustration and punched the wall. Jason walked out of the room as I did so and eyed the hole I left in the concrete. Send someone to fix that, I instructed him, walking into the room. Can Eva and I have the room, please? Mrs. Chester, Vespera, Luna, and the nurse cleared out quickly, and I shut and locked the door behind them. I'm fine, she assured me quickly. I fought the urge to roll my eyes. Yes, I'm sure. I have passed out for the fun of it a few times myself, I said sarcastically. Eva made no effort to conceal her eye-roll. A few weeks ago, I would have taken her sass to mean disrespect. However, I had come to love the fact that she was not scared of me, nor was she scared to let me know where she stood on a subject. She had made that abundantly clear. I walked over to her, took the hospital gown from her hands, and began to untie it in the back. Strip, I instructed her. She turned her nose up at the idea, angering me slightly. I pulled her off the bed by her arm and stood her in front of me. I grabbed the hem of her shirt, and she slapped my hand away. Fine. I'll do it myself, though. Turn around. I handed her the gown and turned my back to her. I wondered briefly what her reaction would be if I turned around suddenly, and I resisted the urge to chuckle. She was bashful, which I found adorable at times. However, there were other times, like when I found her stash of lingerie hidden in the bottom of her drawer, that it was maddening. I waited patiently for her to finish changing, and I turned around only when I heard her sit down on the cot. She was folding her clothes beside her, and I grabbed a cloth and ran it under the cold tap before wringing it out and placing it against her neck. I apologize for not checking on you when I went into the room this morning to shower and change, I said. I couldn't believe I had been so stupid as not to have made sure she was okay when I entered the room that morning. After all, I had heard her whimpers and cries of pain all night. I had even stood outside her door at one point, conflicted on whether to go inside. I had chosen not to, and I was regretting the decision. A bemused look crossed her face. It's not your fault, she said. It is, I said with certainty. I should never have let you go into heat in the first place. I should have married you the moment you told me you wanted to wait. I could have prevented this, and I'm sorry for not doing so. Eva sighed. I'm not letting you take responsibility for my stubbornness, she said firmly. It was my decision, and I will deal with the consequences of it. My jaw clenched as I took her face in my hands and made her look at me. You will not go into heat again, I assured her. I saw her gulp before she looked over my shoulder at the clock hanging on the wall behind me. Your lunch break is over, she informed me. I let go of her and sighed. I can't leave her. Go, she said. I'll be fine, I promise. If anything is the matter, you send Leuna to find me, and I'll come straight away, I said firmly. She rolled her eyes. Fine. But I'm not staying here overnight. You'll stay here as long as you need to. She smirked, hearing this. We'll see about that. Chapter 27. Adam's POV. She was right. I didn't make her stay in that hospital room that night. It was partly for her sake, but mostly for mine. I hadn't had a restful night's sleep in a while, and I knew I wouldn't sleep if she were several floors down alone by herself in a hospital cot. I did take precautionary measures, however. A glass of water was beside her on the bedside table in case she needed it, and I woke up nearly every hour to check her fever. About the fourth time I did so, I began to get frustrated with myself. I had never been so concerned with anyone other than myself before. Eva had a way of keeping me on my toes. I found myself doing things just to please or impress her. She was slowly becoming someone I looked to for affirmation, which frightened me more than I cared to express, as someone who had always been self-sufficient. I couldn't wait for the day that she fully stepped into her role as my Luna. I already knew she would be phenomenal at it. But, given the situation in Europe and the changes I knew were on the horizon, I couldn't expect her to step up now. I worried what the stress would do to her, seeing as she was already overwhelmed by the disappearance of her mother and father. I was not so worried by their desertion, however. I hated her father, and I had to fight everything inside me the day I brought her home to keep myself from ripping him to shreds. He wouldn't be so lucky the next time I got my hands on him. It kept me awake at night to think about all the stories she had yet to tell me, all the pain he had caused her to suffer through. It could make my blood boil just thinking about it. I felt Eva stir next to me, and she turned over to lay her head against my chest. I reached my arm around her and smiled as I imagined the blush that would spread across her cheeks if she were to wake up and see what she had done. It amazed me how much power a woman nearly half my size had over me. The feeling in my chest told me that was the power I had lost and would never regain from her. I held her in my arms for the rest of the night, finally falling asleep myself a few hours later. When I woke up and got ready for that day's meetings, it was harder to leave her than it had been the day before. I made sure the balcony doors were securely locked before leaving the bedroom quietly. I arrived at my office early that morning to review a few things before the first meeting began. First, I glanced over security footage from the night before. Eva didn't know this, but I had cameras installed on the outside of the balcony, outside our bedroom door, and throughout the guest suites after the tulips arrived. I wasn't going to take any chances. If anything else happened, I didn't want to take someone's word for it. I wanted to know about it myself. I reviewed my schedule for the day and instructed one of the guards outside my door to have someone send for Eva at lunch. I was looking over my notes for the meetings when I heard Jason's footsteps in the hallway. I looked up just as he walked in to see a frustrated look on his face. I looked into the letter, he explained. The postmaster said that a man came in yesterday to get the letter and was apparently irate when he was told they hadn't received a letter with your insignia on it. Who was it? He shrugged. None of them had ever seen him before. Did you get the security footage? It was conveniently broken the night before, he said sarcastically. I was beginning to get frustrated. Well, did you get a description? Jason handed me a sheet of paper with physical descriptions listed on it. Postmaster said he was abnormally tall, had dark hair, fair skin, high cheekbones, and not an ounce of muscle on his body, Jason said. He was wearing a long, black coat and a silver signet ring on his index finger. That could be anyone. Postmaster said he didn't recognize him? I asked. Jason shook his head. He was certain he had never seen him before. I ran my hand across my jaw. That's something to start with. Check with all the inns and see if anyone has checked in with that description. I also want all flight plans from the past month on my desk by lunch. Flight plans? I'm assuming he didn't walk thousands of miles through frozen lands and ice. Jason nodded. How are we doing on the search for Eva's parents? I asked him. He sighed. As far as we can tell, they left and didn't look back, he said. There was something weird we found out though. I looked up at him expectantly. Her mom hasn't worked in years. Apparently, she went through some kind of extensive medical treatment for a while. No one in the town had seen her mom since then. We even talked to a few people who thought they had divorced and she'd moved away. Some even thought she had died. I thought about this for a moment. Here's where it gets weird, he continued. All of her medical bills were paid in full while she was still in the hospital, and they never missed payments on a single bill they owed. The thing is, I thought it was initially because her dad was a lawyer, but he worked for a private firm that was about to go out of business. He was barely making enough each month for their groceries and car payments. So, where was the money coming from? I asked. I've yet to trace it, he said. But answer me this. Why would a couple who was struggling financially watch their house burn down to the ground and not wait around to get the insurance claim? The arson report was positive. Someone set the house on fire, I reminded him. Yes, he agreed. But there was no one in the house. I think they set the house on fire and they're running. You think they fled? I asked him. He nodded. From who? Your guess is as good as mine. I'll keep looking into it. He turned and left the room as I pondered over the thought. Eva had more skeletons in the closet than I initially thought. Eva's POV. When I woke up the next morning, Adam was gone, and my throat was scratchy. I reached over and took 2 long gulps of water from the glass that Adam had placed on my nightstand before looking over at the clock. Deciding I had slept in long enough already, I got out of bed and began to get ready for the day. Just as I slipped on my socks, I heard a knock on the door. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't slightly disappointed it was Luna and not Adam, despite knowing Adam wouldn't have knocked. Are you feeling up to shifting today? She asked me. I sighed. I suppose. Luna put her hand on my shoulder reassuringly. You'll be fine, she said. I shook my head. Let's just get this over with. I followed her down the stairs to the gym. It was a wide-open space with floor mats, a punching bag, a track, weight sets, and treadmills all placed strategically around the room. The thought of working out made me sick, but I was thankful there was no one else in the room with us. There's no blood involved, right? I asked her warily. I noticed her try to suppress a smile as she led me over to the mats. There's no blood. We got up onto the mats, and she instructed me to sit. I cannot believe I'm about to do this. Take a deep breath, she said, sitting down in front of me. Try to relax. What is this? Yoga. She peeked an eye open to glare at me, and I sighed, closing my eyes and taking a deep breath. Now, she said, try to imagine yourself as a wolf. Try to picture yourself with paws and fur. I cringed. That's not a happy picture. She groaned. This is ridiculous, I said exasperatedly. I cannot believe I'm doing this. It's so primitive. I feel like Bruce Banner about to turn into the Hulk. She wasn't amused. Do you want to do this or not? Fine, I muttered. But I don't appreciate this ass. We restarted the deep breathing and relaxing process. As I took my second breath, I felt it. I felt this part of me stir. It was like I had jumped into a pool of freezing water. Whatever it was, it scared me. I stiffened up and gasped. Ugh, you messed it up. That was it, Luna groaned. That totally just freaked me out, I said, feeling like I was about to have a panic attack. You're fine, she assured me. Now let's do it again, but no backing out this time. It took me a few moments to finally gather my bearings before I closed my eyes again. It came sooner than it had before. I felt it quicker, and it was far more intense. I felt like I was on some type of psychedelic drug with the way my mind started to swirl. I tried my hardest to imagine my wolf, what it looked like, and how soft the fur was. It was cringy at first, but then I saw a certain beauty in it. Suddenly, I felt my shoulder pop out of place. I let out a scream of pain as my hip became dislocated. I can't do this, I gasped, falling backwards on the mat. Luna immediately opened her eyes and grabbed my arms. It's okay. It's going to be fine. Just give it a few more minutes. All I heard for the next few minutes was my screams of pain and Luna trying to calm me down. Tears rolled down my face as the hot pain seared through my body. It made it worse to think that my bones were popping out of place and resetting in some construed position. I heard someone begin banging on the door. Shit, Luna cursed under her breath. I groaned as I doubled over, feeling my jaw begin to lock up. You've got to hurry, she said. If I had had the strength to open my eyes, I would have glared at her. Truth be told, I tried several times to back out of it, to try and stop it. But I had gone too far down the rabbit hole. I screamed as my back snapped, and then the pain was gone. I was panting as I lay on the mat. Suddenly, I heard everything at once. I heard the air conditioning coming through the vents above us, the banging on the door, and the shouts of the men outside it. I heard Leona's gasp. I opened my eyes to see particles of dust floating around in the air, illuminated by the fluorescent bright lights. The sharpness of my vision made my eyes hurt. I closed them and began to rub out the outside of my eyelids. The only problem was, I no longer had hands. I opened my eyes to see the brown fur. I immediately screamed at this, but it came out as a bark, which freaked me out even more. "Chill out," I heard Leona say. I looked up at her and caught a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror behind her, and I began to stumble over towards it. Walking on 4 paws instead of 2 legs wasn't as easy a transition as everyone made it seem. I had brown fur with blonde mixed in around my face. It was shaggy, and it looked nothing like I had imagined it would. My legs and haunches were longer than most wolves, but my legs were longer than most girls my age when I wasn't shifted. Besides that, the only semblance of myself that I saw in the mirror was my green eyes. "You need to shift back," I heard Leona say. Her panicked voice echoed in my mind for a moment before I looked over to see that the men were attempting to break through the gym door. She must have locked it behind us when we came in. I looked at her and hoped she could see the panic in my eyes. We didn't discuss how to shift back. It was as if she read my mind. "Do the same things. Take a deep breath and relax. Try to picture you as yourself," she said. I lay back down on the mat, trying to do as she said. A few seconds of sharp pain went through my body, causing me to yelp. When I opened my eyes again, I immediately saw my skin and my 5 fingers. I also saw much more skin than I had before I shifted. My clothes had ripped during the shift, and I immediately tried to cover myself as the door flew open off its hinges. Adam walked in with a furious expression, and he immediately rushed over to me, yanking off his shirt and covering me with it. "I did it," I said excitedly as he pulled my arms through the oversized holes of the dress shirt. "I can see that," he muttered. He turned to Jason, who came in behind him, and to the other men who had been trying to break down the door beforehand. "Get out," he said firmly. They all turned and left quickly. Leona stood up as well. "I'll discuss this with you later," he said, glaring at her. She nodded and left the room in a hurry. Adam turned back to me, and I smiled. "I did it. I shifted." "You said that already," he said, pulling me to my feet. I felt my knees buckle under, and his arm wrapped around me for support. "You're going to be sore for the rest of the day and tomorrow," he warned. I noticed the angry expression on his face and frowned. "Why are you mad?" "I thought you would have been happy that I shifted." Adam sighed. "I am happy for you," he said. "But you didn't tell anyone." All of a sudden, I have 2 men running into my office on my lunch break telling me that their Luna is in the gym screaming and the door is locked and no one can get in. "I could have been doing sprints on the treadmill," I said. Adam's face told me he wasn't amused. He glanced over my body. "Does everything feel okay? Did everything go back into its place?" he asked me. "My bones are fine," I said. In fact, I had never felt better. I felt like I was breathing new air. I felt powerful. That wolf was mine. "Why did you not think to pack a change of clothes?" he said, eyeing the shreds of fabric that had once been my leggings, socks, and sweater. It didn't occur to me," I said honestly. "But has it ever occurred to you that you say bloody a lot when you get mad?" Adam rolled his eyes. "Has it ever occurred to you that you're stubborn and you don't think through anything?" he asked me. I winked. "You love that about me." Chapter 28. Eva's POV. It was the last night of the centennial. Adam was right when he told me I would be sore from shifting. I lay in bed for the rest of the day, barely able to move. But I was determined to be at the gala that night. I had missed the night before last because of the heat, and I had missed the previous night because Dr. Zusak didn't discharge me from the hospital ward until later in the evening. However, I wasn't going to miss that night for the world. I had saved the most beautiful gown for last, and I smiled when I pulled it out of the dust cover that evening as I began to get ready. It was a crimson-red ball gown with an off-the-shoulder neckline and a corseted waist adorned with beaded lace appliques. I put on red lipstick to match and pulled my hair back in a low, loose bun before I stood in front of the mirror. I admit that I twirled around a few times. I felt like a princess. Judging by the look on Adam's face as he walked through the bedroom door, I looked like one too. Whoa. I smiled. Isn't it gorgeous? I asked, giving him a twirl. He nodded slowly. I was actually going to suggest you stay here and rest tonight, but I'm not so sure that's a good idea now, Adam said, laughing. I've rested plenty, I said, waving him off. Adam showered quickly and changed into his tux. Just as I put the diamond earrings he had gotten me into my ears, Adam came up behind me and wrapped his arms around my waist. I blushed as he planted a kiss on my neck. What do you think would make this look complete? Adam asked me. I frowned as I looked in the mirror. It doesn't need anything. Does he not think I look pretty enough? He smiled as he walked over to his bedside table and pulled out a box that was about the size of a book. How about a matching necklace? He asked, opening the box to reveal a breathtaking diamond necklace. I gasped as my hand flew up to my mouth. The way that the diamonds sparkled in the setting sunlight that flooded through the windows made my heart palpitate. You've got to stop buying me diamonds, I said, leaning in to look at it further. It's just practice for the finale, Adam said as he grabbed my left hand and kissed the knuckle of my ring finger. As if I wasn't about to faint before. I took a deep breath as he pulled the necklace from the velvet box and placed it around my neck. I put my hand up to my neck to gingerly touch the necklace as he clasped it in the back. I don't want to wear it, I said, turning around to face him. What if I break it? He laughed. Then I'll get you another one. I took one more look at myself in the mirror, barely recognizing the girl that stood there, before Adam took my hand in his and led me out of the bedroom. We were almost to the ballroom when we turned down the long hallway that would lead us there. An idea struck me as I realized that the hallway was deserted except for the two of us. I pulled my hand from Adam's as I lifted the skirt of my dress, pulled off my heels, and held them in one hand. What are you doing? He asked me as I handed him the shoes. Hold those, I said excitedly, not offering any explanation. I wished I had a picture of his face as I took off running down the hallway. I was nearly out of breath as I reached the entrance to the ballroom and waited for Adam to make his way down the hallway behind me. What the hell was that all about? Adam asked me as he approached. He handed me my heels and offered his arm to steady me as I put them back on. I've wanted to run down a castle hallway in a huge, beautiful dress since I was 5 and I saw Cinderella for the first time, I explained. He gave me a bewildered look, but I saw the hint of amusement and admiration in his eyes as he did. Well, I'm glad I'm making dreams come true, he said, laughing. More than just the one, I added, wrapping my arm around his. Adam gave me a wink as we walked into the ballroom. Immediately, heads turned. I held my head high, taking advantage of my newfound confidence, as Adam and I walked inside and he began to talk with a few people. I saw Vespera, Luna, and Tristan all standing together as I looked around, and I let go of Adam's arm and began to walk over to them. Holy shit, Tristan said as he saw me approaching. Luna turned to look at me, and her jaw dropped. Yes, Queen. Work, Vespera shouted, clapping her hands. I put my hand over my mouth, trying not to laugh. I knew my blush was probably as red as my dress. Is that real? Tristan asked, leaning in to look at my necklace. Whoa, Luna gasped, noticing it as well. That is definitely a step up from senior year prom, Vespera said, gesturing to the dress. I cringed at the thought of the cheap, blue rayon dress I wore to prom. Anything would be a step up from senior year prom, I said, grimacing. Seriously though, you look hot as hell, Tristan said, taking a sip of his champagne. Immediately, Luna and Vespera shot him a glare. I turned around to see if Adam had heard him, but Adam was still talking to someone with his back turned to me. I turned back around and saw Luna punch him in the arm. Do you have a death wish? Vespera asked him incredulously. He cringed. No. He would have literally ended your life, Luna said, pointing at Adam. No, he wouldn't have, I said, laughing. Luna took a sip of her champagne and shrugged. Yes, he would have, Vespera reiterated. So, I said to Vespera, have you talked to Nolan lately? She blushed and raised her champagne flute to her lips. You have? I guessed excitedly. Vespera took a sip of champagne and smiled. We've talked a few times, she said, laughing. And? She shrugged. He's sweet, she said. That's it? Leuna asked, irritated. He's sweet? Vespera groaned. He's nice, okay? I just don't see it working out. You've only talked to him a few times, I reminded her. Give him a chance. In fact, why don't you go ask him to dance? We all turned to see Nolan talking to a few people from his own pack. You should go, Leuna said, prompting her. Vespera looked at her. If I go ask him to dance, you have to go ask Jason, she bargained. My eyes widened. What? Leuna asked her, nearly choking over her champagne. Vespera nodded. I see the way you look at him. I'll dance with Nolan if you ask Jason to dance. I swear I heard crickets chirp off in the distance. Even Tristan coughed awkwardly. Fine, Leuna said, narrowing her eyes at Vespera. Vespera looked proud of herself as she left the huddle and walked over to Nolan. You don't have to, I said, catching Leuna's arm as she went off to find Jason. I kind of want to, she said, giving me a small smile. I let go of her and watched her walk over to him. This is a bad idea. I had to admit, the girl had confidence. She walked right over and interrupted him as he stood there talking to Beta Chen and Diedrich Schneider. Leuna stood on her tiptoes and said something into his ear. I saw Jason bend down slightly to hear what she was asking him before he nodded and handed his drink off to a waiter. Then, the two of them walked together over to where everyone was dancing, including a beaming Vespera and a smiling Nolan. Shall we? I looked over and laughed as I saw Tristan holding out his hand. Nodding, I took his hand, and he led me out to dance. It took us a few minutes to adjust, seeing as I had only danced with men who were much taller than I was up until that point, and Tristan was only as tall as I was. I heard someone clear their throat, and we stopped dancing to see Adam standing there. My turn, he said to Tristan. Tristan didn't dare protest as he handed me off to Adam. I smiled up at Adam as he slid his arm around my waist, and I placed my hand on his shoulder. Your timing is impeccable, I whispered. I was on track to step on his toes for the 1000th time. Adam laughed at this. First he calls you hot as hell, and then he asks you to dance? The kid has nerve, Adam said. My eyes widened. You heard that? I asked him. He nodded. I hear lots of things. Like what? He was silent for a few moments, only staring into my eyes as we continued to dance. I hear Barrett Schneider slipping silverware into his pockets. I hear Alpha Chen speaking to his son in Mandarin, telling him they are leaving right after their meetings tomorrow. I hear Nolan asking Vespera what she likes to do in her free time, and I hear Jason asking Leuna to stay the night. My eyes widened as I looked over to the pair as they danced and saw Leuna nod. I don't get it, I said, stomping my heel. I narrowly missed Adam's foot by a few inches. Why does she keep running back to him? He treats her like dirt. Adam sighed as he looked over to the two of them. Jason doesn't know how to treat a woman, Adam said. It's one of the reasons I don't trust him. But they're mates. They'll continue to try and work things out, no matter how skewed it may be, because they love each other. You think he loves her? I asked him. Yes. I shook my head. I just don't understand how you can love someone and treat them so poorly. I would never let you treat me like he treats her. Adam's face grew very serious. You would never let me treat you like that, but you let your father. I gulped. Everyone looks for affirmation, Adam said. Often we try to find it in the people we think love us. All she wants is for her mate to love her, the same way all you wanted was for your father to accept you. I shook my head. It's not the same. Maybe not to you, he said. But Jason and your father? That's how they feel powerful. They feed off of fear because they think it equals authority. Jason will continue to treat her like a dog as long as doing so makes him feel in control. It's not fair, I said. No, it's life. When Adam and I returned to the room that night, I didn't bother changing out of the dress before I collapsed on the bed. He lay down next to me in his tux and I sighed. You're not what I expected, I said suddenly. What do you mean? I propped myself up on my elbow and I turned to look at him. Before I met you, I thought alphas were old, white-haired men who couldn't let the glory days die. Adam laughed. Well, I don't have white hair yet. I'm serious, I said. I didn't even think the alpha-beta pack mentality even existed anymore. How do you make it look so effortless? You never seem stressed, and you never complain about the fact that you're literally in charge of 3 continents full of people. Adam smiled. I signed up for it, he explained. There's no sense in complaining about something you signed up for. How can you be so selfless? I asked him. You never tell me your problems. You only want to help me fix mine. Are all alphas like that? For the most part, he said. I shook my head as I sat up. That's so unfair for you guys, though. Don't you want someone to fix your problems too? I fix my own problems. I rolled my eyes and made him sit up to look at me. Tell me your problems, I said. Adam laughed. I'm serious. That's what's so funny, he said. Tell me, I reiterated. He took a deep breath, still smiling, and sighed. Alpha Schneider is giving me problems with Europe, he said finally. You don't think you'll be able to overtake him? No, I do, he said. It's just taking longer than I thought. You've still got one more day, I said, trying to encourage him. I'll get them tomorrow, he assured me. Don't worry. After that, Adam told me about a letter that Alpha Schneider had tried to send, and he told me about a man with a silver signet ring who wanted to pick it up, not knowing it had been intercepted. And do you think the letter is going to help you? I asked him. If we can find out who he tried to send it to. But if that doesn't work, I've got a few more tricks up my sleeve. We stayed up for most of the night after that, talking. There was even some making out at one point. When I woke up the next morning, Adam was gone to his final meetings. The sound of the phone ringing prompted me awake, and I rolled over to grab the phone off the nightstand. Hello. Alpha Superior Devereaux would like to see you in his office. The woman's high-pitched voice spoke. Thank you, I said, hanging up. That woman's voice could wake someone up quicker than coffee could. I got out of bed and changed. Glancing at the clock, I noticed I had slept until lunch, and I knew that Adam was calling, so I could eat with him. I went downstairs and made my way to his office. I began to hear yelling the closer I got, and I quickened my pace. How could you do this to your own flesh and blood? I will never forgive you. My eyes widened as I heard Alpha Schneider shouting. I walked around the corner and saw him being forcibly removed from Adam's office by the guards, still bellowing out insults. I went into Adam's office and saw him shaking hands with Diedrich. I knew I looked confused as I looked between the two of them. Good morning, mein Fräulein, Adam said to me, winking. My eyebrows furrowed. Pack your bags, darling. We're going to Germany. Chapter 29. I couldn't believe it. It had been 3 days since Adam announced that he was officially the Alpha Superior of Europe, making me the Luna Superior of Europe. The centennial had ended. Everyone had gone home, including the Germans, who left sulking. Diedrich had stayed behind, which I wasn't surprised by, seeing as his father had practically disowned him for his assistance in Adam's ploy for control. Nearly half a week had passed, and I was still baffled by the scheme. I didn't understand how Adam had successfully taken over Europe without so much as lifting a finger. It's all in the tactic, darling, he said as he packed his suitcase. But I don't understand, I said. How on earth did you get him to just give you an entire continent? I didn't, he said. Diedrich did. But how? Adam stopped packing and looked up from his suitcase at me. I offered Diedrich a position as beta under the condition that he could get his father to sign the papers, and he accepted. But you already have a beta, I reminded him. I'm going to have 2. Adam wasn't making any sense, and the look on my face made him aware I was confused. Listen, he said, Diedrich wasn't given the beta position in his father's pack. Traditionally, fathers will give their sons their beta position and allow them to rule under them until they are old enough to rule as alpha themselves. Nolan and Zhao are perfect examples of this. However, Diedrich's father didn't do this and allowed the man who has always been his beta to continue to stay in power. That's how I got Diedrich on board. I offered him something his father had neglected to give him. And his father was okay with that? Adam shook his head, laughing. No, Alpha Schneider had no idea. That's why Diedrich was able to pull it out from under him so easily. How did he do it? I asked incredulously. Adam shrugged. I'm not sure, and quite frankly, I don't care. He managed to get his father's signature on the property and pack transferal documents as well as their pack seal of approval, and that's all it took for the council of the other Alpha superiors to notarize the decision. But if he was deceived, is it really valid? I asked. Adam sighed. I have signed documentation. For all those other Alphas know, it is valid. You don't think they're wondering why he was carried out of your office kicking and screaming? I asked, crossing my arms. I said they knew it was valid, not voluntary. I rolled my eyes. It doesn't sound very legit to me. What are you going to do if we get to Germany and he decides not to give you the land or his people? Then I've got 2 other Alpha superiors on my side to make him give them to me. Stop worrying about it, he said, chuckling. I shrugged. I think it's a bit shady and I don't like it. I didn't say you had to, he said, folding a shirt and putting it into the bag. I attempted to zip my suitcase and huffed in frustration when I couldn't get it to close the whole way. We're only going to be there for 4 days, Adam reminded me. Maybe if you took some of those clothes out of the suitcase, you could zip the bloody thing. No, I need everything that's in here, I said, putting pressure on the top. You need 2 pairs of pajamas? He asked pointedly. I nodded, trying not to break the zipper as I pulled it around. You sleep in my t-shirt every night and you think that being in Germany will change that? You never know, I said. You could sleep naked for all I care, love. Here, give that to me. I sighed and pushed the suitcase over to him. Adam pressed the top of the suitcase down and pulled the zipper around effortlessly. Not fair, I muttered as he pushed it back to me. He laughed. Ready to go? I nodded, pulling my suitcase off the bed and rolling it across the carpet. Let's do this. I said goodbye to Vespera and Mrs. Chester as we left. The twins' birthday party had been the night before and went off without a hitch thanks to Luna's pristine party planning skills. They had been down in their room since the party, playing a video game Adam had surprised them with for their birthday. Mrs. Chester assured me she would tell Mr. Chester I said goodbye as I hugged Vespera. Nolan had given her his phone number before he left, so she had been just as occupied as the twins. Melvin and Violetta met us in the foyer while we waited for the car. She looked all too happy to be sending me away, and Melvin wouldn't stop congratulating Adam on Europe, even though it was the 100th time he had done so since the announcement. Have fun, she said to me. I raised an eyebrow. Thanks. I saw Diedrich walking down the hallway and my eyes widened. Why is he coming? I whispered to Adam. Do you have a problem with that? He asked me. I shook my head. There was just something weird about him that I didn't know how to feel about. It was uncomfortably quiet on the way to the airport and while we loaded onto Adam's plane. The 2 of them began to talk about their plans for Europe, and I checked out of the conversation uninterested. I put on headphones and lay my head against the seat as the plane took off. The trip to Germany took almost 9 hours, and I was going crazy near the end of it. The cabin of the plane was much too small for me to enjoy listening to Adam and Diedrich talk politics. By the time we had reached the Schneider's private airport in Weissingen, I could have kissed the ground and screamed land. Needless to say, I was already dreading the trip back to the castle. We drove through a dense forest for nearly an hour before I saw our destination through a clearing in the trees. I gasped as I leaned forward, across Adam, to stare out the window at the beautiful but monstrous castle that sat perched on a hill. Is that your house? I asked Diedrich incredulously. Not anymore, he replied, laughing. We drove through a tunnel that led us underneath the castle, and we pulled out onto a driveway that went straight up to a large set of doors. I got out quickly, staring at the castle in awe. Like it? Adam asked. I nodded. It puts Disney to shame. He laughed and handed off our luggage to 2 butlers who had come out of the castle to help us. Diedrich said something to them in German, and Adam did as well. I didn't know you spoke German, I said to him. He winked at me as he took my hand, and we walked up the steps to the front door. I continued to look around like a tourist in a museum as we followed the butlers to our rooms. Diedrich excused himself and left us as he went off to do his own bidding. Are you not worried that his dad won't try to kill him in his sleep or something? I asked Adam. He shook his head in response. No, he can take care of himself. Besides, Alpha Schneider doesn't stay here. Only Barrett and Diedrich do. I nodded as we continued the long walk up several staircases and through numerous hallways until we finally reached doors that led into a large suite. The butlers left our luggage at the entrance of the room and left us. The suite itself was gorgeous. It opened up to a large bedroom and a lounge area. Nearly everything that wasn't blue silk or velvet was encrusted with gold or silver. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen. I could get used to this, I sighed, throwing myself down on the couch. Adam hummed in response. Are you hungry? He asked me. Starving, I replied. He found a phone and called for something to be brought up to eat. After dinner, the sun began to set, and Adam and I watched it from where we sat on the couch. We've got 3 more hours, he said, glancing at his watch. My eyebrows furrowed. Until what? He smiled. Until your birthday. My eyes widened. Amidst the chaos, I had completely forgotten about my birthday. How did you know? I asked him. You told me the day after I met you, he said, laughing. Also, your friend Vespera reminded me 2 days ago. I rolled my eyes as he laughed. I'm going to be old like you soon enough, I joked. He smiled. Looking forward to it. I slept soundly next to Adam that night, only to wake up the next morning and find him gone. I found a note on the side table that read, Feel free to explore. I'll see you for dinner. I was slightly annoyed that I wouldn't see him for most of the day, but I was excited that I got to walk around and explore the castle. I soon found that the castle was deserted, however. I ran into some maids and a few butlers, but that was it. There was not nearly as much life in this castle as there was in Adam's. It was almost creepy. Another thing that creeped me out was the feeling that I was being watched. I walked all over the castle, looking at paintings, tapestries, and the various chandeliers and ballrooms, but it didn't matter where I went. The feeling was still there. I couldn't shake it. It was because of this that I went back to the room earlier than I wanted to. At least I knew that no one was watching me. I took this time to myself to take a long bath and relax. I found various bath salts and serums that I added to the water, which made it even more enjoyable. As I relaxed, I realized that Adam hadn't given me a birthday present. In fact, he had not said anything else about my birthday since the night before. It wasn't that I expected him to get me something, but I also hadn't expected him to just leave me completely alone on my birthday. I had just gotten out of the bath and was changing when he came back into the room. Ready for dinner? He asked me, kissing my cheek. Yes, and some sort of social interaction, I joked. There's no one in this castle. It was almost creepy. I didn't tell him about the feeling of being watched that I had. Sorry about that, he apologized. I really had to go over some things with Diedrich today, so we could settle a few matters. It's okay, I said, brushing it off. I pulled out a black satin cocktail dress that I had packed and laid it across the bed. I like that dress, Adam said, seeing this. I smiled and changed into it as Adam went to shower. I noticed him change into a black suit before we left, which I thought was odd. But I thought nothing more about it as I clipped my diamond earrings into my ears and Adam, and I left the room for dinner. We reached the large dining room, dimly lit by candles that lined the table. Our dinner had already been prepared and laid out for us when we sat down. Is Diedrich not joining us? I asked. Adam shook his head. No, he said he had a few things to do this evening, but he did say to tell you happy birthday, though. I smiled at this. Adam and I ate as we talked about his plans for Europe. He intended for Diedrich to remain in Germany so they could keep things under control without distance being a hindrance, which I found to be wise. I was still unsure about the whole European situation. After we finished, dessert was brought out by 2 servants. It was 2 slices of chocolate cake, mine with a candle in it. I laughed as I blew it out, silently wishing for my mother to come out of hiding. It had been hard not to spend my birthday with her. It almost didn't feel like my birthday. We stayed in the dining room for a long while after we finished, still talking about everything under the moon. I noticed Adam yawn. I'm sleepy myself, I said. I think we should call it a night. I agree, he said, standing. I noticed that our dessert plates were still on the table, untouched by the servants after we finished, unlike our dinner plates. I'm going to take these into the kitchen, I said, gathering them in one hand. Adam almost said something, but his cell phone rang in his pocket. He looked down at the screen and hesitated. I really need to take this, he said. I'll meet you back up at the room. I nodded, walking through the double doors into the kitchen. The darkness inside made me feel really uneasy. Had the chef and servants just disappeared? The feeling of someone watching me returned, and I all but threw the plates into the soapy sink water and ran out of the kitchen. Adam was gone when I returned to the dining room, irritating me. Why has he left me alone so much? I get he has things to do, but it's my birthday, and this place gives me the creeps. I began to walk back to the room, still thinking about it. I reached the suite and opened the door. My jaw dropped. Rose petals were scattered across the floor, and candles were lit everywhere. I began to feel my heart palpitate in my chest as I walked in and closed the door behind me. I took my heels off, looking around, and I began to stroll into the bedroom. I gasped as I walked in. Adam was on one knee, a velvet box in one hand and a smile on his face. Oh my God. Chapter 30. I felt like I was going to pass out. My hands were shaking as I put them up to cover my mouth in shock. Eva Schaefer, mate of mine and love of my life. I know it hasn't been 100 days yet, but I'm an impatient man. I laughed as I felt tears welling up in my eyes. Would you do me the honor of marrying me and becoming my wife in Luna? Yes. I had said it before Adam could even finish asking. I ran over to him and wrapped my arms around his neck as he sighed in relief and hugged me back. Adam kissed my lips with such passion that my mind went blank, and he was the only thing I could focus on. He pulled away slowly, leaving his forehead to rest against mine as I caught my breath. We're forgetting something, he said, smiling. I looked down at his hands, where he was still holding the velvet ring box. Cushioned inside was a diamond ring that put them all to shame. It was a huge, pear-cut diamond that was at least 3 carats. A halo of smaller diamonds surrounded it and covered the band. It was exactly what I wanted. How did you know? I asked him. Vespera might have helped me design it, he said, laughing. How did I not find out? Vespera was a terrible secret keeper. I couldn't believe she had been able to hide it from me. It's gorgeous, I gasped. Adam pulled it from the box and took my left hand in his. He slid the ring on my finger carefully and kissed my hand. I look at the ring in awe. The way the candles made the diamond sparkle took my breath away. I jumped up into Adam's arms excitedly. I can't believe we're getting married, I said, cupping his face with my hands. He smiled. When? Preferably before the next full moon, I muttered. His facial expression grew very serious. It will be, because you're not going into heat again. The certainty with which he said it made me gulp. Adam carried me over to the bed and sat me down on the edge. He took my shoes from my hand and put them on the ground. Adam removed his coat and began to unbutton his shirt. Once it had been unbuttoned, he leaned forward and, placing his hands on either side of my thighs, kissed me gently on the lips. He leaned into the kiss and nearly pushed me back onto the bed. I had begun to slide my hands down his chest and trace his abdomen with my fingers when he pulled away. If we start, we won't be able to stop again, he said, backing away. I bit my lip and nodded in agreement. Don't look at me like that. Like what? I asked. Like you don't want me to stop. I sighed. I don't, I said honestly. He groaned and rushed back over to kiss me again. Adam's hands gripped my face as his tongue slid between my parted lips. I slid my arms around his waist as he pushed me back onto the bed. He broke the kiss for a moment to pull his shirt off, but his lips found mine again as his arms slipped around me and began to unzip my dress. He pulled away briefly to pull the dress over my head. I saw his eyes grow dark as he noticed my matching black bra and panties. You don't make this easy, he muttered, stooping back down to kiss me again. His lips trailed from my lips to my neck as his hand slid up my thigh, his fingers sliding under the waistband of my underwear. Adam's teeth nipped gently at the skin on my neck as my hand tangled itself in his hair, the other hand gripping his bicep. I nearly screamed when someone called Adam's name from outside the bedroom door. I sat up quickly, harshly drawn out of my lustful trance. I'm going to kill whomever is standing outside that bloody door, Adam growled. That's a bit extreme, I commented, seeing how serious he was. I told Diedrich I was proposing tonight, he said angrily as he climbed off of me. That probably means it's an emergency. Wordlessly, he left the bedroom and went out into the suite to open the door. I couldn't hear whatever he said when he opened the door, but I did hear it slam closed. Adam walked back into the room with a bouquet of white lilies. "Congratulations to the happy couple," he said sarcastically. "You didn't kill the person who delivered them, did you?" I asked, seeing the expression of rage on his face. "I came close," he said honestly. He handed me the flowers, and I looked at them warily. "What is it?" he asked. I shook my head. "White lilies are sent as a flower of sympathy or condolences," I said. I knew this because of all the flower cataloging I had done in preparation for the centennial. "I'm going to kill that bastard," he said, balling his fists. "They're just flowers," I laughed, placing them on the side table. "Besides," I added, "you seem to have outdone him." I gestured to all the roses and rose petals scattered around the room. He laughed, and I swore I saw some semblance of a blush on his cheeks. "I had someone come up while we were at dinner." I smiled, getting off the bed and walking over to him. I slid my arms around his torso and lifted myself onto my tippy toes. "I love it," I whispered before leaning in to kiss him. Adam's hand reached up to touch my face as he kissed me back gently. I pulled away and smiled. "I'm going to shower." "Is that an invitation?" he asked, grabbing my hand. I laughed. "No." "Come on," he said, kissing my hand. "Let me shower with you." "That would get us both in trouble." Adam smirked. "I'll take all the blame, love." "I'm sure you would be happy to," I laughed. "But I'd like to give my self-control a break for the rest of the night." He shook his head and let go of my hand as I went into the bathroom and closed the door behind me. I leaned against the door and took a deep breath, placing my hand over my chest to feel my heart racing. I looked down at my hand to see the diamond on my finger and smiled. "I'm getting married." Unknown POV. I tried. The man grabbed a vase that perched near him on the mantel and threw it at Ludwig Schneider, whom it narrowly missed as he ducked at the last moment. "You didn't try hard enough." The man's eyes were filled with rage. It took everything inside of him not to kill the former Alpha Superior. "I'm sorry," Ludwig Schneider said. The letter was not supposed to be intercepted. I'm not sure how they found it. This was a lie. He knew giving it to the maid to deliver was a mistake. Originally, he had meant for Barrett to leave the castle and deliver the forged invitation himself. However, Alpha Superior Devereaux had restricted all access to and from the castle during the week they were there. Barrett would never have been able to leave, so he had to improvise. "That was my chance," the man growled. "Because of you and your incompetence, it is gone." Ludwig Schneider gulped, suddenly fearing for his life. "But you have other contacts inside the castle. Can't you still find another way?" The man landed a punch to Ludwig Schneider's face. "You are of no more use to me. You've lost your title and all of my respect." The man straightened his jacket and sighed as Ludwig Schneider groaned in pain. "I suppose if you want something done, you have to do it yourself." Chapter 31. The following 2 days went by slowly. This was partly because I kept them locked away in our bedroom, too wary of leaving and exploring the rest of the castle. I couldn't shake the feeling of someone watching when I stepped out of the room. I didn't tell Adam this, but how could I? Our time spent together was precious and sweet. My paranoia would have ruined this. Adam already saw me as overanxious, and informing him that I had an eerie feeling about the castle without any proof of something going on wouldn't help this. I had brought a few books from Xander's library that I read during that time. Often, I would be turning a page in one of the books and catch a glimpse of my ring and become unable to focus on anything else for a while. However, something Adam said when he proposed was on replay in my mind. I know it hasn't been 100 days yet. One part of me couldn't stop thinking about how fast everything was moving. 2 months prior, if someone had asked me what I thought about a couple getting engaged after knowing each other for a year, I would have said they were crazy. I had barely known Adam for a month, not to mention, I disliked him for the first week, and now we were engaged. Was I rushing it? I knew we were mates. This was destined to happen. But I couldn't help the thought. However, the other part of me would have gotten married to him the next day. Forget the dress, the reception, and the preacher. I would have eloped in a courthouse if he had asked me to. I wanted him so much. The thought of finally deepening my relationship with him made my heart race. We had come so close many times, but each time we neared the threshold, I would hear my 14-year-old self making a promise to remain chaste until my wedding night. When Adam came into the room on our final night in Germany, I had every intention to talk to him about it. However, when he walked into the room angry, all thoughts of this disappeared. "What's wrong?" I asked him, putting my book down. He took a deep breath and took off his jacket. "Diedrich's being a pain in my ass," he growled. "Why?" He sat down next to me on the couch and grabbed my leg to pull me closer to him. Placing my feet in his lap, he sighed. "He doesn't want to stay here like I had originally planned for him to. He wants to come back to Canada to stay there." "What's wrong with that?" I asked, my eyebrows furrowing. I noticed Adam's jaw clench as I waited for his response, although one never came. "You can tell me," I prodded. He turned to look at me. "I don't want any man you find attractive, who also finds you attractive, living in my house." My face paled. I pulled my feet from his lap and crossed them as I sat up straighter. "What are you implying?" I asked him. "That I would cheat on you." He began to speak, but I interrupted him. "I think Jason and Tristan are handsome. Are you going to kick them out too?" Again, I spoke over him as he tried to answer me. "Just because I think Diedrich is handsome doesn't mean I would leave the man I love for him." I gulped as I realized what I had said. Noticing Adam's eyes widen, I got up from the couch and began to walk away in embarrassment. "Eva," Adam said, standing up as well. "Would you please let me explain?" I turned to look at him, crossing my arms across my chest. "I love you too," he said, "and it's not you I don't trust, it's him. He's already tried to make a move on you. He continually asks about you, day after day, as if he doesn't think I'll catch on. What do you think would happen after he moves into the castle? Do you honestly think it would all stop?" I took a shaky breath. "Do what you think is best," I said. "But you need to realize that, despite your possessiveness, he is an effective leader and he knows how to do this job well. Keeping him here would hinder so much more than it's worth. You want him to come back with us, don't you?" He asked me with eyes full of sadness. I shook my head. "I want what is best for this pack, and leaving him here would not be the best thing for this pack," I said firmly. Adam ran his hand along his jaw in frustration. I began to walk over to him slowly and, when I reached him, placed my hands on his chest and gently urged him to sit down on the couch. I sat down on his lap, taking his face in my hands, forcing him to look at me. "You've got to believe me when I say that I will never welcome that man's advances towards me, nor will I ever think he could give me half of what you do," I said earnestly. I saw Adam's face soften. "It's not you I don't trust," he repeated. I sighed, leaning down to rest my head on his chest. He wrapped his arms around me and held me tightly. With my ear pressed against his chest, I listened to the rhythmic sound of Adam's heart beating. We remained like that for a few moments before I sat up and kissed his lips gently. When I pulled away, I saw the longing in his eyes, and I smiled. I stood up, and Adam took my left hand in both of his and kissed it. It was then that I realized I had done nothing worthwhile in my entire life to deserve the man sitting in front of me. He deserved a woman who could affirm him emotionally, a role I looked forward to fulfilling the night of our wedding, but one I wished I could have filled then. I couldn't wait to be Luna, to show him I was strong enough to lead alongside him. Adam was more of a man than anyone I had ever met, Diedrich included. He was smart, and I needed to trust him. "If you think Diedrich needs to stay here, then make him," I said. "You're the alpha. It's your call. He doesn't get to make that decision." Adam smiled and stood up in front of me, his arms wrapping around my waist. "He has to come back with us at least for a week to finish meeting with my cabinet and other officials. But believe me, if he stays a minute longer than he has to, I'll send him off myself if that's what it takes for him to leave." I smiled as he leaned down to kiss me. A knock sounded at the door, and I giggled at the frustrated look that immediately swept across Adam's face. I pulled his arms away from me and turned to answer the door. My eyes widened as I opened it to see Diedrich standing there. Hi," I said awkwardly. He nodded politely. "I came to see if you would join me for dinner," he said, looking at me. "Adam as well, of course," he added. I gulped as I turned and saw Adam's jaw clench. "I think we'll just have dinner brought up here, thanks," I said. I insist. It's your last night in Germany, Diedrich said. Besides, we've yet to celebrate your engagement. The way he was only looking at me, not once glancing at Adam, affirmed everything that Adam had told me. We got your sympathy flowers, Adam said, walking up behind me. Diedrich laughed awkwardly. I didn't send flowers, he said. My fake smile fell, and I felt Adam go stiff behind me. Wait, you didn't? I asked him. He shook his head. The realization that he most likely wasn't lying and hadn't been the one to send the flowers made my stomach drop. So, Diedrich said, shall we eat? I turned to look at Adam and saw him glaring at Diedrich. We'll take our dinner here, he said firmly. Diedrich shrugged, not affected by Adam's harsh tone. Suit yourself, he said. He turned his attention to me. Have a lovely evening. Adam reached behind me and shut the door. When I turned to look at him, I caught a glimpse of the fleeting look of frustration on his face. Like I said, it's not you I don't trust. I sighed and walked around Adam. I'm starving, I said, changing subjects. Do you think we could go ahead and eat? He nodded and called for dinner to be brought up. After eating, we both showered and lay together in bed. I traced the outline of the muscles on his back with my index finger as I told him about Luna and Jason, as well as Vespera and Nolan. He didn't seem in the slightest bit interested to hear about anyone else's romantic exploits, but lay there listening regardless. I found him dozing off, and I tried not to laugh as I continued to trace circles lightly around his shoulders as he fell asleep. Soon after, I became sleepy myself and fell asleep with my arms still resting on his back. Waking up with a dagger pointed at your throat is just as terrifying as one would think. When I felt the cold metal pressed against my neck, my eyes immediately opened to see the glint of the dagger in the moonlight. I froze, unsure of what to do. My eyes adjusted quickly, and I was able to make out the person whose hand was holding the weapon. Barrett Schneider. My eyes widened as he slowly put one finger over his lips as a gesture for me not to speak. I felt my heart begin to beat quickly, and I tried my hardest to control my rapid breathing. At some point in the night, Adam and I had ended up changing positions. Adam was now behind me, one arm around my waist, the other under my pillow. I gulped as Barrett reached out and pulled back the covers slowly, gesturing for me to get up. With the dagger still lingering dangerously near my throat, I had no choice but to remove Adam's arm from around my waist slowly. His firm grip made this nearly impossible, but I managed to slide out from under his arm and get off the bed slowly. I prayed silently for him to wake up, but his breathing was still a heavy, peaceful rhythm. As soon as my feet touched the floor, Barrett grabbed my arm and pulled me into him forcefully. I gasped and immediately regretted it as he pressed the dagger into my skin. It wasn't enough to draw blood, but I knew if I made any sudden moves, he wouldn't hesitate to press it further. What do you want? I whispered as he began to push me backwards out of the bedroom. I briefly glanced over to Adam, who was still unmoving in the bed. Wake up! I internally screamed at him. Please. Barrett saw this and turned me around so he could face me and keep an eye on Adam as well. My father killed himself this morning, he hissed. I stiffened as he pressed the dagger into my throat further in anger. I was scared even to gulp. I'm sorry, I whispered, trying to sound sincere. I was supposed to be alpha one day. Europe was going to be mine. Now my father is dead, my land is gone, and my only brother has betrayed me for a title, he spat angrily. I could see the tears welling up in his eyes as he spoke. That man, he said quietly, gesturing towards Adam, took everything from me. My heart began to race faster as I realized where this was leading. I've been watching you, he admitted, giving me his attention. I've wanted to do this since you got here, even before my father died. I was going to today when I received news of his death, but you never left the room. So someone had been watching me. I felt my hands begin to shake as I took in a massive gulp of air after realizing I was holding my breath. But then I realized something, he continued. I wanted him to see you. I realized that I wanted the last memory he has of you to be a bloody one that he'll never forget. I felt my stomach squeeze at the thought, and I had to make myself concentrate so I didn't throw up. I could barely stand on my own on my feet as the nausea hit me. He took everything from me, he said, gritting his teeth as a tear fell from one eye. Now, I'm going to make him watch as I take everything from him. I nearly screamed as Barrett kicked over a vase of roses that sat on the coffee table. I knew the sound of the glass shattering would wake Adam, which was exactly what Barrett wanted. I screamed as he grabbed me and pulled me into his chest. He turned around to face Adam. We both froze as we noticed the empty bed. Barrett's hand was shaking as he pressed the dagger against my neck. I drew in a sharp breath and got up on my tiptoes to try to alleviate some of the pressure. I'll hurt her before you can get to me, Barrett warned, twisting my arm behind my back. I winced as I looked around, trying to find where Adam had gone. I held my breath as the room became enveloped in silence. A few seconds went by that felt like eternity, and Barrett began to count down. 3. I gulped. My hands were shaking. 2. The blood drained from my face. I struggled to catch my breath. 1. Adam finished. I recognized his voice as I heard it behind us. Barrett barely had time to scream before Adam got hold of him. Hearing a sickening crack and feeling Barrett's arms go limp, I hurled myself away from him onto the floor, the dagger clattering against the ground as well. I turned around to see Barrett sink to his knees and fall to the ground. Adam stood over him, holding Barrett's spine in his hand as Barrett fell on his face, lifeless. Blood soaked Adam's hand and forearm as he dropped the collection of vertebrae and nerves onto the ground. I nearly vomited at the grotesque sight. The air returned to my lungs suddenly, and I found myself doubled over on my hands and knees as I gasped for air. My body was shaking violently as I began to sob, tears dripping from my eyes onto the carpet. I felt Adam pick me up off the ground. I could barely hear him asking me if I was hurt over the ringing in my ears. All I could do was cry. My body was limp in his arms as he wrapped them around me and carried me into the bathroom, turned the light on. Adam sat me down on the countertop as I tried to catch my breath in between sobs. He brushed my hair away from my neck as he inspected it to make sure I hadn't been cut. He briefly glanced over the rest of my body before pulling me into his chest and sighing in relief. I pushed him away as I smelt the foul, coppery stench of Barrett's blood. I fell from the counter and crouched in front of the toilet, throwing up as I realized I was covered in it as well. Adam held my hair back and tried to comfort me as I emptied my stomach. A few minutes went by, and I could still taste the bile in my throat, but I was unable to throw up any longer. He pulled me from the ground and sat me down on the floor of the shower, turning on the water. I flinched as I felt the cold water against my skin, but was relieved when I realized it had begun to rinse away the blood. I took off Adam's stained t-shirt and stood up to grab the soap. Adam stepped into the stream of water and scrubbed at his arms and chest to wash away Barrett's blood. After the blood had finally been washed off us both, I sat back down on the ground. Adam sat down next to me, and as I glanced at my hands, I saw they were still shaking. He reached his arm around me and pulled me into him, letting me rest my head against his chest. The water turned hot, but neither of us moved. I knew that in the bedroom outside of the bathroom, where we sat, was a lifeless body. Barrett was dead, and if it weren't for Adam, I would have been too. Chapter 32. I refused to leave the bathroom. I heard Adam call someone to ask for the body to be disposed of, and then I heard the men come and go, no questions asked. The smell of bleach soon filled my nostrils, and Adam reappeared on the threshold of the bathroom door. "You can come out now," he said. I shook my head, pulling my knees up to my chest and resting my chin on top. "You need to rest. You think I can go back to sleep after that?" I asked incredulously. It was the first time I had spoken in a few hours, and my voice was scratchy. Adam sighed and walked over to where I sat on the lid of the toilet. He extended his hand to me, and I gingerly reached up to hold it. "Come on," he said, pulling me out of the bathroom. I stood up and pulled my robe together tighter as I followed him into the bedroom. Immediately, my eyes glanced over to where Barrett had been lying on the floor, and I saw no trace of him. I then looked down at Adam's hand, which was still holding mine, realizing that it was the hand that had protected me. It occurred to me all over again that Adam had done whatever it took to protect me. If that wasn't love, I wasn't sure what was. I let go of his hand, causing him to turn and look at me. Wrapping my arms around his waist, I held onto him tightly. I hugged him like I was scared of letting go, like I was holding on to life itself. Adam took a deep breath and wrapped his arms around me, his hands moving up and down my back soothingly. "Thank you," I whispered. He put his hands on my face and made me look up at him. "I promised you that I would do anything to protect you, didn't I?" he asked, giving me a tight-lipped smile. "It couldn't have been easy, though," I said to him. His eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "Killing someone," I explained. I searched his eyes for a sign of remorse, and when I couldn't find one, I was reminded of who I was mated to. This man was an alpha superior. He was the lycanthrope equivalent of a king. He had conquered nations. I was a naive fool if I thought for one second that Barrett was the first man he had ever dealt with, and I knew he wouldn't be the last. Adam had a certain darkness in his blue eyes that made me wonder how many people he'd faced, but his smile made me realize he had probably lost count. "The only thing I regret is that you saw me do it," he said honestly. I sighed, chills erupting across my body at the thought. I brought my hand up to rest on his hand that was still pressed against my cheek, wondering how the soft touch I felt belonged to hands that had done what was necessary. Adam's POV. I was angrier at myself in that moment than I had ever been in my life. I couldn't believe I had let her see me do that, no matter how much the situation called for it. I didn't regret it, and I knew she could see that. I would have done it all over again 20 times if it had meant protecting her. But I saw the way she looked at me as I held her. I was something that could make her afraid of the dark. The last thing I wanted was for her to realize that. I had gotten carried away the night before. I had let my wolf take control instead of ending things swiftly, and the added emotions were only going to hurt me now. Wanting desperately to explain myself and to make sure that I had not scarred her for life, I got up the nerve to ask. However, before I could speak, I heard someone open the bedroom door. I turned quickly, pushing Eva behind me, both out of a protective instinct and because she was wearing a robe. Seeing Diedrich, I felt my blood begin to boil. The door was shut for a reason. He didn't look remorseful in the least, and his eyes quickly found Eva as she peered out from behind my shoulder. "I heard what happened," he said. "I wanted to apologize." "Unless you sent him to do it, there's nothing to apologize for," I said, crossing my arms. "Is everyone all right?" he asked, speaking to her specifically. "I'm fine," I heard her say softly. But she wasn't fine. I knew there were many long nights of bad dreams and sleepless hours ahead of us because of what had happened. "I'm glad to hear it," he said to her, sighing. Diedrich turned to me for the first time since entering the room, and I saw him transition from a caring and concerned man to a calculated and cold beta. "You have a call waiting for you in my office, if you would like to take it." My jaw clenched so tight I thought my teeth would shatter. He wanted me to leave the two of them alone in the room together. "You can tell whomever it is that I'll call them back once we have left," I said. "It's Beta Superior Eaton," he said slowly. "There are developments that you need to be made aware of." He asked that I tell you it was important. I narrowed my eyes at his persistence. "And you didn't think to transfer a call of importance directly to my room?" I asked. I saw him falter, and I couldn't help but smirk. "I'll have it transferred immediately. Additionally, I wanted to tell you that our car will be here to take us to the plane in 2 hours," he added. I nodded as he turned to leave. It wasn't until I heard the door shut that I felt the tension in my shoulders ease. I turned to look at Eva, who met my gaze. "I think he knows you don't like him," she said. I raised an eyebrow. "Do you honestly think I care?" I saw an amused gleam in her eye before she shook her head and walked around me to retrieve her suitcase. The phone rang on the other side of the room, and I walked over to answer it. "Yes, it's me," I heard Jason say. "I just thought you would want to know that I found Violetta snooping around in your office early this morning." I closed my eyes and pinched my nose in frustration. That woman was going to be the death of me. Why was she in there? I asked him. "I'm not sure," he said. "It was just after 3 in the morning, so I'm sure she was up to no good." I nearly gave her a heart attack when I stormed into the room to see why the light was on. "And you don't know what she was looking for?" I asked. "No," he said. "She shoved whatever she was reading deep into your desk drawer when I walked in. After she left, I tried to sort through it all, but I couldn't find exactly what she had been reading." "What file was it?" I heard him sigh. "Jason, it was the open file you had on the former Alpha Superior of Europe." I punched the wall, which caused Eva to jump in surprise. Why would she be looking at that? I asked him. News traveled fast about the death of Alpha Schneider, he said. I'm sure she probably thinks you had him killed. The line went silent as I shook my head, trying to process it all. You didn't have him killed, did you? Jason asked. No, I just found out about it early this morning, I said. But whoever did was very efficient. I heard Jason laugh. The man has had a bounty on his head for the past few hundred years by everyone who knows someone in Europe. It was bound to happen eventually, he said. Keep me updated, I told him. We're leaving in a few hours, so if you need anything else, call the plane's phone. Will do. I hung up the phone inside. Violetta was up to something, and I needed to find out what. Eva's POV. Adam was in deep thought for the rest of the day as we packed up and left Germany. I wasn't sure what news he had received, but I knew it had frustrated him. Diedrich had decided to stay in Germany for a few days to make funeral arrangements for both his father and his brother. Usually, I would have been sympathetic considering what loss like that usually meant for someone, but Diedrich didn't seem to care that they were both dead. To him, life was a game, and they had made the wrong move and lost. To him, they weren't family. They were competitors that were no longer a problem. The lack of emotion that purebloods seemed to operate with concerned me. Adam was the only one whom I found to be even somewhat emotional. Even then, it was fervent and intense, not sadness, sorrow, or even joy. Both Jason and Diedrich were robotic, even towards family, in achieving power and status. Because Diedrich had decided to stay, whether it was out of pity or duty, I wasn't sure. Adam and I had the plane to ourselves. This delighted me as I had not been looking forward to hours of nothing but awkward tension between the two of them. I sat down in the seat next to Adam as he looked through some papers that he brought with him. We had been on the plane for a little over 5 hours. However, I found it hard to relax or concentrate, knowing something was bothering him. So, what did Jason need to tell you this morning? I asked him. Adam looked over to me and then back down at his papers. It was nothing. He just wanted to fill me in on some things that had happened while we were gone. I raised an eyebrow at the fib. While I knew this was probably halfway true, I got the feeling he wasn't telling me the whole truth. What did he say? I asked, prodding further. He sighed as though the question irritated him. Violetta's being difficult, he said finally. What did she do this time? I asked, sitting up in the chair straighter. He shook his head. Just Violetta stuff. I waited for further details, and he sighed. Jason caught her snooping through my desk late last night. My eyes widened. That's a little suspicious, I said. He nodded in agreement, returning his focus to the papers in his hand. I sighed after sitting there for a few minutes watching him study the file in his hand. Don't you get tired of working all the time? I asked him. Adam smiled. Is that your way of subtly asking me to put the papers down and pay more attention to you? He asked me. Yes, I answered honestly. He laughed as he folded the file and put it on the seat in front of him. Come here, he said, holding his arms out. I bit my lip and smiled as I stood up from my seat and sat down across his lap. He wrapped his arms around me and sighed as I lay my head against his chest. Is that better? He asked me. I hummed happily in response. We sat contentedly like that for a few moments. Lying my head against his chest and listening to the rhythmic beat of his heart was quickly becoming one of my favorite things to do. He spoke up after a few minutes of silence. Did I scare you last night? He asked me. I could hear the apprehensive tone in his voice, and it occurred to me that he didn't want to listen to my answer. I thought about it for a few moments before I answered him honestly. No. When I got no response from him, I looked up to see him staring down at me warily. I think you're lying, he said, sighing. I sat up and put my hand on his chest. I'm not, I assured him. When he didn't say anything else, I continued to speak. You saved my life, I said earnestly. You shouldn't feel guilty. I don't, Adam said firmly. I don't feel guilty for what happened, and I would do it all over again in a heartbeat. He threatened you, so I stopped him. It's just... I stared at him intently as I waited for him to finish and saw him gulp before he looked away from me. I never wanted you to see that side of me, he said. Seeing your darker side doesn't scare me nearly as much as realizing you're good at hiding it, I said earnestly. I felt his body stiffen as he heard this. You bring it out in me, he said softly. My eyebrows furrowed. The things I think about doing to your father when I get my hands on him scare even me, he said. In truth, you make me feel things I had never known existed. I have stood for hundreds of years and have not faltered, but the day I met you, I felt my legs shake. I gulped. How do I stop? I asked him. I saw Adam smile and shake his head. That's the point, love, he said. I don't think you can. He put a finger under my chin and lifted it so he could look deep into my eyes. But don't get me wrong, I'm completely under your power and happy to be here. With these thoughts on my mind, he pulled me back down against his chest and held me tight. I wanted desperately to tell Adam he wasn't the monster he thought he was. In my life, I had learned that monsters weren't the ones under your bed, and they weren't the ones who made you scared of the dark. Monsters were the people who claimed to love you but didn't. It was because of this that I knew Adam wasn't the monster he thought he was. When we arrived back at the castle, we were immediately met at the door by Jason. You'll want to see this, he said, gesturing for Adam to follow him. Adam gave me an unsure look before he and I began to follow Jason inside the castle. He led us down into the hospital ward, and I felt my heart drop. Did something happen to Mr. Chester while we were gone? My question was answered as I walked into his room and saw him lying on the cot, asleep. What happened? I asked Jason, as I didn't see anything visibly wrong with him. Jason walked around me and pulled back the covers from Mr. Chester, who remained in a deep sleep. The nurse noticed it yesterday as she was helping Mrs. Chester wash him, he said, pulling up the hospital gown to expose Mr. Chester's thigh. I gasped when I saw the wound that was oozing with infection. What happened? I asked him. Jason's eyes narrowed on me before Adam spoke up. He was bitten. Chapter 33. Bitten. I saw Jason and Adam exchange a wary look. We can't talk about it here, Adam said to me in a low voice. My eyebrows furrowed, and I almost said something in response to his vagueness. However, Mrs. Chester entered the room, and Adam shook his head, warning me not to say anything else about it. Her face lit up when she saw me, and she walked over to give me a big hug. Look at you, she said, holding up my left hand to inspect my engagement ring. You're getting married. I tried to smile sincerely, as she seemed genuinely happy about the news, but I couldn't forget about Mr. Chester no matter how hard I tried. Happy late birthday as well, Eva. How is Germany? She asked. Adam cleared his throat awkwardly. I gathered from this ambiguous gesture that it probably wasn't a good idea to tell her about narrowly avoiding harm. It was great. I lied, giving her a fake smile. She didn't seem to catch on, simply smiled and turned to Adam. You did good, she said, referencing the ring. Thank you, he said, smiling. Adam was a lot better at faking it than I was. I'm glad you're back safely, she said, sighing. Mrs. Chester turned and walked over to Mr. Chester's bedside and sat down next to him, taking his hand in hers. Almost immediately after she had done so, the door opened once again, and Dr. Zosak walked in, accompanied by a nurse in black scrubs. Dr. Zosak acknowledged Adam, Jason, and me with a nod and a smile before turning to Mrs. Chester. Is he still sleeping? He asked. She nodded, running her hand soothingly along Mr. Chester's arm. That's good, he said as he was handed a clipboard by the nurse. We're going to give him some antibiotics to make sure the wound doesn't get worse, Dr. Zosak assured her. I'm also going to give him something for the pain. It will keep him asleep, but he'll be resting, which is good. She nodded and turned her attention to the nurse, who was injecting a vial of something into Mr. Chandler's IV. We'll leave you to it, Adam said to Dr. Zosak. I want a copy of your report on my desk in 2 hours. Dr. Zosak nodded and turned to aid the nurse, who was checking Mr. Chester's vitals. I took one last look at Mr. Chester and the wound on his leg before Adam had grabbed my hand and pulled me out of the room. I want to know how long that wound's been on his leg, how it got there, and who did it, Adam said to Jason as we left the hospital ward. What is going on? I asked. I'll tell you later, he assured me. Not here. I was so impatient. I felt so out of the loop, and I was concerned for Mr. Chester. I could see that Adam and Jason were concerned about something, which made me even more worried. Adam led me to his bedroom as the butlers finished bringing in our luggage. I couldn't imagine what lugging my 60-pound suitcase up all those stairs was like, but I hoped Adam was paying those poor men well enough to compensate for the back issues they were certain to have after doing so. As they left the room, Adam closed the door behind them. "Can you tell me now?" I asked him. "Get some sleep, you're probably jet-lagged." I groaned. Despite how incredibly exhausted I was, I knew I wouldn't be able to fall asleep, not after finding out about Mr. Chester. "What is going on? Why won't you tell me what happened to him?" "He's my best friend's father. I'm allowed to be concerned," I said. I could tell Adam was conflicted. "Please," I said, sighing. Adam sat down on the couch, exhaling deeply, and I sat down next to him. "There's things that we don't tell people," he said. "Things that if people knew about, they'd be scared." I cocked an eyebrow at this. "What are you talking about?" He looked at me warily before sighing again. "How much do you know about vampires?" "Well, they're extinct now and, according to some people, they sparkled in the sunlight," I said, laughing nervously. My smile fell as Adam stared at me darkly. "Oh my God," I whispered. Adam's jaw clenched as he turned to stare at the wall in front of him. "You think a vampire bit Mr. Chester?" I asked. I took his silence as a yes. "But that's impossible," I said quickly. "I mean, they're extinct. They have been for hundreds of years." "No," Adam said, shaking his head. "They haven't been." I looked at him in gaping horror. "How long have you known? How long have they been back?" "They never went extinct," he said. "We wiped them out centuries ago, but apparently not enough to kill them all." "But why don't we hear of any attacks?" I asked him. "I mean, they're surviving off of someone's blood and we don't hear about it. They don't bite through the skin anymore," he said. "They cut people or stab them, and they drink their blood as it comes out." I cringed at the thought. It's how they've adapted. It's also why they're so hard to find. "They don't leave a trace anymore," he explained. The mistake that this one made was actually biting into Mr. Chester's flesh once the wound had been opened. That's how Jason and I knew. I gulped. "But if a vampire got to Mr. Chester, that means they're either close to where you were living or they've managed to get into this castle." I could feel my heart beating wildly in my chest. "What are you going to do?" I asked him. "Nothing for now," he said. "We need to make sure it was truly a vampire bite before we make any more decisions. Remember that they found Mr. Chester in the woods. It could have very well been an animal. With 2 fangs." I asked him. He shrugged. "I'm almost certain of it, but I need to make sure. If they're attacking lycanthropes now, this could mean they're getting bolder, which will cause more problems in the future." I gulped and looked down to see my hands shaking. "Once we find out how long the bite has been on his leg, we can determine whether we need to up the security measures around here. Until then, I want you to be careful, okay?" I nodded. Adam put his hand on my shoulder and sighed. "Look at me." I looked up at him, and I saw his eyes full of concern. "Don't worry," he said. "I'll take care of it. I promise you're safe here." I studied his face for a moment before shaking my head. "It isn't me that I'm worried about." Since we arrived back from Germany in the middle of the week, Adam wasn't fortunate enough to get a day to recuperate and had to immediately jump back into his alpha duties. I, on the other hand, slept for hours after he left to go down to his office, despite the eerie feeling that had settled in my stomach since Adam had informed me about the continuing existence of vampires. It was all so unusual. One would think that, being a werewolf myself, the existence of another para-human being wouldn't have struck me so odd. But it did. It made it hard to close my eyes when I thought about the possibility of one of them being in the castle. But that was the only explanation. How could they have missed the bite for 2 whole weeks? Mr. Chester had to have been bitten since arriving at the castle. After waking up from dreams filled with visions of fangs and blood, I noticed the sun had set and realized I had slept well into the night. I rolled over and looked at the clock. 9:47 p.m. I groaned and sat up. It was dark in the room, immediately making me uneasy. I turned on the lights and became further unsettled when I realized Adam had not yet returned to the room. My stomach growled, and I decided to leave the room to go and get something to eat. I ventured down the stairs into the dark, shadowy castle hallways and anxiously listened to hear even the slightest sound of someone else that may have been awake as well. I went into the kitchen and, after turning the lights on, grabbed a bowl of assorted fruit to eat. Pouring a glass of water, I sat down at the counter to enjoy my late-night snack. Sticking my fork into a slice of pineapple, I took a bite of it. Suddenly, strong arms wrapped around my waist, and I let out a loud scream. My mouth was immediately covered, and I fought to pull myself away from the strong grip. I turned around after escaping, ready to defend myself with a fork that was still impaled into a chunk of pineapple. I groaned as I realized it was only Adam. I threw the fork at him, and he laughed, swatting it away. You can't tell me that there are possibly blood-sucking creatures roaming around this castle and then sneak up on me like that. I hissed. And you shouldn't be walking around the castle late at night by yourself, knowing there's a possibility of blood-sucking creatures roaming about, he countered. Touché. I huffed and reached across the counter to grab my half-eaten fruit bowl, picking a blueberry out and eating it. Why are you still in your office so late anyways? I asked him. Adam walked around me to grab a bottle of water from the fridge. Just catching up on some work, he explained. I'm afraid I do have some bad news, however. I tried to read his expression to determine just how bad the news was, but failed. What is it? I asked warily. Please don't tell me someone else was bitten or that Mr. Chester is going to die. I have to go away for a few days. My eyes widened. That was almost just as bad. What? Why? I asked. He took a gulp of the water and reached out to grab a strawberry from the bowl in my hands. Jason and I are going back to Utah. He thinks he's found a good lead on your father. Take me with you, I said, almost immediately. Adam shook his head. It's not safe, he said. My jaw dropped in disbelief. It's safer than staying here with all the uncertainty, I countered. You don't know that there are vampires here, he said. You don't know that there aren't, I countered. Nonetheless, Adam said, sighing, it's safer for you here. There are people that can help if something goes wrong, and there are people that can prevent things from going wrong in the first place. But I would be going with you, I argued. Aren't you capable of keeping me safe? More than capable, he assured me. But I can't watch out for you well enough where we're going. I need to be able to focus and find your father. You think he has something to do with it? I said. Adam nodded slowly. It's all an odd tangle of coincidences. I have too many things on my plate, and if I can find him, it's one less thing I need to worry about. Let me go with you. I know him better than you and Jason. I can help. No, Adam said firmly. It's much too dangerous, and I can't risk it. I rolled my eyes and slammed the bowl of fruit on the table, frustrated. I'm not a child, I reminded him. I can take care of myself. We can have this conversation again when you've gotten used to shifting and you are comfortable with your wolf. Right now that part of you isn't strong enough. Adam's tone was one of finality, and I knew I wasn't going to change his mind. He also made a good point that my wolf wasn't very strong. If something did go wrong, I was better off staying in my human form than I was shifting. I would only be hurting myself if I tried to continue to act tough. When are you leaving? I asked, hoping for time to be able to train. The day after tomorrow, he said. I groaned. That isn't enough time. Stay here, he said again. Start planning the wedding, go try on dresses, make sure the Chandlers are okay. You've got plenty to do while I'm gone. I knew I had a lot to do. But looking back on it, I was much more anxious about being away from Adam than I was mad about staying in the castle. When he did end up leaving a day later, I nearly cried at the thought of sleeping alone for a few days. I didn't want him to go. Don't leave me here alone, I pleaded as he finished packing the SUV with his bags. You'll be all right, he assured me, walking over to kiss me on the forehead. I gave him a tight hug before he and Jason got into the car. I love you, Adam said, winking. I love you, too, I sighed, watching him shut the car door. They drove away, and I went back inside the castle, where it was warm. I was met in the foyer by Violetta. Can I help you? I asked, my mood foul after saying goodbye to Adam. I thought you might want to go for a dress fitting, she said. My eyebrows furrowed. A wedding dress fitting, she clarified. I nodded. I had known what she meant when she said it the first time. I was only confused as to why she was asking. I happen to know a woman in town who is a brilliant seamstress that would absolutely love to make your wedding dress, she said. Okay, I said slowly. Lovely, Violetta said. I took the liberty of calling her earlier, so she's already inside waiting on you. My eyes widened. It didn't feel right, but I followed her inside nonetheless. After all this time, why would she be helping me now? I thought as I followed Violetta up the stairs. She took me into a room that I had never been in before. It was a rather large room with floor-to-ceiling windows lining one wall and a large crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. In one corner was a divider that you could change behind, and in the other was a small, raised platform that was surrounded on 3 sides by tall mirrors. An older woman was standing in front of a rack of dresses and bowed when we entered the room. Your Majesty, she greeted me. You can call me Eva, I said, extending my arm to shake her hand. She shook my hand. My name is Laura, she said. The Countess told me that you wanted some options for your wedding dress, so I've brought a few with me today. I looked over to Violetta, who was smiling to herself smugly. I rolled my eyes. She just wanted to make sure I didn't get a dress she thought would be ugly. Laura showed me the rack of dresses she brought. All of them were beautiful beyond belief, but none of them struck me as the dress. What if I wanted to design it? I asked her. Laura nodded eagerly. We could do that. What do you have in mind? I explained to her what I wanted, and she nodded, sketching it out on a small notepad she had. Like this. I nodded excitedly. It was exactly what I wanted. She turned and looked at the dresses behind us and pulled one down. This one had the corset I wanted, but the bottom was too straight for my liking. Try this on, she said, and I'll get some tulle and fabric to pin onto it so we can determine how thick you would like the skirt to be. I took the dress from her and went behind the divider to change. I put on the dress and walked out, where Laura instructed me to stand on the platform in front of the mirrors. I did so, and she began to pin the layers of tulle around my waist. She stood back and tapped her chin in thought. I have some material I think you would like down in the trunk I brought, but it's in my car, Laura said. Hold on for one moment while I go get it. I almost offered to have someone go and get it for her, but she was out the door quickly. I'm going to go and get some tea, darling, Violetta said, sighing. Would you like anything? No, thank you, I said. I was still wary of her sudden mood change towards me. She shrugged as if to say, suit yourself, and left the room. I turned back to the mirror and began to fluff the makeshift skirt around my waist. I ran my hands down the beaded corset, imagining what the dress would look like when it was finished. A pin fell out of the skirt, and I leaned down to pick it up. When I stood up, I nearly jumped out of my skin when I saw Diedrich standing behind me in the mirror's reflection. I turned around quickly. What are you doing here? Chapter 34. Diedrich smiled. I'm glad you're happy to see me. I'm not. I thought you would be gone for a few days, I said, gulping. He waved his hand dismissively as he strolled closer to where I stood. My father and brother have been laid to rest, so I came back. There was no time to waste mourning. I took a shallow breath. I'm sure Adam would have wanted you to tell him, I said. He and Jason have just left for Utah. Diedrich nodded. Yes, so I heard. His eyes narrowed in on my hands. You're bleeding, he commented, walking over to where I stood. I looked down to see that I had indeed been stuck by the pin in my hand, probably in fright after Diedrich scared me. I huffed and held my hand away from my body to ensure I didn't get any blood on the white dress. Diedrich carefully took my hand in his and led me off the platform. He instructed me to sit down on the high-back chair, and I did so warily. He kneeled in front of me and took a handkerchief out of his pocket. Diedrich began to dab at the small drops of blood with the handkerchief, all the while I tried not to roll my eyes at the dramatic exaggeration. It was only a little blood. Keep some pressure on it, he said, putting my other hand over the wound. I nodded and held my palm tightly. I saw Diedrich eye the ring on my left hand as I did so. Lovely diamond, he commented, leaning in to inspect it closer. I felt my heart begin to race. Thank you. My shallow breathing was an indication of how it made me feel to have him so close to me. It felt wrong. I kept waiting for Adam to appear at the door, but he never did. Diedrich came close to saying something, but was interrupted by someone clearing their throat at the doorway. I looked up to see Leuna and sighed in relief. Am I interrupting? she asked, glancing between Diedrich and me. My eyes widened as I shook my head fervently. She must have seen the panicked look in my eyes, because she stepped into the room and eyed Diedrich warily. "I need to speak with her, if you don't mind," she said to him. He stood up and brushed off his knee, nodding curtly at her as he left the room. "What was that all about?" she asked as soon as he was gone. I groaned. "He won't leave me alone." "When did he get back?" she asked. I didn't think he was going to be back in the castle for a few more days. "Just now," I replied. I don't think Adam knew he was coming back today either, otherwise I have a feeling he wouldn't have left. "Do you think he fancies you?" "Adam seems to think so, and I'm inclined to believe him," I answered. Leuna spotted the diamond ring on my finger and gasped. "Oh my God, it's gorgeous," she said. "Jason told me Adam was going to propose, but I wondered what the ring would look like. This is so much better than anything I imagined." I huffed. "Who else did he tell?" "It seems like everyone knew but me," I said. Leuna laughed. "That's how it's supposed to be." She looked around the room and then back at me. "You're trying on wedding dresses, I see," she said, gesturing to the makeshift skirt. I nodded and stood up. As I did so, Laura returned to the room with a trunk in her hands. She was gasping for air as she placed the trunk on the ground. "I apologize," she said, wiping sweat from her forehead with her arm. "I haven't walked up that many stairs in my entire life." "It's no problem," I said. "It took me forever to get used to it myself." "I'm still not used to it," Leuna laughed. Laura leaned down and pulled out a few bolts of fabric. On one spool was satin, on the other, tulle, and on the third, lace. All of them were pure white. "All right," she said. "Come over here so we can start measuring." I walked over to stand in front of the mirrors as Laura began to pull off samples of the assortments of fabric to see which looked better. We stayed in the room for a few hours as we put the finishing touches on the design and picked out fabrics and textures for the dress. Leuna never left my side, for which I was grateful. I didn't want Diedrich to take her leaving as an opportunity to come back inside the room. As soon as we finished, I changed back into my clothes and Laura told me that she would keep me updated on the dress's progress and would call me if she needed anything else. I should have it done by the end of the month, she assured me. My eyes widened. "That's a little soon," I said. "Are you sure you don't need more time?" She waved her hand dismissively. "I've dropped all my clients for the next few weeks to focus on this dress. It's an honor to serve my alpha and Luna superior. For what you're charging, you can afford to drop your clients for the month," Leuna muttered so only I could hear her. I laughed nervously and reached out to shake Laura's hand, hoping she had not heard Leuna's snarky comment. "I'll have someone come and fetch this trunk for you," I assured her. "Thank you for coming today. I'm looking forward to seeing the dress when it's completed." Laura smiled and nodded. "It is my pleasure, Your Highness." She left the room, and I asked the guard who was standing in the hallway to help her carry her things down the stairs. Violetta re-entered the room once Laura had left. "Beta Schneider would like to speak with you," she informed me. I rolled my eyes. What does Diedrich want now? And why is she even talking with him? Did he say what it was about? I asked her. Violetta shook her head in response. I huffed. "Where is he?" "In Adam's office," Violetta replied. My eyebrows furrowed. "Why on earth is he in there?" She shrugged as she took a sip from her tea. I groaned and left the room, Leuna hot on my heels. "Do you want me to come with you?" she asked. I shook my head. "I'm sure you've got other things to do," I said. "I can handle him." Leuna gave me a wary look before going her own way down the hallway. I began to make my way to Adam's office, furious that Diedrich was in there while Adam was gone. Who exactly does he think he is? As I entered the office, I noticed two things. One, the guards were not at their posts, and two, the lights had been dimmed down inside his study. I gulped, beginning to feel anxious about my decision to come alone. I walked down the hallway and peered into Adam's study cautiously. Diedrich was sitting on Adam's desk, flipping through a file. "You're not supposed to be in here," I said firmly, stepping out where he could see me. He looked up from the folder and smiled as he saw me enter the room. Eva," he said, closing the folder and placing it on the desk. "Thank you for meeting me here." I began to feel my blood pressure rise. "What do you want?" I asked, my patience growing thin. In truth, I was originally going to invite you to join me for dinner, he said. I raised an eyebrow. And now? I asked. Diedrich smirked and got off the desk where he had been sitting. Well, now I'm starting to think we could just take dinner in my room. He had walked close enough to me that I had been able to reach out and slap him. The sound of my hand hitting his cheek echoed through the room. Are you aware that I am mated to your alpha? I asked incredulously. Is that what's stopping you? He asked, unfazed by the slap. Diedrich started to walk closer to me, and I began to back away in response. You felt the connection the night we danced, he said. There is no connection between us, I assured him. My heart skipped a beat as my back hit the wall, unable to go any further away from him. Diedrich saw this opportunity as an advantage and placed both of his hands on either side of my face, leaning in close. His menacingly tall frame got closer to me, and my breathing became shallow as he leaned in. I could make you feel things you thought were unimaginable, he said, coming close to whisper in my ear. Adam does not compare to me, I promise. I cringed and raised my knee to push him away. Diedrich groaned, and I took the opportunity to flee. Although I never heard him leave the office and follow me, I ran fast up the stairs and down the hallway to Adam's room. Beta Schneider does not come on this hall under any circumstances, I said to the guard standing in the hallway. I saw a conflict flash across his face. Is there a problem? I'm afraid he's sleeping in the guest room next door, he said gruffly. I gulped. Well, he's not allowed in this room, I said firmly, closing the door behind me. I took a deep breath and slid down the back of the door. My heart was still racing, and I could see my hands shaking as I held them up in front of me. I took a deep breath and exhaled. Noticing the phone in the corner of the room, I stood up and made my way over to it. I held the receiver a good distance away from my ear as I anticipated the shrill voice of the operator. Can I connect you to someone? She asked, her voice piercing through the phone. Adam, please, I said politely. One moment. I tapped my foot against the ground anxiously as I waited for the call to connect. It rang for a few seconds before Jason answered. Hello. Jason? It's Eva. Can I talk to Adam? I asked. For sure. Give me a second. I heard a muffled exchange of voices before I heard Adam's voice. Hello, love. I sighed and felt my relief flood my body at the sound of his deep, accented voice. Hi, Adam, I said. I've got news. Me too, I said, laughing nervously. You first. No, you. Fine, Adam said. Which would you like to hear first, the good or the bad? Good. The good news is, we've only been here for a few hours and have already gotten reports of several cases where vampires are believed to have attacked. So, that means Mr. Chester was likely bitten before he was found, which means there aren't any vampires inside the castle. Well, that's a relief, I said. What's the bad news? The bad news is, Jason has already lost his lead on your father. I could hear the disappointment in his voice. I'm sorry, I said. My dad is a smart guy, though. He graduated with honors and at the top of his class from law school. He won't be easy to find if he can help it. The line was silent for a few moments before Adam sighed. What was your news? He asked. It was quiet for a moment as I bit my lip, trying to find a way to tell him. Eva? I gulped. Diedrich's back, I said. Christ, he exclaimed. What the bloody hell is he doing back so early? He said he didn't want to waste time mourning when he could be here, I said, sitting down on the bed. No, he didn't want to be away from you for a long time, he said, growling. That's the other thing, I said, feeling my stomach drop. What? His voice was deep and slow, as if he was already thinking of all the things I was about to tell him. He kind of hit on me, I said. Kind of? He asked. He tried to get me to go up to his room, which happens to be right next to yours, I explained. The line went silent for a few moments. It was as if I could feel his rage seeping through the receiver. Adam, I'm on my way home, and I want you to stay in that room and keep the door locked until I get there. Do you understand? Wait, what? I asked, standing up. I'll be there in a few hours, he said. I could hear him giving out commands to Jason and the others who were with him, telling them to pack up. We just got here, I heard Jason say. Don't do anything rash, I said. I just thought you should know. I don't care, he said. I'm on my way home, and that bastard better pray I calm down before I get there. I heard someone knock at the door, and my eyebrows furrowed. Who could it be? Leona? Violetta? Diedrich? Adam continued his threats and ranting as I walked over to the door and opened it. I interrupted him. Adam. He stopped. Yes. I stared at the vase of red tulips that sat on the ground and the guard who was lying dead in front of them, blood spilling out of his mouth. I began to feel lightheaded as tears of horror filled my eyes. Please hurry. Chapter 35. Unknown POV. This wasn't part of the deal, he snarled. The woman's eyebrow rose as she looked on at the two men arguing. My demands have changed, the second man said, crossing his arms. If I get what I want, I will give you access to the castle. If you can't make that work, you can find someone else. The first man growled. Do you realize what this means we have to do? What we'll have to risk to get you what you want? Of course I do. The woman stood to her feet as she saw patience running thin between the two men. We'll do it. But we want inside that castle sooner than next month or no deal, she bargained. A smirk rose on the face of the second man. Done. Eva's POV. I don't want to look at them. I sat on the bed, pulling my knees in tight against my chest. Leona took the vase of flowers and put them in the bathroom, closing the door as she left them on top of the vanity. I could see outside the open bedroom door as 5 burly men picked up the lifeless body of the guard. They began to clean the blood from the floor, and the smell of bleach burned the inside of my nostrils. It was the second time in my entire life that I had seen a dead body, and it happened to be the second time in 1 week as well. Although one of the men had affirmed that the guard was dead and had been for a few minutes before I opened the door, he told me that only Dr. Zusak would be able to confirm exactly how he had died. Until then, I was left wondering if it had been a vampire's bite, although I didn't see any wounds on his body. The only source of blood had been from his mouth. Vespera rubbed a hand on my back, assuringly as she sat beside me on the bed. Leona went over to the door and closed it so I could no longer see the cleanup. It was late, almost midnight to be exact. After Adam was able to calm me down and call someone, several people arrived at the room to see what had happened. They had taken pictures, tried to pull fingerprints off the flower vase, and even went as far as to interview people who had been in the hall that evening. No one had seen anything, but someone was able to confirm that Diedrich had been eating by himself in the dining room when the guard was killed. Knowing this made my stomach churn. I couldn't imagine who would have killed the guard, but Diedrich would have been at the top of my list of suspects if I thought about it hard enough. The thought of some unknown person killing another, merely feet away from where I stood, made me sick. I feel terrible, I said to them both. I'm so sorry for waking you two up, but I just couldn't stay by myself. Leona shrugged. It's fine, don't worry about it. Vespera nodded her head in agreement. We wouldn't want you to be by yourself anyways. Thank you, I said, sighing. It was quiet for a few moments as I thought of a way to change the subject. I knew Adam would want to talk about it when he returned, and I wasn't sure how much more I could take. So, I said to Vespera, "How's Nolan?" Realizing I was trying to distract myself, she smiled and nodded. He's good. I spoke to him this morning. So are you two officially dating? Leona asked curiously. Vespera shrugged shyly. Maybe. He asked me to come visit him in Lagos, but I told him I didn't want to leave while Dad was still sick. I smiled. Hopefully you'll be able to go soon. Vespera turned her attention to Leona. How are things with you and Jason? I gulped nervously at the awkward turn of the conversation. I wasn't sure that Vespera knew Jason and Leona were mates, and I didn't want to be standing there when she accidentally let it slip that she had slept with him. Leona was sweet, but I didn't want to know what would happen when she finally snapped. I feared for Vespera's life if she were ever on the receiving end of Leona's hidden wrath. A jealous mate was nothing to be trifled with. Jason and I are fine, she said. Vespera wiggled her eyebrows. I saw you leaving his bedroom last weekend, she said. My eyes widened as Leona blushed. I was suddenly reminded of the last night of the centennial when Jason had invited her to stay the night. How many times have you two been together? Vespera asked her, mischief dancing in her eyes. Leona's blush deepened. Well, it's been over 3 years since we found out, so quite a few times, Leona said bashfully. I saw Vespera's eyebrows knit together. Found out what? Oh no. Jason and I are mates. I saw the look of confusion, shock, and guilt flash across Vespera's face all at once, and I gulped. Oh, she said. We're not really a couple though, Leuna admitted. He and I have been trying to work things out for a while. Sounds complicated, Vespera said slowly. Leuna nodded. We'll get it together eventually. The look of utter shock was still on Vespera's face as the room went awkwardly silent. Just as I was about to end the awkward conversation, a knock sounded at the door and I froze. Do you want me to get it? Leuna asked. Eva, darling, it's Melvin. I sighed in relief, hearing his voice. I got off the bed and walked over to the door, opening it to see him standing in his pajamas. I heard all the commotion and I wanted to ask if you were okay, he said. I nodded, crossing my arms. Best be careful, he said, lowering his voice. The dead roam these halls late at night. I felt my heart begin to palpitate. Have a lovely rest of your evening, he said, breaking his dark demeanor with a bright smile. I was more confused than comforted as I watched Melvin walk back down the hallway and into his bedroom. I turned around after closing the door and looked at Leuna and Vespera. Did you hear that? I asked incredulously. They both nodded, Leuna rolling her eyes as she did so. He's just a crazy old man. Don't let him fill your head with fairy tales, she said. I gulped, wanting desperately to tell her that they weren't fairy tales anymore. I was starving, but too scared to leave the room. I also couldn't bear the thought of making someone else walk down the hallway to bring me food that late at night. The last thing I needed was one more person's blood on my hands. So, I went to bed with an empty stomach. When I woke up the next morning, Vespera was curled up asleep beside me on the bed. I rolled over and looked at the clock. 6:47 a.m. I had only slept for 5 hours. I sat up, sighing, and saw Leuna sitting on the couch, drinking a cup of steaming coffee whilst reading a book. How long have you been awake? I asked her softly, trying not to wake up Vespera. I never went to sleep, she said honestly. I got out of bed and walked over to her as she spoke. You need to get some rest, I said, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. I'm fine, she sighed. Are you sure? I nodded. Jason's room is right next door. I'm sure he wouldn't mind if you slept in there for a few hours, I suggested. Leuna smiled. I know where his bedroom is, she said smugly. I laughed at the comment. She stood up, finishing her coffee. You know where to find me if you need anything, she said. I'm a big girl, I assured her. Leuna smiled and left the room. I turned around to see Vespera sitting up in the bed, probably having been awake for a few minutes. Why didn't you tell me they were mates? She asked me. I shrugged. He rejected her. It wasn't my place to tell. I slept with him for Christ's sake, she said, getting off the bed. I wouldn't tell Leuna that, I mumbled. She groaned. I can't believe he didn't tell me. I looked at her incredulously. I'm not sure he had the time in between kissing you and taking your shirt off to do so. She glared at me, but I didn't care. Vespera shouldn't have been so reckless. She broke the promise and didn't seem to care while I was struggling with my conscience, even after just kissing Adam. On top of everything else, Jason was a pureblood. Vespera had to have known he had a mate. You've got Nolan now, I said. Just forget Jason and move on. She sighed. I've already moved on, she said. It was just a fling. Good. She stared at me for a few moments before huffing. I'm going downstairs to check on Dad. I'll be there if you need anything else. I nodded as she left the room, groaning as the door closed. Vespera was known for pouting when she didn't get her way, and that was precisely what she was doing by leaving me there. I knew she would be mad at me once I told her how I felt about her and Jason, and I also knew she would be hurt by his not telling her about Leuna. I didn't care though. She was reckless, and I couldn't honestly say she would have made a different decision had she known about Leuna in the first place. With that thought playing through my mind, I went into the bathroom to shower. My eyes were immediately drawn to the vase of 7 red tulips that sat on the vanity. I sighed and walked over before grabbing them and putting them out in the bedroom on Adam's nightstand. It gave me chills to look at them, and I thought about throwing them over the balcony as Adam had done with the first bunch, but I decided against it, thinking that Adam might have wanted to see them when he returned. I got into the shower and quickly washed my hair and body. Having just turned the water off, I dried myself off and wrapped my body in a towel. I stepped out from the glass-enclosed shower and walked across the bathroom floor. I had just reached the door that led out into the bedroom when I froze, hearing someone shuffling around. My heart began to race 100 miles an hour as I listened closely. Suddenly, the sound of glass shattering echoed in the bedroom, and I yelped at the sudden noise. The bathroom door opened, and I tripped backwards trying to get away from the intruder. I was more than pleasantly surprised to look up and see Adam standing in the doorway. "Are you all right?" he asked, walking over to me. I nodded and stood up as he offered a hand on my back to steady me. "I didn't mean to scare you," he said. "It's okay," I said, eyeing the shattered vase of tulips on the ground behind him. "Come here." Adam pulled me into his arms and pressed his lips against mine. I immediately melted into the kiss, and my fingers tangled themselves in his wavy dark hair. His hands reached up to cut my face as he pulled away and left a trail of kisses along my jaw and down my neck. I was worried, he admitted, mumbling against my skin. "I'm all right," I assured him. "I'm just glad you're home." "The door wasn't even locked, Eva," he said, pulling away to look into my eyes. "Someone could have come in while you were showering." "Someone did come in while I was showering." "I'm just glad it was you," I said cheekily. He let out a breathy laugh and kissed my lips again. Adam's lips left mine, causing me to whimper at the lost contact. His nose was barely touching mine as I looked up and locked eyes with him. "Did he touch you?" I had nearly forgotten about Diedrich. I shook my head. "No, but I slapped him and kneed him." He smiled, nearly laughing. I'm surprised he had the courage to do that. I grinned, biting my lip as he said this. Adam pecked my lips again. "That doesn't get him off the hook," he warned me. "I'm still going to deal with him." I looked into his eyes and saw the sincerity that flooded them. He wasn't lying. I sighed. "I don't want to talk about Diedrich anymore," I said. My hand went behind his neck and pulled him down to kiss me again. This kiss deepened quickly as he reached down and picked me up. I felt the towel slip from under my arms, and I quickly pulled it back together. Feeling Adam's smile at my bashfulness, I blushed. He sat me down on the bathroom countertop as I felt his lips brush gently against mine. I opened my mouth, his hands now in my hair. Adam's kiss was more passionate this time. Whether it was intentional or not, I knew this was because of his possessiveness. I could only imagine that knowing I had received uninvited advances from Diedrich angered him. Not only had Diedrich disrespected me in his brazen pursuit, but he had also disrespected Adam by refusing to acknowledge that I was already mated. What kind of man thought he could take away the mate of an alpha superior? A foolish one, apparently. Adam's lips left mine as they trailed down my neck, gently kissing the spot where his claim lay. I felt him kiss the sensitive skin, and I yelped. "Sorry," he said, pulling away. "Too rough." I raised my hand to rub the pain away in my neck. Adam ran his hand across his jaw in frustration. "I shouldn't touch you when I'm angry," he said. I gulped and slid down off the countertop. "Forget about Diedrich," I said. "We've got more important things to worry about." He nodded in agreement. I walked around him and stopped in the doorway, seeing the shattered glass from the vase spread out across the floor. Adam came up behind me. Like I said, I'm not the gentlest when I'm angry. I sighed, trying to figure out a way out of the bathroom while avoiding glass on the floor. "Here," he said, lifting me into his arms. Adam walked across the glass, causing it to crunch under his shoes as he did so. "I'll get someone to clean that up later," he said, putting me down. I walked over to the wardrobe and pulled out my clothes for the day. "I'm going down to the office to try and sort this mess," he said as he passed me. "Meet me for lunch?" I nodded. "I'll try to be in a better mood then," he assured me, walking towards the door. "Adam," I said, getting his attention. He turned around to look at me, and I smiled, knowing the mischievous look on my face was killing him. "I don't mind it rough." Chapter 36. The next 2 weeks went by quickly. Although Adam had promised me that he would focus on the more important issues, I had not seen Diedrich since the incident in Adam's office. I never asked Adam, but I was starting to think Diedrich might have been killed. The thought, while relieving to a degree, worried me. However, I didn't have time to worry about it too much. While Adam was hard at work trying to find the source of the red tulips, Luna and I had put our heads together to plan the wedding of the century. The flowers had been ordered, the cake was in the process of being made, and the ballroom had been completely refurbished to hold the multitudes of people that would be in attendance. Vespera, of course, was thrilled because it meant that Nolan and his family would be returning. Luna, on the other hand, seemed annoyed by all the guests. "Where are we going to put them?" she asked me, irritated. "This is your wedding, for heaven's sake. You should have the castle to yourself afterwards, not dealing with an overflow of people." We stood in the foyer, mapping out where all the flowers would be and where the guests would enter. "Relax," I said, laughing. "It's not that big of a deal." She crossed her arms and shook her head as I pointed to show the florist where we would be putting the large crystal vases. "I think you're giving too much grace, letting all these people stay here. I don't know why Adam doesn't just hold them all up in an inn in the village," she muttered. "He is," I said. "Only the important people are staying in the castle." "Speaking of the village, what time is my fitting?" She looked down at her watch. "In 30 minutes. I groaned. "We need to find Vespera and Mrs. Chester so we can head out." Vespera, her mother, and Luna were all going with me to Laura's shop for my final dress fitting. Luna and Vespera were also going to try on the bridesmaids' dresses I had ordered for them. After making final arrangements with the florist, Luna had someone fetch Mrs. Chester and Vespera so we could leave. The trip into town took only a few minutes. We parked in front of Laura's store as the guards that came with us went inside to make sure it was safe. Adam, much to my disdain, had ordered an around-the-clock security detail to accompany me everywhere. Although the two burly and intimidating men never came too close or entered the bedroom, the thought of being followed still did not appeal to me. They always went into rooms before I did, they never let me go anywhere without them, and I found their ever-present stoic facial expressions to be rather unsettling. One of the men, whom I affectionately called Bear due to my lack of knowledge of his actual name, came out of the shop and gave the all-clear to the driver, who unlocked the car doors and let the four of us out. The snow that was falling managed to get caught in my hair, despite the fact that it was a brief 10-step walk from the car into the building. As I walked inside the store, I brushed the snowflakes from my hair and looked around at all of the wedding dresses. There were so many of them, one would have thought there weren't enough women in the town to buy them all. Laura had every size, every design, every fabric and cut that a girl could dream of. I walked over to look at one of the dresses as Vespera, Luna, and Mrs. Chester all hurried inside as well. Bear and the other man, whom I called Moose, followed them into the store and locked the door behind them as they stood guard beside it. I rolled my eyes as I saw this and tried not to think about the fact that they were practically my babysitters while Adam worked. Laura came out of the back room and smiled when she saw us. "Hello, ladies. Are you ready to try on dresses?" Vespera and Luna nodded enthusiastically while Mrs. Chester sat down on the couch. "I'm just here for moral support," she said to Laura. Laura smiled and went over to a tall, closed-door closet. She reached into her pocket and produced a ring of keys to unlock the closet door before pulling out the two crimson bridesmaid dresses. "Whoa," Vespera said. They were both chiffon dresses, colored a deep red. Along with a flowy, floor-length skirt, the dress had a strapless neckline with a beaded corset. "I told you that you would like them," I said, elbowing Vespera. "I love it," she said, walking over to Laura and taking her dress from her hands. Luna did the same. "This looks amazing," Luna said to Laura. Laura smiled. "I'm glad you like them." I sat down next to Mrs. Chester as the girls went into the dressing rooms to change. When they came out, Mrs. Chester and I applauded. "You two look beautiful," I said, smiling. They stood in front of the mirrors as Laura checked the measurements and made a few notes to hem Vespera's skirt and tighten the corset on Luna's dress. "I can't wait to see yours," Luna said to me excitedly. I looked at Laura, who smiled. "It's ready if you are." I took a deep breath and stood up as she led me back over to the locked closet. She pulled out the huge, white dress and helped me carry it into the dressing room so I could change. The skirt was long and heavy, making it difficult to carry alone. It easily weighed 50 or 60 pounds. Laura helped me change, tying the back together. Are you ready to show them? She asked me once she was finished. I nodded slowly, mesmerized by the intricate beading that my fingers gently danced over. She pulled back the curtain and gathered up the long train so I could walk more easily. I bit my lip nervously as I walked around the corner into the room where Luna, Vespera, and Mrs. Chester sat. Immediately, Luna's jaw went slack, and Vespera gasped. "Oh my God," Mrs. Chester whispered. I smiled anxiously as I turned to look at myself in the mirror. I watched as Laura went around and flared the back of the dress out behind me. The cathedral train nearly reached the back of the store. I got tears in my eyes as I looked at the wedding dress of my dreams. The off-the-shoulder neckline was beaded intricately with diamonds and plunged in the back to reveal a delicate design of crystals that continued down the skirt. The scalloped fabric in the back stretched on for what seemed like miles. I placed my hands on my waist and twirled slightly, nervous at how unexpectedly heavy the dress was. "It's all hand-sewn," Laura told me. I called in some help from a few friends who helped me do the beading once I had sewn together the skirt itself. "I hope you like it." I smiled and wiped away a tear that fell down my cheek. "I love it," I said earnestly. It was beautiful and all I ever wanted, plus more. I looked in the mirror to see Mrs. Chester wiping her eyes with her shirt sleeve. I frowned and turned around. "Please don't cry," I said, tearing up again. She laughed. "These are happy tears, baby girl." I gulped and looked at Vespera. "And to think," she said softly, "I thought I was going to be prettier than the bride in my dress." Luna laughed. "You sure about that now?" Vespera shook her head, still admiring my dress. "I don't want to take it off," I said, laughing, looking back into the mirror. I saw Laura smile in the reflection. "I'm happy you like it." I took a deep breath. "One more day," Luna reminded me. I nodded and Vespera sighed. "My best friend is getting married in one day." I noticed the guards staring at me in the reflection of the mirror, and I turned around. "Don't you dare tell Adam you saw the dress," I said to them. Bear laughed. "Ma'am," he said. I wouldn't ruin that moment for him for anything in this world. Adam's POV. Damn it. I sucked in a sharp breath and slung the paper across the room. It joined a few dozen other books and files on the floor. I was getting nowhere with my investigation. No one knew anything about the tulips, where they came from, who put them there, or why they were there. The security cameras had been tampered with, and there was no record of any footage being taken that day. A guard was dead, his mate and 4 children were now dependent on me, their alpha, to take care of them and find out who killed their father and mate. Not to mention, a security detail was now following my soon-to-be wife because I couldn't bear the thought of leaving her alone again. The thought of what could have happened while I was in Utah made me sick to my stomach. Eva wasn't strong, not physically. She wouldn't have been able to defend herself if whoever had put those bloody flowers outside our bedroom door had decided to come inside the room. I closed my eyes tight, trying to keep my mind from wandering further. It wasn't just the flowers we had no clue about, it was also the investigation into the man who had ventured into the post office. Had I not been so rash and he not have threatened Eva, I would have spared Barrett Schneider's life to find out exactly who that man had been. Now, with Ludwig Schneider and his son, Barrett, dead, I only had one other person who possibly knew anything about the unknown character, Diedrich. This was the only reason he was still alive. Although Eva wanted me to believe his advances towards me meant nothing and were unimportant, I thought otherwise. What kind of self-righteous man thinks he could get away with approaching an alpha superior's mate? Eva wouldn't even let me touch her intimately. I couldn't imagine what it was like to be on the receiving end of her propriety as someone who was not her mate. The thought of another man putting his hands anywhere near her made my blood boil to a point I didn't think I would be able to control myself. It made me sick. It made it easier, however, to know that I could trust her. In the same way I had easily fought off advances from the Chester girl, I knew Eva wouldn't hesitate to put any man in his place if he dared to make any suggestive comments. I cringed at the thought of Vespera. Normally, I didn't associate myself with women outside of a professional circle. Of course, there were women in my life during my younger years, but not since I had taken over as Alpha Superior. But I was forced to associate with women like Vespera now that I had Eva. As an Alpha, Avoiding the lustful gazes of women was nearly impossible, but I felt much more uneasy when those gazes came from the best friend of my future wife. Vespera had attempted to seduce me twice. It angered me to a point of rage to know she had no decency to at least avoid a taken man, much less the mate of her best friend. However, I had no problem ignoring Vespera. Her advances were meaningless and dull. She wasn't Eva, not even close. No one would ever compare to Eva's allure. Although I was unamused and untempted by Vespera's charm, or lack thereof, it still weighed on my conscience. I knew not telling Eva was a mistake, but I also knew she had planned for Vespera to be in our wedding as a bridesmaid. They had been best friends since middle school, and I couldn't ruin that relationship, knowing Eva had already lost so much with the disappearance of her mother and father. I had decided I would wait until after the wedding, when Vespera no longer mattered, to tell Eva. But until then, it was a terrible secret that I held with immense guilt. I heard my office door open and close, and then Jason's footfalls echo down the hallway. I looked up to see him enter the room, immediately taking note of the mess I had made. "Not getting anywhere?" he asked. I glared at him. The answer should have been obvious. "Well, I have good news," he said. I sat down in my chair and waited eagerly to hear it. Dr. Zosak confirmed that the cause of death for the guard was an injection of lethal poison into the bloodstream, so that means no vampires. I sighed in relief. "That's not all," he continued. "He also says he thinks he's found a way to help Warren Chester, perhaps even restore his memories." I raised my eyebrow. "How?" He didn't say. Jason shrugged. "But if we can get Warren Chester's memories restored, we might get a lead on any vampires in the area where we found him." I nodded. "Good work. Are you nervous?" he asked me. I looked at him in confusion. "About what?" Jason pursed his lips in annoyance. "Your wedding tomorrow," he said incredulously. I smiled. "I don't think so." "Well, I'm nervous for you," Jason said. "I can't imagine being tied down to one woman for the rest of my life." My mind immediately went to Luna as he said this. "You'll get there one day," I assured him. Jason was still young. He had a lot to learn about life and love before he would understand how foolish he had been to treat Luna the way he had. He shrugged in response. "Maybe one day." Eva's POV. It was the night before my wedding. After showering, I came out of the bathroom to find Vespera and Luna entering the bedroom with armfuls of snacks and blankets. "What on earth are you doing?" I asked them. Vespera dropped the bags of potato chips, her pillow, and blanket onto the bed. "Pre-wedding sleepover, duh," she said. Luna rolled her eyes. "We figured since Adam couldn't be in here that you would appreciate the company." I smiled, having forgotten about the traditional rule in which the groom was unable to see his bride the night before their wedding. "Sounds fun," I commented. I walked over to the wardrobe and changed into my pajamas. "Where is Adam anyways?" Vespera asked. "Probably staying late in the office if I had to guess," I answered. I wasn't sure why she cared. "Are you nervous?" Luna asked me, taking a seat on the couch. I nodded, trying not to grin like an idiot. "I'm so excited, though." "I'm excited for you," Luna replied. "Just think," Vespera said. "In 24 hours, you will no longer be a virgin." I rolled my eyes. "We were talking about the wedding," I said. She shrugged. "Wait," Luna said. "You mean you and Adam haven't been intimate yet?" I shook my head, laughing at the confused look on her face. "My mom made Eva and I make this promise before we were even old enough to know what it meant, and we had to promise to wait until we got married to have sex," Vespera said, rolling her eyes. "I'm guessing you didn't keep it?" Luna asked her. Vespera waved her hand dismissively. "I had sex for the first time when I was 16, she said. "And she didn't tell her best friend," I added. Vespera shrugged. "I knew you planned on keeping the promise, and I didn't want to deal with your judgment," she said. "I wouldn't have cared," I replied. Vespera didn't respond. "I'm still surprised you haven't been with Adam yet, though," Luna said. "Jason and I were together just hours after we met." "Yeah," Vespera added, "and Adam's got the body of a god." "I don't understand how you managed to keep that promise." "The body of a god?" It irritated me, however truthful the statement was, that she said that about Adam. I was the only one allowed to think that. I heard the door open and looked up to see Adam walk in. Confusion swept across his features as he saw Liuna and Vespera. "You're not allowed to be here," I said, laughing. "Why?" he asked slowly. "You've never heard of the groom not being able to see his wife the night before their wedding?" Liuna asked. Adam looked at me incredulously. "You've got to be kidding me." "I swear you're making these rules up as you go," he said, groaning. I shook my head. He huffed and turned to leave. "See you tomorrow, Mr. Devereaux," I said, smiling. He winked at me. "Sleep tight, Mrs. Devereaux." I smiled and bit my lip as he left the room and closed the door behind him. Vespera gagged. "That was disgusting." "That," I said, "is what building a relationship on something other than sex looks like." She rolled her eyes. We stayed up for a few hours, talking a bit. Soon, everyone became tired and we all went to sleep. I slept peacefully, knowing what the next day was bringing me. I'm getting married tomorrow. Chapter 37. Just breathe. I took a deep breath as Mrs. Chester placed her hands on my shoulders. "You look beautiful," she said, smiling at my reflection in the mirror. I smiled. "Thank you." Laura adjusted the corset straps in the back of my dress and nodded in agreement. "You look beautiful." It had taken Liuna and her mother over an hour to finish my hair and makeup. Fortunately for me, Liuna's mother was an expert in everything beauty and was able to help complete my wedding look. My hair was pinned back away from my face and flowed down my back in loose curls. My makeup was natural with the exception of red lipstick. I took a deep breath and glanced at Violetta as she came in through the sitting room door and closed it behind her. She gasped as she laid eyes on me. "You look stunning," she breathed out. "Thank you," I said softly. She glanced around the room at Vespera and Liuna, who were both in their dresses. Liuna held my bouquet in one hand and hers in the other as her mother fixed her hair. Vespera sat in the corner, picking at her nails. We heard a knock at the door, and Violetta turned to open it. Standing in the doorway was Jason. He was dressed in a tuxedo, his eyes immediately finding Liuna. I swore I saw his glance soften, but just as soon as I saw it, it was gone. Jason looked over to me and smiled. "Wow," he said, smiling. "Adam's a lucky guy," he said, walking inside the room. I smiled. He glanced around the room awkwardly. "Can we have the room, please?" Laura, Violetta, Liuna, her mother, Vespera, and Mrs. Chester all left quickly and quietly. "Is everything all right?" I asked him as I walked over to where he stood. Jason nodded. "He wants to see you." I laughed. "He can't." Jason shrugged. "It's bad luck," I insisted. "He's outside the door," he told me. My smile fell and I faltered. "He can't see me," I said. "What if he closes his eyes?" Jason suggested. I took a deep breath. "Fine." Jason smiled and turned around to walk back to the door as I stood there anxiously. He opened the door, and I heard a muffled exchange of voices. "You're joking," I heard his accented voice say. I heard more muffled voices before a groan. He walked around the corner, and I bit my lip trying not to laugh. Adam had a hand over his eyes, using the other hand to feel his way inside the room. "I feel like a fool," he said. I laughed. "Where are you?" 10 steps to your left, I replied. He turned and walked towards me slowly. "Am I going to run into anything?" "Maybe," I replied. He huffed. "Comforting." I held out my hand and grabbed his outstretched one. I saw him smile at my touch as he stopped walking and grabbed my hand tighter. "No peeking," I reminded him as he took his hand away from his eyes. "They're completely closed," he assured me. "Is there anyone else in here?" "No. Why did you want to see me?" I asked softly. He smiled. "Well, I can't see you." I laughed. "I wanted to tell you something," he said, his face growing serious. "Okay," I said slowly. Adam licked his lips nervously. When he faltered, I felt my stomach drop. "You're scaring me." "I'm not trying to," he said, smiling. "I just wanted to let you know before our day got crazy, that I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you." I smiled and put my hand on his face. "I can't wait either. In fact," I said, lowering my voice, "I'm especially looking forward to tonight." He laughed and kissed my palm. "I'm counting down the minutes." Someone knocked on the door. "We've got 5 minutes." They yelled. I smiled. "See you at the end of the aisle," I said to him. See you there, darling. He turned around slowly, holding his hands out as he tried to make his way out of the room. 3 more steps to your right, I said, laughing. He tripped over the table and barely caught himself. 4 more steps to the right, he corrected. I laughed as he found the door and walked through it. Mrs. Chester walked in and looked at me. Are you ready? I smiled and nodded as she walked over to where I stood. I wanted to tell you, she started, that I'm sure your mother and father would want to be here if they could be. I gulped. I had been thinking about them for the past week. I'm not sure you're right, I said quietly. They're your parents, she said. I know they would be. I swallowed hard, trying to keep tears at bay. She placed her hand on my shoulder and rubbed it reassuringly. They're ready for you. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my mind on Adam as I walked out of the room. Leona was standing outside the door and handed me my bouquet of roses as I walked out. Laura came behind me and gathered up my dress train. I smiled at her and followed her and Vespera as they led me down the hallway. We made our way to the ballroom, where I heard the crowd of guests muttering. Vespera turned and winked at me before she made her way down the aisle, Nolan holding her arm. Classical music began to play as they walked. Leona and Jason followed. Mrs. Chester kissed my cheek as she began to walk as well. Xander walked out, and I looked over to him. I don't want you to walk down that aisle alone, he said, offering his arm. I smiled. Thank you. I held out my hand, and he tucked it in the crook of his arm. I sucked in a sharp breath as I heard the music change tunes. Just keep your eyes on him, he said. I took a deep breath as we took our first steps down the aisle. I gripped the bouquet, afraid my sweaty palms would cause it to slip out of my hand. Audible gasps could be heard as Xander and I made our way down the aisle. Once the overhanging flowers were behind us, I could clearly see Adam. He bit his lip and smiled as he saw me. I tried not to smile too hard as he winked. The train dragged along the floor behind me as Xander and I walked further towards the spot where Adam and Jason stood. Leona and Vespera stood on the other side, both of them smiling excitedly. As we got closer, Xander took my hand in his. Adam took a step forward, and Xander handed me to him. She's all yours, Xander whispered as Adam took my hand in his. Adam smiled at me. All mine. I smiled as I stared down at my left hand that was clasped by his. Our ring-bearing hands were entwined in his lap as we sat, watching everyone dancing. Vespera and Nolan were waltzing along with the other Alpha Superiors and their mates. Adam's fingers softly danced over mine absent-mindedly as he observed the party. I smiled as I stared at my husband. Jason walked up behind him and whispered something in his ear. Adam listened intently before Jason walked away. He turned to me and leaned in close. Let's get out of here. I smiled. And skip our own wedding reception? He nodded, smiling mischievously. Not to burst your bubble, I said, laughing, but I think someone would notice that the bride and groom had disappeared. We would be long gone by then, he whispered. I looked at him in surprise. Gone where? It's a secret, he said, smiling. But our flight leaves in an hour and a half, so you need to choose quickly. I faltered. I didn't think we were doing a honeymoon, I said. You really thought I would let you go through with the whole traditional wedding thing and then not go on a honeymoon? I shrugged, and he smiled. I can't believe it, he said. What? He just smiled and shook his head. What? I asked again. He looked at his watch. What's your decision? I looked around at everyone dancing. No one would see us leave. The cake had already been cut. We wouldn't be missing anything. I smiled. Let's go. He smiled and stood up, grabbing my hand tighter and pulling me out of the room. Don't I need to pack? I asked him, struggling to gather my train in my hands. He shook his head, going around me and grabbing the back of the dress. Already done. We made our way into the foyer, where Bartleby and Tristan stood eating cake. Leaving already? Tristan asked, smirking. I blushed. Is that your 5th piece of cake? Adam asked. Tristan scoffed. Please, he said, it's my 7th. You guys are cute and all, but the only reason I even came was for the cake. Good to know, I said, laughing. Bye, Tristan said as we walked out the door to meet a car that sat in the driveway. I turned and waved before Adam and I got into the car. Where are we going? I asked him. He shook his head. I've already told you, it's a surprise. I huffed. You can't always have everything planned, Adam laughed. He seemed excited, and I couldn't help but smile at his giddiness. The car drove for a while before we arrived at the airport. We got on the plane, and it was only Adam and I as he held the train of my dress while I stepped inside. He closed the door, and I heard the plane start. Where on earth are we going? I asked again. You'll see when we get there. Is it somewhere outside the country? I asked him. He smiled. Is it somewhere cold? You can try to guess all you want, but I'm not telling you, he laughed. I sighed. Here, he said, grabbing a bag from a seat. There are clothes in here that you can change into. I smiled and bit my lip as I took the bag from him. I might need help changing out of my dress. He smiled. Oh no. I know what you're trying to do, he laughed. I've waited this long. We can wait until we get where we're going. I laughed. You're joking me. He shook his head. Not kidding. Adam helped me untie the back of the dress, and I went into the bathroom to change into the small black dress that was in the bag he gave me. The plane rode on for a few hours as Adam and I talked about our future together. Once the plane had landed, I tried to look out the window, but he stopped me. Seriously? I asked, laughing. Close your eyes. I smiled and did as I was told. I heard the door open as he led me towards it. No peeking. I shook my head, still smiling. Standing in the doorway, I felt a warm breeze. Open, he said. I opened my eyes to see a setting sun and palm trees. I could see a sandy beach off in the distance, the sunset reflecting off the ocean. Where are we? I asked, laughing. I may or may not own a private island, he said. What? When were you going to mention this? Now seemed like a good time, Adam laughed. I turned to look at him. Now was perfect, I said, leaning up on my tiptoes to kiss him. He kissed me gently, wrapping his arms around my waist and picking me up. I squealed as he did so. Adam laughed and carried me off the aeroplane. We walked from the tarmac onto the beach. After a few minutes, the sun began to set deeper into the horizon, and I saw the stars come out. He carried me further until we came to a hut that sat on the shoreline in a clearing of palm trees. What is this place? I asked him. He smiled. This is the place where I finally get to spend time with my mate. I felt myself blush as he said this. Adam walked up to the hut and set me down on my feet as we reached the porch. I walked up to the door, pushing it open to reveal rose petals that trailed from the door to the bed that sat in the middle of the large, circular room. Candles were littered across the room, flickering in the dark. The open windows made the white curtains dance in the breeze and allowed the moonlight to stream in. How did you manage this? I asked him breathlessly. I pulled a few strings and flew a few people out this morning to set it all up. I turned to look at him as he shut the door behind us. He smiled at me. I love you, I whispered. He put his hands on my face and leaned in. I love you so much more. His lips met mine softly. Chapter 38. And he certainly did. The sounds of our movements echoed through the cabana for most of the night. It was only after a few hours that we both seemed to relax, and eventually, we fell asleep, still wrapped in each other's arms. I woke up the next morning, still in his embrace, with my face resting on his chest and his strong arms around me. I felt the warm breeze drifting through the open windows, carrying the scent of the ocean with it. Opening my eyes, I saw the sunlight streaming in, and the shadows of the palm trees dancing in the wind were cast along the walls. Taking a deep breath, I gently traced my fingers across his chest, feeling his warmth. I knew by his sigh and the way he tightened his grip around my waist that he had woken up. He took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. Good morning, love. My eyes closed as his lips brushed my forehead gently. Good morning, I replied. I turned in his arms, wincing as a dull pain spread across my hips. He chuckled softly. Feeling okay? No, I laughed. My bad. I turned to lie on my stomach, his hand brushing my back as I did so. I sighed, feeling content as he brushed my hair to one shoulder. Hungry? Adam asked. I hummed in response as he laughed. I'm not sure why I bothered to ask. I smiled, peeking up from my pillow. He winked. I blushed as I noticed his tousled hair, remembering how it had felt last night. "I'll get something to eat," he said, pulling back the duvet. Adam got out of bed, his tall and muscular frame walking over to a kitchenette on the other side of the room. He opened the fridge and pulled out a carton of eggs. I watched as he made omelets, his broad shoulders moving effortlessly as he worked. The delicious aroma of food filled the room as he turned back to face me and walked over, balancing 2 plates, forks, and 2 mugs of coffee. I sat up, holding the sheet to my chest. "Breakfast in bed?" I asked, smiling. I lucked out. Adam laughed as he handed me the warm mug of coffee. "Well, it was either that or you could try and walk over there yourself." Adam was right to assume I was sore. Considering I had winced even sitting up, I knew walking wouldn't be easy. I took a sip of the hot coffee and brushed my hair out of my face as Adam sat next to me. He placed the plate in front of me on the bed and handed me the fork. I took a bite of the omelet and smiled. "Why don't you cook more often?" I asked, impressed. "If I can keep those noises coming out of you, I'll do it as often as you need," he said, winking and causing me to blush. After finishing the omelet, I put the empty plate and coffee mug on the bedside table and lay back down, pulling the covers up to my chin. Adam reached over me and placed his plate and mug down as well. He sighed and wrapped an arm around my stomach. "See, the nice thing about being away," he said, "is that no one can interrupt." I smiled, biting my lip as I turned to look at him. He leaned in to kiss me, but just before our lips touched, I heard a phone ring. "You had to say something," I laughed. He buried his face in his pillow and groaned loudly. I laughed and turned around to grab his pants from the floor. "Ignore it," he said, his voice muffled. I reached into his pocket and pulled the ringing cell phone out. "Here," I said, handing it to him. "It might be important." Adam looked up from the pillow. "If you think it's important, answer it." I rolled my eyes at his sass and answered the call. "Hello." I listened for a response as I watched Adam disappear under the sheets. "Eva? It's Jason." "Hi, Jason," I said, feeling Adam's hands gently move across my knees. "Is Adam there?" I faltered, trying not to react to Adam's touch. "He's a little busy." "Oh," Jason said. "Well, could you tell him I've got a lead on your mom and dad's case?" My eyes widened and I sat up, pulling back the covers from Adam, who lay beside me. "Talk to him," I said quickly. Adam rolled his eyes and sat up, grabbing the phone from me and placing it to his ear. "Yes." I watched as his expression turned serious. "Of course." "No, do what you have to." His eyes met mine. "Yes," he said to Jason. My eyebrows furrowed as Adam ended the call. "What happened?" I asked him. "He said someone reported your dad crossing pack lines in Utah." "What about my mom?" I asked. "Did they get them? Are they there?" Adam shook his head. "They're looking for them now, but there was no sign of your mom." I groaned and lay back down on the bed. "I don't understand." "Don't worry about it," he said, throwing his phone back on the ground. I shook my head. "What else can I do but worry?" I whispered, staring at the ceiling. Adam crawled above me, hovering over my body. "I can think of a few things," he said, kissing my neck. The sun was setting when the phone rang again. Adam and I were coming in off the beach when I heard the ringing and encouraged him to answer it. Muttering about sharing our honeymoon with the pack, he went inside to grab the phone before coming back out on the porch. I was drying my hair with a towel when he ended the call, all without saying a word. "Who was it?" I asked. "Jason," he answered, sitting down next to me on the steps. "And?" He sighed, letting out a deep breath. "Your dad got away." I sighed and pulled my knees up to my chest, resting my chin on top of them. Adam placed a hand on my back, rubbing it reassuringly. "We'll get him, I promise." I shook my head. "And if you don't?" He slid closer and wrapped an arm around me. "Let me tell you something," he said. "The day I met you and I saw that man put his hands on you." He stopped talking and laughed, although I could tell it was to cover up the anger in his voice. "I saw him put his hands on you and your eyes glazed over, your body froze," he said. "You were used to him treating you like that, but you were still scared of him." I gulped, looking down at the sand between my toes. Adam shook his head. I've dreamed of confronting him almost every night since I met you, he said honestly. Now, I have a reason to go after him, and you think I would just let him get away? I was quiet for a few minutes, watching the sun set below the horizon and listening to the waves crash along the shore. You can't go after him, I whispered, speaking finally. Adam shook his head in disbelief. I won't make any promises, he said. My mom needs him, I said quickly. She won't make it without him. She's sick. He gets her the medicine she needs, and he's the only one who can get it. She's addicted to pills? He asked. It was more of a statement than a question. I nodded. I don't know for sure, I said, sighing. But I think so. She had surgery when I was little to lose weight. My dad said she was ugly when she was fat, so she thought the only way to fix that would be to lose weight. But it didn't go right. She was always in pain, and that's what he did to help her. Adam was quiet for a few minutes. I'm sorry, he said. I leaned down to pick up a handful of sand and sighed. I don't know why you're apologizing. I felt his arm tighten around me. I'm sorry that you had to go through it, he said. I wiped a tear from my cheek. Just promise me you'll still love me, even if I get fat, I said, laughing. Adam didn't even smile, looking at me very seriously. Only an insecure man would care about the number on someone else's scale. I began to chew on the inside of my lip, rolling a grain of sand between my fingertips. Look at me, he said, taking my chin in his hand gently. I glanced at him. I'm not an insecure man, he said firmly. So you go ahead and get as thick as you want. I've got strong arms, I'll still be able to hold you. But will you want to? I asked. I saw his jaw clench. Let me show you how much I want to. He leaned in, and I felt his hand gently adjust the strap of my bikini. I gasped as his lips brushed mine, and he pulled me into his chest. His arms went under my legs, and he picked me up, carrying me back inside the cabana. After 2 more days, the phone rang again, this time summoning us back to the castle. I'm so sorry, Adam apologized. I smiled, pulling a sundress over my head. You're an alpha, I said. I'm a Luna. We can't pretend that we can stay in this fantasy forever. We're not leaving this fantasy, he said. We're taking it back with us. The honeymoon isn't over yet. I laughed. Keep telling yourself that, Romeo. But our plane leaves in 20 minutes. There's a bed on the plane, he said, winking. As well as a box of files that Jason sent to catch you up on everything you've missed for the past 5 days. He groaned, throwing a t-shirt into his bag. Don't remind me. I laughed. But rest assured, I'll be catching up on my sleep on that bed because I don't have a box of files waiting for me, I said. He growled. Not fair, he muttered. As we left the cabana, he promised to bring me back. Looking forward to it, I said. We walked along the shore, Adam carrying our bags and me collecting shells that washed up before we finally reached the tarmac where the plane sat, waiting. As soon as we boarded, I noticed the box of files that Adam had to go through and cringed. I certainly don't envy that job. I sat down beside a window and watched as the plane took off into the sky. Doing exactly as I said I was going to, I went to the back and slept on the bed the entire plane ride back to the castle. I slept contentedly and soundly, my body exhausted from the week. It wasn't that Adam was too hard to handle, it was me. I had certainly made up for the time lost waiting for our wedding to come. When Adam woke me up and informed me we had arrived, I sat up and yawned. You sleep more than anyone I've ever met, yet you're always tired, he said, shaking his head. Well, I didn't sleep much the last few days, I said. Can you blame me? He nodded. Yes, I can blame you. I feel like you initiated it more than I did, he said, laughing. I shrugged. If you have a problem with that. Adam stopped me. I wasn't complaining. He winked at me as he picked my bag off the ground and turned to exit the plane. That's what I thought, I muttered. I heard that. You were supposed to. We made it back to the castle after driving from the airport just as it was getting dark. I shivered watching the snow falling outside our bedroom window. Why is it so cold here? I asked. It's March, he reminded me, setting our luggage on the bed. I sighed. I think I'll take a hot bath, I said, thinking about how great it would feel on my sore muscles. Was that a statement or an invitation? Adam asked. I turned from the window to look at him. Which one would you like it to have been? A knock sounded at the door before he could answer, although I already knew what he was going to say. "What?" Adam called out, already annoyed by the intrusions. "It's Jason." "Thank you for announcing yourself," Adam said sarcastically. "Care to tell me what you need?" 15 minutes of your time," Jason replied. I watched as Adam shook his head and walked over to the bedroom door and opened it. "I'll be back," he informed me. "See you then," I said suggestively. I saw how much it physically pained him to leave after hearing this, causing me to giggle. I ran a hot bath and waited for Adam to come back. After the water turned cold and he still had not returned, I got out of the tub and drained the water. I put on my robe, brushed my teeth, and combed my hair. Hearing the bedroom door open, I looked over to the clock and noted it had been over 2 hours. "I'm so sorry," he said, walking in. I could tell that he was mentally drained from whatever conversation he had with Jason. "Everything all right?" I asked, leaning against the bedpost. "Just more leads that will probably go nowhere," he said, sighing. I thought about this as he walked past me into the bathroom to shower. When he walked back out into the bedroom after doing so, a towel around his waist, I spoke again. "What can I do to help?" I asked. He looked up at me and shook his head. "Nothing," he assured me. "I've got everything under control." I crossed my arms and sighed. "You're stressed out," I noted. "I'm perfectly capable of helping, so let me." He walked over to me and put his hand on the bedpost above my head, the other reaching behind me to wrap around my waist. "Worry about it tomorrow," he said. "For now, get some sleep." I smiled, my hands trailing down his torso. "With you next to me? Not a chance." Chapter 39. I woke to soft fingers trailing up and down my spine. Taking a deep breath, I opened my eyes to meet Adam's stormy blue ones. I smiled lazily and snuggled into him. "Good morning," he chuckled. "Good morning, love." He pulled me up onto his chest, and I lay my head down against it, listening to his heart beating. "Why are you watching me sleep, you weirdo?" He laughed. "I've only been awake for a few minutes." I peeked an eye open to look at the clock beside the bed and took note of how late in the morning it was. "Don't you have to work?" I asked him. "I'm taking the day off," he informed me. "I'm technically still on my honeymoon." I hummed. "Do you get to do that?" "I'm the alpha. I can do whatever I want." I laughed in amusement. I felt him take a deep breath and sigh. "Still tired?" I asked him. We had been up most of the night. It wouldn't have surprised me. "A little," he replied. I furrowed my eyebrows, getting the sense that wasn't what was wrong with him. "What's bothering you?" I asked. Adam was silent as his fingers gently dragged across my back slowly. "Adam." When I still hadn't received a response, I looked up to see him staring at the ceiling. "What's wrong?" He took a deep breath. "I couldn't tell you before the wedding." My eyebrows knit together in confusion. "Couldn't tell me what?" When he faltered again, I rolled off his body and sat down on the bed next to him, sensing something was wrong. "Adam, what is it?" He sat up, propping himself with his hands on the bed behind him. "Vespera tried to get me to, He faltered again. "To what?" He licked his lips, still not looking at me directly. "To kiss me," he explained. I felt my stomach drop to the floor and my jaw go slack. "I didn't," he assured me quickly, noticing my reaction. I swallowed the knot in the back of my throat. "When?" I asked him. "Once last week and once when she arrived at the castle," he said. "The night you walked in on her and Jason, she came into my room first." I felt tears welling up in my eyes. "Nothing happened," he said firmly. I sent her away the second I figured out what she was doing. I blinked hard as the hot tears spilled out of my eyes, letting out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. "How do you know she was trying to kiss you?" I asked. "What did she say?" Adam bit his lip and shook his head. "Tell me," I said. He took a deep breath. "The first time, I didn't know it was her. I had been sleeping but woke up when the door opened. I assumed it was you, but when she got into the bed and I felt her touch my shoulder, I knew it wasn't," he said honestly, his eyebrows furrowing as he recalled the event. "I was so shocked that I pushed her out of the bed, and I think it scared her. She got up quickly and left, never saying a word. The second time, however, you and Leona were in town with the baker to talk about the wedding cake, and she came into my office. She told the guards that you had sent her to ask me a question about the wedding, so I let her in. She started talking about the wedding, but then she said something about how I only had a few more days left before my life became more complicated. I closed my eyes, feeling the words hit me hard. I sent her away each time, but she never got the hint, he said. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I cried. Adam shook his head. She's your best friend, and she was in the wedding. She's not my best friend, I said, my jaw clenching. I huffed in anger, tossing a pillow against the headboard as I got off the bed. I pulled on my bathrobe and could hear Adam follow me into the bathroom. Listen, you told me about Diedrich. And you confronted him, I interrupted. I thought it was only appropriate that you knew about Vespera, he finished. I didn't want to ruin our wedding. I sat down on the side of the tub and put my head in my hands. Why would she think that she could do that? Did she not think you would tell me? I asked angrily. And why would she say that your life would become more complicated? He shrugged. It's clearly not, he said, gesturing to his relaxed posture and the messy bed. I shook my head. I'm going to talk to her, I said matter-of-factly. That's a little extreme, he commented. I glared at him. That's a little hypocritical, don't you think? Especially considering the conversations you had with Diedrich. Diedrich isn't here, he said. You're lying. He shook his head, and I narrowed my eyes at him. If Diedrich isn't here, it isn't because you let him go out of the goodness of your heart. He's still of use to you, I guessed. You're spot on with that assumption, he said, folding his arms across his chest. But confronting your ex-best friend while her father is dying in a hospital bed with her mother by his side, already grieving, would be a bad idea. I groaned, realizing his point. What if I just have a conversation with her? He rolled his eyes. Once you figure out how to talk someone into understanding, let me know. I'll take notes. With that being said, Adam turned to leave the bathroom. I shook my head in disbelief, remembering how Vespera had asked me about Adam. The way she talked about him was that he was someone special. I should have seen it coming. I stood up from the side of the tub and took off the robe. I walked over to the shower and turned it on, feeling the need to relax before I confronted her. I stepped under the stream of warm water, wiping away the hot tears and rubbing my puffy eyes. Adam was my husband. Vespera couldn't have him, and I would make sure she knew it before the sun set that night. Admittedly, I was plotting the details of my conversation when I felt Adam's arms wrap around my waist and his hands press against my stomach. I turned around in his arms as he pushed me against the wall. You're cute when you're upset, he said, noticing the scowl on my face. Oh, really? I asked incredulously. Then get ready, because I'm about to be fabulous. He laughed as he pressed a finger to my lips. Watch your words, woman. My eyebrow raised as an idea hit me. No, you watch me, I said, stepping back slightly and turning the conversation in a new direction. Apparently, Adam wasn't as capable of taking a day off as he thought he was. It was either that or Jason didn't get the hint. He called the room after Adam and I had eaten breakfast, asking Adam to meet him in his office. Apologizing, Adam left and assured me he would only be an hour. 3 hours later, I knew he'd gotten caught up. I left the room around lunch and ran into Luna in the hallway, much to her surprise. What are you doing back? She asked, hugging me. Adam couldn't take off too much time, I said, hugging her back. He is the leader of 4 continents, I guess, Luna said, laughing. She pulled away and eyed me. You look great, she said. You even look like you got a tan. I laughed. My tan wasn't really noticeable up here in the north, I said sarcastically. So, how was the honeymoon? She asked. I've heard Adam's Island is pretty nice. I shook my head as we walked down the hallway. Okay, first of all, why does he even own an island? Secondly, how did you know we were there? I asked, laughing. She looked hurt. Who do you think was given the task of packing your bag for the trip? You're welcome for that super nice bikini, by the way. I laughed, holding up my hands in surrender. Thanks for that. It's no problem, she said. I appreciate any chance I get to spend money, even if it isn't for me. I probably overpacked, though. Why would you think that? I asked. She side-eyed me. You honestly expect me to believe you wore anything other than that swimsuit while you were there? I laughed, feeling a blush creep up my cheeks. Barely even that at some moments, I admitted. That's what I like to hear, Leona said, laughing. Welcome to the Fun for Your Mate Club. We go shopping for cute clothes on Thursdays. Exactly how many people are in this club? I asked, laughing. 2 now, she replied. We walked to the kitchen for lunch. So are you and Jason a thing again? I asked. She sighed. We're getting there. I'm only able to get a few minutes of his time each day because of his job as beta, she admitted. Some days are better than others. Your mates, I said assuringly. It will all work itself out. I opened the kitchen door to see Vespera sitting at the counter, eating a sandwich, and I froze. Are you okay? Leona asked. Her voice caught Vespera's attention, who immediately looked over at us. She smiled when she saw me and got off her chair quickly to run over and hug me. You're back, she said, giving me a hug that I didn't return. How is everything? It was great, I muttered angrily, trying to remember what Adam had said. So tell me, she said, hooking her arm around mine and pulling me over to the kitchen counter. How was your first time? Is Adam as great as you thought? Give me all the details. I yanked my arm from hers. So you can fantasize about my husband later? I asked incredulously. What? She asked, laughing. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about the 2 times that you tried to seduce Adam, I said angrily. Vespera looked at me in shock, unable to say anything in her defense. You did what? Leona asked her. She tried to get my mate to kiss her, I said, crossing my arms. And when that didn't work, she went and found your mate and got him too. I regretted the words as soon as they left my mouth, but seeing Leona become as angry as I was and the fear that shone in Vespera's eyes made it almost worth it. What is your problem? Leona asked her angrily. Vespera found her tongue. Oh please, she said to Leona, all you are to Jason is a friend. It isn't like I ruined a relationship. I saw the tears fill up in Leona's eyes as Vespera turned to me. And you're a prude, you're vanilla and inexperienced. Neither of you deserved a mate. I'm the only one who could satisfy either of those men. I saw red as the blood rushed to my ears. My fist swung through the air and landed perfectly between Vespera's eyes. Immediately, she fell to the ground in a daze. You're wrong about 2 things, I said, squatting down to her level. First, getting a mate isn't about finding someone you deserve. It's about meeting someone you don't deserve and building yourself into a woman who does. Vespera groaned in pain as she clutched her nose. Second, I'm more than capable of satisfying my mate. Don't believe me? You're more than welcome to sit outside my bedroom door tonight and listen in on the fun. I stood back up as Vespera wiped her bloody nose on her shirt sleeve. Go anywhere near Adam one more time, and I'll make sure you and your dad are roommates, I threatened, stepping over her limp body. The look on Leona's face was priceless as I walked over to the pantry and began to make my lunch. Vespera got off the floor slowly and left the kitchen, still clutching her broken and bloody nose. Teach me, Sensei, Leona pleaded, laughing. I laughed as well as I went over to the fridge and pulled out something to drink. A few moments later, Adam and Jason came into the kitchen. The expression on Adam's face was one of unamusement. I just passed Vespera in the hallway, he said, looking at me. I took a long sip of my water as his arms folded across his chest. Care to explain why she had a bruised nose? She ran into the door, I said, straight-faced. Adam rolled his eyes, obviously not buying it. She'll probably have 2 bruises tomorrow, Leona said, shrugging. It was rather unfortunate. Jason raised an eyebrow as she spoke. Amusing, isn't it? Leona asked him. How things come full circle. They stared at each other for a moment before Adam sighed. This isn't what we came in here for, he said. What do you need? I asked. We found your dad, he said. He's en route here now. I felt the air leave my lungs, and the glass of water slipped from my hands and fell to the ground, shattering. My ears were ringing as Leona and Adam scrambled to pick the glass up. He's coming here? I whispered. Adam nodded. My mom? I asked. He shook his head. Eva, I'm sorry. My eyebrows furrowed, my hands shaking. What? Adam faltered, and I gasped, feeling tears burn my eyes. She passed away. Chapter 40. Unknown POV. It's time. Adam's POV. My attempts to comfort Eva were futile. After I told her that her mother had died, She went weak in the knees, and I carried her from the kitchen up to our bedroom. She lay on our bed, holding a tear-stained pillow tightly to her chest. No matter how hard I tried to soothe her, Eva couldn't stop crying long enough to take deep breaths and calm herself. To say I was confused by this is an accurate depiction of how I felt. As far as I knew, her mother was absent from her life. She had struggled with substance abuse and was unable to care for Eva properly. She didn't take care of Eva and never said goodbye when I brought her to the castle just 3 months earlier. I couldn't understand why Eva cried for the woman who didn't love her, for the woman who was never there. My confusion, however, did not negate the fact that Eva did feel the pain of her death. This was why I tried to calm her, to reassure her that everything would be all right. After an hour or so of my failed attempts to do so, I left her alone to mourn and cry as much as she needed to. I couldn't help but be angry as I made the trip back down to my office. It had been such a good week. We'd only been married a short time, and she was happy. Why now did her father have to make a reappearance? Why did her mother have to die? I knew this meant that there would be a period of time, at least for a short while, during which our lives wouldn't be as happy. It was because of this that I hesitated in even telling her when I received the news. Jason was waiting for me in my office when I got there. "How is she?" I took a deep breath. "As well as can be expected." Jason nodded understandingly. "He'll be here in a few minutes." This statement stopped me from sitting down, and I glanced at my watch. "Let's go then." I grabbed the dress coat from behind my chair and put it on over my button-up as Jason stood up. I walked around him, leading him out of my office. "Tell them I want him brought to the lower level of the garage," I commanded. Jason said nothing as I heard him pull his phone from his slacks and make the call. I went into the sitting room adjacent to the office wing and walked over to the bookshelf. The latch was hidden behind my copy of The Art of War, and I pulled it with so much force it almost came out of the wall. I heard the gears clicking into place behind the shelf, and soon the hidden door opened. I grabbed it, swinging it open so Jason and I could walk through it. The passage was narrow and dark except for what was illuminated by the dying fluorescent bulbs hanging from the ceiling every 20 feet. When my father was alpha, he used this passage to escort people in and out of his offices without my mother's knowledge. It was a long walk, but it was the quickest way to get to the south entrance of the castle, where Eva's father would be brought. After walking down a few flights of rickety stairs, we arrived at the door leading out into the lower levels. I opened it, and my senses were immediately met with the harsh smell of decay, blood, and sweat. My eyes adjusted to the darkness quickly, seeing the occupied cells. Only people who committed crimes against the Alpha and Beta superiors were housed here for life. They were considered especially dangerous, resulting in their housing separately from other criminals. Everyone who was there had been there for some time. I took note of the man who had attempted to harm my father, curled up in the corner of his cell, sitting on molded hay. He was much thinner than he had been when first locked away. I stopped my stroll when I arrived at the last cell. His blue eyes, full of hatred, immediately took notice of me, and I smirked. "Comfortable?" "Extremely," he replied sarcastically. "Diedrich has been down here since I returned from Utah." After the incident he had suffered, I was surprised at just how quickly he had healed. But then again, he was a pureblood, the only one in the dungeon. It made it all the more sweet to me to know how degrading it must have felt for him. "You're about to meet a man who now shares your knowledge of what happens when they lay hands on my mate," I said, pointing to the empty cell across from Diedrich, where I planned on putting Eva's father. He smiled. "Has she asked about me yet?" I felt my temper flare up. "No, I lied." He stood up and walked over to place his hands on the cell bars in front of my face. "Tell her she knows where to find me if she wants to know what it's like to be with a real man," he said. Quick as a flash of light, my hand reached out and grabbed the collar of his shirt, yanking him towards me. Of course, the bars were in the way, and this only meant he face-planted into them due to the force. I let go, and he dropped to the ground. "I'm afraid that disqualifies you then, doesn't it?" I smirked one last time before turning to walk away. "You let him get under your skin too easily," Jason commented once we were out of earshot. I rolled my eyes. "Don't pretend like you haven't entertained the thought of confronting Tristan for dancing with Leona at the Centennial," I said. He said nothing else as we made our way out into the underground garage. Waiting there for us were 3 large vehicles and 2 men standing outside each of them. "Where is he?" I asked. The 2 men guarding the car in the middle turned, and one of them opened the car door. The other reached inside and yanked his body out, causing him to fall forward from the car onto the concrete. It was a sweet sight to see. Eva's father was thin and frail. His cheeks had sunken in, and he had heavy, dark bags under his eyes. His dark hair was matted to his head, and he was coated with dirt and grime. Jason said they found him hiding out in the woods, trying to cross the border back into his pack. "Where is my daughter?" he asked me. Although his body was weak, his will was not. The strong tone with which he spoke disrespected me, and I felt my blood begin to boil. "She's upstairs in my bed," I answered. "She didn't care to see you." I saw his jaw tick, and I smiled. "I'm only here because I know the immense pleasure it will give me to see you locked away," I continued. "I need to speak with her," he said, trying to stand up. The guard behind him sent a strong kick into his back, forcing him back down on the ground, groaning in pain. "Over my dead body," I said, crossing my arms. The last thing I needed was for my wife to be even further traumatized by her father's presence. "It's important," he pleaded. I narrowed my eyes. It was taking every ounce of self-control in my body not to deal with him then and there. I looked forward to the moment his blood was on my hands. "I've heard enough," I announced. "Take him inside and place him in his cell. I'll be back this evening to handle it." With that being said, I turned and walked away, and Jason followed. "He seemed serious," Jason commented. "The only thing serious about him was how demented he was if he thought I would let him anywhere near her," I growled. "When are you coming back?" he asked me. I looked down at my watch. It was almost time for dinner, and I needed to make sure Eva ate something, seeing as she hadn't eaten lunch. "Around 7, I answered. "Want me to come with you?" he asked. I chuckled darkly. "I can handle him myself." Eva's POV. I woke up when I heard the bedroom door open. My eyes were swollen from crying, and I had a knot in the back of my throat and a pit in my stomach that wouldn't go away. I felt Adam's presence behind me as he reached over and brushed my hair from my face. "Feeling up to eating something?" he asked softly. I shook my head. "Want to take a bath?" I shook my head again. I felt the mattress dip down as Adam sat behind me. His arm reached over me and leaned forward to look at me. "What do you want me to do?" he asked, sighing. I felt the tears welling up in my eyes again. I was surprised I had any left to cry. "Can you just hold me?" I asked, managing to speak quickly before I choked back a sob. Adam stood up, and I heard him take off his jacket and belt. He then climbed onto the bed and lay down beside me. Wrapping his arms around me, he lifted me up and laid me on top of him, against his chest. I tried to listen to his heartbeat, hoping it would calm me down, but I instead ended up crying even harder. "Shh," Adam said, running his hands through my hair. "It'll be okay." I struggled to catch my breath in between sobs as he continued to try to comfort me. "She's not going to be there," I cried. "What do you mean?" he asked. I gulped. "She wasn't there for my wedding, and now she'll never meet you, and I'm going to have kids, and she won't ever see them." I cried harder as I spoke the worries that had filled my head all day. I just wanted her to turn out okay, I confessed. I kept hoping that one day she would get better and finally be a mom. I didn't want her to die like that. Adam took a deep breath and rubbed my back reassuringly. "I'm sorry," he said. I continued to cry for a few minutes before I managed to take a few deep breaths. Adam's arms loosened around me as I sat up and wiped my eyes. I immediately felt guilty as I noticed his tear-stained dress shirt. "I'm sorry," I said. He smiled faintly. "It's just a shirt." I hiccuped a few times, still catching my breath and wiping away tears. "I'll run you a bath," he said, sitting up. "You need to relax for a little bit." I climbed off of him as he got off the bed and went into the bathroom. I heard him turn the water on and heard it begin to fill the tub. He came back out of the bathroom and picked me up. Carrying me into the bathroom and sitting me on the side of the tub, he pulled my shirt over my head and began to undress me. I couldn't help but blush as he stood me up and tugged off my clothes. He picked me up and sat me down inside the bath, the water sloshing around as it continued to fill up the tub. I pulled my hair up into a bun and sighed, feeling how nice the hot water felt against my achy body. Adam turned to leave, and I stopped him. "Please don't go," I pleaded. "I don't want to be left alone." I saw him smile faintly before turning around and walking back to me. He began to undress, and I slid forward in the bath as he got in behind me. I lay back against his chest once he was settled, and his arms went around my waist to rest on my stomach. We sat in silence like that for a long time until the water went cold. I leaned forward and pulled the stopper out, and the water began to drain away. "You need to eat something," Adam said. "Do you want me to call someone and have something brought up?" I nodded, even though I couldn't tell if I was getting hungry or if the pit in my stomach was just growing deeper. Adam got out of the tub, grabbed a towel, and handed me one before drying off and heading back out into the bedroom. I heard his voice as he called for dinner, and I stood up to dry off. Once I exited the bathroom, I saw him getting out a clean t-shirt and panties for me. "Thank you," I said, taking them from him and beginning to change. After I had done so, a knock sounded at the door, and Adam went to retrieve the food. "I have to go," he said after he had finished eating. I had barely managed to eat anything before Adam had finished and stood up. My eyebrows furrowed. "Where are you going?" "I have to go do something," he said, putting on a t-shirt and sweatpants. "I'll be back." He never answered my question, and I stared at him quizzically as he left the room. A few hours had gone by before he returned. The lights were off in the room, and I had almost fallen asleep when the bedroom door opened and he walked through it. I heard him walk through the room and go into the bathroom to shower. Adam came out a few minutes later and got into bed. "Are you awake?" he asked gently after getting under the covers. I took a deep breath. "Yes." He reached out and pulled me into his chest, holding me tight. "Try to get some sleep, love." We were silent for a few minutes before I spoke again. "I want to see him." I felt his body stiffen against mine. "I don't think that's a good idea," he protested. "I know," I admitted. "But he's the only family I have left." "That's not true," Adam said, kissing my forehead. "You have me." Chapter 41. What do you mean I can't see him? Adam sighed in frustration. "I can't let you see him, Eva." I groaned and sat down in the chair across from his desk. My father had been in the castle for 3 days, and Adam was now refusing to let me see him after I began to ask questions. "My mother is dead," I said gruffly. "My father is the only blood relative I have left alive, and you're not going to let me see him because you have a point to prove." Adam walked around his desk and stood in front of me. "That man was not a father to you and never cared for you, to say the least. Why on earth do you want to see him after all those years of being hurt by him?" I bit the inside of my lip. I wasn't sure why I wanted to see him, but I did. "You'll be right there with me," I protested. "He can't hurt me." "Not physically," Adam muttered, turning to walk back behind his desk. My eyebrows furrowed. "What do you mean?" He sighed, sitting back down in his desk chair. "You're not in a good place emotionally, love. You've only just found out 3 days ago that your mother has died, and now you want to see the man that hurt you after years of trying to escape him? It doesn't make sense to me." "Well, it's not like he killed her," I muttered. When Adam failed to respond, I looked up to him for reassurance. "He didn't kill her, did he?" I asked, eyes wide. "We don't know how she died. When your father was found, he told my men that your mother was dead. They took his words to be true due to the fact that he was covered in blood. So, she might not actually be dead?" I asked him, sitting up straighter in the seat. "I wouldn't get my hopes up, love." I knew it was a silly thought. She would never survive without my father. If my father hadn't harmed her, she would certainly have died from the extreme cold and the withdrawal from her medication. "I'm sorry," Adam apologized. "For what?" I asked. "That you never got to say goodbye to her." I shrugged. I could no longer mourn her death with tears or anger. Being around Adam, Jason, Luna, and the other people in the castle had made me numb. Being around them made me wonder if I'd eventually turn into a person who couldn't feel anymore. "Let me show you something," Adam said, motioning for me to come over to him. I stood up, and he opened his desk drawer and reached inside as I walked around the desk. He pulled out an old picture frame and handed it to me. "This is my mother," Adam said. I took the black and white photo from him and stared at it intently. She had dark, wavy hair like his. She had fair skin and high cheekbones that Adam had also inherited. I could see him in her more than I could in his father. She was beautiful, I said, sitting down on the edge of the desk. Adam hummed in response. I don't remember her, he said. I looked up from the photo at him as he sat back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. I was only 6 or 7 when she died, he explained. My father only married her because she was a pureblood. She wasn't his mate? I asked. Adam shook his head. He never told me what happened to his mate, but I knew he hated my mother because she looked so much like her. He cheated on her every chance he had. She didn't have a mate? I asked. Adam chuckled. Oh, she did. Who is he? I asked. The Alpha Superior of South America, he said. My jaw went slack. That's why your father invaded South America. Yes, he finished. I took a deep breath, looking back down at the photo. How could she have married your father if she was mated to the Alpha Superior of South America then? I asked. My father got to her first, he answered. According to everything Xander ever told me, she met her mate at a gala that was being held for all the alphas and their mates. My father found them in his bed later on that evening, and he swore to kill him and to take his land. And he did, I sighed. Adam nodded. You see, my father's father, who is Xander and Violetta's brother, grew up in a house where you kept the throne limited to only purebloods, and this was even before mating was restricted to only purebloods. Xander told me that Violetta's mate was an average wolf, and she rejected him to keep her dignity. That's why she tried to get you to do the same, I said. He nodded. What happened after your dad took over South America? I asked. Well, he killed the Alpha Superior and made my mother watch. She killed herself only a few days later, he said solemnly. Is that why your father went mad? I asked. Yes, he replied. He couldn't live with the guilt. That's terrible, I said, sighing. I say all that to say that no family is perfect, Adam said as I handed him the picture. I sighed. At least you don't have father issues, I said. Adam laughed. You don't have father issues, love. Your father has daughter issues. Don't blame the abuse on yourself. I smiled at the reassurance. But he continued. If you want father issues, I'd be more than happy to give you a few. I gasped and slapped his shoulder, laughing. Adam laughed and stood up from his chair, resting his hands beside my thighs. He leaned in close and kissed me gently. My eyes fluttered closed as I kissed him back. I pulled away as the kiss deepened. Someone is going to walk in here. I told my guards you were the only one allowed in here, he said, kissing my neck. Since when has that stopped someone? I asked. Tell me not to kiss you, he said. Don't kiss me. Mean it. I faltered. I can't. He smiled as I felt his hand slide up the skirt of my dress. No one will come in, he said in between kisses. Just try not to be loud and no one will know. I sighed as he pushed me back onto the desk and began to unbuckle his belt. No promises. Adam's POV. I kissed Eva goodbye before she left the office. I couldn't help but smile to myself as I buttoned my shirt back up and combed through my tousled hair with my fingers. However, I took one look at the document that sat on my desk and my smile fell. I picked it up and read back through it for the 1,000th time that morning as I sat back down at my desk. This was Jason's report, which updated me on the case he had opened regarding the mystery man who had attempted to retrieve the invitation from the post office during the centennial. While Jason and his team were no further along in their investigation than they had been in the beginning, they had found one key piece of evidence, security footage from outside and in the night that the Germans had arrived at the centennial. The video showed Diedrich, Barrett, and their father coming and going from the inn. Earlier in the day, Jason pointed out that someone had checked into the inn under a name that didn't belong to anyone who lived in the village and a description that matched the man who had entered the post office. I was certain this meant the 4 of them were in cahoots. Jason had gone into town that morning to check when the man checked in and if he was still there. If he were, Jason would bring him back to the castle for questioning. I pushed that folder away from me and picked up the other one that Dr. Zosak had given me, detailing his reports on Mr. Chester. The Chester case puzzled me. Dr. Zosak was able to confirm that the attack had happened before Chester had been brought to the castle. He also said that the reason no one had noticed the bite mark earlier was that there had been small incisions on his leg that only became noticeable after they became infected. While he wrote in his report that the bite was undoubtedly one of a vampire, he also happened to theorize that the loss of blood from Chester's major artery had been the cause of his amnesia. However, he suspected that Chester's trauma would take years of recovery to stabilize his mental state. I hadn't told this to Eva yet. She had experienced enough devastation in her life so far this week, I wouldn't be the bearer of bad news again. The ringing of my office phone shook me out of my daze. I picked up the phone and answered it. It was the jailer telling me to hurry down there. My eyebrows furrowed. Thinking it had something to do with Eva's father, I hurried out of the office and down the passageway to the cells. When I arrived, I was met by the jailer, who had a panicked look on his face. "What is it?" He couldn't speak. "Damn it, man. What is it?" I asked again. He gulped and stepped out of my way as I pushed past him to see what the problem was. I looked at Eva's father's cell, where he was curled up in a tight ball in the corner of the room. "What's the problem?" I asked, not seeing an issue. "Sir, of all the years my family has run this place for you, we've never once had one of them escape," he said, quivering. My eyebrows furrowed. "I've failed you, sir," he gulped, pointing behind me. I turned around to see Diedrich's cell empty. Shit. Chapter 42. Eva's POV. I took a deep breath, feeling the stream of water hit my face. I was exhausted, both mentally and physically. Leona and I had trained a bit that afternoon after I left Adam's office. I shifted into my wolf for the second time, but this time, something was off. It didn't feel as relaxing. I was on edge, moving quickly as if something was wrong. The fur on my neck stood at attention, and my tail was tucked between my legs the entire time. Leona told me it was probably just because my emotions had been all over the place after the stress of getting married, everything going on, and my mom dying. She could have been right, but I wasn't sure. I hadn't seen Adam since that morning, which worried me, seeing as we normally ate dinner together. I just assumed that he had gotten held up with some important alpha business. I sighed, feeling the hot water from the shower relax my sore and achy muscles. Reaching forward, I grabbed the shampoo bottle and began to wash my hair. After conditioning it, I washed my body. I was rinsing off when I heard the bathroom door open slowly. I smiled to myself, knowing Adam would be joining me shortly. I heard him begin to undress as his belt hit the floor and the zipper on his slacks was undone. Closing my eyes, I felt his presence around me and fought the urge to turn around. I felt one arm reach around my waist and pull me closer to his body, and the other reached down to gently touch me. However, as soon as his lips touched my neck, I felt a terrible sense of dread. I turned around quickly and screamed as I realized it had been someone else. "Miss me?" The smirk that followed made me sick. My foot went up to kick him away instinctively, but he caught it. He'd learned my trick after the first time he'd tried to approach me. He pulled me towards him, and I reacted quickly, grabbing the shower head and yanking it down so hard it detached from the wall, bits of concrete coming down with it. My strength surprised him, and I used this to my advantage as I began to hit him in the head, shoulders, and face with the detached shower head. Water was spraying out of the broken piping, making it hard to see. I continued my defense until both his hands were lifted in defense. Pulling my leg from around him, I tripped backwards away from him and threw the shower head in his direction. He deflected it easily, and I escaped from the shower with him in pursuit. I grabbed the ceramic lid that covered the toilet tank and swung it as hard as I could at him. He didn't see it coming until it was too late, and the lid shattered against his face with a loud crash. I screamed again as I ducked from his grip, and he stumbled backwards. My heart was racing, my ears ringing, as I ran from the bathroom, covering my dripping body with a towel. I blindly ran smack into Adam's broad chest, and I screamed at the contact, jumpy from my encounter. Adam steadied me with his hands on my face and looked at me with wide eyes. "Diedrich, I didn't have to say anything else as Adam walked around me and made his way swiftly into the bathroom. I followed him, still trying to explain. At this point, Diedrich was back on his feet without so much as a bloody nose. It shocked me how perfectly normal he looked after taking such a beating. I had been impressed with my defensive methods until that point. Diedrich smiled as he saw Adam stalking towards him, although I could have sworn his life flashed before his eyes for a moment. "I have something you need to know about her father," he said to Adam. Adam ignored him and wordlessly swung his fist into the side of Diedrich's face, sending a spray of blood across the wall. It knocked him backwards, but he steadied himself and blocked the second blow, swinging his own fist that time. Adam was faster than he was in ducked before coming back up and sending 3 more blows to Diedrich's abdomen. Diedrich was choking on his own blood when Adam's hand wrapped around his neck, and he forced him back against the wall, the tile shattering behind him under the force. Diedrich's eyes glanced over at me as Adam restrained him. In a moment of weakness, I screamed at Adam. "Stop." Adam groaned and threw Diedrich over his head, sending his bloodied body into the bathtub. Diedrich groaned loudly, and Adam looked at me. "Did he touch you?" he asked, breathing heavy. When I faltered, Diedrich laughed. "It was nothing she didn't want," he said, spitting blood. Adam growled, but I jumped in front of him before he could continue his assault. "Stop," I said to him. I turned to Diedrich. "What were you going to tell him?" I asked. When Diedrich took his time replying, I reached into the tub and grabbed a fistful of his hair and yanked him up on his knees. "Right now, I could tell Adam to kill you and he wouldn't think twice," I threatened. "So answer my question, or I'll let you die." Diedrich gave a weak smile, exposing bloody teeth. I let go of his hair as he began to speak. "Her father isn't the bad guy," he said to Adam. My eyebrows furrowed. "What?" Diedrich shook his head and groaned as he began to stand up slowly. "Adam's been looking for the man who my father tried to forge the centennial invitation for. He thinks it's your father, but it wasn't." I turned to look at Adam, who was glaring at Diedrich. "Then who was it?" he asked, eyes blazing. Diedrich wiped the blood from his mouth. "Now I can't lay all my cards on the table, can I?" Adam growled and lunged for Diedrich, who stopped him. "But I can tell you that you'll need to have a word with your father." I drew in a quick breath. "Why?" Adam asked him. Diedrich's eyes glanced between Adam and me before he looked at Adam intently. "The night we came to the palace for the centennial, we met your father at an inn inside the village. That's why we were late to the arrival gala." "What did he want?" Adam asked, folding his arms across his chest. "He told my father you were going to try and overthrow him and offered his help. He told us of a plot that was underway to overthrow you and offered us immunity in the whole ordeal if we agreed to send out that letter." I saw Adam's eyebrows furrow as he took in the information. "Wait," I said, stopping Diedrich from speaking. "That doesn't make any sense. If he offered you immunity, why did you take Adam up on the deal to overthrow your own father? It doesn't make sense." Diedrich chuckled. "You're a smart one," he said, winking. I felt Adam tense beside me. My father was an idiot to listen to Melvin. I would never earn a title if we did it his way, which is why I took Adam up on his offer the first night at the arrival gala to help overthrow my father. Adam growled. "You thought if you let the plot against my title go on, you would be able to step up after I was overthrown," he guessed. Diedrich nodded. "Maybe even get the Luna in the deal too," he said, nodding at me. My stomach flipped at the thought. "Are you the one who has been sending her the flowers?" Adam asked. Diedrich turned his nose up at the idea. "Of course not. Those ugly tulips? That was their idea. They wanted to scare her. If I had sent flowers, they wouldn't have been so common." "So who is it?" Adam asked. Diedrich shook his head. "If I tell you that, I have nothing left to bargain my life for." Adam gave him an evil smile. "You're already out of things to bargain your life for." Diedrich returned the smile. "Not even close," he replied. Adam's fist connected with Diedrich's face in a strong punch that caused his knees to buckle under and his eyes to roll back in his head. He collapsed into the tub. "Did you kill him?" I asked. "Unfortunately, no," Adam replied. "But he'll be out for a few hours, long enough to put him back in his cell, chained to the wall this time." He looked around the room at the water that was still spraying from the broken piping in the wall and the shards of ceramic glass that were scattered across the floor from the toilet lid. "Did he do that?" he asked, checking my body for signs of injury. I shook my head. I did it. He sighed and pulled me into his chest, my wet hair soaking his shirt. Go find Liuna, he commanded. The both of you need to go to my office and stay in there until I come and find you. Why? Where are you going? His eyes were dark as he pulled away from me. To find my father. Unknown POV. The man's legs stepped over her father's frail, beaten body. The sound of the man's patent leather shoes against the grimy floor woke him from a dead sleep. As soon as her father saw him, he pushed himself back against the wall. The man chuckled at his fear. Long time, no see, brother, he said, smiling. Not long enough, her father growled, and you're not my brother. The man faked a frown, hearing this. Not by blood, he quipped. He squatted down and reached out to touch her father's face. His fingers ran across the broken skin, wiping the dried blood. When was the last time you had a drink? He asked him. Her father gulped. Yesterday. The man let out an airy chuckle. You're lying. Her father's body began to shake with fear. I know you know this by now, the man spoke, but your blood is toxic to my kind after it reaches a certain alcohol concentration. But I'm assuming, for the first time in years, yours has now dipped below normal. Eva's father could say nothing in defense. I'm giving you one last chance to join us, the man said. Her father, however, remained silent, a solemn look of finality etched on his face. The man sighed, seeing this. I wish she could have been here to do it herself, he said. I know she's been dying to for years. He laughed at his own joke, while Eva's father tried to focus on what it felt like to have his heart beating in his chest. It wouldn't be in a few moments. He watched as the man's pupils widened until his eyes were a deep and glossy black. The last thing he saw was the man lunging for his neck, fangs bared. He couldn't even scream as the lonely blackness crept into his vision. God help my daughter, was his final thought. Eva's POV. It was the quietest Liuna I had ever been in as we sat in anxious anticipation. Adam's office lights were all on, precisely as he had told me to have them. There were 6 guards outside the office door, protecting Liuna and me from an evil we couldn't possibly imagine. In my mind, I was trying to figure out how Melvin was responsible. It didn't make sense to me how Adam's father, who had been the ruler himself for so long, would be party to a plot to overthrow Adam. I felt in my subconscious, however, that this was much bigger than any of us realized. I jumped as the door at the end of the hallway opened and slammed. I stood up from the chair and waited to see Adam walk around the corner. I groaned in frustration when I saw that it was Jason. Any news? I asked him. The distressed look on his face made my stomach drop. Well, Liuna asked when he failed to answer me. Eva, He faltered, and I took a deep, shaky breath. Where is Adam? I asked. He shook his head. I don't know where Adam is, he said honestly. That wasn't what I came to tell you. Then what? I asked. Spit it out. Jason took a deep breath. I just received news that your father was found dead in his cell a few minutes ago. He informed me. I felt my knees go weak as I slumped back down in the chair, speechless. Eva, he said, earning my attention again. I looked up at him. He was bitten. I felt nothing but cold shock in that moment. Wait, bitten? Liuna asked. Like, by a vampire? Jason's eyes were still on me when he nodded. They're in the castle, I said. Jason nodded again. Which is why I have to get you out of here, he said. I'm not leaving without Adam, I said firmly. We heard a loud crash outside the door, and the lights flickered. When they turned back on, I saw a man in a dark coat take a sword to Jason's legs. Jason bellowed out in pain as he fell to the ground. Quickly and instinctively, Liuna reached into the waistband of her jeans and produced a dagger. Liuna, no! Jason screamed. She lunged at the man, and he effortlessly outmaneuvered her and twisted the knife from her grip, stabbing her in the stomach with it. Jason was yelling as she fell to the floor, but he was unable to move or help her. I scampered back in my chair, tripping over myself as I tried to get away. I jumped over Adam's desk, and the dagger whizzed past my ear with a gust of wind and stuck into the wall in front of my face. I have great aim, the man assured me. I missed intentionally, but I won't be so kind the next time. I gulped and turned to face him slowly. I took note of his tall, lean figure and the flash of silver on his hand, a signet ring. I knew him immediately to be the man Adam had been looking for. "What do you want?" I asked. My heart was racing as he held his arms out and smiled. "To introduce myself," he said. My eyebrows furrowed. "Come on, Eva," he said. "Do you really not know who I am?" "What gave it away?" I asked. Was it the confused look or the blank stare? He laughed. "You're sassy and stubborn, just like your father was," he said. "Are you the one who killed him?" I asked bitterly. "Yes," he answered, not an ounce of shame or remorse in his voice. "Did you kill my mother too?" I asked. He laughed at this. "Figuratively speaking, yes." My eyebrows furrowed, and he smiled. "You can come in here now," he yelled, never once breaking eye contact with me. I heard footsteps in the hallway, and I gasped when she stepped into the office. "Mom?" Chapter 43. My head was spinning. "I thought you were dead." My mother smiled. "Well, technically speaking, I am." My eyebrows furrowed, and she scoffed. "I'm a vampire, darling. Don't you get it?" I felt my heart begin to beat wildly in my chest. "Since when?" She thought about it for a moment. "A little over 11 years, I should think," the man said. She nodded in agreement. "Who is this?" I asked her, pointing at him. She smiled. "Victor, meet my daughter Eva." "Eva, this is my brother, Victor." "Brother?" I asked incredulously. "You never mentioned." "How could I?" She interrupted. "I never even told your father that I came from a family of vampires until I myself became one." She stepped towards me slowly. "You never wondered why I lost so much weight? Or why I never left the house?" "Eva, dear, I thought you were so much brighter than that." "Dad told me that you were sick and that you had surgery," I said, stuttering over my words. She raised an eyebrow at this. "Sick?" she asked. Yes, I suppose he probably did think vampirism was a sickness. I tried for years to convince him to let me turn him, but he never obliged. "So you were never addicted to painkillers?" I asked her. She smiled. "No, darling. I'm addicted to blood." I shook my head in disbelief. My brain couldn't process the information quickly enough. "What are you doing here? How did you get in?" I asked her, suddenly coming to my senses. "You should ask your father-in-law," Victor said, walking over to stand beside my mother. Yes, my mother agreed. "Congratulations on your big day, by the way. I would have liked an invitation." Bitterness laced her sarcastic tone. "You were missing," I said through clenched teeth. "That was my fault," Victor said. "I'm afraid that after we set your house aflame, we had to migrate for a while until we could get a proper plan in place." "You're the one who did that?" I asked. He nodded, smiling. "Did you get my flowers?" "The tulips?" I asked. "That was your doing too. How did you get into the palace?" "Again, ask your father-in-law. He's the one who put the flowers there for us." Everything was crashing down all at once, all of the pieces beginning to fit together. "Why are you here?" I asked slowly. It was the only piece I couldn't make fit. "That, my dear, is for you to find out," my mother said. "Come with us." She held her hand out for me to take, and my eyes glanced over at Leona, who was face down and unmoving, and Jason, who was still groaning in pain. My mother saw my hesitation and growled in anger. She lunged forward, grabbed me by my hair, and began to drag me from the room. I screamed at the shooting pain in my scalp and tried to kick her. "Don't make this harder than it has to be," Victor said, following us. Seeing the menacing sword in his hand, I complied. We walked into the ballroom, and my mother tossed me onto the ground, pulling a fistful of my hair out with the toss. I groaned in pain as I struggled to my knees. The doors at the other end of the room opened, and I saw 3 men prodding Violetta and Xander into the room, both of whom looked more inconvenienced than frightened. "Eva," Xander called out, seeing me. I tried to stand up, but my knees were swept out from under me, and my back hit the ground hard, knocking the wind out of me. "Stay down," my mother said. I glared up at her as I gasped for air, struggling to catch my breath. Xander and Violetta, accompanied by the 3 men, made their way across the room and over to where we stood. "Are you all right?" Xander asked me. I nodded slowly. "It was you liar," Violetta yelled, seeing my mother. My mother smiled as one of the men hit Violetta in the back of the neck with the hilt of a dagger, the blow sending her to the ground. "On your knees too," Victor said to Xander. Xander said nothing as he bent down slowly. "We're still missing a few," my mother observed. Victor looked at his watch. "They'll be along shortly." Minutes dragged by in silence as we all waited, although I wasn't sure what for. The sound of the doors opening on the other end of the room echoed through the silence, and we all turned to see Melvin walking into the room, holding Adam by the shoulder. He guided Adam inside, and I sighed in relief as I scanned Adam's body for signs of injury and found none. "Did he give you any trouble?" Victor asked. Melvin shook his head. "None at all, actually. He seems to be taking the news quite well." Adam did look suspiciously calm. Melvin pushed Adam forward and produced a revolver from his waistband. I gasped as he pressed it to the back of Adam's head. "What do you people want?" I shouted. "Eva," Adam warned. I looked at him in disbelief before Victor spoke. "I want him dead," he said, eyes narrowing in on Adam. "Why?" Victor reached into the breast pocket of his coat. I thought initially he was about to pull out a gun and shoot me for my incessant questioning, but he pulled out a small Polaroid and handed it to me. It was a dated picture, probably 50 years old. The edges were frayed and worn, and the picture itself was yellowing. Victor was in the picture, dressed in a tuxedo. Standing next to him was a woman who was tiny compared to him. She had blonde hair and a dazzling smile, and she was wearing an extravagant wedding gown. I paled when I saw the bouquet of 7 red tulips in her hand. "Who is this?" I asked him. He snatched the photo from me and tucked it securely back into his pocket. "She was my wife," he answered. "What happened to her?" I asked, almost afraid of his answer. "Your husband killed her," he responded angrily. My eyes widened as I turned to look at Adam. He stood there, unexpressive and seemingly unsurprised by the news. "You did?" I asked him. When he looked at me, I saw the flash of guilt in his eyes, and Victor laughed. "He doesn't even remember," Victor said to me bitterly. "Did you know she was a month and a half pregnant with our only child when you killed her?" Victor asked Adam. The pain in his voice as he said this made my heart break in sympathy. "She was killed in a raid," Adam said finally. I saw Victor's jaw clench as he said this. So you do remember?" he asked. Adam nodded slowly. "I remember all of them." Victor was standing rigidly, hands clenched by his side. "Why did you kill my wife?" he asked angrily, tears filling his eyes. "I didn't kill your wife," Adam said. "Lies," Victor bellowed. "I don't kill women," Adam said firmly, eyes blazing. "She was killed by one of my men who misinterpreted orders." Victor shook his head, his jaw clenched shut. "It was still your fault," he said bitterly. Victor laughed when Adam said nothing in response. "It's ironic, isn't it?" he asked, beginning to walk towards Adam. "The very thing you sought to destroy and make extinct, killing my wife in the process, is about to exterminate the entire lycanthrope race, starting with you." Adam's jaw clenched, and he made a move to lunge towards Victor, but Melvin stopped him. He tisked, pressing the barrel of the gun into Adam's head. "Not a good idea, boy." My mother grabbed my arm and yanked me off the ground as Victor walked closer to Adam. "I'm not making her watch you kill him," she said to Adam. "I'm taking her to the German boy." Victor turned to look at my mother as she said this. "Oh, that's right," he said. "She is what we promised him, isn't she?" Victor turned to Melvin. "What was it we promised you again?" he asked him. "The throne and title," Melvin said firmly. Victor hummed in response. "I'm afraid I cannot deliver on that one anymore, old boy." Melvin's eyes widened. "Thanks for your help thus far, but we'll take it from here," Victor said. Quicker than my brain could register his movements, Victor pulled a switchblade from his coat pocket and threw it. It caught Melvin in his right eye, blood spurting out of the wound. Melvin's legs gave out before he hit the ground, dead. I gasped, but Adam didn't move, his face emotionless. My mother began to pull me from the room. I fought back and tried to push her away, but she was much stronger than her frail body would initially make one believe. She grabbed me by my shoulders and shoved me backwards. My head hit the heavy oak doors, and the room started to spin. In my lightheaded state, I could barely make out Adam's yelling as she lifted me off the ground easily and carried me out into the foyer. I tried to fight back, but my body wouldn't cooperate. I could barely lift my head as she carried me over her shoulder. I felt her hand me off to stronger, more muscular arms, and I looked up through blurred vision to see Diedrich looking at me in concern. I shuddered as his hand brushed the hair from my face. "It'll all be all right," he whispered. I scowled in response, my body shuddering at his touch. Looking away from him, I could barely make out the figure of Barton's body on the ground beside the coat closet. There was a knife in his chest, staining the white shirt he wore under his tux. He was dead. I felt the freezing air hit my body as Diedrich carried me from the foyer outside to an awaiting car. I could see my breath freezing in the air as I let out a heavy exhale. I heard him open the car door, and he laid me down in the back seat. "Here," he said, reaching into his pocket to grab a handkerchief. "I think it's time you slept." I watched as he leaned over me, one hand holding my jaw steady and the other holding the handkerchief. I waited until just the right moment before my leg rose in a swift motion to kick him between the legs. Diedrich grunted in pain. I sat up quickly and yanked the seatbelt strap around his neck, pulling it with all the force I could muster. He began to swing and push at me, but I sat on top of him and continuously drove one punch after another into his abdomen. All it took was one hard hit in the neck on his Adam's apple for him to begin gasping for air. I took this opportunity to pull the seatbelt tighter and screamed as he swung his fist into my cheek. It was too late, though. I had pulled the seatbelt too far, and it locked up. I watched as he struggled for his final breaths, and the life began to drain from his eyes. I let out a breath as his body went limp, my own body exhausted from the exertion. I got out of the car and backed away slowly, realizing what I had done. I killed Diedrich. Screaming as a blow to the back of my head knocked me forward, I face-planted into the side of the car and fell over into the snow. I looked up to see my mother standing over me. She squatted down and grabbed my jaw roughly. "You were supposed to go without a fight," she said. "I didn't ever want you to be involved in this." I groaned as I brought my knee up and hit her in the butt with it, sending her rolling over my head onto the snowy concrete behind me. Hearing a metallic clatter, I sat up and saw that a dagger had fallen from her pocket. I stood up quickly and grabbed it. She saw this and stood up slowly, smiling. "Go ahead," she taunted. "I don't think you have the willpower to kill your own mother." I was hyperventilating, the adrenaline racing through my body, making it hard to hear or see properly. My hands were shaking as I brought the knife up in front of me. "You're right," I said, sighing. She smiled at this. "You're already dead." Her smile fell as I threw the knife with all the power I could manage. It stopped just short of hitting her in the face as she reached up and grabbed it in midair. "Nice try." I cursed under my breath as I backed away and began to sprint back into the castle. I could hear her following me, so I turned and yanked the grandfather clock from the wall, sending it crashing down on top of her. She shrieked in pain, but I didn't stop. I kept running up the staircase this time. I wasn't sure where I was going, but I knew I needed help. Along with my blood rushing through my ears, I could hear her footsteps pounding up the stairs behind me. I was almost to the top of the staircase when I felt her grab my ankle and pull me backwards. I tumbled past her, back down the stairs, groaning when I hit the landing. I couldn't move as I watched her make her way back down the stairs slowly. I was certain I had broken a few bones from the tumble down the marble staircase. I was struggling even to breathe. "You gave a good fight," she said, tossing the knife aside. "Better than anyone I've ever seen, in fact." I was gasping for air when she kneeled next to me. She took my shoulder in her hands and pressed it into the ground with such a force I heard a crack. I screamed as the joint popped back into place. "You're welcome," she said. I groaned in pain, unable to even speak. "I didn't want to have to do this like this," she said solemnly. I felt a chill run down my spine as she bared her fangs. "I wanted to turn you sooner, but your father made it damn near impossible to even catch you in the house," she explained, brushing my hair away from my neck. "Turn me?" I gulped as she sighed. "It will only hurt for a few days," she assured me. "After that, you'll never feel pain again in your life." "You're a monster," I groaned through clenched teeth, finally able to muster a few words. She shook her head. "No, sweetheart. That man you call your husband is a monster. If you only knew the things he's done." I shook my head. "You've got so much to learn," she sighed. I wasn't even able to scream when her head dipped down to my neck, and I felt her fangs pierce the skin. It was unbearable, flashes of white-hot pain searing across my neck. I clenched my eyes shut, tears spilling out of the corners as I felt my life drain away. I tried to think of all the happy memories, most of them with Adam. I tried to remember what it felt like to be held by him, to feel his touch. All of it began to disappear, and I found myself fighting harder to breathe. I felt my heartbeat begin to slow as I heard her sucking at the blood that erupted from the wound in my neck. Suddenly, her body went rigid, and I heard her gasp. I opened my eyes to see Violetta standing over her, repeatedly plunging my mother's dagger into her back. Violetta thrust the blade into her neck, sending my mother's body limp, and I felt the spray of blood across my face as she rolled my mother's dead body off of me. "No, no, no, no," she muttered, kneeling next to me. She pulled my shirt over my head, and I whimpered in pain. Pressing the t-shirt to the wound on my neck, Violetta began to scream. "Adam." No response. "Adam." Again, no response. "Listen to me," she said, looking at me with eyes full of tears. "Whatever happens, I want you to know that I am sorry." I began to cough up blood, and Violetta swore under her breath as she rolled me over on my side to keep me from choking on it. "I'm so sorry," Violetta cried. I felt my heartbeat begin to slow as the darkness around the edges of my vision closed in. "Adam," she screamed. Her voice rang in my ears. I coughed again. This time more blood spewed from my mouth, and I began to choke. "Eva." I heard his voice faintly as I felt my body turn over. I found myself staring up at Adam's face. "I don't want to die," I whimpered, feeling the hot tears streaming down my face. I couldn't hear his reply. The ringing in my ears was too loud. It wasn't long before I realized that the tears hitting my face weren't even mine. I guess he wasn't so emotionless after all. I drew in a quick breath as the darkness invaded my vision entirely. All that was left was the feeling of my heartbeat inside my chest. Soon, that was gone too. Chapter 44. Adam's POV. This is all my fault. I sat, head bowed, on a bench in the hospital ward hallway, watching as the blood dripping from the wound on my cheek mingled with the pool of tears on the ground between my feet. I glanced at my hands, which were coated in Victor's blood, and clenched them to try to stop their incessant shaking. Closing my eyes, I listened to the murmur of Mrs. Chester's voice as she thumbed through her rosary with raw fingers, saying silent prayers. Her husband had succumbed to his injuries just hours earlier, and there she was, sitting next to me. I'm sure the two of us looked pitiful. Our tear-stained faces and my blood-stained body certainly weren't anything to brag about. I heard the squeaking of rubber soles approach where I sat, and I looked up to see a nurse holding a first aid kit. "I'm fine," I insisted, dismissing her when she reached out to touch me. I felt Mrs. Chester's hand on my back, and I sighed, sitting up straight so the nurse could do her job. "Dr. Zosak sent me," the nurse informed me, putting on rubber gloves. "Why aren't you helping him?" I asked. "He's got enough help, Your Highness." I exhaled slowly, my drive to argue about the matter dissolving with each second that passed. "Here," she said, handing me an alcohol-soaked towelette to clean my hands with. I half-heartedly wiped away the blood that stained the creases of my fingers and palms. The nurse applied an ointment to the cut on my face, and I felt the numbness set in quickly. "This might still hurt," she said, holding up the needle. I said nothing as she began to stitch up the cut. As soon as she was finished, she handed me Band-Aids and gauze pads for the assortment of wounds along my hands, arms, and torso, which were evident through my bloody shirt. "Thank you." She nodded and turned to leave as I placed the bandages beside me on the bench. "What is taking so long?" I groaned. "Patience," Mrs. Chester said. "I've been patient for 4 hours." I took a deep breath as I stood up and began to pace along the hallway. Vespera sat on the floor, her back to the stone wall, watching me as I did so. "Can I help you?" I quipped. She said nothing in response as she turned her head inside. I heard the door open on the other end of the hallway, and I began to walk swiftly over to Dr. Zosak, who emerged from the operating room. "And?" I asked. He pulled the surgical mask from his face to reveal a grim expression. "Come with me," he said, leading me into the room. I felt my stomach sink, my feet as he did so. I walked into the operating room as the nurses and other aides were leaving it. Immediately, my eyes were glued to her, and I felt my body go numb. Her mangled body was outstretched on the operating table, a tube down her throat and a brace around her neck. Her arms and hands were covered in cuts and scratches, some of which were stitched up. Her pale skin was littered with bruises, and her left cheek was swollen and purple. I couldn't say a word as I stared at the state she was in. "It was the best we could do for now," Dr. Zosak said with a tired voice. I walked over to her, taking her cold hand in mine and pulling it up to kiss her battered knuckles. The broken skin was rough against my lips. I looked up at the heart monitor that sat beside the table she lay on, and my stomach lurched with every beat the machine made. She didn't turn, I gathered from the indicated heartbeat. "No," Dr. Zosak confirmed. "But she lost a lot of blood. With the state her body is in, it will be difficult for her to fight off the virus." I turned to him. "Virus? Vampirism," he clarified. Her mother didn't have enough time to turn her, but it still entered her bloodstream with enough volume to begin the process. "So does this mean she'll turn with time?" He took a deep breath as he glanced at Eva. "No." My eyebrows furrowed. "What does that mean then?" I asked, not seeing the problem. "It means that the virus will lay dormant in her body for the rest of her life, like the shingles virus. She likely won't be able to shift again, and she does not need blood to survive." Again, I looked at him in confusion. "This sounds like good news," I said. "Why do you seem so apprehensive?" Dr. Zosak glanced at Eva again. Her heart was stopped for a very long time, and that her brain lost a lot of oxygen. My jaw clenched as I realized what this meant. "Brain damage?" He pursed his lips. "Maybe, maybe not. She's in the same condition Warren Chester was in when he arrived, except her body is exponentially in worse shape." "He died 4 hours ago," I said through clenched teeth. "Yes, I know," Dr. Zosak said quietly. I closed my eyes as I felt the burning of tears return to them. "Internal injuries?" I asked. He looked down at the clipboard in his hand and read them off. 7 broken ribs, 3 fractured. Punctured right lung, broken femur, shattered kneecap, and a hairline fracture on the back of her skull. Additionally, her carotid artery was nearly severed, but we've repaired it the best we can. The ligaments in her neck are torn for the most part. That's why she's in a brace. I let out a sharp breath as I steadied myself on the table. "Do you need to sit?" he asked. I shook my head, letting the news lose its shock factor before speaking. "I need you to be honest with me," I said, my voice breaking. "Of course." I swallowed hard, fearing the answer to the question I was about to ask. "Do you think she'll be okay?" He thought about it for a moment. "Permission to speak freely?" I nodded reluctantly. "I believe she will," he said. "The difference between your wife and Warren Chester is it will stronger than any I've ever seen. She's a strong woman, born to be a Luna. If anyone can pull through this, she will." His words did little to reassure me, but I nodded my head. "Thank you." When he faltered, I turned to see what he had been about to say. "There is something you need to know," he said, nervously fiddling with his clipboard. I nodded for him to continue. "While the virus will be dormant, there are side effects to it being in her body." "Side effects? Like what?" He took a deep breath. "Vampirism eats away at the lycanthrope gene. She likely won't be able to shift ever again." "I think she could live with that," I said slowly. Dr. Zosak shifted nervously. "Vampirism is also known for shutting down the reproductive system. I'm not sure that biological children will be a possibility for your wife, Your Highness." I paled, feeling like I'd been shot. Dr. Zosak closed his eyes and shook his head. "I'm so sorry." I wanted to tell him that it wasn't his fault, but I couldn't make my mouth move to utter the words. "She's going to be moved into a proper room shortly," he informed me. "I suggest you shower off and take care of any business you have to in the meantime." He left the room, closing the door behind him as he went. It was then that my legs gave out and I fell to my knees beside Eva's bed. "This is all my fault." I did as Dr. Zosak recommended and showered off. I scrubbed at my body until the blood was gone, tears mingling with the hot water. "This is all my fault." I changed into a t-shirt and sweatpants, not caring that anyone would see me out of my usual business attire. I grabbed a few things for Eva from the bedroom before going back down to the hospital ward. As I passed Jason's room, I briefly peered inside to see him sleeping, his legs bandaged and braced from his ankles up to his thighs. Luna was in the next room, her father and mother huddled around her. I walked past the room where Warren Chester had been held, listening to the cries of the woman who loved him coming from the dark room. I stopped for a moment. I hadn't heard what a broken heart sounded like since my mother died. I walked past Vespera, who was standing in the hallway and staring at the ceiling in deep thought. I didn't acknowledge her as I walked into Eva's room and closed the door behind me. The nurse handling the bag of blood was startled at the sudden intrusion. Dr. Zosak was standing at the end of the bed, looking at Eva before he turned to look at me. "We're going to do white blood cell transfusions if that's all right," he said. "It will help fight off infection." I nodded and took a seat beside her. Looking at her hooked up to various machines with random tubes and cords attached to her body made an odd feeling creep up my spine. "Is she in pain?" I asked. Dr. Zosak shook his head. "She's being treated with plenty of morphine. It will keep her knocked out, but it will keep away the pain and allow her to get some rest." He placed a hand on my shoulder. "She's stable," he assured me. "I'll be here overnight and we'll check up on her every hour. Let me know if anything comes up." I nodded, not taking my eyes off of her. The nurse and doctor left the room, and I lay my head down on the cot, right beside her hand. My fingers toyed with hers gently, and I closed my eyes, silently praying that I would wake up from the nightmare I was in. I heard the door open, and I turned to see Violetta walk in. I said nothing as she closed the door behind her. "How is she?" I remained silent. "Adam, I want to apologize." I felt my jaw clench. "I shouldn't have treated her the way I did," she said. "It took her almost dying for you to realize that?" I asked. "It took me seeing her mother to realize it." I raised an eyebrow. "I had a dream a few nights before you met Eva," she said. "There was a girl in the dream with dark, long hair like hers. She was a vampire." I was unamused by her revelation. "I suppose I thought it was prophetic, especially after I met her," she admitted. "I thought it was her, but it turned out to be her mother." I took a deep breath. "Anything else you'd like to add?" She shook her head slowly. The door opened again, and Xander walked in as Violetta left. "I know you don't want anyone in here," he said, "so I'll keep this short and sweet. I'm going to take over for you until she gets better. You need to focus on her. The first thing I'm going to do is plan a funeral for your father." I growled at this. "He deserves to be fed to dogs," I said. "Don't let one mistake negate all the man did his entire life." "He's still your father," Xander said. "The people have lost a former Alpha Superior, and they'll want a memorial. You don't have to come, I understand if you don't." I couldn't argue with him, not while I was holding my dying mate's hand. "I also wanted to give you this," he said, approaching me. In his hand was an envelope. I took it from him and inspected it, noticing the cardstock paper and the masculine writing on the front. It was addressed to Eva. Before I could ask Xander who it was from, he spoke. "It was found among her father's effects." I nodded, placing it on the table beside her. "This is all my fault," I muttered silently. Xander sighed and pulled up a chair next to me. "Why do you think that?" "If I had let her see her father, he would have told her everything before it was too late. I could have sent her away and none of this would be happening right now." Xander pondered this for a moment. "You had no way of knowing why he wanted to speak with her. For all you knew, he was a drunk, abusive father who she was constantly on the run from. You did what any mate would have done. You protected her. He could have told you everything just as easily as he could have told her. Don't beat yourself up over it." I stared at Eva as he spoke. How do I justify letting her get hurt? I killed Victor with my own 2 hands easily. I could have killed her mother as well, but I didn't. "Side effect of having a woman who stands up for herself," Xander said. "She didn't need a knight in shining armor, she just needed a sword." We were silent for a few moments before he stood up and put an arm on my shoulder. "If there's anything I can do, let me know." I stopped him before he reached the door. "Bury her father and Warren Chester," I said. He nodded and left the room. I turned to look at Eva, who looked startlingly at rest. Please be okay, I whispered, lying my head on the bed beside her. For 2 weeks, I sat beside her as she slept. Dr. Zosak said she was improving dramatically, but I wouldn't believe it until I could talk to her and see her eyes open again. It was late one night that I sat in my chair beside her, reading Anna Karenina to her. I was bored out of my skull, happy to be nearing the end of the book when I felt my eyes begin to droop. I fought sleep for a few minutes before I finally put the book down and lay my head down next to her body on the mattress, a move that had caused my back to suffer tremendously in the past few weeks. I was sore, stiff, and exhausted. It was the longest I had ever gone without shifting, but I refused to leave her side for longer than half an hour. I put my hand over hers and prayed for the millionth time that day that she would wake up. Drowsiness set in, and my eyes closed. I had almost fallen asleep when I felt it. Her hand moved. I immediately sat up and looked at her closely. This wouldn't be the first time I had imagined it. I was almost afraid that I would be the one who went insane next. I stood up abruptly, my chair falling backwards onto the ground, when I saw her eyes begin to flutter. "Eva," I whispered. She hummed, and I smiled. I ran to the door and opened it, immediately spotting the nurse coming out of Luna's room. "Get Dr. Zosak," I commanded. She noticed the smile on my face, her own face lighting up as she realized what this meant. The nurse took off down the hallway, and I turned back to face Eva, whose eyes were opening slowly. I sat down next to her on the bed and took her hand in mine. "Eva." Her eyes opened, and I saw a faint, tired smile dance across her lips. I kissed the back of her hand and smiled. "Good morning." I heard the door open, and Dr. Zosak rushed in, smiling when he saw her. "Look who's awake," he said. He walked over and began to check her vitals, ordering the nurse to take blood. "How are you feeling?" he asked her. "Sore," she muttered, her voice hoarse. "I'll bet," he said, laughing. "You wouldn't believe the number of bones you broke." "Oh, I would," she said, grimacing. Dr. Zosak and I both laughed. Feeling any discomfort, he asked her. She nodded. "I'll get you some more morphine. Talk to this guy for a few minutes while I go get it." "I think he's missed you," he said to her, winking. She looked at me, and I smiled. I saw tears welling up in her eyes, and I kissed the back of her hand. "Am I a vampire?" she asked slowly. I shook my head, and I saw the relief flood her body. "Luna? Jason?" she asked. "They're fine," I said. We were silent for a few moments before she asked another question. "Victor?" "Dead," I assured her. She nodded in contentment. "I love you," she whispered. "I love you too." Dr. Zosak entered the room again and gave the nurse a vial of something. "That will make you feel a little better, but it'll also make you sleepy," he warned. "Oh, she's got no problem with sleeping," I assured him. Even in her weak and tired state, she still managed to glare at me playfully. "Rest up," I whispered. "Just make sure you come back to me." I watched as her eyes began to get heavy again, and I sighed once they were closed. "Please come back to me." Chapter 45. Eva's POV. I had been in that hospital room for nearly 2 months when Dr. Zosak finally cleared me to sleep in my own bed. Most of my body had healed, although I found myself fighting headaches from time to time and was unable to walk on my own until my leg was healed fully. Adam, of course, took full advantage of the situation and found every way one could possibly imagine to baby me and used every excuse to carry me around. "I have legs," I groaned as he picked me up from the wheelchair to place me into the bath. "You have one functioning leg," he corrected. I rolled my eyes and sucked in a quick breath when he set me down in the hot water. "Too hot?" I shook my head. "It's perfect," I sighed. It had been too long since I had been able to take a bath. The warm water immediately relaxed my tired and stiff body. Adam rolled up a towel and placed it behind my neck as I lay back into the tub. "Thank you," I said. He nodded in response, his eyes anxiously glancing over my body. "I'm fine," I assured him. He sighed and sat down next to the tub. "You should go get some sleep," I said. The dark circles around his eyes and his tired expression had been worrying me for quite a while, but he was stubborn. He refused to leave me alone. "I'm fine," he assured me. I laughed as he struggled to fight off a yawn. "Go," I said. "I'll be fine here." He gave me a wary look. How do you plan on getting out of the bath when you're done? He asked. I smiled. I still have one functioning leg, I reminded him. Adam rolled his eyes and laughed. I watched as he pulled an envelope from his pants pocket and handed it to me. What is this? I asked, taking it from him. They found it on your dad the day that he died, he said. I've been waiting for the right time to give it to you, but I figured there wouldn't really ever be one. I turned the envelope over in my hands, immediately recognizing my dad's handwriting. Have you read it? I asked. No, but I can read it first if you want me to, he offered. I took a deep breath and shook my head as I tore open the envelope and pulled out the letter. Words filled the front and back, and I took a shaky breath as I began to read silently. My dearest Eva, I'm so sorry. There aren't enough words to express how deeply sorry I am. I put you through things that no daughter should ever have to experience, and for that, I will never be able to apologize adequately. I am writing this letter to you to tell you things that I could never muster enough courage to tell you while you were still living under my roof. I know now, with Adam, you are safe and you can handle the truth. I want you to know, with these truths, I do not ask for your forgiveness, only your understanding. Your mother is not addicted to painkillers. She is a vampire. When you were 9 years old, I told you that she had surgery to lose weight. I lied, and I did so to protect you. The truth is, your mother comes from a family of vampires, only she wasn't born one herself. Her brother, Victor, turned her to seek revenge against me for the things that lycanthropes were accountable for. One of those things was the death of his wife. Your mother never told me about her family until Victor showed up on our doorstep, demanding to see her. That was the day your mother died. I lost the woman I loved, and you lost your mother. The woman who returned in her place, who filled her body, was not the woman I fell in love with. This woman was a monster. The only way I could escape this monster was through alcohol. You see, she was out for my blood and yours from that day on. Because blood becomes toxic to a vampire once it is concentrated with enough alcohol, I started to drink in order to keep her away from me. If I'm being honest, I never liked the taste of it, but I suppose it tasted better than death would. If you can recall, or maybe you've blocked these memories from your mind, this is when the abuse started. I couldn't bring myself to start making you drink as well. You were only a child. Because of this, I needed to find other ways to keep you away from your mother. But you were stubborn like I am. You would never leave the house unless you wanted to, so I had to make you want to. I promise you with everything within me that I never took pleasure in insulting or hurting you. It hurt more than I can put into words to watch myself become a monster in your eyes, especially since I knew that the real monster was the woman you mistook for your mother. But as a father, I had to make the sacrifice. Your life was worth so much more to me than your love was. I had no other choice. There was no way I could send you away. Your mother's family was never an option, and neither was my family. I know I told you that my parents were dead, but that was also a lie. My father was the beta superior of Europe. As a pureblood, I was expected to wait for my mate to get married, but that all changed when I met your mother, and I was disowned by my family when I married her. I wanted to tell you this desperately, knowing you would be confused about why a seemingly ordinary lycanthrope like yourself would have a mate. You are not ordinary, Eva. You are a strong young woman who comes from lycanthrope royalty. I should have told you and Adam this before you left the house that morning, but I could not risk your mother hearing me. Tell Adam a few things for me, the first being that I am not an example of how you are to be treated. He is to treat you like the queen you are, and you are not to expect anything less from him. He is to respect you and to honor you. The second thing I'd like you to tell him is that the rogue he came looking for in the first place never existed. Our neighboring pack had mistaken Victor for one of their own when they caught him crossing pack lines. Victor was in our house the night you met Adam, which is why I told you not to come home. The men Adam left behind were getting too close to figuring this out, which is why your mother and Victor kidnapped Warren Chester to throw off their scent. I went looking for Warren Chester, only to come home to a house that had been burnt to the ground after I found him and placed him where the men in Adam's pack could find him. If Warren survives, I want you to tell him and Mrs. Chester thank you for me. They practically raised you and offered you food and shelter when you didn't get that from me. I will forever be in their debt. I love you, Eva Schaefer. I don't ask for your forgiveness. I only hope that you understand now that I did what I had to do to protect you. I wish I could have been at your wedding, and I wish that I could see those beautiful children you two will undoubtedly have. Live well, daughter. All the love in this world. Dad. I was crying as Adam took the letter from my hands and read it for himself. I couldn't believe that I hated that man. There was a time in my life when I had wished him dead, and now I wished more than anything that he was there. I wanted to hug his neck and tell him that I forgave him. Wow, Adam breathed out as he finished reading. I let out a sniffle and wiped my tears away as they fell. I'm sorry I ever called your father a coward, he apologized. I cried as Adam leaned forward over the tub and kissed my temple. Tears were still falling as I washed my body quickly, and Adam helped me out of the bath. After changing me into one of his t-shirts and underwear, he helped me into bed. I sighed as my back hit the comfortable mattress. I reread the letter as Adam showered, putting it on the nightstand once I finished. Adam turned out the lights and got into the bed next to me. All those years, I whispered, I hated the man that was only trying to protect me. Adam sighed as his hand found mine under the covers. You can't blame yourself, he said. You had no way of knowing. It doesn't excuse him for what he did all those years. I know, I whispered. Adam rolled over and wrapped his arms around me gently. I'm so glad to be able to hold you again, he admitted. I smiled. I'm glad you're holding me again. He leaned over to kiss my lips gently. I love you. I love you too. I watched helplessly as Jason packed his bags into the car. I couldn't help him or Adam as they did so while I was on crutches. I don't understand why you have to go, I said. Jason stopped packing and took a deep breath. He hobbled over to me, his legs still recovering, and he placed a hand on my shoulder. I'm no longer fit to be beta, he said. My legs will never recover fully, meaning I'm a useless fighter. I need some time to get away and be normal. I looked to Leuna, who stood beside me, and sighed. You're going too? She gave me a grim smile and nodded. We're going to work things out, she said. We both needed a wake-up call, and I guess there isn't one better than almost dying. Jason leaned over and kissed her forehead. You'll see us again, he promised. Adam finished loading the last bag into the SUV and shut the trunk. He and Jason shook hands as he wished them safe travels. Let us know if you're ever in Australia, Jason said. Adam came to stand next to me, wrapping an arm around my waist to help me take some weight off my leg. Will do, he promised. I watched with teary eyes as the two of them got into the car and drove away. I looked up to Adam. What are you going to do without a beta? I asked. He smiled as he looked down at me. Who needs a beta when you've got a Luna? You're leaving too? I stared incredulously at the bags and suitcases that Vespera and her mother had packed. There's no need for us to stay any longer, Mrs. Chester said. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Where will you go? I asked. The boys and I are going home, Mrs. Chester responded. I looked at Vespera as she said this. Where are you going? Nigeria, she said, smiling. Nolan asked me to marry him. That's great, I said slowly. But, Vespera, he's a pureblood. What are you going to do if he finds his mate? He's already found her, she responded. She died a few years ago. I'm sorry, I said quickly, feeling guilty for asking. She smiled. It's okay. I think there's a future there, though. I just want to be happy. I smiled and nodded. I hope you are happy there, I said. She leaned forward and hugged me, and I returned it after a few seconds. Stay safe, I said. Vespera nodded as she pulled away. I will, I promise. Adam called for someone to help them pack their bags as we followed them to an awaiting car. Mrs. Chester turned to us and smiled. Thank you for everything, she said earnestly. Anytime, I said. Let us know if you need anything else. She smiled. Thank you. I hugged the twins before they dashed off to the car with Vespera and their mother. I watched with teary eyes as they pulled away. You okay? Adam asked. I nodded, wiping the tears from my cheeks. It's so hard to be here, I admitted. Especially with everything that has happened. He turned to look at the castle. Let's move then, he suggested. I stared at him wide-eyed. You can't be serious. He smiled and nodded. I am serious. Where do you want to go? I laughed in disbelief. I don't know, I said. He thought about it for a moment. What about Germany? Germany. I asked. Are you sure? He nodded. You have family there, he reminded me. I'm sure they'd love to meet you. I smiled. Let's do it. And we did. Nearly 3 months later, we had moved into the castle where Adam and I had stayed during our first visit to Germany. Xander and Violetta stayed in Canada, so the pack there could be looked after. It was just Adam and me in the new, huge castle. It's so empty, I commented, standing in the ballroom. He hummed in response. Once the maids and butlers get here, it won't be so bad, he said. That's not it, I said, shaking my head. He looked at me quizzically. What did Dr. Zosak say our chances were for having kids? He took a deep breath. I knew it was a touchy subject. It wasn't something we talked about often. Slim, he said finally. I bit the inside of my cheek. Want to try and prove him wrong? He smiled. I'd be more than happy to. Epilogue. Exactly 2 years and 5 days after the death of my father, Cain Alexander Devereaux was born. He had my brown hair and Adam's brilliant blue eyes. That, however, was where the similarities ended. Cain was born a vampire, yet he was also still a lycanthrope, a hybrid, as Dr. Zosak had called him. He was the first of his kind. Although he was certainly one of a kind, Adam and I raised him normally. We didn't know how else to. As he grew, he began to turn into one of the most temperamental people I had ever met. Cain was smart, cunning even. He was strong and healthy. But when watching him closely, I could see the fire within him. It scared me. One day, I heard him and Adam talking to each other as I walked past Adam's office. Adam was attempting to explain to the 4-year-old the duties that he had as alpha. Cain couldn't seem to understand why his father worked with other alphas instead of working by himself. Well, Adam explained, we all work as a team. I can't rule the whole world by myself. Cain was quiet for a few moments. I will when I become alpha, he said firmly. Adam laughed. I'm sure you will, he said. Now, go get ready for bed. I opened the door to the office as Cain ran past me to his bedroom. Does he not worry you? I asked Adam. Adam shook his head. Does he worry you? He asked. I nodded. How many other 4-year-olds do you know that talk about world domination? He shrugged, laughing. He tried to bite me yesterday, I said. Most toddlers bite darling. I shook my head. He worries me. He's so intense. He listens to his instincts, Adam said, standing from his chair. I can't imagine what it would be like to have hearing and vision the way he does. I sighed. How are your plans coming along for Asia? He nodded. Pretty well, actually. It will be ours in no time. I shook my head, laughing. Why can't you be happy with the land you already have? I am happy with the land I already have, he said defensively. I just want more of it. See, that's where Cain gets it from, I said, laughing. What? This whole idea of world domination. He laughed. What can I say? I'm a role model. I rolled my eyes as he leaned over to kiss my neck. You're something else, that's for sure. Come on, is that the best you can do? He asked me, his lips trailing along my jaw. You're stubborn and you've got an ego the size of the moon, I said. He lifted me up onto his desk and began to adjust my shirt. What else? He asked me. You think you know everything. You're cunning and smart. You have the body of a god. Adam laughed at this, his lips returning to my neck as he pulled off his own shirt. I think the word you're looking for is perfect, he said, his hands resting gently on my waist. No, I said. That's not it. Sexy? No. Then what? I thought about it for a moment. Primal. Adam smiled as he pulled off his belt. Darling, I can show you primal.